Sword God Chapter 1800 to Chapter 1853. The sun was high up in the sky. This area had not yet been invaded by the purgatory ghost race, so the Xianxia could not affect it. The golden figure swept across the sky, crossing thousands of miles of mountains and rivers, and quickly entered the territory of Tai City. Relying on the mysterious guidance and senses, it quickly headed toward the temporary mountain gate of the Shura sect. In the Shura sect, Xianxia and his doppelganger both felt a sense of danger approaching, and it was getting more and more intense. Soon after, a feeling told them that a powerful enemy had arrived. But it was strange that they did not feel the same fear as when they faced the Ghost King. Could it be that the attacker was not the Ghost King? If it was not the Ghost King, who else in this world could make him and his doppelganger feel such an obvious sense of danger, except for those supreme saint experts whose whereabouts were unknown, unexpectedly? After all, his and his doppelganger's combat strength was stronger than that of ordinary elite 9-star experts. If they joined forces, it would be even more shocking. They should be able to contend with an expert whose 9 battle stars were all golden. No matter who it was, since they felt such a sense of danger and it had already arrived, they could only face it. Xianxia's figure flashed in an instant, turning into a gray light, and entered Xianxia's glabella, straight into his spirit sea. In the next breath, Xianxia left the mountain gate of the Shura sect and appeared outside. As soon as he appeared, both eyes and divine sense were attracted. It was a natural gaze, as if he was the most eye-catching existence in the world. A figure wrapped in golden light stood in the sky, emitting endless light. The golden light was dazzling and dazzling, like a blazing sun, resonating with the bright sun in the sky. Between heaven and earth, endless mighty power seemed to be overlapping on the figure. In an instant, the figure was the center of heaven and earth. What shocked Xianxia was not the golden light, but the clear light on the figure's body. The clear light had reached the point where it could transform mountains into rivers. It was much stronger than the clear light on his body. It could be said that they were on 2 different levels. By now, Xianxia already knew the meaning of this clear light. If the clear light emanating from his body could be said to be the blessing and fortune of this world, then the clear light emanating from the golden figure could be said to be the great fortune of this world. It was as if the other party had become a kind of spokesperson of this side of the world, the kind that was directly acknowledged. Who was it? Xianxia narrowed his eyes and saw the other party's face through the golden light. He was stunned. Taishan Saint Sun. Xianxia couldn't help but be shocked. Previously, the Taishan Saint Sun had been defeated by Yi Futian's sword. If it had not been for the means given by the Taishan Holy Palace, he would not have been Yi Futian's opponent at all. Perhaps he would have been killed by Yi Futian in the city lord's office of Taishan City. It had only been a short while, but the great abstruse Saint Sun was able to bring danger to him. It was as if he had returned to the time when he first met the Taishan Saint Sun. Furthermore, what was with this dense clear light of providence that seemed to be able to transform mountains into rivers? Could it be that the Taishan Saint Sun was the one who was favored by this world, during his time in the Eternal Battle Fortress? Apart from cultivating, Xianxia also read some ancient books to increase his knowledge and accumulation. Therefore, he also knew that in every side of the world, there would be some people who were favored by the world. They were often the true proud sons of heaven. They were different from the so-called proud sons of heaven. The title of proud sons of heaven represented a distinction between geniuses. The proud sons of heaven not only represented geniuses, but they were also favored by the will of the world. They were people who carried the great fortune of the world. There were very, very few people like this. Moreover, they would not appear in just any world. Some powerful worlds would naturally appear more easily, and sometimes there would be more than one. Some weak worlds might not have such people. Even if there were, it would be many years before one would appear. The Lingwu sacred world had gone through a great calamity, and the Tianyuan sacred realm was almost independent. It could only be considered a weak world. Moreover, the will of the world had been severely injured, and it had been in a deep sleep since ancient times. It had only awakened today. The god of the Taishan sacred palace was a person who was favored by the world. Therefore, he had extraordinary talent and could be accepted into the Taishan sacred palace. He was also taken in as a disciple by the sacred palace master, and was carefully nurtured. That was why he could rise in such a short period of time and surpass the previous generation. Now, the will of the world had awakened. Although it was still very weak, once it awakened, the providence naturally fell on the Taishan Saint's son, who was favored by the world. It made him worthy of his name. That was the reason, but Chenzong was still a little unhappy. After all, he did not practice swordsmanship without emotions and desires. He also had 7 emotions and 6 desires, and he also had a competitive heart. Moreover, the more the providence one received from the will of the world, the greater the providence, and the smoother the cultivation would be. A person with great providence might even be able to pick up a treasure after falling down. It was simply unreasonable. Of course, the will of this side of the world was not strong enough, and its providence was not perfect, but it was already far better than others. Pressure, waves of invisible pressure were constantly emitted from the heavenly god Gong, striking Chenzong and making Chenzong feel oppressed. It was as if he was being rejected by the world. However, this was just a feeling, and it had not reached that stage yet. I am no longer the Taishan saint. A trace of cold killing intent appeared in the heavenly god Gong's indifferent eyes. Once this killing intent appeared, it was as if the world had turned upside down. An invisible but extremely vast power suddenly rushed out, as if it was going to suppress Chenzong on the spot. At the same time, battle stars appeared above the heavenly god Gong's head. 9 battle stars, gold. This scene immediately caused everyone in the distance to be incomparably shocked, and it also caused Chenzong to be extremely shocked. 9 golden battle stars meant that the heavenly god Gong's battle power had reached the peak of the 9-star level. Moreover, the providence on the other party's body was invisibly increasing its power. Solemn, Chenzong's heart was only solemn. It turned out that the sense of danger really came from the heavenly god Gong. This battle was unavoidable. Then, let's fight. Chenzong was well aware of the heavenly god Gong's intentions. The heavenly god Gong wanted to deal with him, and he even wanted to kill him. He was sure that although he was no match for the heavenly god Gong in the beginning, he had already affected the heavenly god Gong's state of mind. Later on, he suppressed and defeated the heavenly god Gong, leaving a shadow in his heart. Only by defeating and killing him could the heavenly god Gong get rid of that shadow. Chenzong's figure moved, and he immediately rushed up into the sky. This place was not suitable as a battlefield. Otherwise, once the two of them exchanged blows, their battle power would be so shocking that it would destroy everything around them, causing unnecessary casualties and destruction. The best battlefield was naturally above the 9 heavens. At this stage of battle power, both Chenzong and the heavenly god Gong were no longer afraid of the astral winds, heavenly flames, and heavenly lightning. They were no hindrance to them. In just an instant, Chenzong rushed into the astral winds, and he did not stop. He continued to rush upward, into the heavenly flames, and then into the heavenly lightning. If they fought here, the aftershocks would not affect the people below. As for the edge of the void above the heavenly lightning, the slightest carelessness could lead to unpredictable dangers. It was better not to go there for the time being. As soon as Chenzong sprang into action, the heavenly god Gong also sprang into action. A streak of golden light shot forth with unstoppable force, as if it were piercing through the heavens. It broke through the heavenly wind layer, the heavenly flame layer, and the heavenly lightning layer with astonishing might. As the golden light spread, the countless heavenly lightning did not touch the heavenly god Gong at all, as if they had met their king. On the other hand, Chenzong was still affected by the heavenly lightning. However, this kind of effect was useless. The heavenly god Gong stared at the 9 battle stars above Chenzong's head. The 9th battle star had not completely transformed into a silver color. Compared to the heavenly god Gong's golden star, the difference was obvious. However, the heavenly god Gong did not have any intention of underestimating Chenzong. Jiandi Chenzong's ranking in the king-naming pagoda was higher than the heavenly god Gong's. He was not to be underestimated. Moreover, no matter what, the heavenly god Gong had to remove the thorn in his heart and shatter the shadow in his heart. The heavenly god Gong attacked without hesitation. Having seen Chenzong's swordsmanship, the heavenly god Gong did not feel embarrassed to attack first because he was stronger. After all, the level of one's martial arts attainment would not be displayed on the battle stars. The battle stars represented the strength of one's cultivation level. As for martial arts attainment, there were different levels. It was very complicated. Even with the newly awakened will of the world, it was unable to accurately perceive and manifest the battle stars. Chen Zong's swordsmanship was enough for him to defeat someone stronger than him. He pushed out a palm. Vast and mighty golden light surged like a surging river. It carried with it an astonishing power that could topple mountains and overturn seas. It rumbled forward and directly shattered the countless lightning bolts. With this palm, Chen Zong immediately realized that the void around him had been sealed. He was completely suppressed, unable to move or dodge. He could only take this attack head-on. Even so, Chen Zong was not afraid at all. He suddenly unsheathed the sunken night sword and slashed through the air. The sword moved with the heart, the sword arrived with the will, the first style of the sword intense style, chain heartbeat. Following the guidance of his heart, as if he had a keen spiritual sense, Chen Zong stabbed out with his sword and attacked the weak point of the vast expanse of golden light. It had to be said that this attack was extremely powerful and astonishing. It could be said to be perfect. Even Chen Zong could not see it. However, the sword intense style could find the flaw. As long as there was a trace of a flaw, it would be sensed by the heart and attacked with the sword, exceeding one's own consciousness. This was a mysterious swordsmanship. The heavenly god Gong's palm was astonishingly powerful, as if it had the help of the gods. However, in the end, it was not completely flawless. It was very close to perfection, so Chen Zong could not discover it himself. He could only attack with the guidance of the sword intense style. Chain heartbeat, under the chain of sword lights, the flaw was revealed and he was immediately hit. The vast expanse of golden light struck Chen Zong's body directly. However, it did not cause any injuries. This was because the chain heartbeat had already broken through and its main force had been disintegrated. The golden light seemed to have turned illusory and its power was reduced to less than 10%. The sword lights that had broken through the golden palm also shot out and stabbed toward the heavenly god Gong in an endless stream. The trajectories of the sword lights were extremely exquisite and the speed of the sword lights was astonishing. As soon as the two sides exchanged blows, they immediately used their true strength. The heavenly god Gong felt his heart tremble involuntarily. There seemed to be a slight palpitation in his heart. However, when the frequency of the palpitation increased, the palpitation would gather and become stronger, affecting his state of mind. In an instant, the heavenly god Gong suppressed the palpitation and became completely calm. He straightened his palm like a knife and suddenly slashed out. The heavenly thunder rumbled endlessly, as if it was a sea of lightning. It was boundless and contained a terrifying destructive power. Anyone below the 7-star level would have to bear the immense power here. If they were careless, they would be injured or even killed by the endless heavenly thunder. Only those who had reached the 7-star level could truly resist such heavenly thunder. Only those who had reached the 8-star level could remain unscathed. Only those who had reached the 9-star level could ignore it. With Chen Zong and heavenly god Gong's current battle prowess, they could naturally ignore such heavenly thunder. If it struck them, it wouldn't even tickle them. In fact, the heavenly thunder couldn't even get close to them. It would be shattered by their powerful auras. And Lin unleashed a series of sword strikes, creating countless arcs in the air that were as swift and graceful as the moon. They destroyed the heavenly palace god's mountain-toppling palm strike, and the heavenly palace god's heart shuddered slightly as he instantly charged toward Lin. Heavenly god Gong's expression was indifferent, but there was a hint of seriousness in his expression. This sword technique that attacked one's mind was extremely mysterious and not easy to deal with. Chen Zong lived up to his name as the supreme of the Jiandi. Not only did his battle prowess increase tremendously, but his sword technique was also much more mysterious than before. If he hadn't found the great opportunity in the Taishan cave and awakened the will of this world, he probably wouldn't have been able to defeat heavenly god Gong. But now, it was the other way around. The palm blade slowly chopped down, and a vast golden light gathered from all directions like streams returning to the sea. It seemed simple, but it followed some kind of mysterious principle between heaven and earth. Its momentum was majestic, as if it carried the power of heaven and earth, making it impossible for people to dodge. Although the heartbeat chain sword was extremely mysterious, it wasn't enough to deal with heavenly god Gong, who was under the influence of the bell spirit of heaven and earth. Before the streaks of sword light could converge into a single point, they were struck by heavenly god Gong's palm strike and shattered. The palm strike turned into a streak of golden light and tore through the sky. Wherever it passed, all the heavenly thunder was reduced to dust. The void was also torn apart, revealing a terrifying and hideous black shadow. It emitted a terrifying aura that could destroy everything. Chenzong only felt that he was being suppressed by this streak of golden saber light again. Strike, chain heartbeat. Countless sword lights moved in a graceful and mysterious way, striking different parts of the golden saber light, giving off sharp and melodious sounds of metal clashing. Heartbeat chained moves was not only good at attacking, but it was also good at breaking moves. Starting from the heart, there was no need for one to think about it. Following the guidance in the depths of one's mind. Under the attack of the densely packed sword light, the golden blade light suddenly shattered when it neared Chenzong's body, turning into countless golden specks of light that sputtered away. Everything happened in an instant. Chenzong launched the second sword attack. When the sword was unleashed, the sword light became blurry, like an illusion of light and shadow. It seemed to have silently merged into the void, like smoke and dust, not belonging to the human world. As soon as the sword appeared, it caused the power in the surroundings to change, as if it had gone from being violent to being peaceful, falling into a peaceful slumber. Heart intent sword second style, everlasting illusion. This sword rose from the heart, moved from the will, and came out from the sword. To put it bluntly, in my heart, I want to confuse you, trigger your inner thoughts and desires, and make you fall into an illusion. This intent was condensed to the extreme, and then unleashed through the sword to attack the opponent's mind. This sword attack was a new sword technique that Chenzong had perfected not long ago. It could trigger the desires in the opponent's mind and create an illusion. It also had astonishing changes, and it was filled with murderous intent. Wisps of sword chi shattered, turning into countless smoke and dust that swept through the air. A hint of confusion flashed across the heavenly god Gong's eyes. Then, it turned into a kind of fanaticism, and it was unknown what kind of illusion had been evoked in his heart. Ha 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 ha, I am the holy son of the heavenly Yuan sect, the future master of the heavenly Yuan sect. Suddenly, the heavenly god Gong roared as if he had lost his mind. He spread open his arms, as if he wanted to embrace the entire world. A majestic and vast aura suddenly exploded out from his body. It was as if it was responding to something. A vast and mighty aura also spread out from the heavens and the earth. It swept out endlessly like the waves of the vast ocean, layer upon layer and endless. Chenzong was secretly shocked. What kind of illusion had the heavenly god Gong fallen into, to think that he would say such bold words and trigger such a vast and mighty aura? It was truly astonishing. The everlasting illusion could be divided into two levels. The first level was naturally the everlasting illusion, which was to create illusions with one's mind. The second level was the everlasting illusion, which was to unleash the everlasting sword with myriad changes. Now, the heavenly god Gong had indeed been affected by the first level of the everlasting illusion, and some of his inner desires had been evoked. As for the second level of the everlasting sword chi and murderous intent, it couldn't get close to him. This was because the everlasting illusion was mixed with the heavenly god Gong's own violent power, and it surged in all directions, causing countless sword chi to shatter when they got close to him. It was as if he was being protected by the power of this world. In that case, I can only break through by force. Chenzong's eyes narrowed slightly, and a hint of seriousness appeared in them. The astonishing sharpness seemed to have disappeared in an instant, and it was replaced by a powerful and violent fluctuation that spread out from Chenzong's body. The Tao will of wind, fire, and thunder, these three Tao wills had all reached the peak of the first level of the Supreme Realm, and they were only a step away from the second level. The power of the three Tao wills was also very astonishing. Chenzong's figure moved slightly, and he sheathed his sword. The three Tao wills rotated in an instant, and they all surged into the sword, continuously condensing. Boom! In an instant, the sunken night sword was unsheathed, and it suddenly slashed forward, shocking the world. This sword had combined the terrifying power of the three Tao wills, and it was extremely powerful. As the three-colored sword light intertwined, it burst forth with a terrifying power that could destroy the world. The first form of the triple-slaying sword, mountain crushing, the sword could crush mountains. An illusory image of a mountain appeared, and when the sword light arrived, the mountain collapsed. It was extremely powerful. However, this was not the end. After the mountain-crushing sword, Qianzong didn't hesitate to attack a second time. This sword was even more powerful and terrifying, and the power it condensed was even more shocking. The second form of the triple-slaying sword, earth-shattering, when the sword slashed out, the sword light seemed to condense into a vast expanse of land that stretched for thousands of miles, as if there was no end to it. In an instant, earth-shattering rumbles sounded, and the land within thousands of miles shattered and collapsed. The power was extremely terrifying, and the surrounding lightning was all affected, turning into powder and disappearing. In terms of exquisiteness, the tripinnacle sword was not as good as the sword in 10th stream, but in terms of direct destructive power, the tripinnacle sword was much better. The mountain-crushing sword and the earth-collapsing sword were unleashed one after another, and the entire void seemed to be completely shattered. The golden light that surrounded the heavenly god Gong also shook violently like waves, and then it began to collapse and shatter. The heavenly god Gong's figure was directly enveloped. The rumbles were vast and endless, and it seemed as if the heavenly god Gong would be blasted to death and turned into powder. However, Qianzong's expression didn't relax at all. Instead, it was a little serious. In an instant, a bright light burst out from the endless darkness, and it was as if the sun had pierced through the layers of dark clouds. It was incomparable, and it burned the world. Amidst the violent rumbles, the darkness was torn apart by the golden light, and it was reduced to nothingness. Heavenly God Gong stood there like a heavenly god. Golden light condensed into flames that circled around his body and burned fiercely. His aura became even more powerful and he seemed to have merged into the void. Every breath he took caused the aura of the heaven and earth to vibrate with him. Oppression, an astonishing oppression constantly assaulted Qianzong, as if it was trying to suppress him. It was as if Qianzong had become the enemy of this world, and he was being rejected and suppressed by this world. He was like an evil demon that had invaded this world, and he was going to become the enemy of this world. He gathered all his strength, mobilized all his power, and used all his strength to resist and attack. He wanted to resist and crush the crushing power of the world. However, he couldn't do it at all. He felt as if he was a mantis trying to stop a chariot. In the face of the power of the world, his strength was as small as an ant, and he didn't have much power to resist at all. He could only be constantly suppressed by the power of the world, and a series of cracking sounds could be heard from his bones. It was as if he was going to be crushed. Sure enough, the heavenly god Gong had truly been recognized by this world, and it was as if he was the favorite child of this world, the son of heaven and earth. His attack just now had already threatened the life of the heavenly god Gong, and that was why the world reacted violently to help the heavenly god Gong deal with him. Qianzong was further aware of the danger that the Eternal Battle Fort's Heaven and Earth Bloodline General had mentioned. The danger wasn't just the Purgatory Ghost Tribe, but there were other dangers as well. For example, the danger that came from the heavenly god Gong and the suppression of the will of this world. Although he also carried the great fortune of this world, compared to the great fortune of the heavenly god Gong, there was still a gap. For example, if he was in someone else's territory and was valued because of his outstanding abilities, but if he was an enemy of the territory owner's son, the normal thing to do would be to side with the owner's son to deal with him. There was nothing wrong with this, but he just felt uncomfortable, as if he was being targeted. Suppress, suppress, suppress. When he was suppressed to the limit, he would counterattack. In an instant, a strange change occurred. An earth-shattering sound suddenly rang out from Qianzong's body, as if it was an eternal divine sound. In an instant, an indescribable immortal power rose up. Qianzong's consciousness had descended into the Eternal Battle Fort, and he had also obtained benefits from comprehending the mysteries of the Eternal Battle Fort. The level of the Eternal Battle Fort was far higher than that of the Tianyuan Sacred Region. Naturally, he carried a trace of the fortune of the Eternal Battle Fort. Although this trace of fortune wasn't as great as that of the Tianyuan Sacred Region in terms of quantity, it was many times better in terms of quality, and there was no comparison at all. At this moment, as the heavenly god Gong had mobilized the power of this world to attack and suppress it, the trace of fortune of the Eternal Battle Fort naturally appeared. It appeared in Qianzong's clear light of fortune, like a strand of hair, like a swimming dragon, like a divine lightning bolt. Although it looked very small, it contained unparalleled and astonishing potential. In an instant, Qianzong felt as if the terrifying power that was about to crush him had turned into a gentle breeze, and it couldn't affect him at all. This is the third chapter of Jiagung. Here, the everlasting illusion sword drew in the heavenly god Gong's desires and caused him to fall into an illusion. The mountain-crushing sword and earth-shattering sword put the heavenly god Gong in a difficult position. He was almost severely injured or even killed. The reason for this was that the heavenly god Gong's spirit was not perfect. His spirit was flawed. Where did this flaw come from? It came from Chenzong. In the past, the heavenly god Gong was unparalleled in his generation. No one in his generation could compare to him. At that time, he was full of mettle and was called the reincarnation of a heavenly god. However, ever since he met Chenzong, he had been having some difficulties. However, he did not pay too much attention to it. After all, there was a gap between their cultivation and strength. However, last time, he was defeated by Chenzong. If it were not for the life-saving treasure given to him by the Taishan Holy Palace, he would have been killed by Chenzong's sword. From then on, a shadow was left in the heavenly god Gong's heart. It was a thorn left behind by Chenzong's sword. Since then, his spirit could no longer be perfect. Only by defeating and killing Chenzong would he be able to pull out this thorn, eliminate this trace of shadow, and rebuild after destruction, allowing his heart to become complete once more and become even more stable. This kind of perfection would not be the superficial perfection of the past. It would be the true perfection. Only then could he take another step forward and become invincible. In fact, the heavenly god Gong had been blessed by this world since he was born. This was why he could improve so much. He was blessed with providence and everything went smoothly for him. This was also the reason why Chenzong had been unable to kill him previously even though he had wanted to. This time, the will of this world had awakened and blessed the heavenly god Gong more and more. Now, although Chenzong's battle prowess was weaker, his swordsmanship had become more powerful after returning from the eternal battle fortress. Battle prowess was only a standard. It could not be considered everything. To a certain extent, battle prowess referred to the limit of one's power. However, beyond the limit of one's power, there were also techniques. Techniques were ever-changing and many times more complicated than power. It was simply difficult to calculate. Superb techniques were also one of the fundamentals of the weak defeating the strong. It was precisely because the heavenly god Gong's life was in danger that the will of this world had joined in. It gathered the power of heaven and earth to protect the heavenly god Gong while also following the will of the heavenly god Gong to suppress Chenzong. Strictly speaking, the will of this world wasn't actively targeting Chenzong and oppressing Chenzong. Instead, it was guided by the will of the heavenly palace god. Take money for example. It doesn't have any guiding power or subjective actions, but in the hands of different people, it may have different uses. Chenzong understood this point, but understanding was one thing, and he couldn't help but feel unhappy. Fortunately, at the critical moment, the hidden providence of the eternal battle fort was activated. This could be considered a blessing in disguise. Otherwise, this strand of luck would continue to lurk. Now that the fate of the fort had been activated, it immediately stopped the pressure of the world. The pressure was like a gentle breeze, unable to affect him at all. Moreover, when this strand of luck of the eternal battle fort was activated, Chenzong discovered that he seemed to be able to sense more mysteries. This could be considered a kind of opportunity. Sure enough, returning to his original body and returning to this world would bring him great danger. However, at the same time, it would also be an opportunity. It was just a matter of whether he could grasp it. Opportunities often coexisted with danger. Chenzong saw more as he stared. The heavenly god Gong's constitution was extraordinary. He felt that his body contained a shocking power. It wasn't a power that came from cultivation, but a power that belonged to his constitution. It was just like his spirit body of heaven and earth in the eternal battle fort. Of course, the heavenly god Gong's constitution wasn't a spirit body of heaven and earth. It was another constitution. In terms of level, it wasn't inferior to a mid-level spirit body. It might even be superior. Therefore, it was very likely to be a high-level spirit body. Inferring from this, the heavenly god Gong's constitution in the past should be a spirit body. However, it should be a low-level spirit body. With the awakening of the will of this world, the potential of the constitution was awakened by the blessing of the great fortune. It rose from a low-level spirit body to a mid-level spirit body. Chen Zong's guess was probably correct. However, he didn't know that the heavenly god Gong had risked his life to enter the Great Mystery Cave to find an opportunity. With a high-level spirit body and the blessing of the world, his future achievements would definitely be amazing. It wouldn't be difficult for him to become the most powerful person in this world. It could be said that if there wasn't Chen Zong, the heavenly god Gong would really be unparalleled. However, there was Chen Zong, who took all the limelight. Now, even the power of the world couldn't do anything to him. The heavenly god Gong's expression was extremely serious. The power of the world was also one of the things he relied on. Now that it had lost its effect, the shadow in his heart had unknowingly expanded. It was inevitable that he would be like this when he encountered the Shadow Maker and couldn't do anything to him. However, after experiencing the dangers and near-death experiences in the Great Mystery Cave, the heavenly god Gong's will had become many times stronger. Although the shadow had quietly grown, he didn't lose his fighting spirit and killing intent because of it. He was no longer the same as before. If the power of the world couldn't suppress his opponent, then he would rely on his own strength. The opportunity in the Great Mystery Cave was no small matter. Until now, he hadn't completely grasped it, but its power was extremely shocking. Calm down and concentrate. There was no wind, but his long robe danced endlessly, making rustling sounds. Countless lightning bolts gathered around him, collided, and then dissipated. Time and time again, they surged fiercely like a violent sea of lightning. Astonishing power fluctuations suddenly poured out of the heavenly god Gong's body. It was like the sea was flowing, and it was like the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. Chen Zong's expression froze, and he was secretly shocked. What kind of power was this? He only felt that the aura that leaked out was extremely powerful. Clearly, this kind of power was extremely shocking and brilliant. It was far from being comparable to the power that could be cultivated by the cultivation techniques in this world. It was like his own Genesis Sword Origin technique, or Luosha King's Purgatory Ghost Divine Body, or Qin Xiu's Divine Fiend Azure Battle Technique. However, the aura that his opponent contained couldn't be compared to the Divine Fiend Azure Battle Technique. Clearly, the level of the cultivation technique that his opponent cultivated couldn't be compared to the Divine Fiend Azure Battle Technique. However, it was already comparable to the power of Luosha King's Purgatory Ghost Divine Body. The reason why Qin Xiu had such shocking battle strength was because of the Divine Fiend Azure Battle Technique. As for sword techniques, it wasn't his forte. The heavenly god Gong must have had a great opportunity in these years. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to master such powerful power. His aura rapidly strengthened, and a shocking battle intent also spread and soared into the sky. It was as if he didn't stop fighting and would fight in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. This was a battle technique, an astonishing battle technique with soaring battle intent. 9 heavens and 10 earths battle technique. This was the inheritance that the heavenly god Gong had received in the Great Mystery Cave. This battle technique was naturally not left behind by someone from the Lingwu sacred world. Instead, it was left behind by a powerful cultivator who came from the void of the universe a long, long time ago. Battle intent, waves, it was earth-shattering, and even Chen Zong was shocked. Then, sword intent soared into the sky. That battle intent and sword intent shattered thousands of heavenly lightning and created a vacuum. The battle intent in the heavenly god Gong's eyes seemed to have solidified. It was as if golden flames were burning fiercely, incinerating the vacuum, and also seemed to want to incinerate Chen Zong. His power condensed, and his aura became more and more powerful. Boom, the heavenly god Gong punched out, and golden light condensed. It seemed to have solidified, and it directly shattered the void. The shocking battle intent turned into a layer of brilliance that covered this punch, and it made this punch even more powerful and invincible. This was the heavenly god Gong's true battle strength. The punch made Chen Zong's expression extremely solemn. He only felt that this punch was about to hit him, and he could not resist at all. He would be defeated in an instant. The battle intent condensed, and everything in the path of the punch was shattered. Pressure, the shocking pressure was like the sea pouring in, pouring down in torrents. This punch also attracted the vital energy of heaven and earth from all directions, and it condensed into it. It became more and more powerful, and its power became more and more shocking. His mind moved, and he wanted to release the heartbeat chain. The sword slashed out, and there were thousands of trajectories. Suddenly, all of them hit that punch. However, under the cover of the battle intent, all the flaws were eliminated, and the heartbeat chain failed, because it could not break that layer of astonishing battle intent at all. The battle intent seemed to have solidified, and it had tyrannical offensive power and astonishing defensive power. The sword light shattered when it hit. Without any hesitation, Xianxia immediately changed his move. Earth-shattering sword. The three-colored sword light blended and intertwined, and as it rotated, it burst forth with an incomparably shocking power, as if it could shatter the earth. The fist trembled slightly, and under the support of the battle intent, the fist was very stable and condensed. It penetrated the sword light and brazenly attacked. The power of this punch was so tyrannical. Boom, Xianxia was directly hit. That punch instantly erupted with a terrifying force that seemed like it could destroy everything in its path. It was invincible. Xianxia's body shattered in an instant, and then, a rotating and twisting force twisted Xianxia's body into pieces. Even the void around him was twisted and broken, and countless black cracks appeared. The heavenly god Gong punched out again. Golden light filled the air, and the battle intent condensed on the fist tip, and it blasted behind him. Xianxia's true body also appeared behind him silently, and his sword slashed through the air. The sword light's trajectory was rippling like water. However, the sword lights were all pierced and shattered by the fist. It was a very terrifying fist technique. It seemed that there was only one punch, but it was condensed with supreme battle intent, and it was invincible. The current heavenly god Gong had only mastered this punch, but this punch alone contained extremely terrifying power. It was as if nothing in the world could withstand it, and if it faced it head-on, it would be shattered by the terrifying battle intent of the punch. It was an extremely powerful punch, a punch with monstrous battle intent, and an unparalleled punch. Xianxia's expression was solemn, but his eyes were filled with black and white, and they instantly rotated like a divine wheel. The sunken night sword was in the center, and it slashed out. Instantly, it was as if the sword split heaven and earth into yin and yang. Black and white appeared, and they turned into a black and white sword light that circled around the sword without beginning or end. The first form of the yin-yang sword technique, yin-yang sword wheel, streaks of light spread out from the black and white yin-yang sword wheel like divine radiance. Let me tell you a secret. The female lead is actually heavenly god Gong. The sword wheel was black and white, and the sword was divided into yin and yang. Boom, the power of the fist was earth-shattering. The yin-yang sword wheel, which was rotating at a moderate speed, trembled at that moment. Surprisingly, it was unable to weaken the power contained in the fist. Under such direct contact, Xianxia could feel the power of heavenly god Gong's fist even more directly and deeply. Heavenly god Gong's power was condensed into a single entity under the fist formed by the golden fighting spirit. Even the power of the yin-yang sword wheel was unable to shake it, weaken it, and disintegrate it, let alone counterattack. The mystery of the yin-yang sword wheel lay in the rotation of yin and yang. From yang to yin, and then from yin to yang, it was like the overlapping of light and heavy. Between light and heavy, it could resist the power of the attack and continuously weaken it, disintegrating it into nothingness. It could even take away a portion of the power, and after one rotation, throw it back at the opponent to counterattack. However, when the opponent's power was condensed to a certain extent, it might be difficult to weaken or disintegrate it. For example, flowing water could wash away sand, but it could not wash away rocks. Even the surging waves were unable to disperse the stubborn rock. The 9 heavens and 10 earths battle technique cultivated an unparalleled fighting spirit. It could fight the earth, the sky, and everything in the world. There was nothing it could not fight. Thus, an unparalleled fighting spirit would be nurtured. The fighting spirit was like a sharp blade that could destroy everything. This inheritance was extremely shocking. Heavenly god Gong had only mastered it recently. Even so, he was still able to condense the battle fist edge and cover it slightly on the surface of his fist. He was able to completely gather and unify all of his strength. It was incomparably condensed and could break through anything. It was extremely terrifying. The rotation of the yin-yang sword wheel became slower and slower. Gradually, a crack appeared. It was like a broken porcelain. More and more cracks appeared, and eventually, it shattered. However, the power of the fist was greatly reduced because of this. There was only a thin layer of the fighting spirit left, and it was almost undetectable. Qianzong took the opportunity to strike with his sword. The sword light was vast and powerful. Slash, the heavenly god Gong's fist was instantly shattered. Qianzong was terrified of his own strength. Through the sword, he felt his palms go numb. The muscles and bones in his arms trembled, and he was forced to retreat. What a powerful force! In terms of strength alone, Qianzong was secretly shocked. He was even stronger than himself. After knocking back Qianzong with a punch, heavenly god Gong's expression remained unchanged. His eyes were calm and indifferent, but his battle intent was burning like a crimson flame. Around his body, strands of golden light rippled like water, fluctuating. That was his fighting spirit. The battle intent cultivated by the 9 heavens 10 earths battle technique. The more Qianzong stared at it, the more he discovered the mysteries of that cultivation method. It was as if he didn't cultivate his inner strength, his physique, or his soul. He only cultivated his fighting spirit. That battle will possessed an astonishing might. This was truly a peculiar cultivation method. The battle intent could be said to be illusory, but it wasn't. It could be said to be real, but it could also be illusory. It could switch between real and illusory at will. This was somewhat similar to Tao will, but it was also different. It was truly an extremely profound and mysterious power. In the blink of an eye, after a few exchanges, Qianzong had deduced the mysteries of the battle will that heavenly god Gong had mastered. However, he couldn't grasp it. After all, the 9 heavens 10 earths battle technique that cultivated the battle will was a superb inheritance. It came from the void of the universe, and its mysteries couldn't be seen through so easily. One had to know that in order to obtain this inheritance, heavenly god Gong had almost died, just like the ancestors of the Taishan Holy Palace. Without sufficient luck and ability, one wouldn't be able to obtain this inheritance at all. There was no doubt that heavenly god Gong was capable. Moreover, he was blessed with great luck. That was why he was able to obtain this inheritance at such a close call. His strength was integrated, and his battle prowess was greatly increased. Heavenly god Gong wasn't surprised that he couldn't kill or even injure Qianzong with one punch. It would be too disappointing if his opponent, who had left a thorn in his heart, was killed by him with one punch. If one punch didn't work, he would give him another. If 2 punches didn't work, he would give him a third. The battle will cultivated from the 9 heavens 10 earths battle technique integrated all of one's strength and condensed it to the extreme. It could destroy and destroy everything, and it cultivated a shocking battle will. That battle will was indestructible and invincible. With the battle will in his body, heavenly god Gong's confidence was through the roof. Qianzong was also full of battle will. However, this battle will was only a kind of emotion. It was a kind of excitement that came from fighting a strong opponent. It was different from the battle will that heavenly god Gong had mastered. If he fought again, perhaps heavenly god Gong would become his motivation to improve further. Perhaps in this battle, his Tao will of the heart sword would be further refined. From then on, it would shine and break through to the 3rd level of the pinnacle realm. Its power would increase greatly. Perhaps the Tao will of wind, fire, and thunder could also break through the limit and reach the 2nd level of the pinnacle realm. Its power would also increase greatly. Battle will, an astonishing battle will quickly gathered on heavenly god Gong's body. Sword will also gathered on Qianzong's body. You are the son of providence of this world. If I kill you, the will of this world will be severely injured. I will be blessed with great providence and will be able to peek into the ghost god stage in the future. Suddenly, an extremely violent voice filled with an endless evil aura suddenly sounded. It was like rolling demonic thunder, shattering the void. Both Qianzong and heavenly god Gong's expressions changed drastically. Previously, they had not sensed anything. But now, as the voice that was filled with malice and murderous intent rang out, an incomparably strong sense of danger instantly swept over them, as if a flood had broken through a dam. It was as if the incomparably strong sense of danger instantly swept over them, as if it wanted to drown their minds and destroy their wills. It was too sudden and too powerful. It was completely unexpected. Without hesitation, both Qianzong and heavenly god Gong quickly retreated. This was the first time that Chenzong had heard this voice. However, he had already sensed the astonishing malice and killing intent. It was from the Ghost King who was guarding the Ghost City in the boundary of Tai Luo City. He had made his move. The Ghost King that they had been wary of had finally made his move. Heavenly God Gong didn't know who this person was. However, the will of this world made him understand that this person was his natural enemy. He was a great threat to himself and this world. The threat was even many times greater than Chenzong's. This was because once the will of this world was attacked, it would eventually affect him. If he lost the blessings of providence, his cultivation would become slower and more difficult. Therefore, he couldn't lose his providence. He had to kill his natural enemy first. Accompanied by extreme malice and killing intent, 2 streaks of black light pierced through the air. One streaked toward Heavenly God Gong and the other toward Chenzong. The 2 streaks of black light contained extremely terrifying power. Wherever they passed, the void was directly shattered. Moreover, they were silent. That kind of power was extremely condensed and condensed to the extreme. Both Chenzong and Heavenly God Gong felt their hair stand on end. It was as if this attack had already brought about a fatal threat to them. So powerful, Chenzong didn't try to take it head-on because the power of this attack was too terrifying. It was terrifying to the extreme. He felt that he couldn't withstand it at all. Once he chose to resist it, it was very likely that he would be repelled or even killed. Yin Yang. Chenzong's expression was extremely serious. His eyes changed in an instant. His right eye turned black, and his left eye turned white. Apparently, he had made another breakthrough in this extreme crisis. Yin Yang Seamless, this was a self-created secret movement technique that was even more refined. In an instant, Chenzong's body was hit by the streak of black light. Silently, the black light shattered and turned into a spatial black hole, swallowing Chenzong's body. In the depths of that pitch-black spatial crack, strong winds and raging thunder could be seen. It was extremely terrifying and filled with astonishing destructive power. Chenzong's real body appeared not far away. His face was slightly pale. What a terrifying attack. He was so close to not being able to dodge it. His real body would have been torn apart, and even his soul would have fallen into that spatial crack. His body and soul would have been destroyed. Fortunately, under the pressure of this life and death crisis, his yin-yang seamless movement technique had also made a breakthrough and reached a higher level. He was able to transform yin and yang into formless space, thus avoiding this terrifying attack. As for Heavenly God Gong's response, he didn't dodge it. Instead, he attacked. It seemed that he, who had cultivated the 9 heavens and 10 earths battle technique and condensed a powerful battle intent, was doing this. The streak of black light was silent, but it was extremely condensed and carried an extremely strong threat. Wherever it passed, the void was not damaged at all. Condensed, his battle intent was like a sharp blade. His strength was extremely condensed. Then, he punched out. The fist broke through the void and blasted toward the streak of black light without hesitation. The power of this punch was also extremely condensed. However, as soon as it came into contact with the black light, it paused for a moment. Then, it was penetrated by the streak of black light. It seemed that it couldn't put up any resistance and was instantly destroyed. The streak of black light didn't weaken at all and attacked again. Punch, 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 Heavenly God Gong's fists were condensed with battle intent and he punched out wildly. Every punch was filled with his full strength and bombarded the streak of black light continuously. Pressing forward with indomitable will, like a hot knife through butter, the 9 heavens and 10 earths battle technique was activated to the extreme. The fists were shattered again and again, and the battle intent became more condensed as it was shattered again and again. The secret of the 9 heavens and 10 earths battle technique was to fight the heavens, the earth, the people, the self, and everything. There was nothing that it couldn't fight. If it dodged, it would inevitably lose its sharpness. Only by facing it head-on and condensing supreme battle intent could one achieve the path of invincibility. However, that streak of black light was too condensed. It was terrifyingly condensed. Even though it had shattered dozens of fists filled with battle intent, it still possessed astonishing power. Heavenly God Gong's expression became more and more serious. With a sudden roar, his long hair danced in the air as if it was about to explode. Each strand of his hair exuded an astonishing golden light, as if it was about to shatter the void. His battle intent was suddenly condensed to the extreme by Heavenly God Gong, and it was even more powerful than before. Under the layers of pressure, Heavenly God Gong's 9 heavens and 10 earths battle technique improved again. This was a superb battle technique that was born for battle. The more he battled, the faster he would be able to comprehend it. Only when one was afraid of battle would they stop moving forward and lose the will to forge ahead. Let's fight. His long hair exploded, and golden light soared into the sky. It shattered all the heavenly lightning in the surroundings and cleared out a vast expanse of empty space. His power was completely unleashed, as if he had been completely overdrawn, as if he had surpassed his limit. His battle intent suddenly turned into a burning flame. Power surged, continuously penetrating his fist. Then, his fist turned into a palm, and his battle intent condensed on the edge of his palm, reaching 2 points. Compared to before, this battle intent was even more condensed and powerful. The 9 golden battle stars. Above Heavenly God Gong's head shone brightly, and wisps of golden light spread out from the battle stars, connecting with the other battle stars, and becoming clearer and clearer. His aura had become even more powerful. This made Xianxia secretly shocked. What kind of opportunity did Heavenly God Gong receive to be so terrifying? Xianxia could also see very clearly that this was not only a matter of opportunity, but also a matter of the great providence of this world. The combination of the two was the reason for this. If one of them was missing, Heavenly God Gong would not have been able to make such progress. Although he also had providence, the providence of this world could not be compared to Heavenly God Gong's. Although he also had the providence of the Eternal Battle Fort, the Eternal Battle Fort was very powerful. He was only a small pawn in it, so he could only obtain a wisp of the providence of the Eternal Battle Fort to protect himself, and not be suppressed by Heavenly God Gong's power of this world. If he wanted to obtain more of the providence of the Eternal Battle Fort, he had to improve himself. He even had to break through to the mighty prowess stage. At first, it seemed very difficult, but in fact, it was because the Eternal Battle Fort was countless times more powerful than the Tianyuan Sacred Region. In the Tianyuan Sacred Region, the Great Sage stage was the peak, and that was the lowest level, the mighty prowess stage. Therefore, a powerful half-step great sage was the most tyrannical existence in the absence of a great sage. Naturally, the great sage would carry more fortune. However, in the Eternal Battle Fort, ordinary mighty prowess cultivators were nothing, and they were everywhere. It was like comparing a pheasant and a phoenix. Of course, for now, the providence of this world was obviously more beneficial. For example, Heavenly God Gong had the help of the gods. But in the long run, the destiny of the Eternal Battle Fort was more beneficial. Of course, the best outcome would be to obtain the blessings of this world and the Eternal Battle Fort at the same time. However, this was sometimes an extravagant hope. Thinking about it, Xianxia didn't pursue the matter further. That would only mess up his mind and disturb his mind, which would make it difficult for him to cultivate. The original heart should not be covered in dust. The original intention should be clear to the bottom. Vaguely, Xianxia seemed to have seen through some kind of mystery, faintly discernible. At this moment, the Heavenly God Gong unleashed an attack with all of his might. Chop, the palm blade was extremely sharp and domineering. When it descended, it immediately shattered space and mercilessly slashed at the streak of black light. The black streak of light was actually very fast, and it only took an extremely short amount of time for the black streak of light to appear before Heavenly God Gong unleashed all of his punches. The sharp golden light of the fighting spirit immediately came into contact with the black light under the extremely tyrannical palm blade. Although the black streak of light was unstoppable when it broke through the dozens of fist auras, it was still somewhat exhausted. At this moment, when it clashed with the extremely tyrannical palm blade, it paused slightly. However, although the palm blade was tyrannical, it still couldn't compare to the black streak of light. Break, this was the Heavenly God Gong's most powerful attack, and he didn't hold back at all. It could be considered his final attack. After this attack was broken, he no longer had any power to resist and was instantly bombarded by the black streak of light. The moment the black streak of light hit the Heavenly God Gong, it instantly exploded and covered his body. Countless spatial cracks spread all over the place, and the wind and thunder roared, emanating an extremely terrifying might. Chen Zong's expression changed drastically, and his eyes became extremely grave. Is the heavenly god Gong going to die just like that? This level of attack was simply too terrifying. Immediately after, Chen Zong keenly discovered that the heavenly god Gong didn't disappear within the pitch-black darkness. Instead, he was continuously resisting. The vital energy of heaven and earth surged from all directions along with the power of heaven and earth. The astral wind layer, the heavenly fire layer, and the heavenly thunder layer were all affected, and they were all trembling non-stop, as if they were about to merge into one. Endless astral wind roared, endless heavenly fire swept, and endless lightning surged. Under the guidance of the will of heaven and earth, they all transformed into extremely shocking torrents that surged violently in the direction of the heavenly god Gong. The astonishing tricolored torrents constantly swept past him, and Chen Zong was secretly shocked. Such power was truly incomparably shocking. Roar, 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 a series of vigorous and violent roars rang out at the same time. Amidst the endless tide of heavenly lightning, there were a total of 9 giant dragons roaring, riding the wind and breaking the waves as they came from all directions. Of these 9 giant dragons, 3 were condensed from the essence of astral wind, 3 were condensed from the essence of heavenly fire, and 3 were condensed from the essence of heavenly thunder. Amidst the rumbling, the 9 giant dragons charged toward the heavenly god Gong, directly attacking the pitch-black darkness outside his body. In just an instant, the 9 giant dragons shattered, transforming into countless bolts of lightning that spread continuously, as if to eliminate the power of the pitch-black cracks and flatten them. Chen Zong couldn't help but be astonished. As expected of the heavenly god Gong, who was favored by the will of this world, the heavenly god Gong didn't die, and the will of this world had activated the power of heaven and earth to help him resist. Amidst the mighty tricolored power, the black light dissipated, and countless cracks spread across the heavenly god Gong's body, as if his body was going to be torn apart. He was like a porcelain vase that was full of cracks. In the next moment, countless golden lights rippled like water, and as they rippled, the terrifying pitch-black cracks were smoothed out. This scene astonished Chen Zong. Boom, as his injuries healed, the heavenly god Gong's aura erupted, and it was even more powerful than before. Golden light filled the air, and it was as if flames were burning incessantly, incinerating everything. Unexpectedly, the aura of battle intent swept out like a storm, and it contained vast and mighty lightning. Its power was astonishing. My cultivation is different from his, but the Tao of the sword has always been sharp, and I have nothing to fear. Chen Zong's eyes flickered incessantly, and suddenly, layers of enlightenment appeared, and spiritual light appeared in his divine sea like a waterfall. Under the illumination of the spiritual light, the Tao intent of the heart sword flickered. My sword intent is the Tao intent of the heart sword, and it is a Tao of the sword that is based on one's heart, mind, and will. Regardless of whether it is attacking or withdrawing the sword, it all depends on one's heart. My sword follows my heart, and I have to forge ahead with my will. In an instant, Chen Zong's eyes shone brightly, and 2 extremely sharp sword lights shot out instantly, as if they came from his heart. In an instant, the divine sea shone brightly. The Tao intent of the heart sword trembled, and it let out an extremely shocking sword hum, which reverberated throughout the divine sea and shook continuously. A speck of spiritual light quietly grew from the deepest part of the Tao intent of the heart sword. Under the illumination of the spiritual light, the Tao intent of the heart sword became more and more solid. In an instant, the speck of spiritual light in the deepest part of the heart sword transformed into a divine radiance, and it gradually filled the sword's shadow, which gradually condensed and covered it. Then, like water ripples, it quietly flowed and became lively, and all the sharpness was concealed within it. Breakthrough, the Tao intent of the heart sword had finally broken through from the 2nd level of the extreme realm to the 3rd level of the extreme realm, and its might had increased greatly. In the outside world, strong winds roared, heavenly flames raged, and layers of lightning surged endlessly. It also carried Chen Zong's 3 mixed Tao intents to fluctuate endlessly, and it shone brightly as if it was about to go on a rampage. The Tao intents of wind, fire, and thunder had already reached the limit of the 1st level of the extreme realm. Now, his strength was constantly increasing, and his aura was constantly increasing. With a rumble, in an instant, the Tao intents of wind, fire, and thunder shone brightly, and his aura skyrocketed, and he instantly broke through the second level of the extreme realm. In this way, Qinzong's overall strength had increased by quite a bit, and the might of these two Dao intents was completely not inferior to the Dao intent of Yin and Yang. Along with the breakthrough, boundless spiritual light surged and swept through his mind like a tidal wave, and it went straight into the depths of his soul. This was the rapid transformation of his foundation after his Dao intent broke through. In other words, Qinzong was using this opportunity to create a new sword move. It took a long time to describe, but it happened in the blink of an eye. From the moment the black light attacked to Qinzong breaking through and comprehending it, the process seemed very long, but it was actually very short, and only took a breath. Thousands of inspirations collided into countless sparks, and everything settled and transformed. Previously, he did not create a new sword move, not because Qinzong was unwilling, but because his level was not high enough, and he was separated by a fine line, so he could not comprehend it no matter how hard he tried. But now, the level of his Dao intent was high enough, and the ultimate move was born. Soon, the third move of the sword intent stream was created, and the third move of the tripinnacle sword was also created. Sometimes, when an opportunity was grasped, it would bring about an obvious increase in combat strength. Not only that, but the power of the first and second moves also became more tyrannical with the breakthrough of his Dao intent. Even though he had broken through, Qinzong was not complacent, because his opponent, the heavenly god Gong, had also become more powerful. Moreover, the Ghost King who attacked also appeared before him. When the huge figure in armor appeared, an astonishing aura suppressed the surroundings. The violent astral winds, heavenly fire, and heavenly thunder seemed to be suppressed, and everything calmed down. Suppressing the void, it was as if this part of the world was also suppressed. The 3-meter-tall figure had a physique as hard as steel, and the battle armor seemed to grow out of the body, as if it was one. Just the aura that it emitted made Qinzong and the heavenly god Gong feel extremely suppressed. This kind of existence seemed to be able to suppress them with a single hand. The faintly discernible aura locked onto them, giving rise to a feeling that they could not escape no matter where they went. It was a kind of traction of qi, and no matter where they fled, they could not escape from this kind of qi. This place was too far away from Bewildering Light Island, and coupled with the traction of the qi, Qinzong was unable to return to Bewildering Light Island instantly. For the first time, Qinzong realized that this so-called trump card was not that useful. Since they could not escape, they could only fight. In an instant, Qinzong and the heavenly god Gong seemed to have a tacit understanding, and they looked at each other. With just a glance, they immediately understood each other's intentions. Join forces, only by joining forces could they hope to get out of this predicament. Furthermore, if he could kill this Ghost King, he would be able to reap great benefits. Attack. Without hesitation, Qinzong and the heavenly god Gong attacked at the same time, one from the left and one from the right, toward the Ghost King. The heavenly god Gong punched out, and with the support of 30% of his battle intent, this punch seemed to be able to shatter the void, and its power was extremely tyrannical and terrifying. Qinzong slashed out with his sword, and the three-colored sword light intertwined, and the illusory image of a mountain appeared, instantly landing on the Ghost King. The first move of the triple pinnacle sword, mountain crushing. Please subscribe. I'm so poor that I don't even have anything to eat. If you don't subscribe, I'll be starving. Battle intent covered the surface of the fist, and it smashed through the void. The mountain-crushing sword light was unstoppable, and it shattered the mountain with a single strike. It was extremely domineering. However, the Ghost King didn't seem to notice anything. It had no intention of dodging at all. From its expression, it didn't seem to care about these two attacks at all. Boom, boom. The Ghost King didn't dodge or counterattack. It was immediately hit by the two extremely powerful attacks. The fist energy and the sword light exploded, and the illusory mountain shattered. However, the Ghost King didn't move at all. Qinzong and heavenly god Gong couldn't help but gasp in shock. The two of them had used all their strength in this attack. If they had attacked each other, they definitely wouldn't have been able to withstand it directly. However, the Ghost King had withstood it completely. It didn't seem to be injured at all. In fact, it couldn't even move its body. Kill. Qinzong and heavenly god Gong were both decisive. Since they were sure that they couldn't escape from the Ghost King's aura, they could only join forces and counterattack. Since the first attack didn't work, they had to use a more powerful attack. Heavenly God Gong raised his palm blade and slashed it down. 30% battle intent covered the sky and tore through it. The 9 golden battle stars above his head shone brightly. The golden light connected with each other, as if they were about to merge into one. The 9th battle star above Chen Zong's head also turned silvery white. Moreover, it was transforming into a golden color. Although the overall color wasn't as bright as Heavenly God Gong's, if it could reach the level of a golden battle star, its battle prowess would increase greatly. An astonishing power condensed on Chen Zong's body. This power seemed to shatter the sky and crack the earth. It was this power that pushed Chen Zong's battle prowess forward and completely transformed the 9th battle star into a golden color. The third form of the tri-slaying sword, Heaven Slashing, condensing the power of the Taichu sword origin technique and the power of the second level of the Supreme Realm mixed with Tao intent, he merged the mysteries of heaven and earth into it to unleash the third sword that he had just created and perfected to a certain extent. The first sword was mountain crushing, the second sword was earth shattering, and the third sword was naturally related to the sky. Heaven slashing, just as the sword was about to strike, light and shadow flickered. In the sky, there seemed to be countless illusory images of palaces. The jade palaces were as splendid and magnificent as the palaces of heaven. However, this magnificence was like a flower in the mirror and the moon in the water, like smoke and dust when the wind blew. However, this was also because this move had just been created and had not been completely perfected. However, its power was already beginning to show. Suddenly, the ghost heavenly gods was the ghost king slashing heaven slashing is God TTS slashing. A shocking crack was also cut open in the sky. It was a ghastly sight. Such power was extremely tyrannical and incomparably terrifying. LLL have a TMT have 8T dare boom. The originally faintly discernible aura suddenly soared, and a shocking scene took place. Above the Ghost King's head, there was no battle star. Instead, there were 2 flowers. Amongst these 2 flowers, one was blood red in color and seemed to be suffused with an unparalleled fluctuation of blood energy. It was practically on the verge of condensing into material form, and it was suffused with a soul-stirring beauty. The other flower was brown in color, and it emanated a powerful, heavy, and overbearing feeling. The brown flower seemed somewhat illusory, like a shadow. It seemed unreal, as if it would dissipate with a gust of wind. Chen Zong's eyes narrowed. The eternal battle fort didn't just give him comprehension of the mysteries of heaven and earth. It also gave him a lot of general knowledge about cultivation. Thus, Chen Zong immediately knew the ghost heaven slashing sword's level. 3 flower manifestation, this was a level higher than the battle star manifestation. It was the level after the battle star. Once the 9 stars were condensed to the extreme and connected to each other, that was the true limit of the 9 stars. The next breakthrough was the so-called invincible half-step great saint, or the peak of the demigod realm. The most basic requirement for the peak of the demigod realm was to condense the flower of extremity. The ghost heaven slashing sword had condensed 2 of the 3 flowers. What were the 3 flowers? The 3 flowers of essence, chi, and spirit were also the 3 flowers of heaven, earth, and man. Of course, the so-called peak of the demigod realm was just a name. There were several smaller stages within it. Now, it seemed that the ghost heaven slashing sword's talent was astonishing, and its battle prowess had reached a terrifying level. The blood-red flower was called the flower of essence, or the flower of man. It was condensed from the essence of the human body. It represented a person's foundation, physique, and blood chi. The brown flower was called the flower of chi, or the flower of earth. It was condensed from the power cultivated in the human body. It represented the power of the cultivation method. The last of the 3 flowers was called the flower of God, or the flower of heaven. It was condensed from the will of the human body. It represented spirit, will, faith, and so on. Only by condensing the flower of extremity could one break through the 9-star battle prowess and advance to a higher level. There was a huge gap between the 9-star battle prowess and the 8-star battle prowess. Therefore, the invincible half-step great saint level was naturally much stronger than the 9-star battle prowess. The 2 flowers that appeared above the ghost heaven slashing sword's head were both palm-sized, and they emitted an extremely shocking aura. When the flower of extremity appeared, the ghost heaven slashing sword's aura was also extremely powerful. It was obvious that it had brought out its true strength. This also meant that Chenzong and Heavenly God Gong's killing moves had the ability to threaten it. Attack, the ghost heaven slashing sword waved one hand. In an instant, a black light shot out silently. The power was extremely condensed within the black light, and there was almost no leakage. There was no mighty momentum, and it did not cause any damage to the surroundings. However, its power was extremely shocking. Under the black light, Heavenly God Gong's attack and Chenzong's sword were hit at the same time. They paused for a moment, and then immediately dissipated after a few seconds. However, the black light did not seem to be damaged at all. It split apart and charged toward Chenzong and Heavenly God Gong. The two of them immediately felt their hair stand on end, and they were extremely shocked. Boom, golden light and lightning raged. Heavenly God Gong crossed his arms and made a charging posture. A golden figure mixed with countless lightning bolts suddenly rushed out. Chenzong swung his sword, and the black and white lights were split into two. Yin-yang sword wheel. In an instant, the yin-yang sword wheel paused and then shattered. The white light rose and the black light sank. Heaven and earth reversed, and immediately swallowed the black light. This move swallowed the opponent's power, and then completely counterattacked. However, the power of this move exceeded the limit of the heaven and earth reversal. It could not completely swallow the power, and it shattered directly. An extremely terrifying power raged and charged directly toward Chenzong. It made Chenzong's hair stand on end, and he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. His entire body was extremely cold. If he was hit by this move, he would die. There was no doubt about this. Chenzong was very sure. He could not take it head-on. He was not Heavenly God Gong, and he did not have such great luck. However, he also had his own methods. Seamless yin and yang. Indefinite real and illusory, this was what he had comprehended previously. It alternated between real and illusory, so it was indefinite. The moment the body turned from real to illusory, the body was immediately hit and instantly turned into nothingness. Together with the void where the body was, it was extremely terrifying. Intense sword style, chain heartbeat, countless sword lights streaked across the sky, and from the same starting point, they swept across the sky and headed toward the same ending point. This move could not draw the Ghost King's mind, because the Ghost King's ultimate realm of divine will had been condensed to the extreme, and it had turned into a divine flower. Unless Chenzong could also condense a divine flower, the intense sword style's draw would be ineffective. However, the failure did not mean that this sword was useless. It followed the guidance of the user's mind and pierced toward the opponent's weak point. The Ghost King seemed to be mocking Chenzong, mocking him for his futility. This move hit the so-called weak point, but it only left a white mark. It could not even break the armor. Chenzong was secretly shocked, and he changed his move extremely quickly. Suddenly, a trace of gloominess flashed across his eyes, as if he had lost all vitality. His aura became completely still, as if all vitality had been extinguished. This was a kind of silence that came from the depths of his heart, and it affected him. It was as if he had really lost all vitality. The gloomy luster in his eyes became deeper and deeper, as if he had sunk into hell. A touch of gray sword light spread across the sword in an instant. As if intentionally or unintentionally, the sword followed some kind of trajectory between heaven and earth and slashed out. The third move of the Heart Intent sword style, Infinite Heart Annihilation, this move was also created by Chenzong not long ago after his Heart Sword Dao Intent had broken through to the third level of the Extreme Realm. Heart Intent, Heart Illusion, and Heart Annihilation. In terms of destructive power, this move was the strongest among the three moves. Chain, Limitless, and Infinite. It was also the strongest of the Infinite sword styles. When the Heart Annihilation and the Infinite sword styles merged into one, their combined power became even more terrifying, tyrannical, and shocking. This was a move that was purely for the sake of killing. When the sword was unleashed, the intent to annihilate one's own vitality was born first. It was as if one's own vitality had disappeared, and the sword was used to drive the opponent to annihilate their vitality. There was also a shocking will that directly attacked the opponent's mind, causing the opponent to feel that their vitality was rapidly draining away. using one's own heart to reflect the opponent's heart. When this move was unleashed, the Ghost King revealed a slightly shocked expression, as if this move had brought a trace of threat to him. This was a threat that directly targeted one's mind. If he hadn't formed the divine flower, he wouldn't have been able to resist at all. Even though he had formed the divine flower, he still felt as if his vitality was draining away. A person's will was very strong. If an ordinary person constantly felt that they were weak and constantly hinted that they were weak, they would lose their confidence and truly become weak. If a cultivator's will was stronger, the consequences would be even faster and more shocking. When you constantly thought that you were going to die, you would become weak and on the verge of death, as if you were really going to die. The Heart Annihilation, Infinite Sword Styles, took this mystery and merged it with the Infinite Sword Styles. While directly attacking one's mind, it also possessed a terrifying power that could annihilate everything. This kind of sword technique first targeted one's mind, making it even harder to defend against. If the Ghost King hadn't formed the divine flower, which could be said to be flawless, he wouldn't have been able to resist it. At the same time, the heavenly god Gong attacked again. The battle-intent fist became more and more condensed, and it continued to break through during the battle. Two extremely powerful killing moves almost simultaneously streaked across the void from two different angles and attacked the Purgatory Ghost King. A trace of seriousness flashed across the Purgatory Ghost King's eyes. Of course, it was only a trace. To be able to threaten an expert of the pinnacle of the demigod realm without reaching the pinnacle of the demigod realm, even if it was only a trace, it was already very shocking. As expected of the one who inherited the great fortune of this world. It was indeed extraordinary. None of you are coming to Zongheng to support the official subscription. The Six Dao family is about to eat dirt. Under the void, the heavenly lightning layer was filled with boundless lightning. It was as if a lightning dragon was roaring incessantly. In the face of Chen Zong and heavenly god Gong's strongest attacks, the three flowers above the Purgatory Ghost King's head rotated slowly. Instantly, a black light spread out from its extremely powerful body. Streaks of black cracks appeared in the void. Those were the spatial cracks. The Purgatory Ghost King was actually able to form spatial cracks with its own energy fluctuations. It was not inferior to a 9-star battle prowess at all. It was extremely terrifying. The Ghost King raised its arms slightly and swung them out, one above the other. It seemed simple, but it contained an astonishing profundity. It contained the astonishing killing power of other ghost soldiers and ghost generals, as well as brilliant techniques. The martial arts of the Purgatory Ghoul race were often not profound and unfathomable. They were just very pure and extreme killing techniques that were comprehended from countless life and death battles. However, at the Ghost King level, it was different. On top of the original foundation, it began to integrate the mysteries of heaven and earth, causing its power to increase greatly. Not only was there an iron-blooded killing power in each of its moves, but there were also exquisite changes in its techniques, making it even more terrifying. The Ghost King swung its claws, one toward heavenly god Gong and the other toward Shenzong. Their attacks also landed on the Ghost King's body. Instantly, the black light was torn apart and shattered, and the attack directly hit the armor. The armor was extremely powerful and had an extremely shocking defensive power. However, it was unable to completely withstand the powerful attacks of the two and was instantly broken apart. The Ghost King's face seemed to twitch slightly. The armor was connected to the flesh. It was the armor that the Purgatory Ghost clan would grow after breaking through to the peak of the demigod realm. When the armor was broken, the Purgatory Ghost clan would feel it. However, that was all. Regardless of whether it was heavenly god Gong or Chen Zong's attacks, they could only break the armor. They could not hurt the Purgatory Ghost King at all. The difference was too great. It was so great that it made one feel hopeless. The Ghost King's claws swept across the void silently. Its power was extremely restrained, but it completely sealed the void around it and directly suppressed it. When this attack arrived, Chen Zong's expression became extremely serious. Yinyang's seamless first tier, indefinite reality, however, in that instant, Chen Zong's expression changed. He felt that the seal around him had intensified, making it difficult for him to use his illusory form. That claw also instantly slashed out. At the same time, the Heavenly Palace God was also facing a perilous situation. This attack was the Purgatory Ghost King's true strength. It was terrifying to the extreme. It was incomparable to the previous attacks. The Heavenly Palace God's power continued to erupt, and the power of heaven and earth surged violently along with it. There seemed to be a series of roars of fury, as if the will of heaven and earth was enraged. The will of this world was not strong enough to deal with the Purgatory Ghoul King directly. They could only borrow the power of others. As such, the heavenly god Gong was the most suitable candidate, as he carried the great fortune of this world. It couldn't be helped. Before the will of this world had awakened, the heavenly god Gong had been blessed by the subconscious will of this world. Golden light surged and thunder roared, wreaking havoc in all directions, assisting the heavenly god Gong in defending against the Purgatory Ghost King's powerful attack. However, Qianzong didn't receive any help. He was in imminent danger. His body became illusory in an instant, but he couldn't truly turn his body into an illusory form. If he was hit directly, he would be severely injured even if he didn't die. The ghostly claw looked simple and didn't have any shocking aura. However, it was actually an attack of the Purgatory Ghost King's full power. It was a killing move and was extremely terrifying. The Purgatory Ghost King's goal was naturally to kill Qianzong and the heavenly god Gong. The fortune of these two people was very rich, especially the golden figure. He was the son of fortune of this world. As long as he killed him, he would be able to speed up the invasion of this world. He would also be blessed by the fortune of the ghost realm and improve further. It might even be possible for him to peek into the supreme ghost realm. This was a great attraction to any ghost king. He used all his strength to turn his body into an illusory form. However, under this attack, the surroundings were completely sealed and suppressed. It was extremely difficult. Imperial God. With a low shout, 6 black lights immediately flew out from his divine sea and circled around him. They were the 6 Imperial God weapons. As soon as the Imperial God weapons appeared, they immediately took more of the pressure off Qianzong. He used the first level of Yin Yang Seamless, which lessened the pressure a little. The ghostly claw attacked. Half of Qianzong's body was torn apart. That was the half that had turned his body into an illusory form. However, the other half was still not completely transformed. The situation was critical. Realm of Freedom, the sunken night sword shook, and all of his Taichu sword essence rushed into it. The power penetrated the sword and was extremely powerful. Black light shone brightly. The Yin-Yang Dao intent also rushed into it. In terms of resisting attacks and dispersing power, the Yin-Yang Dao intent had its own uniqueness. It was obviously more effective than the Heart Sword Dao intent and the fusion of Wind, Fire, and Thunder Dao intent. He couldn't avoid it. He could only take it head-on. Unbreakable Golden Body. In an instant, Qianzong also activated the unbreakable golden body that he hadn't used in a long time. Now that his body refining foundation had been replenished, and he already had 3 golden battle stars. When he activated the unbreakable golden body, his power and defense greatly increased. Break. The moment the ghostly claw arrived, the sunken night sword trembled slightly. The power that it carried was broken one after another. In the next moment, cracks appeared on the sunken night sword. They quickly spread and then shattered. Only the sword hilt was left in Qianzong's hand. However, by using all of his strength to resist, Qianzong was able to weaken the ghostly claw's power. Mixed iron forging palm, his left hand shook in an instant. Under the dazzling golden light, a shocking purple-black flame suddenly ignited. Specks of starlight flickered as he instantly attacked. With a bang, the powerful body-refining martial art was unable to do anything to the ghostly claw. The instant it came into contact with the ghostly claw, it was immediately shattered. An extremely terrifying power instantly shattered the power of the chaotic origin iron refining hand and also shattered the power of the purple horizon incineration flames. Qianzong's left arm suddenly trembled. A series of explosions rang out. Those were the sounds of bones shattering. Even though the power of the Ghost King's ghost claw was constantly being weakened, it still carried a terrifying power. After all, the power was extremely condensed and difficult to weaken. It was like a stone. Even if some of its fragments were scraped off, it was still a stone. Unless it was shattered. Qianzong could feel the bones in his left arm shattering in an instant. The muscles and skin of his left arm were also shattered. It was a bloody mess and was almost crippled. Chen Zong's expression did not change at all. Under the ego freedom realm, he could completely control his body. The sunken night sword was shattered, the mixed iron forging palm was broken, and his left arm was almost crippled. However, much of the ghostly claw's power was also blocked. Under the ego freedom realm, Chen Zong's perception was also raised to the extreme. Enveloped by the heart domain, his grasp of his surroundings was even more precise and sharp. Dodge, since he could not completely dodge, then he could only dodge within a small range. However, the power of that attack was extremely terrifying. There were no flaws because the power was too condensed. It was also because Chen Zong's current level was not yet comparable to the Ghost King. The 6 minor Imperial Divine Weapons were mobilized by Chen Zong. They quickly broke through the air and attacked the Ghost Claw one after another, but were repelled by the terrifying power. In an instant, Chen Zong only felt his spirit sea tremble. His consciousness seemed to be bombarded by lightning. Waves of pain and a splitting headache came. Even under the ego freedom realm, he could still feel it clearly. The 6 lesser Imperial Divine Weapons were bounced up. However, Chen Zong's series of attacks were not ineffective. Under the attack of the 6 lesser Imperial Divine Weapons, the ghostly claw paused, and a flaw appeared in the blockade of the surrounding area. Yin Yang seamless first level, turning reality into illusion, it was directly executed to the extreme. In an instant, it turned into an illusion and was shattered by the ghostly claw. His real body appeared in another place. His left arm was badly mutilated and drooped powerlessly. His face was pale, but there was a trace of silver light in his eyes. A gray light flashed between his eyebrows. Azura's doppelganger, Xianxia, who had been waiting for a long time, appeared. The evil wheel of Nirvana spun in his eyes, and in an instant, 2 gray rays shot out. Nirvana Ray, this powerful minor theurgy had been cultivated to greater mastery by Xianxia. He was only a step away from perfection. Moreover, Xianxia's battle strength had greatly increased. The power of this attack had become even more terrifying. The moment he used the Nirvana Ray, the 9 battle stars above Xianxia's had all turned golden. The golden light shone brightly and connected with each other, forming the image of a flower. This was the true limit of 9 star. He was half a step into the realm of demigod. This attack made the Purgatory Ghost King's hair stand on end. However, Xianxia's appearance was too sudden and too fast. The Nirvana Ray locked onto him directly. There was no way to dodge. Hit, in an instant, the 2 rays of Nirvana Ray directly hit the Purgatory Ghost King's body. It penetrated his armor and entered his body. The terrifying evil power of Nirvana began to corrode his body, extinguishing his life force. This power was very powerful and terrifying. It truly caused damage to the Purgatory Ghost King. His life force was quickly drained. Even with his powerful strength, he could not resist. One had to know that this Nirvana Ray was activated by Divine Fiend battle strength, and Divine Fiend battle strength was very high-end. This was because the Azura clan of the ancient god-demon race was far superior to the Purgatory Ghost race. Even if Xianxia's Divine Fiend Azura battle technique was not of a high level, its power was beginning to show. The Purgatory Ghost King had no choice but to use more power to resist the corrosion of the terrifying power that had invaded his body. The 2 flowers that appeared above his head also became much dimmer. The brown flower of air was almost unable to maintain itself. Murderous shadow, sword slaughter, life slaughter, in an instant, Xianxia unleashed all 3 of his ultimate moves. Anger continued to gather in his heart. He wanted to activate the raging Azure form. Chen Zong's almost crippled left arm did not move. His eyes were cold as he stared at the Purgatory Ghost King. The spirit control technique was fully activated. 6 lesser Imperial Divine Weapons appeared in an instant. Spirit control technique. 9 heavens 10 earths. Sky slashing ring. In the fierce battle, under the threat of life and death, the Heavenly God Palace's fighting spirit soared. It seemed that the Heavenly God Palace had improved again. Golden flames burned fiercely. The power in the sky surged. His hand suddenly moved. As golden light spread out, the sharpness of his fighting spirit appeared. Immediately, the sharpness of his fighting spirit bent and condensed into a ring of varying thickness. Its edges were extremely sharp and could tear through everything. Kill. The 9 Heavens 10 Earths battle technique was a unique cultivation method for cultivating battle intent. It was very powerful, and there were also corresponding martial arts techniques. Previously, the heavenly god Gong had not mastered the martial arts yet. He had only used the battle intent he had condensed to control all forces. The power of the battle technique was very shocking. As for the various martial arts he had cultivated in the past, they were actually useless now. They could not keep up with the 9 Heavens 10 Earths battle technique. They had completely merged with the battle intent and became one. The sky-severing ring was the first move of the 9 Heavens 10 Earths battle technique. It was a brilliant application of battle intent. After several fierce battles, under the terrifying pressure of the Ghost King, he had finally made a breakthrough and mastered the first move. The battle intent turned into the sky-severing ring. Its power was further condensed. It was extremely terrifying. It tore through the void as if it was real and attacked the Ghost King. After this attack, the 9 golden stars above the heavenly god Gong's head almost merged into one and shone brightly. The Purgatory Ghoul King's battle prowess had decreased significantly as he was resisting the silent death ray's corrosion. His reactions were also slower than before, and there was no way he could dodge the sky-severing ring while facing Xianxia's 3 ultimate moves and Qinzong's royal spirit break. Silently, the sky-severing ring tore through the battle armor like a sharp blade tearing through a thin piece of paper. It was easy and understated. After tearing through the battle armor, the sky-severing ring's power was not consumed much. It directly attacked the Purgatory Ghost King's strong body. The moment his body was torn apart, the Purgatory Ghost King's expression changed drastically. Shatter, suddenly, he clawed. The black light turned into torrential ghost flames and burned fiercely. It shattered the sky-severing ring. Even so, he was still injured. The wound was so deep that his bones could be seen. However, the Purgatory Ghost King's vitality was extremely shocking. Xianxia's 3 sword attacks did not succeed. They were completely shattered. However, Qinzong's royal spirit penetration continued forward. It broke through all obstacles and directly bombarded the Purgatory Ghost King's body. It shattered the battle armor and directly hit the Purgatory Ghost King's body. He was injured. The royal spirit penetration created a head-sized hole in the Purgatory Ghost King's strong body. One could already see the bones inside. Even the bones were damaged. Even so, the Purgatory Ghost King's battle strength was still strong, and his aura was still terrifying. His eyes emitted an incomparably fierce and cold light. His killing intent was overflowing and covered the sky. In an instant, the surroundings turned blood red and black filled the air. It was gloomy and eerie, as if purgatory had descended. Regardless of whether it was Qinzong, Xianxia, or the heavenly god Gong trio, all of them shuddered as chills ran down their spines. They felt as if they had been plunged into an icy hell. A cold wind howled, wanting to freeze his blood vitality. A blazing aura filled the air, as if it wanted to burn away his divine sea, consciousness, and soul. Then, the Purgatory Ghost King's arms shook, and a faint silhouette appeared on his back. Qinzong and Xianxia's expression suddenly changed. That was a small Purgatory Ghost Gate. Once it was opened, the Purgatory Ghost King could immediately absorb energy from the Purgatory Ghost Gate to heal himself. At that time, all injuries would be healed in a short period of time. The silent death ray that was corroding his body would also be quickly worn down. In short, the Purgatory Ghost King would immediately return to his peak battle strength. On the other hand, the 3 of them had already used all their strength in the battle. It was not easy for them to injure the Purgatory Ghost King. If the Purgatory Ghost King was allowed to return to his peak state, they would not be able to escape death, and the entire Tianyuan sacred region would gradually fall. The will of this world seemed to understand this as well, and it was instantly enraged. Astral winds, heavenly fire, and heavenly thunder also surged and attacked continuously. Suddenly, the heavenly god Gong seemed to understand something. Using his own battle intent as a guide, he gathered the power of the will of this world to strengthen himself. Whoosh, a sky-severing ring was formed. It was originally 0.5 meter long, but it immediately grew to 1 meter, 2 meters, and 3 meters. It only stopped when it reached 10 meters. This was no longer the power of the heavenly god Gong. It was only a small part of it. The majority of it belonged to the will of this world. The will of this world could not directly attack the Purgatory Ghost King, but it could borrow the power of the Son of Providence. Kill, the 10-meter-long sky-severing ring was extremely terrifying. It was impossible to control it completely. Wherever it passed, the heavenly thunder was reduced to nothingness. The void was completely torn apart, and a huge black crack spread out. It was a shocking sight, as if someone had forcefully erased it. As long as the Purgatory Ghost King was destroyed, even a small Purgatory Ghost Gate would not be able to help. The Purgatory Ghost King's expression changed drastically. He was extremely shocked and did not dare to take the attack head-on. He immediately dodged. Fortunately, the attack was not fast, so the Purgatory Ghost King was able to dodge it easily. However, although the Purgatory Ghost King could dodge it, the small ghost gate that was forming could not move at all. Boom, the 10-meter-long sky-severing ring, which had gathered a terrifying amount of power, instantly slashed the small ghost gate. Slash, the small ghost gate that had not yet formed was not that sturdy. It only resisted for a moment before it was destroyed and dissipated into nothingness. The Purgatory Ghost King's body trembled, and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The 3 flowers above his head dimmed significantly, and his powerful aura weakened once again. Kill, seizing the opportunity, Qianzong and Xianxia attacked again. They injured the Purgatory Ghost King again, worsening his injuries. The Purgatory Ghost Gate was destroyed before it could form. In a short period of time, the Purgatory Ghost King could not summon the small ghost gate again. It was closely related to him. Once it was destroyed, he would also be severely injured. Fear, a trace of fear grew in the Purgatory Ghost King's heart. He could not help but feel afraid. He had thought that he would be able to easily kill the 2 people who carried the great fortune of this world, especially the Son of Fortune. As long as he killed them, he would receive the great favor of the Ghost Realm's will. He would definitely be able to improve on his current foundation. However, he did not expect that although these 2 humans were not as strong as him, they were so tenacious and tough. They even had extraordinary means to contend with him. As expected, people with great fortune were not so easy to kill. In fact, he had even been injured. He wanted to retreat. At this point, the Purgatory Ghost King wanted to retreat. If he continued to fight, he did not have absolute confidence that he could kill these 3 people. The terrifying power in his body was still wreaking havoc. He had to use half of his strength to suppress it. If he continued to fight, he might be killed. After all, the will of this world was interfering. Retreat, making a prompt decision, the Purgatory Ghost King immediately retreated. He turned into a streak of black light and quickly fled. He was so fast that Qianzong, Qianxia, and Heavenly God Gong could not chase after him. Seeing the Purgatory Ghost King retreat, Qianzong, Qianxia, and Heavenly God Gong secretly heaved a sigh of relief. To be honest, if they continued to fight, they did not have much confidence. In the end, they did not know if they could kill the other party. They did not know if they would die in the battle. They had no confidence at all. Now that the Purgatory Ghost King had retreated, it was naturally a good thing. At least, they were still alive. After this battle, although they were severely injured, it was not without benefits. After a slight sigh of relief, Qianzong and Heavenly God Gong looked at each other again. Fight or not fight, now, Qianzong's left arm was almost crippled. His divine sea was turbulent. It seemed that he was severely injured. Qianxia had used the Nirvana Ray and consumed 80% of his strength. His combat strength seemed to have decreased a lot. However, if they really fought, they were still very strong. Heavenly God Gong hesitated for a moment. He realized that he was not confident. Firstly, he could draw on the power of heaven and earth. It did not work on Qianzong. Secondly, the person with the same aura as Qianzong, but different. He did not know where he came from, but he was also very terrifying. He was a strong opponent. Thirdly, the will of this world used him to shatter the small ghost gate. It also consumed a lot of energy and needed to rest to recover. Fourthly, after this life and death battle, the 9 heavens 10 earths battle technique would have a breakthrough. It also needed some time to integrate. Then, this battle would end here for the time being. After coldly looking at Qianzong, heavenly god Gong quickly descended and flew away. Qianzong did not plan to chase after him. Because now, he was not confident that he could defeat heavenly god Gong. Heavenly god Gong's superb inheritance and the blessings of heaven and earth had allowed him to truly rise. For the time being, the more powerful cultivators there were on the human side, the better. However, there was another point. The victor between the two of them would be decided sooner or later. That's good too. Qianzong smiled from the bottom of his heart. The feeling of having a strong opponent was very wonderful. However, Qianzong still firmly believed that he could definitely defeat heavenly god Gong. Not now, but in the future. Xianxia transformed into a gray light and entered the divine sea. He began to absorb the power of the divine fiend origin pearl to recover. At the same time, he also cultivated the divine fiend azure battle technique. His strength was still not enough. This time, he joined forces with heavenly god Gong and barely managed to defeat a ghost king. In the future, what if he encountered a ghost king alone, or, what if more ghost kings invaded? In the memory fragments that he had obtained, there was more than one purgatory ghost king. As he fell rapidly, Qianzong took out an elixir and consumed it. His almost crippled left arm was also wriggling little by little. Waves of intense numbness and itchiness came from his flesh and blood being corrected and regrown. Qianzong's strong physique gave him an even more astonishing self-healing ability. With the help of the elixir, his injuries recovered very quickly. However, because it was severely damaged, it would still take some time for it to fully recover. When Qianzong returned to the temporary mountain gate of the Azura sect, his left arm seemed to have recovered. However, the internal part of his arm was still slowly recovering. It would take some time. Seclusion. Qianzong entered seclusion again. Unless there was something particularly important, he was not to be disturbed. This time, regardless of whether it was the battle with heavenly god Gong or the ghost king, it had brought about extreme life-threatening danger. At the same time, it had also brought about an opportunity for a breakthrough. All of his Dao intents had reached the 3rd level of the pinnacle realm. Next, he naturally had to digest everything he had learned from this battle and further improve himself. Cultivation, sword techniques, Dao intents, he had to improve all of them. It would be best if he could improve them to the pinnacle first before condensing the flower of the pinnacle realm. With this, he could break through to a higher level and step into the pinnacle of the demigod realm. In this world, only those who had reached the pinnacle of the demigod realm could roam the world and ensure their own safety. The 7th chapter has been updated. Everyone, please pay attention to the official account, 6 Paths of Oblivion. It can be read. In the depths of the void in the supreme mystery realm, a figure shimmering with golden light stood. The golden light around him flickered like candlelight. It seemed weak, but it was also extremely tenacious. It was becoming stronger bit by bit. The heavenly god Gong was meditating and adjusting. He was converting what he had gained from that battle into his own to improve himself. In that battle, he had relied on the help of the will of this world to force the ghost king to retreat at the last moment. As a result, the will of this world had also used up a lot of the power it had recovered after awakening. If this happened 2 more times, it might not be able to hold on and fall into a deep slumber. Therefore, if another ghost king attacked the next time, he could not allow the will of the world to interfere. Otherwise, it would be very disadvantageous for the entire world. Originally, the recovery was slow, but the consumption was astonishing. Only by increasing his combat strength and condensing the flower of extremity could he surpass the 9-star level and reach the level of an invincible half-step great sage. Then, he could truly grasp the power to resist the Ghost King. The heavenly god Gong was very confident that he could condense at least 1 flower of extremity when he came out of seclusion this time. When he came out of seclusion, he would definitely defeat Qianzong and remove the thorn in his heart. In the temporary mountain gate of the Azura sect, Qianzong and Xianxia were also making use of every minute and second to cultivate. Qianzong cultivated cultivation techniques, Dao will, sword techniques, and so on. Xianxia cultivated the divine fiend azure battle technique. This was a superb inheritance that originated from the Azura clan of the ancient godly demons of the universe. It was extremely powerful. Now, he was only at the 4th level, but it allowed Xianxia's combat strength to almost reach the peak of the 9-star level. If he could break through to the 5th level, he might be able to condense the Flower of Extremity and step into the ranks of the demigods. Of course, this type of inheritance was extremely superb and powerful. At the same time, it also meant that it was difficult to cultivate and progress was slow. If Xianxia's physique was not very suitable for it, and he had the help of the divine fiend Origin Pearl left behind by the Azura Demon Lord, he would not have been able to cultivate to this level in such a short time. However, the further he cultivated, the more difficult it was to improve. However, no matter how difficult it was, he had to seize every opportunity to improve himself. Chen Zong's closed-door cultivation was naturally to consolidate his heart sword Dao insight that had broken through to the 3rd level of the Supreme Realm and the 2nd level of the Supreme Realm. After that, he would further perfect the infinite heart obliteration and heaven/fault sword moves that he'd created in a short period of time. Besides that, it was to dig deeper into the Yin and Yang Dao insight and further perfect the 3 ultimate moves. Yin and Yang blended together. There was softness and hardness, hardness and softness, hardness and softness, hardness and softness. In this way, it could better resist powerful attacks and quickly dissolve them. Stabilize, perfect, and improve. Just like that, a month passed. This time, his seclusion had temporarily come to an end. Overall, his battle prowess had improved by quite a bit. The offensive power of Infinite Heart Extinguisher and Heaven-Slashing Fault was even more tyrannical, while the defensive power of Yin-Yang Sword Wheel was several times stronger. It was the same for Heaven and Earth Reversal and Yin-Yang Slice Heaven and Earth. I have some ideas about the 7th level of the Taichu Sword Origin technique, but I still need some time to perfect it. I wonder if the 7th level of the Taichu Sword Origin technique can push my Qi Dao to the extreme and condense the Flower of the Extreme. At this point, especially after the battle with the Ghost King, Chen Zong yearned for even greater power. That was the peak of the demigod realm. The symbol of stepping into the peak of the demigod realm was to condense the Flower of the Extreme. At least 1, and at most 3. The fact that the Ghost King had condensed 3 showed that his talent was extremely shocking. However, the Purgatory Ghouls were originally very talented, so this was considered normal. It could be said that most cultivators who had a chance of condensing the Flower of the Extreme could only condense 1. The 3 flowers represented essence, Qi, and spirit, as well as heaven, earth, and man. They corresponded to each other. For example, after raising the Tao of the body to the extreme, one could condense the Flower of Essence. After raising the Tao of inner Qi to the extreme, one could condense the Flower of Essence. After raising the Tao of the mind to the extreme, one could condense the Flower of Essence. However, most cultivators could only raise one of them to the extreme and condense the Flower of the Extreme. Of course, there were even more cultivators who didn't have that kind of potential and had no hope of condensing the Flower of the Extreme. Moreover, the extreme realms of different cultivators were different. For example, some people were born with extraordinary strength and could lift 1,000 pounds at their limit, while others were very ordinary and could only lift 100 pounds. The logic was the same. Therefore, there was no hard and fast standard for condensing the Flower of the Extreme. Everyone was different. Therefore, if one pushed himself to the extreme, theoretically, he was qualified to condense the Flower of the Extreme. Of course, the deeper one's limits, the higher the possibility of condensing the Flower of the Extreme. If one's limits were shallow, it meant that one's potential was not deep enough, and condensing the Flower of the Extreme would be an extravagant hope. However, Chen Zong firmly believed that he could condense the Flower of the Extreme. This confidence came from the depths of his soul. Not only could he condense the Flower of the Extreme, but he could also condense 3 complete flowers, which was not inferior to the Ghost King at all. However, it was very difficult to condense the Flower of the Extreme. This was because his potential was extraordinary. I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to condense the Flower of the Extreme in a short period of time. Then, I'll start with the Tao intent, Chen Zong thought to himself, his eyes shining brightly. Condensing the Flower of the Extreme was not only an increase in combat strength, but also a sign that one's potential had been developed to the extreme. It was a sign that one had the chance to break through to the extreme of the demigod realm and had the chance to reach the imminent god realm. However, this was not the only way to increase one's combat strength. The Dao intent was also a way to increase one's strength. Of course, after the Dao intent reached the third level of the extreme, it would increase to the peak of the Dao intent. However, Qinzong wanted to increase the quality of the Dao intent. The third calamity of the three calamities sharpening secret technique, the void lightning calamity. Previously, when he found the void lightning, he was helpless because the Dao intent of the heart sword was only at the second level of the extreme. It was not strong enough and could not withstand the void lightning. Now, it was at the third level of the extreme and was much stronger. It was worth a try. Even if the supreme sword intent was only a hypothesis, it could at least improve the Dao intent of the heart sword to the third level of the extreme under the tempering of the void lightning. For example, the Dao intent of the heart sword could be increased to 80 or even 90% of its power. This was also a way to increase one's combat strength. This time, Xianxia naturally left with Qinzong. His purpose was, of course, to protect Qinzong. After all, if Xianxia wanted to go through the void lightning, he would need to be fully focused. With Xianxia's protection, he could at least avoid some unpredictable dangers. After a year, Qinzong immediately moved and rushed into the sky. In an instant, he passed through the astral wind layer, the heavenly fire layer, and the heavenly thunder layer. He rushed to the edge of the Tianyuan sacred territory, where it was connected to the void of the universe. He was looking for the void lightning. Last time, Qinzong had spent a few months before he finally found it. This time, his original body and avatar searched together. Moreover, their speed was several times faster than before. Moreover, it was also because of his luck. His luck was more than 10 times better than before. As a result, Qinzong found the void lightning in less than a day. Focusing, the heart sword Dao intent, which was covered in an inch of light, shot out from between his eyebrows as a streak of sword light. In an instant, it shot into the hair-thin but terrifying pitch-black void lightning. Instantly, countless strands of black lightning shot over, wrapping around the heart sword Dao intent. They wreaked havoc wildly in an attempt to destroy the heart sword Dao intent. However, the heart sword Dao intent of the third level of the paramount realm and the inch of light firmly resisted the void lightning's rampage. It was not destroyed. Qinzong immediately focused all his attention and began to cultivate the third tribulation of the three tribulations sharpening, the void lightning tribulation. The three tribulations sharpening was very easy to understand. It was to use external tribulations to sharpen and forge a peerless edge. It was like forging iron into fine iron, then into a sword embryo, then forging the sword embryo into shape, and then sharpening it. Now, it was the final step. Sharpening the sword into a true killing weapon and not an ornament. This step was very difficult. There was no room for error. Once there was a mistake, the sword would be destroyed. That was why Qinzong had asked Xianxia to accompany him to protect him and not allow any disturbances. Time passed slowly. The three tribulations sharpening circulated and absorbed strands of the void lightning's power to continuously temper the sword shadow. Under the tempering, the sword shadow also continuously solidified. Qinzong could feel that the heart sword Dao intent was continuously strengthening under the tempering of the void lightning. From 70% to 80% of its power, it gradually changed. After an unknown period of time, the sword shadow trembled slightly and seemed to emit a sword hum. Instantly, the divine light emanating from the sword shadow increased explosively from 1 inch to 2 inches. This meant that the heart sword Dao intense power had increased from 70% to 80%. It continued to temper. It continued to increase. Although it was slower, it did not stop at all. After another period of time, the sword shadow trembled again and the divine light increased from 2 inches to 3 inches. Its power was at 90%, this was the limit that the third level of the Dao intent realm could achieve. The power of the heart sword Dao intent had increased a lot. Even his combat strength had greatly increased. However, Qinzong did not feel happy at all. Because the void lightning was about to be used up, and the heart sword Dao intent was still at the top level and had not transformed. This was different from the earth fire tribulation and sky wind tribulation. The earth fire. Tribulation and Skywind. Tribulation had transformed the heart sword Tao intent from the middle level to the high level, and then from the high level to the top level. Could it be that the Supreme Saint Realm Sword Cultivator's speculation was wrong? The first two tribulations were useful, but the third tribulation, the so-called surpassing the top level to become supreme, was really just a guess? That's right. Although that Supreme Saint Realm Sword Cultivator is considered the strongest in the Lingwu sacred world, in the entire universe, he's nothing. He can only be considered a low-level immanent deity. Supreme Tao intent also exists, but according to the records of the Eternal Battle Fort, there are very, very few people in the entire universe who have the potential to master Supreme Tao intent. It's just the three tribulations sharpening secret technique. It can't touch the Supreme Tao intent realm. Withdrawing the heart sword Tao intent that was covered by 3 inches of divine light, Xianxia let out a long sigh and could not help but feel a little disappointed. The realm of Supreme Tao insight really did exist, but it was extremely difficult to attain. What should little rice dumpling do to obtain the Supreme Sword Will? Thank you for your tips and monthly votes, but I still need your support in terms of subscriptions. Subscriptions are very important to the 6 realms. Tao Will had always been divided into low level, mid level, high level, and top level. In many worlds, top level Tao Will was the limit of knowledge. It was the same in the Lingwu sacred world. As for the Supreme Saint Sword Cultivator from the ancient times in the Lingwu sacred world, he only deduced that there should be a higher level above the top level Tao Will, and he called it the Supreme Tao Will. There was nothing wrong with this deduction. The Lingwu sacred world of the ancient times had not been broken and was still complete. Therefore, the Supreme Saint stage powerhouses of that era would be stronger and more complete than the Supreme Saint stage powerhouses who cultivated after the Tianyuan sacred world appeared. This was something that could not be helped because the world had become incomplete. Its rules and mysteries had also become incomplete. However, in general, from the perspective of a remote world, he could deduce that there were higher levels above the top-level Tao Will. This showed that the Supreme Saint Stage Sword Cultivator from the ancient times was very talented. Therefore, he did his best to create the 3 calamities sharpening secret technique and passed it down. He hoped that the talented later generations would be able to try it and see if his deduction was correct. Above the top-level Tao Will was the Supreme Tao Will. This was recorded in the powerful forces of the universe. However, those who could truly reach this step were few and far between. When one first comprehended and grasped Tao Will, it was usually not too high. Most of them were low-level Tao Wills, mid-level Tao Wills, and even better high-level Tao Wills. After that, one would slowly cultivate and find an opportunity to break through the shackles and evolve. There were very few people who could directly comprehend and grasp the top-level Tao Will since ancient times. As for those who could comprehend and grasp the Supreme Tao Will immediately, it was not that there were no such people in the universe. However, only 1 or 2 would appear in many void years. It was close to none. Of course, there were also those who relied on their own efforts to cultivate and find an opportunity to transform their Tao Will into the Supreme Tao Will. However, there were very few of them. However, since Xianxia had already learned from the books in the Eternal Battle Fort that there was indeed a Supreme Tao Will, the desire in his heart had already been planted in the depths of his heart like a seed. The 3 calamities sharpening secret technique was the method to forge the Supreme Sword intent. But now, this method didn't seem feasible. Xianxia was inevitably disappointed. But even though he was disappointed, he had no intention of giving up. The peak of the 3rd level of the Lamita realm is 90% of its power. However, above 90%, there is 100%. Perhaps, when I increase it to 100% and reach the pinnacle of the pinnacle, only then will I have a chance to peek into that supreme realm. Xianxia said to himself as he continued to search for the divine lightning of the void. The divine lightning of the void would not be too strong at the border between the world and the void of the universe. There would only be a few strands, but for the current Xianxia, it was enough. If it was any stronger, he would not be able to withstand it at all, and it would not be able to serve as a form of training. Perhaps it was because his luck had improved, but it didn't take long for Xianxia to find another void divine lightning. Releasing the heart sword intent, 3 inches of divine light shone. The sword shadow condensed and fell into the divine thunder of the void. Using the 3 calamities sharpening secret technique to absorb the power of the divine thunder of the void. This time, Chenzong immediately realized that the refining efficiency was several times slower than before. When the power of the divine thunder of the void was exhausted, the power of the heart sword intent was still at 90%. It had not broken through. It's still not enough. Chenzong frowned slightly. He had to continue searching. But this time, his luck did not seem to be so good. After searching for a while, he still could not find it. Time passed slowly. After the Ghost King was injured, he escaped and returned to the vicinity of the Ghost Gate. He used the Purgatory Ghost Gate to absorb the power of the Purgatory Ghost Realm to heal his injuries. Soon, he was completely recovered. But this time, he was not in a hurry to make a move. After this time, it would not be so easy for him to kill the Son of Fate by himself. As for the other one, it was not as important as the Son of Fate in his heart. Killing the Son of Fate was the most important. As long as the Son of Fate was dead, the others would not be a concern. But the Son of Fate was the Son of Fate. He carried great fortune and was favored by this world. It was not so easy to kill him. The Ghost King thought for a long time and finally decided to explore. Originally, it should be the Ghost King who killed the Son of Fate and obtained the Ghost Realm's fortune to improve further. Now, it could only cut off all means of retreat. It would invite another Ghost King to this world. The invasion this time was actually not the action of the entire Purgatory Ghost Realm ghost race. It was only the action of the Ghost Forest tribe, one of the 36 tribes of the ghost race. However, the Ghost Forest tribe had 2 Ghost Kings. Now that it had come to this world, there was only one Ghost King left. Now, it was cutting off all means of retreat. It directly gave up the territory of the Ghost Forest tribe and let the other Ghost King lead the remaining Ghost soldiers and Ghost generals to invade this world. It was to use all its power to occupy this world and make it the new Ghost Realm. If this plan was completed, then the Ghost Forest tribe would occupy this world. The territory here was much larger than the territory of the Ghost Forest tribe in the Ghosts region. If it was occupied, the Ghost Forest tribe would definitely welcome great development and become more powerful. The ghost race of the Ghost Forest tribe would also gain great benefits. In the future, it could definitely reach the level of the strongest ghost king in the 36 tribes of the Ghost Realm. It could even surpass him and enter the Ghost Realm. At that time, whether it was this world or the Ghost Realm, it would be invincible. It could also step into the vast void of the universe and become more powerful. However, it could not be too obvious to give up the Ghost Forest tribe and cut off all means of retreat to enter this world. Otherwise, it would be noticed by the ghost race of the other 17 tribes and they would be suspicious. If they knew about this world, they would definitely invade it. Among the 36 tribes, there were 3 strongest tribes. They were incomparably powerful and far from the Ghost Forest tribe. If it was the 3 ghost race armies that set out, it was estimated that the Ghost Forest tribe would have nothing to do. All the previous sacrifices would be in vain. It was necessary to act secretly and set up a deceptive formation to avoid arousing the suspicion of the other ghost race tribes. As long as all the ghost soldiers and ghost generals of the Ghost Forest tribe entered this world, it would not be a problem even if they knew about it. Because at that time, the Purgatory Ghost Gate would be closed and sealed with layers of power. At that time, the ghost race in the Ghost Realm would not be able to open it. And if they wanted to open it, they would have to remove the layers of power. This method was equivalent to giving up the Purgatory Ghost Realm. It had both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage was that there was no way out. They had to use all their strength to seize this world. The disadvantage was that there was no way out. Once they were injured, they could only rely on the aura here to recover. Of course, as a Ghost King, they only needed a little time to open a small Purgatory Ghost Gate to connect to the Ghost Realm and absorb the power of the Ghost Realm to recover their strength and injuries. But in the future, they had to be more careful to avoid being discovered by the Ghost King in the Purgatory Ghost Realm. They could use this as a breakthrough point to break the void barrier and enter this world to fight. The other Ghost King and the other ghost soldiers and ghost generals still needed some time before they could enter this world. In that case, they should take advantage of this period of time to properly draw the power of the Ghost Forest into this world and transform the surrounding environment into a small-scale Ghost Forest territory. It would become the real headquarters of the Ghost Forest tribe in this world, where they could advance or retreat freely. As a result, the purgatory ghost race suddenly quieted down. The three alliances did not know what was going on. But to a certain extent, it was a good thing that the ghost race did not act. They could recuperate and cultivate properly. In addition, they would not give up on monitoring the ghost race. Some ghost hunting groups would also look for opportunities to hunt the ghost race and obtain origin essence to improve themselves. At the edge of the void, Xianxia and Xianxia were still looking for the divine void thunder. The fourth divine void thunder had been completely absorbed by Xianxia, but the Tao Will of Heart Sword still had 90% of its power. It has almost reached the limit, Xianxia said to himself. As long as he could find another divine void thunder and absorb it, the Tao Will of Heart Sword would be able to improve further. This was a feeling that came from the bottom of his heart. 10% was different from 90%. It was not clear how much the power would increase, but one thing was for sure. 10% would definitely be better. That was because 10% was the perfect state, and it was the prerequisite for advancing to the supreme realm. Although Xianxia said that he was helping to find the divine void thunder, he was also holding the divine fiend origin pearl and continuously using the fourth level of the divine fiend azure battle technique. He absorbed the divine fiend battle power from it and refined it to improve his cultivation and the level of his cultivation technique. The divine fiend azure battle technique was currently Xianxia's greatest reliance. The divine fiend battle power cultivated from it was shockingly powerful and domineering. Another few days passed. Finally, Xianxia found the fifth divine void thunder. He immediately released the 3-inch Tao Will of Heart Sword. In an instant, it rushed into the divine void thunder. The divine void thunder attacked and tried to destroy the sword's shadow, but it could not do anything to it. Instead, under the guidance of the three tribulations, it was continuously absorbed and used to sharpen the sword's shadow. The Tao Will of Heart Sword was strengthening bit by bit, and various comprehensions also continuously flowed into Xianxia's soul. This method of improvement could be said to be a shortcut. Normal cultivation was to comprehend it bit by bit and excavate one's potential to improve. However, Xianxia directly improved it with the help of external forces. The advantage of this was that it saved a lot of time, but the disadvantage was that it could not be improved step by step. In terms of the development and application of its potential and power, it would become rough and could not be fully unleashed. However, relatively speaking, it was better than the first situation. It saved a lot of time. As for excavating its potential and using its power thoroughly, it only needed to be done by one's own efforts. Tempering, sharpening. When the divine void thunder in this area was once again exhausted, Xianxia only felt the Tao Will of Heart Sword vibrating violently. The 3-inch Tao Will of Heart Sword fluctuated incessantly, as if it was burning with flames. A shocking aura also continuously spread out from it. In the next breath, the sword light shone brightly, and light bloomed. The shocking sword light seemed to shatter the void, and its power was shocking to the extreme. In the next breath, the 3-inch Tao Will of Heart Sword sank into the solid sword's shadow, and it was covered with a layer of flowing light like autumn water. The sword was 1 meter long, 2 fingers wide, and half a finger thick. It was completely silver white, and there seemed to be a layer of illusory light on the sword. It flowed endlessly like autumn water. The sword seemed to be solid, as if it was made of some strange divine metal. It radiated an extremely shocking sharpness. Xianxia reached out, and the sword flew into his hand as if it was weightless. He swung the sword casually, and it silently left a faint mark in the void. The strength of the void of the universe was many times stronger than that of the Tianyuan sacred realm. Even a full power attack from a supreme saint would not be able to do anything to the void of the universe. However, Xianxia could feel that when he held the sword, the sharpness was extremely shocking. This sword was condensed and forged from the heart sword Tao intent. This change was completely out of Xianxia's expectations. He did not expect that after refining the heart sword will to full power, the 3 inches of divine light would fuse and condense into a solid form. He flicked his finger, and the sword trembled slightly. The sword hummed melodiously, and an invisible sound spread out like ripples, quietly spreading in the void. The hardness of this sword is not inferior to the sunken night sword, or even better, Xianxia thought to himself. The sunken night sword was a top 9th grade saint weapon. The sword condensed from the heart sword was not inferior to the sunken night sword, or even better. It was very shocking. Zong put his sword finger on the sword edge. With a light touch, he felt a shocking sharpness that seemed to be able to tear through everything. This sharpness was already better than the sunken night sword. It just so happened that the sunken night sword had been shattered by the Purgatory Ghost King, and he needed a new sword. Compared to the sunken night sword, this sword was something that he had comprehended and cultivated. It was a sword that truly belonged to him, and was closely related to him. It was not as simple as being connected by blood. Instead, it was completely connected to his mind. In the next moment, the heart sword will in his hand turned into an illusory shadow. It entered between his eyebrows and appeared in his spirit sea. Traces of invisible power spread out, suppressing his spirit sea. Zong felt that his spirit ocean had become much more stable in an instant. It had more than doubled in strength. Unfortunately, the fused Dao insights of the Yin-Yang Dao insights and wind, fire, and lightning were still at the level of 70% and 40% strength. Without a secret technique like the sharpening of the three tribulations, it was utterly impossible for him to rely on external forces to improve it in a short period of time, and he could only slowly comprehend and cultivate it himself. The Dao will of the heart sword reaching 100% perfection was the limit. However, Zong hadn't reached the limit of its potential and application of power. This required time and effort. After Xianxia entered the space between his eyebrows, Zong rapidly descended back to the Azura's gate and went into seclusion. During his closed-door cultivation this time, he naturally intended to properly comprehend and improve the heart sword Dao insight and utilize it as a breakthrough point to create the 7th level of the Taichu sword origin technique. His previous accumulation was already sufficient. Now, with 100% of the Dao will of the heart sword, he was able to break through the final shackles. The Taichu sword origin technique surged, emanating a shocking sharpness. A sword shadow also appeared behind Zong. The sword shadow was illusory at first, but as the Taichu sword origin technique circulated, it quickly condensed and became more and more solid, radiating a shocking sharpness. The 7th level of the Taichu sword origin technique, the 7th level's power was even stronger than the 6th level. As a result, Zong's battle prowess also increased significantly. I wonder what level my battle prowess has reached now. Zong thought to himself. In an instant, the 7th level of the Taichu sword origin technique circulated, and the Dao will of the heart sword was activated. The battle stars instantly shone with golden light, extremely dazzling and radiating a shocking aura. Strands of golden light spread out from the golden battle stars, quickly connecting with the other battle stars. The 9 battle stars drew close to each other, forming the shape of a circle as if they were about to merge into one. Then, the golden light became even more intense. It looked as if the 9 battle stars had disappeared, replaced by a golden sun. The sun shone brightly, its light dazzling, and its aura extremely powerful. This change made Zong feel astonished. The battle stars had disappeared, and they had merged into a golden sun. What level was this? 9 stars? It didn't seem like it. Then what level had his current battle prowess reached? How big was the gap between him and the Ghost King? He didn't know. Without personally experiencing it, Zong couldn't make an accurate estimate. In the Eternal Battle Fort, there didn't seem to be any records of this in the records he'd read. Perhaps it did exist, but the records he'd read just so happened to not have it. When he entered the Eternal Battle Fort next time, he could read more records and perhaps answer his questions. Condensing the flower of extremity requires one's essence, vitality, and spirit to be truly excavated to the extreme. I haven't reached that limit yet, Zong thought to himself. Everyone's limit was different. The higher the limit, the more powerful the flower of extremity condensed in the end. Therefore, there was a difference in strength between the peak of the demigod level. Condensing 1 flower of extremity was usually not as powerful as condensing 2. Of course, this was also related to the size of the flower of extremity. In short, the peak of the demigod realm was a very complicated level. Although he hadn't condensed the flower of extremity yet, Zong still wanted to fight the Ghost King if he encountered him again. Compared to before, his current strength had increased by a lot. I can rely on the Ghost Clan's origin essence to improve my body refining cultivation. Zong's heart stirred. He planned to leave and hunt the Ghost Clan to obtain the origin essence. It was too difficult to improve one's body refining cultivation. It would either take a long time or have sufficient resources. Compared to the ghost clan's origin essence, the bewildering light sea beast's origin essence was slightly inferior. Qianzong immediately set out with a new 9th grade Saint Artifact longsword. As for Xiao, he remained in the Shura Gate. Firstly, he cultivated, and secondly, he guarded the Shura Gate to prevent any accidents from happening. The reason why he brought the longsword was because the heart sword Dao intent could be condensed or turned into void. When it was condensed, it could be used as a sword. When it turned into void, it could be integrated into the longsword to increase its hardness, toughness, and sharpness. In short, it could increase its power. To a certain extent, it could be considered Qianzong's trump card. It was a pity that he couldn't find a demigod longsword. Otherwise, if he could wield a demigod longsword, the increase in his battle strength would be even more obvious. Many inheritances in the Tianyuan sacred region had been cut off. As a result, demigod artifacts could no longer be forged. There were very few left. Apart from Xianxia, no one else knew that Jiandi Qianzong had disappeared. This was because Qianzong had directly returned to the bewildering Light Island and entered the territory of Tai Luo City from there. Everyone else thought that Qianzong was in seclusion. The territory of Tai Luo City was very close to the bewildering Light Island. If Qianzong wanted to leave the territory of Tai Luo City, he could leave in an instant. Even the Ghost King wouldn't be able to stop him. Since he had such a thing to rely on, he had nothing to fear. Holding the sword in his left hand, Qianzong used the yin-yang seamless movement technique and silently headed in the direction of the Ghost City. After the 9 battle stars had merged into a golden sun, Qianzong didn't know how much his battle strength had increased. However, breaking through from the 6th level to the 7th level of the Genesis sword technique had increased his battle strength by more than a few folds. His hard sword Dao will had increased from 70% to 100%. His battle strength had also increased greatly. The improvement brought about by the dual breakthrough of the technique and Dao will wasn't as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Moreover, the power of the sword intent current had also increased. In short, the current him was definitely several times stronger than before. He was eager to try, that was what Qianzong felt in his heart. If it weren't for his strong will that allowed him to control the feeling brought about by the sudden increase in battle strength, he would have courted death long ago. During this period of time, the ghost race didn't move again, but their patrols didn't stop. Kill, 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 Qianzong killed all the ghost race members he saw, turning them into origin essence that was absorbed by Qianzong to increase his body refining cultivation. After a while, the 4th battle star finally turned golden. Qianzong could feel his body becoming even stronger. He continued to hunt. The 5th body refining battle star also appeared. It was a black iron color, and Qianzong could hear the sounds of his bones and muscles becoming increasingly dense and tyrannical. He'd reached the 5-star level just by relying on his body refining strength. This time, Qianzong had killed hundreds of purgatory ghosts, which attracted the attention of the ghost race. Human, how dare you enter the territory of the ghost race? You're courting death. This was a high-ranking ghost general. The first 8 battle stars were silver, while the 9th was bronze. The light of fortune is as clear as water. If I kill you, I'll be blessed with great fortune. This was another high-ranking ghost general. His 9th battle star was silver and even stronger. Unfortunately, you don't have the ability. Qianzong smiled faintly. He didn't want to waste time with them. His sword slashed through the air. He didn't use the sword intent current, nor did he use any other ultimate moves. He simply slashed horizontally, his sword sweeping through the air. Even then, the strength utilized in this strike was the 7th level of the primeval sword origin technique and the heart sword Dao insight at full strength. The sword tore through the air. There seemed to be no sound, but it left a pitch-black sword mark that emitted a heart-palpitating aura. The 2 high-ranking ghost generals didn't react. It wasn't that they didn't want to, but that they couldn't react in time. Qianzong's sword was too fast, exceeding the limit of their perception. When the sword returned to its sheath, a sword shadow swept past their bodies. Kill, they didn't even have the chance to use their soul battle forms. 2 strands of essence appeared and entered Qianzong's body, refining and absorbing them. In an instant, the fifth battle star turned from black iron to bronze. After making up for the innate deficiencies of body refining, it was easier to improve than before. All he needed was enough resources. The purgatory ghosts were resources. Returning to his main body and returning to this world would be extremely dangerous. He'd already encountered it, but it was also accompanied by great opportunities that he was obtaining. He'd improved by leaps and bounds. Kill, kill, kill. The killing did not stop as they continued to attack. During this period of time, more and more ghosts had entered this world. There were already tens of thousands of them. Not only did they replenish the previous losses, but they also far exceeded their original numbers. If these ghosts invaded on a large scale, it would be a great disaster for the three alliances. Fortunately, the ghosts had not made a move yet. They seemed to be waiting for the arrival of their entire army before they destroyed all resistance with a thunderous force and completely occupied this world. By doing so, they could also reduce unnecessary losses. Currently, the ghost hunting group was only active outside the boundary of Tai Luo City to hunt the ghosts that were out on patrol. They did not dare to enter the boundary of Tai Luo City at all. Only Chen Zong did. Chen Zong's unrestrained killing within the boundary of Tai Luo City had infuriated the ghosts. Powerhouses were dispatched, golden stars, 9 battle stars. All of them were golden and emitted dazzling rays of light. His entire body was filled with an incomparably shocking aura fluctuation. It was extremely tyrannical. This combat strength had reached the peak of the 9-star level. It was extremely terrifying. However, Chen Zong was only slightly interested. I wonder how many strikes of my sword can a ghost with such combat strength withstand. Of course, this was under the condition that he did not use his ultimate sword skills. Die. This powerful ghost general did not waste any time and immediately attacked. A pitch-black long saber slashed through the air. It carried an extremely terrifying power and directly split the void. The saber light was like a destructive demonic thunder. It emitted a fluctuation that could destroy everything. It directly attacked Chen Zong without any mercy. Even an ancient mountain would be split into pieces by this saber. However, Chen Zong had no intention of dodging at all. The moment the saber light arrived, he unsheathed his sword and slashed across the sky. It was played down as if there was not the slightest bit of smoke and fire. In just an instant, the saber and sword clashed, emitting a trembling sound. The pitch-black long saber trembled slightly and was directly cut in half. The sword light was as cold as water. It was faint and cold like a cold light, but it had an indestructible sharpness. After breaking the pitch-black long blade, he charged towards the tyrannical ghost general like a hot knife through butter. The ghost general was horrified. He immediately let go of the saber in his hand and retreated. A crimson ray of light shot out from the horn of the saber and pierced through the void. This was the light of destruction, which was cast by a top-notch ghost general. Its power was so strong that it made Chen Zong's eyebrows twitch slightly. This was a threat to him. However, Chen Zong still had no intention of dodging. He casually slashed out with his sword, then stretched out his arm and stabbed forward with his sword. In the blink of an eye, Chen Zong changed his moves 3 times. That point directly struck the light of annihilation and shattered it. The top-tier ghost general did not expect the light of annihilation to be able to kill the other party. He only needed to buy some time. Soul battle form. In an instant, the ghost general and his soul battle form attacked Chen Zong from both sides. Such a top-tier ghost general could already make his soul battle body appear on its own, instead of attaching it to his body. It was just like the original body and the clone. When the two worked together, their power was even stronger. Chen Zong still did not feel much pressure. His current battle prowess had already increased to an extremely terrifying height. The sword light slashed out like an iron chain across the river, directly blocking the ghost general's original body and soul battle form. Soon after, the sword light became flexible, turning into countless threads that wrapped around the sword. Every thread was formed from sword chi, and they all contained extremely terrifying sharpness that could cut through everything. The ghost general's expression changed drastically. He was horrified, but he realized that he could not avoid the sword chi threads no matter how hard he tried. This was the sword silk technique. It was a superb technique that Chen Zong had developed after the heart sword Dao intent had reached perfection. In the past, it seemed to have condensed sword chi into threads, but it only had the form and not the spirit. But now, it had both the form and the spirit. Sword silk technique, this required a profound understanding and control of one's own strength and sword Dao. This kind of superb technique had a miraculous effect on those with strong physiques. The ghost general's body was very strong, and his combat strength was shocking. But under the superb technique of sword silk technique, he could not resist. In the blink of an eye, both his physical body and his soul battle body were torn into many pieces. A pure and vigorous origin essence immediately spread out from the ghost general's body and entered Qianzong's body. Refine, absorb, in an instant, the bronze battle star transformed into silver and then gold. The origin essence of such a top-tier ghost general was truly shocking. The fifth body-refining battle star had completely transformed into a golden color. Qianzong could feel that his physique had become much stronger. He was confident that he could defeat an ordinary 6-star warrior or even kill an elite 6-star warrior with his body-refining battle strength alone. But it was not enough. He had to raise his body-refining cultivation to the peak of 9-star to have a chance of breaking through the limits of body-refining and condensing the essence flower. Qianzong's goal was not so simple. He wanted to condense the essence flower, and he wanted to condense all three of them. Essence, qi, and spirit were all indispensable. Only then could he reach perfection. According to what he had read in the Eternal Battle Fort, condensing the essence flower was the first half of the demigod pinnacle. The second half was related to Tao intent. Only by combining the first half and the second half and raising his essence, qi, and Tao intent to perfection could he break through to the imminent God realm. Of course, it was very difficult. Most prodigies could not do it. At this point, Qianzong's heart suddenly jolted. He recalled the records in the many ancient books that he had read. One of them seemed to mention something. It was about Tao intent. It was very rare. It seemed that other than condensing the essence flower, qi, and spirit, there was another way to break through to the demigod pinnacle. That was to raise the top-tier Tao intent to the extreme. Then, if I raise the heart sword Tao intent to the pinnacle of pinnacle, does it mean that I've condensed to essence flower? Qianzong's eyes lit up. If that was true, then it meant that he had surpassed the 9-star level and stepped into the peak of the demigod level. However, he had stepped into the demigod level with his Tao will, not by condensing the 3 flowers of the essence, qi, and divine realm. Compared to condensing the 3 flowers of essence, energy, and spirit, attaining the limit of a top-grade Tao insight was undoubtedly more than 10 times more difficult. Because the normal limit of a Tao insight was 90% of its might. As for attaining 100% of its might, besides natural talent and perseverance, one also needed luck. The 3 tribulations sharpening was where his luck lay. Although he could not see the supreme realm, he had broken the limit of the heart sword Tao intent and raised it to 100% perfection. 100% perfection of a top-tier Tao intent was not something that could be compared to 100% perfection of a high-level Tao intent. It was equivalent to raising one's essence, qi, and spirit to the extreme and condensing the essence flower. In other words, Qianzong had stepped into the pinnacle of demigod pinnacle and was equivalent to a powerhouse who had condensed a essence flower. This made him even more confident. Strength was the foundation of confidence. Even if he were to face a ghost king rank powerhouse again, he would not be as helpless as he was the last time. He could fight. If that was the case, a smile appeared on Qianzong's face. A bright light flashed in the depths of his eyes. He used the yin-yang seamless body technique and quickly approached Ghost City silently. He had the combat strength of a demigod pinnacle, bewildering Light Island as his escape route, and the eternal token of heaven and earth that could withstand the attacks of a supreme saint. With this, what else could he be afraid of? The deaths of many ghosts had already attracted the attention of many ghosts in Ghost City. However, the soundless yin-yang seamless body technique made it difficult for the ghosts to detect him. Ghost City was already in front of him. On the walls of Ghost City, Qianzong saw the ghosts guarding the city. Yin-yang seamless body technique. It was indefinite. Qianzong did not kill these ghosts. They were just ghost soldiers. They sneaked into the Ghost City and went in and out without leaving any gaps. They started to hunt as if they were entering a place where no one was around. The yin-yang seamless body technique displayed astonishing power. The abilities that Chen Zong had mastered could be said to be very comprehensive. He had the heart sword Dao intent that was both lethal and skillful. He had the yin-yang Dao intent that could deflect and counterattack. He also had the tri-pinnacle sword that had terrifying destructive power. He also had a strong physique and the amazing defense of the unbreakable golden body. Whether it was attack, speed, skill, or defense, he had it all. His divine sense was also very powerful. He had no shortcomings and improved in all aspects. He could attack, defend, advance, and retreat. It would be better if he could kill and obtain the essence of the origin without alerting the ghost powerhouses. However, other than the Ghost King, the other ghosts could not do anything to him. It had to be said that Chen Zong's approach was very bold. He could be said to be the model of a bold person. If it were anyone else, they would not dare to do so. After all, this was Ghost City, the territory of the Ghost Clan. Here, the Ghost Clan was like fish in water. Their combat strength was enhanced. On the other hand, the human clan would be suppressed. Chen Zong could also feel the power everywhere. It was constantly attacking and squeezing him, as if it wanted to penetrate and suppress him. Unfortunately, it was not strong enough. In the end, the fate of this world was able to resist and offset the pressure. How dare you enter my ghost city? The Ghost King, who was cultivating in seclusion, sensed the unusual aura in Ghost City. He was furious. Human clan, there were actually humans who had invaded the Ghost City and killed many of them. Judging from the aura, it was one of the 3 people who had injured him. It was not the Son of Fate, but a human who used a sword. His swordsmanship was excellent and very terrifying. Previously, he had finally adapted to this world and was no longer suppressed. He took the initiative to attack but was injured. This time, he planned to wait for the other ghosts of the Ghost Forest tribe to arrive before launching a general attack. He did not expect this human to be so bold as to come to Ghost City and kill ghosts. Damn it, immediately, the Ghost King revealed a ferocious smile. His eyes also emitted a shocking scarlet light. Although he wasn't the Son of Fate, this person's fate was still very dense, second only to the Son of Fate. If he killed him, it would be a big blow to the will of this world. He would also be able to obtain a lot of benefits. Not to mention, this person had come to Ghost City to seek death. Is Little Rice Dumpling going to challenge the Ghost King? Hurry up and give Little Rice Dumpling some monthly votes to transform into Sword Chi. The ghostly Chi was ghastly and blazing like a volcano erupting. The shocking momentum was like the raging waves of the sea, causing the heavens and the earth to shake. Chen Zong could feel that in an instant, an extremely tyrannical aura was pressing down on him from all directions. It was as if he had become the most unwelcome person in Ghost City and was being ostracized. Compared to before, it was like a spring breeze drizzle had turned into a violent storm, becoming even more tyrannical and shocking. Malicious intent, the shocking malicious intent attacked wildly. A sense of danger that originated from the depths of his heart grew and spread out like a gurgling spring. However, compared to the previous crisis, this crisis was not as intense. The Ghost King, Chen Zong knew that the Ghost King had come. In an instant, a black light shot out, and a pair of scarlet eyes filled with malice stared at him. The moment they met eyes with Chen Zong, a will filled with terrifying might charged over like breaking through dry weeds. Last time, this pair of eyes made Chen Zong feel as if he had been struck by lightning, and his spirit sea almost collapsed. However, this time, Chen Zong's spirit sea was much more resilient as the might of the heart sword Dao intent had reached 100%. He could already withstand it. Moreover, with the 100% heart sword Dao intent guarding it, his spirit sea was several times more stable. He could completely withstand the impact of this pair of evil eyes' tyrannical will and not be shaken in the slightest. After the pair of evil eyes stared at him, a beam of black light condensed with astonishing might appeared. It was like a black bolt of lightning that swiftly and silently tore through the air. Before this, Chen Zong had to use all his means and pay the price of a heavily injured arm to barely block this attack. However, it was different this time. Chen Zong's eyes stared at the lightning-like beam of black light. His eyes focused slightly, and he saw the lightning-like beam of black light clearly. In an instant, the 100% heart sword Dao intent turned into a beam of light and instantly pierced into the 9th grade saint artifact in his hand. The sword trembled, and as the sword light pulsed, it emitted a sword cry that seemed to originate from the void. It was peerlessly sharp. Heart intent sword, chain heartbeat, with a slash of his sword, countless sword lights, with the sword hilt as the starting point, drew a perfect trajectory and shot out from all directions, directly attacking the extremely condensed black light. Originally, the power of the black light was very condensed. Previously, Chenzong had used all kinds of methods, but he could not break it at all. At most, he could only weaken it slightly, like scraping a layer of powder on the surface of a stone. At that level, it was simply impossible to truly weaken the opponent's attack. Even if both sides had the same level of power, if one side was as loose as sand while the other side was as solid as a rock, when they collided, the sand would scatter. The rock would at most be damaged on the surface, but the inside would still be intact. Countless sword lights struck the same spot of the black light, instantly destroying it. Now that the heart sword Dao intent had reached 100% perfection, Chenzong had also grasped the advanced technique of transforming the sword into silk. Transforming the sword into silk naturally meant that one's power was incomparably condensed. As the black light dissipated, the Ghost King who unleashed this attack was shocked. He stared at the golden sun above the human's head with a grave expression. If that was not the flower of the supreme realm, then what was it? It seemed to have exceeded his understanding, and he felt that it could pose a threat to him. In such a short time, this human's power had increased by so much. As expected of someone who was favored by great fortune. If this continued, perhaps after a period of time, his power would surge again. Kill. The Ghost King's killing intent grew stronger. The 2 flowers of the supreme realm above his head appeared again, and he used all his power. Of the 2 flowers of the supreme realm, one was blood red. It was extremely condensed, as if it was a real blood flower, and it emitted an extremely shocking aura. It was as if a flood of lava was contained within it, and it fluctuated continuously, as if it could explode at any time. It could destroy the world. The other brown flower of the supreme realm was fainter, and it was just a shadow. However, to be able to condense the flower of the supreme realm meant that one had developed that aspect to the extreme, and he only needed to continue condensing it. In the battle that day, if the Ghost King's 2 flowers of the supreme realm had been fully condensed and materialized, his battle prowess would have been even more shocking. Chenzong and Heavenly God Gong would probably not have been able to defeat him. Of the 2 flowers of the supreme realm, one was fully condensed, and the other was just condensed. Such battle prowess did not give Chenzong a strong sense of danger. This meant that he could already contend with the Ghost King. A sword strike had shattered his opponent's attack. This was proof that he could not do anything to the Ghost King in the past. That sword strike had also boosted Chenzong's confidence greatly. In the first battle, he was in a very sorry state, and he had no choice but to flee in a panic. In the second battle, he had joined forces with Heavenly God Gong. In that battle, he had used all his techniques, but he was still severely injured. In the end, he had to rely on the power of this world's will to defeat the Ghost King. This was the third battle, but he could already rely on his own power to fight the Ghost King. This was his improvement. Intense sword style, everlasting illusion, the sword stabbed out, and the sword light was blurry, like a dream. Even the Ghost King's powerful will couldn't help but be affected. The Dao intent of the heart sword at full power was even more shocking. Vaguely, the Ghost King seemed to have returned to the battlefield of blood and fire, experiencing countless battles and massacres. The ghost claw tore through the air, the pitch-black claw energy was extremely condensed, the sound was faint, and the sky was shattered. Chain heartbeat, with a swing of his sword, the trajectory of the sword spread out and shattered the ghost claw. This sword strike was truly suitable for breaking moves. As for the sword move that was a combination of the wind, fire, and lightning Dao insights, Chenzong didn't intend to execute it because its might wasn't sufficient to threaten the Ghost King. Only the heart sword Dao intent of the heart sword could threaten the Ghost King and make him wary. Fight, fight, fight. Sure enough, improving the might of a top-grade Dao insight to the perfection realm was equivalent to condensing a flower of extreme. After the 9th grade saint artifact was infused with the Dao intent of the heart sword, its might had greatly increased, reaching the level of a half-god artifact. The sword light was endless, and the sword shadows were endless. Every strike was in an arc, but the speed of the sword was several times faster than a straight line. It constantly attacked the Ghost King from all directions. The Ghost King's claws were extremely hard and sharp, as tough as a half-god artifact. They collided with Chen Zong's sword time and time again, bursting into countless sparks, and the sound of metal clashing reverberated endlessly. The more he fought, the more satisfied Chen Zong became. It was different from the feeling of being suppressed before. He could freely swing his sword. His sword intent became more condensed, and even his will became more condensed. His will was like a piece of thick iron that was constantly being hammered, and its impurities were removed bit by bit, becoming like fine iron. Will was a part of the spirit, qi, and spirit. By tempering one's will to the extreme, one could condense a flower of extreme. If he could condense a flower of extreme, coupled with the Tao intent of the heart sword at the perfection realm, it would be equivalent to having 2 flowers of extreme. His battle prowess would increase by quite a bit. However, condensing a flower of extreme was extremely difficult. Unable to do anything to this human, the Ghost King was instantly enraged. The power of the entire ghost city became restless, and they all turned into huge waves that surged forward like a raging tide. Boom! Boom, boom. The Ghost King's aura skyrocketed under the dark and gloomy waves. Shortly after, waves of gloomy storms were swallowed into the Ghost King's body. Its body also expanded by half a meter in an instant, and the armor on its body seemed to be about to burst from the swelling muscles. Traces of red light spread out from the cracks of the armor, and an astonishing blazing aura filled the air, as if it contained magma and fire. Aura, the Ghost King's aura skyrocketed by 30%. It was obvious that it had used some special method. The reason why it hadn't used this method to increase its battle prowess before was because of the environment. Now that it was in the Ghost City, which was the territory of the Ghost Clan, there was a massive amount of Ghost Clan power permeating the air. Chen Zong's expression became more serious, but the light in his eyes became more and more concentrated. There was a faint trace of excitement in the depths of his heart. Fanatical excitement, shocking battle intent, soaring sword intent, and ice-cold calmness. The realm of freedom. Without hesitation, Chen Zong activated the realm of freedom and grasped all his power and the surroundings. Heart domain. In an instant, the heart domain was also compressed by Chen Zong to a radius of 10 meters. The Ghost Clan's power that constantly surged forward and oppressed him was offset one after another, and it couldn't really affect Chen Zong. Fight. The Ghost King attacked. With one attack, it instantly tore through the void and attacked. Compared to the previous silent attacks, this attack was shocking. Accompanied by the heavy roars of evil spirits, it impacted the Ghost Clan's spiritual will, and its power and destructive power increased by more than 50%. Chen Zong's expression didn't change. His figure drifted, and his yin and yang seamless was indefinite, turning reality into illusion. Together with the sword intent current, he guided and diverted the force, avoiding this extremely powerful attack. A terrifying huge crack was directly torn open in the dark void. Strong winds roared, and fierce thunder rumbled. Chen Zong glanced at it. Under the realm of freedom, his mind was calm, and he was not affected at all. Using the yin and yang seamless body technique to the extreme, it was as if he was drifting on the edge of the void. His body constantly alternated between illusion and reality, making it even harder for the Ghost King to grasp. Chain heartbeat, endless heart illusion, infinite heart destruction. The 3 sword moves of the sword intent current were used alternately, attacking the Ghost King from all directions. The power of each sword was extremely powerful. If the Ghost King's will wasn't very condensed, it wouldn't be able to resist at all. Even so, sword wounds kept appearing on its body. However, once the wounds appeared, it only needed to absorb the energy here to quickly recover. Human, this is my territory. This little bit of injury has no effect on your majesty at all. The Ghost King waved his claws around while howling out in rage. Suddenly, the ghost claw swept across the sky, spreading in all directions, covering everything. The horn on the Ghost King's forehead flashed violently. The red light shone and quickly spread to the tip of the horn, condensing into a point. Shooting, a hair-like red light shot out from the horn in an instant. Fast, extremely fast, unparalleled speed, even with the combination of the realm of freedom and the realm of heart, which gave him almost absolute control of the surroundings, he could only vaguely catch a trace of this red light. The red light was extremely condensed. Wherever it passed, the void was directly erased. It wasn't torn apart, but erased. These were two different concepts. It was as if it had disappeared directly, and there was no way to restore it. Creepy. Extreme danger. A speck of crimson light seemed to be able to destroy heaven and earth. Its aura was extremely terrifying and shocking. He couldn't dodge it. Not only was it too fast, but it also followed the ultimate mystery of heaven and earth. He couldn't dodge it. Even if he dodged it, he would still have to face the attack. The attack was like a maggot in one's bones. It condensed an extremely terrifying power that penetrated and destroyed everything. The light of destruction, this was an innate ability that middle-rank ghost generals could master. However, when it was used by a ghost king, it was countless times more terrifying. This was a trump card. As soon as this move was used, a sinister smile appeared on the ghost king's face. He was smiling. Even if his opponent was also a ghost king, he wouldn't be able to dodge such a move. He would either have to face it head-on or take it head-on. The light of destruction gathered all his power. If a ghost king of the same level was hit, he would also die. Danger. The extreme danger made Xianxia's eyebrows twitch wildly. His head seemed to be about to explode, and his heart was beating uncontrollably. This was palpitations, extremely intense palpitations. He felt his mind trembling wildly. The speed of his heartbeat also exceeded his body's limit, as if it was about to explode. The heart sword dowel that condensed on the long sword in his hand also seemed to be pulled and vibrated violently. The long sword could no longer withstand the power of the heart sword dowel. It instantly shattered into countless pieces and then turned into powder. The heart sword dowel was condensed. In Xianxia's hand, it vibrated at an astonishingly high frequency and turned into an extremely blurry sword shadow. The void around the sword shadow was completely torn apart, and wisps of fine darkness appeared. Countless traces connected into one, and the aura it emitted was extremely shocking. His heart was beating so wildly that it was about to explode. His spirit ocean was vibrating so violently that it seemed to be about to collapse. The three formed a connection. A mysterious feeling spread out. The power of the Taichu sword origin technique also surged endlessly and poured into the heart sword dowel without reservation. It turned into a sword light and then converged on the sword intent. Extreme power, extreme state of mind, extreme sword. Slash, in an instant, Xianxia swung his sword and slashed out. Without a sound, the void was directly erased. Just like that beam of light of destruction. A silver-white sword light pierced through the air. In an instant, the silver-white sword radiance collided with the crimson light of destruction. After a slight pause, it was as if the world was about to explode. Terrifying energy poured out in torrents. It was as if the stars had exploded, creating terrifying rings of stars. Rumbling sounds shook the heavens and the earth. Under the impact of the star rings, the void cracked inch by inch. Countless cracks spread out rapidly, covering a radius of 100 meters. Then, they shattered, forming a huge spatial crack that was 100 meters wide, like a black hole. Rumble, lightning flashed and thunder roared in the depths of the black hole. Strong winds blew and roared, full of extreme power. The aura emitted by the black hole made Xianxia and the Ghost King extremely shocked. With this kind of power, the two of them would die if they came into contact with it. They would be reduced to nothingness in an instant. Not even their bones would remain, and their souls would scatter. Retreat. Without hesitation, the Ghost King retreated immediately. This was the Ghost City. He had a natural advantage. Even so, he was slightly affected. One of his arms was reduced to nothingness silently. A sense of danger that was 100 times stronger than before swept over. Xianxia could no longer maintain his carefree state. But at the moment of danger, Xianxia's figure disappeared immediately. The 100-meter spatial crack did not continue to expand. Instead, it continued to devour the surging energy in the surroundings. It healed bit by bit until it finally disappeared. The Purgatory Ghost King was extremely shocked. He was even more bewildered. It seemed that the human was dead, but it also seemed that he was still alive. If he was dead, it would be fine. If he was still alive, it would be very troublesome. In a flash, the Ghost King immediately went to the Purgatory Ghost Gate. He absorbed a large amount of energy from the Purgatory Ghost Gate. The arm that was reduced to nothingness grew back little by little. On Bewildering Light Island, a figure suddenly appeared. Chen Zong's face was pale. The moment he appeared, he staggered and almost fell. Not only was his face pale, but his eyes were also filled with exhaustion. His robe was tattered and there were cuts on his skin. Traces of blood seeped out. Just a little bit more. He was so close to being devoured by the spatial crack. In an instant, he shattered and disappeared without a trace. Even the unbreakable golden body could not withstand the terrifying power of the spatial crack. It was too frightening. Fortunately, he had the Bewildering Light Island as his escape route. Otherwise, he would have been in extreme danger. The danger was not the Ghost King, but the spatial crack created by the collision of the two ultimate moves. Even though the Ghost King's body was so strong, he could not withstand it at all. Just by being affected, one of his arms was reduced to nothingness. The depleted energy seeped out bit by bit like water. It gradually spread throughout his body and recovered. The countless cracks on his body also disappeared and were healing. After a period of time, Chen Zong's face regained its color. The exhaustion in his eyes also disappeared. He was full of energy. This time, he had taken the initiative to enter the territory of Grand Luo City. Not only had his fourth body-refining battle star turned golden, but he had also lit up his fifth battle star. Even his sixth battle star had appeared. It was now bronze. This also meant that his body-refining battle strength had reached the elite 6-star level. It was a great improvement. In addition, he had used the Ghost King's strength to temper himself and the Heart Sword Dao intent. He had further stimulated the potential and power of the Heart Sword Dao intent and increased the power of the Sword Intent Current. This battle had allowed Chen Zong to truly unearth the power of the Heart Sword Dao intent and make it even more powerful. Moreover, he could completely control it and bring out its full power. The three ultimate moves of the Sword Intent Current had all reached a perfect state. It was also because of this that he could continuously injure the Purgatory Ghost King. Unfortunately, the Purgatory Ghost King's body was too strong. He had already reached the level of condensing the Supreme Flower. Therefore, some of his injuries were not fatal. In addition, he was in the Ghost City, the territory of the Purgatory Ghost King. He had the geographical advantage. Once he was injured, he could quickly recover. Even if he fought until the end, he could not kill the Purgatory Ghost King. He could not even injure the Purgatory Ghost King. As his thoughts flowed, the scene of the previous battle replayed in his mind. It was very detailed. It was like a bystander recording it. Then came the final strike. That strike had completely exceeded Chen Zong's consciousness and control. If it had been any other time, he would not have been able to use that strike. However, under the terrifying destructive light of the Purgatory Ghost King, it was as if his subconscious had exploded. He had gathered all of his strength to use that strike. Closing his eyes, Chen Zong carefully recalled the feeling when he had swung out that sword. The Heart Sword Dao intent, mind, will, and strength were all mobilized in an instant. They were all raised to the limit and condensed into one. It was with an unparalleled will that he had unleashed that strike. Carefully recalling it again and again, Chen Zong felt as if he had broken through something. It was as if he had opened a new door and seen a new path. Time passed slowly. The sun rose and the moon set. Chen Zong stood motionless on Bewildering Light Island. He closed his eyes and quietly comprehended. 3 days passed. Chen Zong's eyes were still closed. However, the Heart Sword Dao intent had solidified in an instant. It appeared in his hand. He swung his sword. There was no technique. It was a very simple strike. It looked like it was played down. It was like a child waving a tree branch randomly. However, there was a strange power quietly gathering. The power was invisible and colorless. It was also silent. However, it was very shocking. The sword was casually swung out in a crooked manner. In an instant, the void was torn open. It was a shocking sight. He put away his sword and continued to comprehend. After a while, he swung his sword again. He continued to comprehend, adjust, and search for that feeling. It was a feeling that had reached the pinnacle. In that state, his mind was invincible. After a long time, Qianzong suddenly opened his eyes. A sharp cold light shot out from the depths of his eyes. It seemed to tear the void apart. He exhaled a long breath. It was like an extremely shocking sword aura that tore everything apart. His breath was like a sword. This power was extremely terrifying. An 8-star combat strength could not take it head-on. The result would be to be pierced and torn apart. I understand now, Qianzong said slowly. My heart is strong and my will is strong. Only then can I gather all my strength into one and transform it into a peerless sword aura. That sword was the fusion of the 3 ultimate moves of the will sword style. That sword was also the fusion of all my strength. It was the ultimate killing move. When that sword is used, there is no chance of survival. Qianzong's eyes became sharper. If that sword had not collided with the Ghost King's light of destruction, it might have been able to kill the Ghost King if it had hit the latter directly. Because that sword was a sword that used up all his strength. He could only use it once in a short period of time. He gathered all his strength and attacked without any hesitation. He did not care about his own safety. How terrifying was the power of such an extreme sword, it was obvious just by looking at the 100-meter-long crack in the void created by the collision with the light of destruction. Usually, even if Qianzong used the infinite heart destruction sword, it would only create a crack that was a few meters long at most. In that case, I will name this sword move Lifeless Vacuum Slash. When it is used, the void will be torn apart. It will be a fatal blow, Qianzong said to himself. Then, what he needed to do next was to control this sword move. Even if it was only one strike, he needed to really control it. Then, he could only use it when he was in danger. It could be a trump card that could turn the tide of the battle. Then, Qianzong stayed on Bewildering Light Island and continued to practice his sword move. Vibration, he imagined himself facing an extreme danger, just like when he faced the light of destruction from the Ghost King. Only under that kind of danger could he raise his essence, qi, and spirit to the extreme. Only then could he concentrate his mind to the extreme. Heart Sword Dao will vibrated, his mind vibrated, and the Taichu Sword Origin vibrated. Within the boundary of Tai Luo City, the huge ghost city that had been damaged by the fierce battle between Qianzong and the Ghost King had already been repaired. The Purgatory Ghost Gate had once again expanded from a radius of 10 meters to 15 meters. The Ghost Hunter's power that was swallowed and spat out at every moment was even more vigorous. It poured in like a torrent, causing the Ghost Hunter's power in the Ghost City to become even denser. In such an environment, the Ghost Clan was like a fish in water. They had a natural geographical advantage. The expansion of the Ghost Purgatory Gate not only meant that more Ghost Realm energy was being emitted, but also the arrival of other Ghost Clan armies. One figure after another rapidly stepped out of the expanding Purgatory Ghost Gate, officially entering this world from the Purgatory Ghost Realm. The Ghost King that had fought with Qianzong smiled. These were the warriors of the Ghost Forest tribe. As long as the 100,000 warriors of the Ghastly Forest tribe descended upon this world, and the other Ghost King also descended upon this world, they would launch an all-out attack, crushing all resistance in this world in one fell swoop, causing the will of this world to once again fall into a deep slumber. At that time, with the Ghost Realm's will in the bodies of the Ghost Clan warriors, they would be able to erode the will of this world and transform it into a world that was more suitable for the Ghost Clan to live and fight. It would become a new Ghost Realm. Roar! Roar, roar! 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 Instantly, terrifying roar came from the other side of the Ghost Purgatory Gate. It was as if a storm had swept over and wreaked havoc. The Ghost King's expression changed when he heard the roar. Immediately, a huge and ferocious ghost face appeared from the Ghost Purgatory Gate, followed by a head full of black sarcomas. A huge body appeared and rushed out from the Ghost Purgatory Gate. The body was more than 10 meters tall. It was a black beast with a ghost face and black sarcomas all over its body. It looked a little like a lizard. It looked very disgusting and the aura it emitted was very strong and tyrannical. Ghost Beast. The Ghost King's expression darkened. He stared at the red dot on the ghost beast's forehead. And it's a controlled ghost beast. He couldn't help but have an ominous premonition. In the Ghost Purgatory Gate, there was another race besides the Ghost Clan. They were the Beast Clan, also known as Ghost Beasts. Of course, the ghost race had intelligence. Ghost beasts did not have much intelligence, but their bestial instincts surpassed their intelligence. Ghost beasts and ghost clans would not get along peacefully. In fact, the 36 divisions of the Purgatory Ghoul race would compete with each other and even fight against each other. The ghouls would also kill ghoul beasts to absorb their life force to improve themselves and become stronger. Of course, ghost beasts would also devour each other, devouring ghost beasts and ghosts to improve themselves. As for ghost beasts, when they were born, they all looked the same. They were just a ball. As they continued to devour and grow, they would take on different shapes. There were all kinds of strange shapes, and most of them looked very disgusting. But nothing is absolute. Ghost beasts could also be used by the Ghost Clan. Among the 36 divisions of the Ghost Clan, there was a division called the Ghost Beast Division. The difference between the Ghost Clan of the Ghost Beast Clan and the other 35 Ghost Clans was that some of them could control ghost beasts. With his own tyrannical combat strength and the addition of the Ghost Beast, he would be even more powerful. Therefore, among the 36 divisions of the Ghost Clan, the overall strength of the Ghost Beast Division surpassed that of the Ghost Forest Division. If the strength of the 36 divisions of the Ghost Clan was divided into levels, the 3 strong divisions would naturally be the first level, the Ghost Beast Division would be the third level, and the Ghost Forest Division would be the fourth level. Now that a ghost beast with the symbol of being controlled had appeared here, what did this mean? Could it be that the Ghost Forest Division had been conquered? That should not be, because the Ghost Beast Division and the Ghost Forest Division were not enemies. They should be allies. More ghost beasts came through the Purgatory Ghoul Gate to this world. Accompanying them were ghosts. When they arrived, they were about to roar loudly, but when they felt the tyrannical aura of the Ghost King, they all shut up. Ghost Forest Jialuo, you need to give me an explanation? The Ghost King overseeing the Ghost City was furious. Originally, this should be a good thing for the Ghost Forest Division. How could the Ghost Beast Division be involved? The Ghost Beast Division was stronger than the Ghost Forest Division. If they entered here, they would probably gain dominance. When that happened, the benefits that the Ghost Forest Division could gain would be greatly reduced. Moreover, if the Ghost Beast Division knew, then what about the other divisions? If the 36 tribes knew about this and entered this world one after another, especially the 3 strongest tribes, the Ghost Forest tribe would probably have nothing to do with this. Then, all the efforts that he had put in and the price that the Ghost Forest Division had paid would have been wasted. Therefore, he felt angry and could not help but question the other Ghost King of the Ghost Forest Division. Jess, our movements were discovered by the Ghost Beast Division. Ghost Forest Jialuo explained. Fortunately, they were only discovered by the Ghost Beast Division and attracted the attention of the Ghost Beast Division's Ghost King. They had no choice but to join forces with the Ghost Beast Division and enter this world. Moreover, with the Ghost Beast Division as a cover, the other 16 divisions would not discover anything for a while. In addition, this time, the Ghost Beast Division that entered this world with the Ghost Forest Division totaled a quarter of their forces. Jess, it's not a good thing to eat alone. A rough voice filled with malice sounded, accompanied by an extremely terrifying roar that shook the heavens and earth. That was the roar of a ghost beast, and it was not an ordinary ghost beast. A 3-meter-tall figure clad in battle armor stepped into the Ghost Purgatory Gate and appeared in the Ghost City. An extremely tyrannical aura spread out, suppressing in all directions. At the same time, a huge pitch-black ghost beast appeared. That ghost beast looked like a lion that was 20 meters in size. Of course, its face was a ghost face, which was the characteristic of all ghost beasts. On the forehead of that ghost face, there was a huge sarcoma that seemed to be throbbing. The sarcoma on this ghost beast's body, on the contrary, was very few and did not look that scary. This kind of ghost beast that looked more normal was usually a ghost beast with even more shocking potential, which also meant that it was more powerful. Ghost Beast King, this was actually a Ghost Beast King. The so-called Ghost Beast King referred to a ghost beast that had the battle strength of a Ghost King. A Ghost King and a Ghost Beast King were equivalent to two Ghost Kings in terms of combat strength. The Ghost Beast clan had 3 Ghost Kings. Although one of the Ghost Kings was unable to control Ghost Beasts, the other 2 Ghost Kings could each control a Ghost Beast King. That was equivalent to having 5 Ghost Kings. In terms of peak battle strength, the Ghost Beast clan was obviously stronger than the Ghost Forest clan. In addition, the army of the Ghost Beast clan was stronger than the Ghost Forest clan. Ming, this world was discovered by my Ghost Forest clan. Ghost Forest Jess replied coldly. Even if the Ghost Beast clan was stronger than the Ghost Forest clan, he was not afraid. This world is so big, with your Ghost Forest clan's strength, you may not be able to take it all. The Ghost Beast Ming laughed. My Ghost Beast clan will not take advantage of your Ghost Forest clan. This time, the resources needed to build the Ghost Mother Tree will be provided by our Ghost Beast clan. Okay. Ghost Forest Jess thought for a moment and agreed. The Ghost clan was a race that was born to fight. It was also a very strange race. They did not have a gender, or it could be said that they were all males, because that was the form that the Ghost Realms will recognize, the most suitable form for fighting. Therefore, the Ghost clan did not have parents. They were born from the Ghost Mother Tree. The so-called Ghost Mother Tree was the place where the Ghost clan was born. In the Ghost Forest Purgatory, there was a Ghost Mother Tree in each of the 36 Ghost Forest divisions. It constantly absorbed energy and gave birth to young Ghost clan members. Then, it started to fight, kill, and devour, constantly improving itself, becoming ghost soldiers and joining the army. However, the resources needed to build a Ghost Mother Tree were too shocking. With the Ghost Forest clan's ability, they could build a Ghost Mother Tree in this world. This ghost city was prepared in advance for the construction of the Ghost Mother Tree. However, once the Ghost Mother Tree was built, the Ghost Forest clan's many years of savings would be used up. However, the Ghost Forest clan had already decided to enter this world, which was equivalent to giving up everything in the Ghost Forest. Therefore, even if they had to use up all their resources, they had to build a Ghost Mother Tree. This way, they could ensure the continuation of the Ghost Forest clan. But now, things had changed. The Ghost Beast clan knew about it and participated in it. This had become a fact that could not be changed. Therefore, the Ghost Beast clan naturally had to pay a price for this. The Ghost Beast clan would use all their resources to build the Ghost Mother Tree as the price they had to pay. This way, the Ghost Forest clan could save a lot of resources. Now that the Ghost Forest clan had completely entered this world, the construction of the Ghost Mother Tree was imperative. The Ghost Mother Tree had to be built near the Ghost Gate of Purgatory. This way, it could absorb more energy from the Ghost Forest Purgatory. Ghost generals circled around in all directions, constantly releasing their energy. Under the guidance of the Ghost King of the Ghost Beast clan, the energy was released in all directions. The Ghost Mother Tree was a gigantic tree. The construction of the Ghost Mother Tree was not easy. It required a huge amount of resources and energy. First, it had to be condensed into a seed. Then, it had to be irrigated so that it would germinate and grow. Precious resources were constantly refined. Finally, they gathered into a heart that was about 10 meters in size. The heart was pitch black, but it was covered with red veins. It was beating, as if it was nurturing something terrifying. The energy was continuously channeled into the seed of the Ghost Mother Tree. Gradually, traces of black mist with traces of red light appeared in the seed of the Ghost Mother Tree. As the mist rose, it seemed as if it was rolling over and over. The mist was constantly spreading and accumulating. Gradually, it covered the entire seed of the Ghost Mother Tree. As the mist lingered, the red light at the edge of the black mist became more and more obvious. The black mist emitted a cold and gloomy aura, while the red mist emitted a blazing and overbearing aura. The Ghost King of the Ghost Beast clan in the sky had a solemn expression. The Ghost Beast Kings beside him also gathered their energy and condensed it. Immediately, as if they had used all their strength to attack, they directly shot down. Boom! The mist outside the seed of the Ghost Mother Tree fluctuated continuously. It was like a surging tide, like the waves of the sea. Vaguely, there seemed to be an extremely shocking roar coming from the seed of the Ghost Mother Tree. Within the Ghost City, a tree had sprouted and was growing healthily. On bewildering Light Island, Zhenzong held a long sword condensed from the heart sword Dao wool and was practicing sword techniques one by one. This sword technique looked very simple. Stab, hack, slice, chop, flick, this was the basic swordsmanship. It was the most basic swordsmanship that was passed down in every world in the universe. It was the basic technique of using the sword. Everyone who was determined to practice swordsmanship had to cultivate and master this swordsmanship from the beginning. However, most people who practiced the sword would change to a more advanced sword technique after mastering the basic sword technique. After that, they would throw the basic sword technique to the back of their minds and would not review it again. This was because they felt that there was no need to do so. Once in a battle, it was natural to use powerful sword techniques to deal with the enemy. That was the first choice. However, Zhenzong did not. Reviewing the basic sword technique was like an instinct that was engraved in the depths of his soul. Even if he changed his body, it was still the same. Now, Zhenzong was reviewing the basic sword technique again, calming himself down and looking for inspiration to slowly accumulate, improve, and break through himself. In the territory of Great Change City, in the temporary mountain gate of the Azura sect, Xianxia was practicing the Divine Fiend Azura battle technique and constantly absorbing the power of the Divine Fiend Origin Pearl. The fourth stage of the Divine Fiend Azura battle technique was improving bit by bit. The Divine Fiend Azura battle technique was very advanced. Every stage of improvement was very difficult. Without the Divine Fiend Origin Pearl, it was unknown how many years it would take for Xianxia's cultivation to break through from the fourth stage to the fifth stage. It was unimaginable. Now, even with the Divine Fiend Origin Pearl, it was not so easy. Xianxia estimated that once he cultivated the Divine Fiend Azura battle technique to the fifth stage, he would surpass the 9-star level and possess the combat power of a demigod. As for whether he would condense the Flower of Extremity, he was not sure. The potential of this body was shocking. He really could not be sure what level of extremity it was. In a certain void in the profound world, a golden flame burned continuously and seemed to become more and more vigorous. It was the heavenly god in the palace of providence that was favored by the will of this world. It could be said that in this world, heavenly god Gong was the one who had received the most providence, followed by Zhenzong and Xianxiu. In addition, not long ago, the three of them worked together to defeat a ghost king, temporarily resolving a great crisis. They received more care from this side of the world, and became more sensitive to changes in qi. Inside Ghost City, the ghost mother tree was growing healthily. At the same time, a terrifying ghost hunter will also spread out from the ghost mother tree. It slowly spread out and attacked everything with malice. This was the erosion of the world's will. Zhenzong, Xianxiu, and the heavenly god Gong all faltered upon hearing this. They felt as if there was an ominous aura permeating between heaven and earth. This ominous aura carried with it a frightening malice. Zhenzong and the others felt chills run down their spines. It was as if their minds and wills were being corroded and polluted. There was no pollution, nor was there any erosion. However, it felt like dark clouds were looming over their heads, making them feel very uncomfortable. Especially for those who had received more care from this side of the world, the more obvious this feeling was. Could it be that the ghost clan is making a move again? Zhenzong couldn't help but think. With a thought, he disappeared and reappeared in Tai Luo City. Zhenzong executed the yin-yang seamless movement technique to its limits. Silently, he quickly headed in the direction of Ghost City. Scout the enemy. As soon as he entered Tai Luo City, Zhenzong acutely sensed the changes in the aura here. It was obviously much denser. His expression was somewhat serious. The closer he got to Ghost City, the denser the sinister and domineering aura became. The light also became dimmer, and he couldn't even see his own fingers. After passing through the walls of Ghost City, although the defensive power was more than twice as strong, Zhenzong was still not discovered. Immediately, Zhenzong was surprised to see a huge and hideous monster with a twisted ghost face and a body full of sarcomas. It was very disgusting, but the aura it emitted was also very powerful and shocking. These are ghost beasts. Zhenzong's expression became more and more serious. Zhenzong's memory was connected to Xianxiu's. Therefore, what Xianxiu knew, Zhenzong also knew. Ghost beasts, even ghost beasts had appeared here. Thinking carefully, these ghost beasts had red lights flashing between their eyebrows. They were obviously ghost beasts that were being controlled. Among the ghost clan, only the ghost beast division could control ghost beasts. In other words, other than the original ghost forest division, the ghost beast division had also entered here? The ghost forest division was already very powerful. For the supreme mystery realm, it was almost impossible to resist. If the even more powerful ghost beast division had also entered, it would be a disaster. Could this be the origin of the sinister aura? Infiltrate, constantly infiltrate. Under the yin-yang seamless movement technique, Qianzong's aura was extremely restrained. As long as he didn't actively leak it, even the Ghost King would find it difficult to immediately discover him. In the distance, Qianzong saw a huge and strange tree. It was rapidly growing inch by inch into the sky, constantly growing taller and thicker. It was a big tree with a black trunk. The trunk was already more than 10 meters long, and it was still growing. There were countless scars on it, and they looked like distorted ghost faces. Countless branches spread out in all directions. The shape was very strange, as if countless ghosts were lurking on it. An astonishing malice was constantly spreading from the gradually growing tree. It seemed to have turned into layers of ripples that could be seen with the naked eye. Qianzong's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of needles. This tree, there seemed to be related information in the ghost general's memory. The ghost mother tree, it was the thing that gave birth to the Purgatory Ghost Clan. For the Ghost Clan, it was a sacred tree. It was a sacred tree that carried the great will of the Purgatory Ghost Realm. It could truly transform the surrounding environment into a ghost realm that was more suitable for the Ghost Clan to live and fight in. Qianzong finally understood where the oppressive feeling came from. It was as if dark clouds had covered the sky. The Ghost Clan had strengthened their invasion of this world. Moreover, it was the Ghost King and Ghost Beast King of the Ghost Beast tribe. In addition, it was the two Ghost Kings of the Ghost Forest tribe. In this way, the Ghost Clan had the battle strength of 4 Ghost Kings, which was equivalent to 4 peak demigods. Danger, an extremely strong sense of danger suddenly swept over and filled his body. Qianzong couldn't help but tremble. A great crisis had descended upon the profound realm. 4 peak demigod experts, tens of thousands of Ghost Clan soldiers gathered, and the appearance of the Ghost Mother Tree, a sacred object of the Ghost Clan, revealed a message. The Ghost Clan was about to launch a large-scale attack. Against 1,000 or 2,000 Ghost Clan soldiers, the Human Clan Alliance might be able to resist. But against 10 or 20,000 Ghost Clan soldiers, the 3 Human Clan Alliances wouldn't be able to resist at all. They would be defeated at first contact. Even if Qianzong and Xianxia attacked with all their might, the result would still be the same. After all, the Ghost Clan had 4 peak demigod experts. Destroy the Ghost Mother Tree now, Qianzong silently calculated and deduced, but he couldn't do it. It was equivalent to 4 Ghost Kings surrounding him. Once he leaked his aura, he would immediately be attacked. Other than leaving, there was nothing else he could do. After all, he wasn't strong enough. But no matter what, he had to let the other humans know about the changes here. Immediately, Xianxia came out of seclusion and found Alliance leader Yuanji. He told him everything that Qianzong had seen. The entire Taiyuan Alliance's main hall was filled with coldness and solemnity. Lord Xianxia, it's not that I don't believe you, but what you said is too unbelievable. Alliance leader Yuanji smiled bitterly. This is the information that Jiandi Qianzong found out with his own eyes, Xianxia said unhurriedly. Jiandi Qianzong, these 4 words carried more weight than Sword Demon Xianxia, at least in everyone's minds. Moreover, such an important matter couldn't be joked about. Lord Xianxia, what do you and Lord Jiandi think? Alliance leader Yuanji calmed himself down and asked again. Retreat immediately. Withdraw from Great Change City and join forces with the Xiankong Alliance and Taiyuan Sacred Alliance, Qianxia said solemnly. At this point, the 3 alliances had to unite and cooperate sincerely. Only by retreating to a corner would they have a slight hope of resisting the Ghost Race army. Otherwise, they would be defeated one by one and all of them would perish. If they joined forces, they could completely concentrate their strength and not be defeated one by one. In addition, if they retreated to a corner, they could also wait for reinforcements to arrive. Neither Qianzong nor Qianxia were tactical strategists. they just gave a pertinent suggestion. As for whether it was feasible or not, the Taiyuan alliance indeed had the corresponding talents to analyze it. And the result of the analysis was approval. After all, there was a clear gap between the strength of the humans and the ghost race, be it in terms of individual combat strength or numbers. Especially now that the ghost race army had truly entered the profound world, their numbers were dozens or even hundreds of times more than before. There were even Ghost King realm experts, which was extremely terrifying. The three alliances retreated to a corner. They had no choice but to do so. Immediately, Grand Elder Yuan Kong and Grand Elder Yuan Feng of the Taiyuan Alliance moved. They went through the Void Gate of the Void Temple to Taiyuan Sacred Alliance and Xiankong Alliance to inform them of the news and explain their intentions. Unite, the three alliances united. Although they didn't see it with their own eyes, the group of experts could more or less feel the aura in the air. It was even more oppressive, as if dark clouds were hanging over their heads. It was heavy and very uncomfortable. The Xiankong Alliance didn't refuse. They agreed immediately and began to arrange for people to retreat. As for the Taiyuan Sacred Alliance, for some reason, they didn't agree immediately. Instead, they sent people to the boundary of Grand Luo City to investigate, as if to further confirm the situation. However, while they were investigating, they also arranged for some people to retreat first. The direction of their retreat this time was the boundary at the very edge of the ultimate profundity realm, called Taichi City. Taiji City's boundary was the largest in the profound world. Even Taishan City couldn't compare to it. However, the chi of heaven and earth in Taiji City wasn't rich enough and resources were scarce. It was the kind of place that was vast but sparsely populated. Retreating to Taiji City was really a last resort. Whoosh! 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 Like a raging storm, it sounded like a war horn that resounded through the heavens and earth. An expanse of pitch black surged in the sky. It was like dark clouds that covered the heavens and the earth, and it was like a surging tide. A gloomy and blazing overbearing aura covered the heavens and the earth. Everywhere it passed, everything was shattered, swallowed, and destroyed. The Ghost Clan army, this patch of darkness was like a swarm of locusts passing through. It was the Ghost Clan army that set off from Ghost City. 3 Ghost Kings and a Ghost Beast King were among them. Attack, the Ghost Clan immediately launched an attack. They gathered enough forces to prevent any unexpected events from happening and immediately set off. They planned to devour all the humans in the highest mystery realm and completely occupy the highest mystery realm. At that time, they could use the highest mystery realm as their base camp and spread out in all directions, invading other realms until they completely occupied this world and turned it into a new ghost region. As they advanced, the army split into 2 groups. One group headed in the direction of Tai City. It was the 2 Ghost Kings and the Ghost Soldiers of the Ghost Forest tribe. The other group headed out of the highest mystery realm. This was previously discussed between the Ghost Forest tribe and the Ghost Beast tribe. The highest mystery realm belonged to the Ghost Forest tribe. The Ghost Beast tribe had to leave the highest mystery realm and head to other realms. The neighboring realms to the highest mystery realm were the Upper Yuan realm, the Ancient Suppression realm, and the Sky Chill realm. The Upper Yuan realm was separated by the bewildering light ocean, which was difficult to cross. Although the Ghost Beast tribe seemed to have fewer troops in terms of numbers, they were not inferior to the Ghost Forest tribe in terms of combat power. This was because nearly half of the Ghost Beast tribe warriors had ghost beasts. At the border of the highest mystery realm, in the territory of Taiji City, Qin Xiao informed the Primary Peak Alliance leader, the Xiankong Alliance leader, and the Taishan Alliance leader that the Ghost Clan army had set off. The Taishan Alliance sent people to infiltrate the territory of Tailuo City and paid a hefty price to confirm the news. The entire alliance retreated to Taiji City. The 3 alliances joined forces and set up many traps in the territory of Taiji City to deal with the Ghost Clan army. Are they coming? The Xiankong Alliance leader's eyes shone brightly. Then let them come. We will fight sooner or later. The Primary Peak Alliance leader exuded an astonishing aura that was beyond the past. The Taishan Alliance leader did not speak, but the murderous intent in his eyes could not be concealed. A figure appeared in Ghost City. It was Chenzong. At this moment, the Ghost City was truly like a ghost city. There was no one in sight, not a single ghost clan member remained. The ghost race army had already moved out in full force. They did not leave behind any warriors to guard this place. This also revealed the ghost race's determination and will to attack. At the same time, it also revealed a kind of confidence that they were not afraid of being attacked. Since there were no ghosts left to guard the city, Qianzong did not need to hide himself carefully. Using his movement technique, Qianzong quickly headed towards the depths of the ghost city. Soon after, he saw a huge black tree with a strange shape. It was dozens of meters wide and nearly 1,000 meters tall. Ghost Mother Tree. This was the Ghost Mother Tree, the holy tree of the Purgatory Ghost Clan. It was the holy tree that gave birth to the Purgatory Ghost Clan. Without the Ghost Mother Tree, the Purgatory ghouls would not have been able to appear. And now, such a huge Ghost Mother Tree was right in front of Qianzong's eyes. Qianzong's heart was suddenly filled with excitement. Destroying this Ghost Mother Tree would be a big blow to the ghost race. However, Qianzong did not immediately take action. Instead, he pondered. The Ghost Mother Tree was so important. It did not make sense that the ghost race did not leave any soldiers behind to guard it. The only explanation was that the Ghost Mother Tree was not weak. It could not be destroyed. A deeper guess was that the Ghost Mother Tree also possessed great power. Regarding this point, the ghost race's memory that Xianxia obtained seemed to be fragmented. So Xianxia was not clear about it. After all, it was just a soul fragment. As for whether it was true or not, he would find out soon. The Ghost Mother Tree was almost 1,000 meters tall. Its trunk was covered with ghost faces and scars. Each of them was twisted, as if the soul had been tortured in its lifetime and was branded on it. It was extremely painful. With just a glance, Qianzong felt an indescribable chill rising from the depths of his heart. Incomparably complicated branches stretched out in all directions, covering a radius of more than 1,000 meters. On top of them, there was a 1-meter-long heart-like object hanging upside down. It was completely black, and its surface was covered with crimson veins. It seemed to be trembling slightly. That was the ghost realm. It was the thing that gave birth to the ghost race. In every ghost realm, there was a baby ghost race that was growing until it broke out of the ghost realm. It would take a long time. Sword intent, infinite heart destruction. In an instant, Qianzong gathered all of his power and slashed out with his sword. The sword light shot out like a vacuum. In an instant, it crossed thousands of meters and approached the Ghost Mother Tree. Slash! The powerful slash turned into a sword light that was dozens of meters long and slashed at the Ghost Mother Tree, trying to cut it in half. However, while the idea was beautiful, the reality was cruel. The powerful sword light slashed at the trunk of the Ghost Mother Tree. At the same time, a black light flashed across the Ghost Mother Tree and blocked Qianzong's powerful slash. In the next moment, the black light disappeared, but the trunk of the Ghost Mother Tree was still intact, without a single scratch. Qianzong's eyes widened in shock. The infinite heart destruction was the most powerful slash after the vacuum death slash. Moreover, it was executed with all of his power. If the Ghost King was hit, it would definitely be seriously injured. However, such a powerful slash could not cause any damage to the Ghost Mother Tree. It could not even leave a mark on it. It was completely blocked by the black light. Qianzong finally understood why the ghost race was so relaxed and did not have any power to guard this place. It was impossible to break through such a defense, let alone destroy it. In just a breath of time, Qianzong's expression suddenly changed, but he was still a bit too slow. The Ghost Mother Tree scars that looked like ghost faces trembled. The ghost faces seemed to come alive. They opened their mouths that were devoid of teeth and let out sharp screeches. Ghost wails. In an instant, countless sharp and terrifying screeches came from the mouth of each ghost face. The ghost faces twisted and trembled. They seemed to want to break away from the Ghost Mother Tree and turn into vengeful spirits. This extremely terrifying shriek was like a thunderclap exploding out, directly charging towards them. Qianzong felt his skin go numb, as if it was being torn apart. Waves of pain came from his body. His muscles, bones, and internal organs were also trembling. It was as if they were being cut by countless tiny blades. His entire spirit sea was also impacted. It was as if it was being destroyed by a natural disaster. It shook violently and almost collapsed. If the Dowel of Heartsword had not been raised to perfection and guarded the Spirit Sea, making it more stable, it would have been shattered. Even so, the Spirit Sea was shaking violently. Qianzong felt as if his soul was being attacked continuously. It was as if it was being torn apart. In an instant, Qianzong disappeared and appeared on Bewildering Light Island. In Ghost City, after the Ghost Mother Tree released the terrifying soul-chasing sound wave, it waved its flexible branches like a long whip and lashed at the spot where Qianzong had disappeared. With a bang, the void cracked inch by inch. In an instant, a crack that was more than 10 meters long and as thick as a pinky finger formed. Qianzong did not see this scene. Otherwise, he would be even more shocked. The Ghost Mother Tree not only had an amazing defensive ability, but it also had a terrifying counterattack ability. It was no wonder that the Ghost Clan was so relaxed. They were not afraid that someone would attack the Ghost Mother Tree directly. In the Purgatory Ghost Realm, even the most powerful Ghost King could not do anything to the Ghost Mother Tree. It could be said that other than the fact that the Mother Ghoul Tree was unable to move, its fighting prowess was much stronger than the strongest Ghoul King in the Purgatory. Only those at the Great Saint stage could threaten or even destroy the Ghost Mother Tree. However, there were not many Supreme Saints in the Tianyuan Sacred Territory. Some of them had already left to explore the void of the universe in search of opportunities to improve themselves. Some of them had stayed behind to watch out for the invasion of the void demons. Some of them had entered a deep level of seclusion. It could be said that there were no Supreme Saints in the void boundary realm at the moment. The Purgatory Ghost Clan was not the only enemy in the Tianyuan Sacred Territory. There were also the void demons. If they were careless, the void demons would invade the Tianyuan Sacred Territory. If not for the need to defend against the void demons, the void boundary realm would be much stronger than this. On Bewildering Light Island, Qianzong's face was pale. The Ghost Mother Tree not only had an amazing defensive ability, but its sound wave was also terrifying. In an instant, he felt like his body was being cut into pieces. His Spirit Sea was directly attacked, and his soul was in turmoil. If he had not escaped in time, his soul would have been damaged in a few breaths. How could he destroy such a terrifying Ghost Mother Tree? The turmoil in his Spirit Sea calmed down, and Qianzong's face regained its color. The Purgatory Ghost Clan was really a terrifying clan. To a certain extent, they were even more powerful and difficult to deal with than the void demons that he had encountered before. Now, Qianzong could not think of a good way to deal with the Ghost Mother Tree, so he could only give up for now. Fortunately, the Ghost Mother Tree could not move and could only stay where it was. As long as he did not attack it, it would not show its power. Maybe I'll give it a try after I condense the 3 flowers, Qianzong thought to himself. As long as he condensed the Supreme Flower, his combat strength would be further enhanced. At that time, he might be able to break the Ghost Mother Tree's defense and destroy it before it could counterattack. As for now, he had to chase after the Ghost Clan army. In an instant, Qianzong's figure disappeared and reappeared in the boundary of Grand Brightness City. He followed the aura left behind by the Ghost Clan and quickly chased after them. At this moment, the Ghost Clan army had already crossed the boundary of Grand Brightness City, crossed the Star Plane, and stepped into the boundary of Grand Change City. However, there wasn't a single soul in the area of Great Change City. The Great Yuan Alliance had already retreated and left this place, leaving behind only a deathly silence. They escaped so quickly. Ghost Forest Jesse sneered. He was a little surprised, but it was also reasonable. The Ghost Clan army moved out directly. Although they were divided into 2 groups, the Ghost Forest Tribe's army was almost 100,000 strong. It was so terrifying that it could destroy everything in its path. Moreover, the Ghost Clan did not plan to hide their tracks and directly advanced. With such a large force, the human clan would definitely know in advance and react accordingly. Retreat, this was undoubtedly the right way to go. It was better than fighting head-on. After all, the Ghost Clan army was too powerful. Oppression, an extremely oppressive aura filled the air. Everyone felt their hearts sink and they found it hard to breathe. The territory of Taiji City was vast and boundless. A huge city stood on the ground, and it could be seen that the city walls were still very new. It was obvious that they had just been built not long ago. Moreover, there was a huge crossbow bed placed every 20 meters on the city walls. On top of it, there was a huge crossbow that was 2 meters long. The tip of the crossbow was like the tip of a long spear. It shone with a green light and seemed to contain terrifying power. There were 300 of these crossbows lined up in a row. The Void Temple had always been neutral and did not participate in any battles in Tianyuan sacred region. However, now that Taishan world was facing a huge disaster that would affect the entire Tianyuan sacred region, the Void Temple was finally willing to help. However, they did not help directly. Instead, they traded some treasures, such as the Void Demon-slaying crossbow. The Void Demon-slaying crossbow was extremely powerful and shocking. The more power was injected into it, the more powerful it would be. When the power was strong enough, it could even kill a 9-star expert. Of course, it was difficult to use the Void Demon-slaying crossbow to kill a 9-star expert. After all, the Void Demon-slaying crossbow needed to accumulate power. This took time and a series of preparations such as aiming. However, a 9-star warrior wouldn't just stand there and wait to be killed. Not only 9-star experts, but any cultivator would do the same. Now that the Ghost Tribe army was invading, the mysterious Void Temple did not help directly. They could only trade for the Void Demon-slaying crossbows and make other arrangements. Facing so many enemies, they did not need to aim. They only needed to adjust the direction slightly. Once they shot out, they would definitely hit the Ghost Tribe and cause a lot of damage. Of course, there were only 300 Void Demon-slaying crossbows. It was hard to say how much damage they could cause to the Ghost Tribe. However, no matter what, Taiji City was their last resort. There was no way back. They had to fight to the death. They had to do their best. Even if they died, they had to kill a few more ghosts. This section of the city wall was newly built. It could be said that it was an extension of the original Taiji City. It seemed to have become an inner city and an outer city. Cultivators with sufficient combat power were all gathered in the outer city, while those without sufficient combat power were gathered in the inner city. Of course, if the outer city was breached, the people in the inner city would inevitably die. Taiji City was the final destination. In this battle, there was a great disparity between everyone. However, they could not retreat and could only face it head-on. With the three alliances working together, there were more than 1,500 cultivators with 4-star combat power and above. Compared to before, this number had increased by quite a bit. The invasion of the Purgatory Ghouls had caused great casualties in the Profound Realm. It was unknown how many humans had been devoured. However, the invasion of the Purgatory Ghouls had awakened the will of the world, and it was slowly recovering. As the will of the world awakened and gradually recovered, not only could cultivators obtain origin essence from killing ghouls to strengthen themselves, but they could also improve their cultivation efficiency. Although many cultivators had died in the battle against the Purgatory Ghouls, many cultivators had also made breakthroughs in their battle prowess and become even stronger. On the whole, there were more 4-star cultivators than before the invasion of the Purgatory Ghouls. However, compared to the Purgatory Ghouls, there was still a huge gap in numbers. Perhaps only when the will of the world completely recovered and cultivated for a few hundred more years would there be hope of catching up to the Purgatory Ghouls' current level. According to the news sent back, there were at least tens of thousands of ghouls attacking. Even the weakest of them had 4-star combat power. On the human side, even with the three alliances combined, there were only about 1,500 of them. 1,000 against tens of thousands. The disparity was too great. If they knew that the ghouls were not tens of thousands, but close to 100,000, they would only feel despair. Even now, there was only one expression on everyone's face, solemn, extremely solemn. The wind was bleak, the water was cold, and the warriors had left and never returned. This kind of aura had already filled the surroundings, like smoke signals. The power of the 300 Void Devil-slaying crossbows had been accumulated to the extreme, reaching the upper limit of the crossbows. Even a 9-star expert would have more than a 50% chance of dying if they were hit head-on. Unless they had some defensive secret treasure or some special method. Of course, the bodies of the Purgatory Ghouls were strong. Even if they were hit head-on, they might not die, but they would definitely be severely injured. Among the 1,500 people, Xianxia was also present. He was still holding the divine fiend origin pearl that was getting smaller and smaller. He was constantly using the divine fiend azure battle technique, trying his best to make use of all the time to improve himself. Pressure, the aura was getting more and more oppressive. Everyone's heart was heavy, almost suffocating. Under such pressure, some people could still hold on, and could still cultivate and maintain their condition, showing shocking iron will. However, some people were already emotionally unstable. In the inner city of Taiji City, it seemed to be gloomy. The ghouls are coming. We can't stop them at all. Since we are going to die, we might as well enjoy it before we die. In the inner city, some people's minds were already in turmoil. It was as if their inner demons had been awakened, and their desires were infinitely magnified. They were about to die. This sentence was like a curse, but also like a virus, spreading rapidly in the inner city. The human heart was the easiest to be shaken, especially the low-level cultivators and ordinary people who did not have strong wills. When faced with a desperate situation, it was easy for their temperament to change greatly. Some of the desires that were hidden in the depths of their hearts would be infinitely magnified. Under the influence of such desires, the inner city started to become chaotic. Burning, killing, robbing, and lewd acts were committed everywhere. However, the three great alliances had also considered this situation. Therefore, those cultivators whose combat power was between 1-star and 3-star were not qualified to participate in the battle against the Ghost Clan. Instead, they formed teams to defend and control the inner city. Once there was any chaos, they would immediately appear and suppress it. Attention, the ghouls have already entered the boundary of Taiji City and are approaching, Xianxia suddenly said. His cold voice entered everyone's ears. Whether the warriors were cultivating or resting, all of their expressions changed greatly. Finally, it was still coming. The inevitable decisive battle was about to arrive. Immediately, 100 people stepped out and stood beside the void demon-slaying crossbows. They were ready to shoot 100 powerful crossbows at any time to kill as many ghouls as possible. The ghouls had arrived. Once they entered the boundary of Taiji City, it would only take a few hours for them to approach. A few hours did not pass in the blink of an eye, but the heavy pressure made it so that no one dared to relax, nor could they relax. After a few hours, the ghouls would arrive. At that time, who would be able to survive? Perhaps none. All of them would have to die. I don't want to die. A 4-star warrior mumbled to himself. His expression kept changing. His voice was low, and it seemed like it was still trembling. His trembling voice seemed to be contagious. It affected the people around him, causing their hearts to tremble uncontrollably. It was as if they had been stabbed by a sharp knife. An inexplicable panic was suddenly awakened. If you don't want to die, then kill the ghouls and try your best to survive. Xianxia's voice suddenly sounded. There was an extreme coldness that penetrated one's soul. His voice carried a shocking might and willpower. This shocking might and willpower shattered the panic that had just risen in everyone's hearts. Actually, this kind of thing was not very suitable for Xianxia to do, but there was nothing they could do. Xianxia was the strongest here. Moreover, since they had chosen to face the ghouls here, Xianxia had to boost everyone's morale. Otherwise, before the ghouls really arrived, their morale would be shaken and they would lose their fighting spirit. Only death would await them. We have no way out. Even if we surrender, the ghouls will not let you go. The leader of the UNG alliance spoke. His voice was deep and vigorous, containing a strong willpower. Therefore, other than fighting to the death with the ghouls, there is no other way. If we fight to the death, we will most likely die, but at least we will die with dignity. If we surrender or escape and get killed, we will lose all our dignity as humans. If we kill one ghoul, it will be even. If we kill 2 ghouls, it will be a gain. Moreover, if we kill the ghouls, we can obtain their origin essence to improve ourselves and become stronger. We can kill more ghouls. The 3 alliance leaders spoke one after another. Their voices were either deep, resounding, or impassioned. They were all different, but they had one thing in common: they were infectious. A strong influence was contained in their words, incessantly arousing the human dignity in the depths of everyone's hearts. It also stimulated and strengthened the traces of fighting spirit that had been suppressed. Kill. Fight to the death. If we kill one, we will break even. If we kill two, we will make a profit. I've had enough of these King ghouls. Curses immediately rang out, and the oppressive aura was instantly broken. Everyone's expressions were no longer as grave as before. They seemed to have regained some vitality, and their fighting spirit gradually became stronger. The ghouls' army will arrive in 6 hours. In 6 hours, everyone must adjust your breathing and be prepared for battle, the leader of the UNG alliance ordered. Everyone's fighting spirit had been awakened. Even though they knew that they would most likely die in this battle, they were still determined and did not hesitate. Because there was no way out. Who was willing to die, who wanted to die? No one. As long as there was a way out, many people would pursue it. However, there was no way out now. Since there was no way out, they could not throw away their last dignity as humans. Fight, it was nothing more than death. Under the current circumstances, there was no difference between dying sooner or later. Fighting spirit, determination, Xianxia's will was incomparably strong. He stood firm and unmoved, as if he was not affected at all. Based on his own strength, he might die in this battle as well. But, so what, would he not fight because he was afraid of dying? No, not only did he have to fight, but he also had to carve out a bloody path in the battle. Between the ancient suppression world and the ultimate profundity realm, there was a huge rift valley. The clouds moved, and a group appeared from the rift in an instant. 1, 2, 3, a total of 300 figures. Each figure exuded a powerful aura. They were at least 4-star, and the strongest were 8-star. The aura here is so oppressive. It's ominous. A surprised voice suddenly sounded. It was from one of the people. He had just activated his cultivation method and was surprised to find that 4 stars had condensed above his head. The others also noticed this and followed suit. In an instant, 4 stars, 5 stars, and even 8 stars appeared. Did something happen in the ultimate profundity realm during this time? One of the 300 people thought. He was from the ultimate profundity sacred palace and had gone to the ancient suppression world to ask for help under the orders of the ultimate profundity sacred palace master. After a few months, he had finally pulled in a group of reinforcements. Although it was only 300, it was still a powerful force. He didn't know that the ultimate profundity realm had changed so much in just a few months. As the fighting star appeared, an invisible will also entered everyone's consciousness and was received by them. Suddenly, everyone was shocked. The battle star was actually a manifestation of one's battle prowess. In this place, killing ghosts would allow one to obtain essence energy to strengthen oneself. The more ghosts one killed, the more the world's karmic luck would favor them, which would be beneficial to one's cultivation in the future. Where are the ghosts? Suddenly, many people rubbed their palms, eager to try. Their eyes were burning, as if the ghosts were prey like demonic beasts. Everyone, the ghosts are very strong and terrifying. You must not underestimate them, the ultimate profundity sacred palace master said with a serious expression. The elder of Taishan's Saint Palace said solemnly. Although he didn't know what had happened in Taishan world during this period of time, he had personally experienced the strength of the ghost clan. If one underestimated the ghosts, they would definitely die a horrible death. We will not underestimate the ghosts, nor will we fear them, the ancient suppression saint said loudly. This time, he was the leader. The biggest force in the ancient suppression world was the ancient suppression sacred hall. Its position in the ancient suppression world was the same as the Taishan sacred palace. This time, the great profound holy palace's elder asked for help, directly finding the suppressing ancient sacred hall, explaining the situation, also bringing out the ghost race's corpse as proof. The Xingu Sacred Hall sent out an order to gather 300 cultivators with at least 4-star battle prowess. They were led by the Xingu Sacred Sun. In addition to reinforcing the highest profundity realm, he also had plans to cultivate and train the ancient suppression holy child. In the end, it was because the ancient suppression world hadn't truly realized how terrifying the purgatory ghost race was. Otherwise, they wouldn't have done this and would have been more cautious. The great profound Saint Palace elder's understanding of the ghost clan was still a few months ago, so he didn't think it was inappropriate. Everyone, let's go to the battlefield now, the elder of the supreme profound holy palace said loudly. The 300 people immediately set off, quickly moving forward. However, it didn't take long for them to stop with grave expressions. In front of him, there was a vast and terrifying aura spreading out. That aura was made up of countless strands of aura, and every single strand of aura was astonishing and tyrannical. Every single strand of aura was filled with an ominous aura, and it was filled with dense malice. Cold and gloomy, ghastly forest, blazing, domineering. It's the aura of the purgatory ghost race, the elder of the supreme profound holy palace elder said with a grave expression. The purgatory ghost race? The ancient suppression holy child and the other cultivators from the ancient suppression world were all excited and eager to give it a try. In the next moment, they were all stunned. Their expressions changed drastically, and they were extremely shocked. The mighty ghost race army was like a black tide, and it was like a dark cloud that covered the sky, rapidly spreading out from the distant horizon. Looking at their numbers, it wasn't 100 or 1,000, but more than 10,000. In addition to the purgatory ghost race, one could also see strange and disgusting beasts with ghostly faces. The 300 people from the ancient suppression world were all grave and pale because they could clearly feel the terrifying aura of the purgatory ghost race. It was extremely terrifying. Kill. The ancient suppression holy child ordered, and everyone attacked. Rays of powerful light shot out from the sky, directly attacking the ghost race army. However, the 300 attacks were like 300 stones thrown into water. They only caused some splashes and ripples, but did not cause any harm to the ghost race army. The damage that such an attack could cause to the ghost race army of tens of thousands was extremely limited. Retreat. Such an attack didn't cause any casualties. The ancient suppression saint child decisively ordered. The 300 people retreated without hesitation. The direction that they were retreating in was the direction of the Great Rift Valley. The Great Rift Valley was a natural moat. Once they escaped into it, they could use the environment of the Great Rift Valley to protect themselves. In an instant, a figure covered in golden light flew over from afar, tearing through the sky with an earth-shattering force. The aura was vast and mighty, and it was as bright as the heavens. It was as if it carried the will of the heavenly way of this world, and it was carrying out justice on behalf of the heavens. The golden light was like a raging flame, and it spread out over a radius of 100 meters. Its power was extremely terrifying, and a shocking pressure constantly spread out. It was like a raging sea, surging endlessly. Such power seemed to be able to suppress an entire world. Faced with such power, the ghost race did not stop, but the reinforcements from the ancient suppression world were all stunned. How powerful! That is. The elder of the great mystery holy palace stared at the figure in the golden flames and felt that it was somewhat familiar. It seemed to be the holy son of the great mystery holy palace, but he did not dare to recognize it. After all, the great mystery holy son had entered the great mystery cave previously. The ancient suppression holy child stared at the figure in the golden flames. His intuition told him that this person was one of the 3 holy sons, the great mystery holy son. This time, he had led the reinforcements here with the intention of competing with the great mystery holy son. Over the years, he had worked harder than ever before, and finally, not long ago, he had raised his combat strength to the elite 6-star level. He believed that he would not lose to the great mystery holy son again, and there was even a slight possibility that he could surpass him. However, he did not expect to see the heavenly God of the great mystery holy palace again under such circumstances. Moreover, the power that spread out from the golden flames on heavenly God Gong's body was extremely shocking. This person was heavenly God Gong, who had come out of seclusion. He had come here under the guidance of the will of this world. Boom, as the battle technique of 9 heavens and 10 earths was activated, an extremely powerful battle intent suddenly soared into the sky, causing the golden flames to burn even more fiercely. The shocking power directly repelled the void, turning the surroundings into a vacuum zone. Light became distorted, and it looked as if it was being sucked in and twisted into pieces. 9 golden battle stars suddenly condensed in the golden flames, emitting a shocking light that shone in all directions. 9-star. The reinforcements of the ancient suppression world looked extremely solemn. The ancient suppression holy child looked as if he had been struck by a thunderbolt, and his entire consciousness almost exploded. 9-star, moreover, all of them were golden. Compared to him, there was no comparison at all. Was the heavenly god of the great mystery holy palace really so shocking? He had worked so hard and risked his life, but in the end, not only did he not close the gap, but he was getting further and further away. Compared to him, it was like comparing a mortal to a god. Even the ancient suppression holy child did not have much confidence that he could raise his combat strength to the peak of the 9-star level in the future. An indescribable sense of loss grew in the ancient suppression holy child's heart and gradually spread out. Suddenly, the ancient suppression holy child thought of another person. That person's background was not as good as theirs. At the beginning, he was also not as good as them, but later on, he surpassed them and became the first in the king-naming pagoda. Jiandi Qinzong, if the heavenly god of the great mystery holy palace could have such shocking combat strength, then what about Jiandi Qinzong? Was he just like the masses, or was he even more powerful and not inferior to heavenly god Gong? For a moment, the ancient suppression holy child only felt that his mind was in a mess, and even he did not know what exactly he was thinking. The light of the 9 golden battle stars was extremely intense. Immediately, the golden light spread and connected with each other, and the golden flames on his body also quickly poured into it. Suddenly, a brown flower appeared. Flower of the extreme realm, flower of Qi, the flower of Qi, also known as the flower of earth, represented the height that one could reach after raising one's cultivation technique to the extreme. After experiencing the battle with Qinzong, the battle with the Ghost King, and then going into seclusion for a period of time, the blessed heavenly god Gong finally raised his cultivation technique to the extreme and condensed his first flower of the extreme realm. Originally, he had planned to condense more flowers of the extreme realm, or at least condense the 3 flowers of essence, Qi, and spirit. When that time came, his combat strength would be raised to the extreme. Not only would he be able to defeat Jiandi Qinzong, but he would also not have to worry about the Ghost King. However, his plans could not keep up with the changes. The Purgatory Ghost race had launched a large-scale invasion. Under the influence of this world's consciousness, the heavenly god Gong had no choice but to come out of seclusion. He was the son of Providence and was closely related to this world. If this world was severely damaged, he would also be affected. To put it simply, the heavenly god Gong and this world were now bound together for good or ill. Closely related, the more powerful this world became, the more benefits he would receive, and the more powerful he would become. Heavenly Yuan Holy Child, this was not only a title, but also a symbol. The flower of Qi above the heavenly god Gong's head was actually larger than a washbasin. It was much larger than the Ghost King Jesse's 2 flowers of the extreme realm, which were only the size of a palm. Although this washbasin-sized flower of the extreme realm was only an illusory image and was not solid enough, the aura it emitted was extremely terrifying. The size of the flower of the extreme realm was closely related to one's extreme realm. If it was larger than a washbasin, it would be many times larger than a palm. The Ghost King of the Ghost Beast tribe looked at the heavenly god Gong and was stunned when he saw the washbasin-sized flower of the extreme realm above his head. His ferocious eyes were filled with astonishment. Such a large flower of the extreme realm was truly astonishing. Only the Ghost Kings of the powerful tribes could condense such a large flower of the extreme realm. Dark clouds loomed over Taiji City's territory. Thick malice swept over like an avalanche. Standing on the outer city walls, everyone could already see a large mass of darkness rushing over. It was the Ghost Race Army. They're here. They're here. Everyone, get ready and wait for orders. It was impossible for 1,500 people to fight against the Ghost Race Army that numbered in the tens of thousands, unless all of them had 9-star battle prowess. But that was impossible now. Compared to before, there were more 9-star battle prowess, but there were only about 10 of them. There were 2 reasons why they had to fight against the Ghost Race Army. First, there was no way out. Second, they had to rely on the treasures they obtained from the Void Temple to resist as much as possible. However, the Purgatory Ghosts were different from the Void Demons. Therefore, it was hard to say how effective they would be. At this point, there was nothing more to be said. They could only fight. There are more than 10,000 Purgatory Ghosts. I estimate there are close to 100,000. Everyone's faces paled. The difference between 10,000 and 100,000 was obvious. We have to fight regardless of whether there are 10,000 or 100,000. Get ready. UNG Alliance Master's eyes were cold. His voice rang out. Attack! At his command, rays of light suddenly flashed from the ghost race armies left and right, above and below them. The rays of light were of different colors. They flickered like 7 colors. In just an instant, they spread out like a scroll. 7-colored light filled the air from all directions, extending continuously as if it was about to turn into a cage, trapping the ghost clan. Fire! In an instant, 300 giant crossbows shot through the air. The crossbows couldn't be seen. There were only 300 straight streaks across the sky, leaving behind 300 tiny cracks. The void demon-slaying crossbows that were fully charged had the power to threaten 9-star battle prowess. It was extremely shocking. After all, the void demon's invasion was the strongest in the void battlefield in the void realm. The void demon-slaying crossbows were a new type of war weapon that had been developed in recent years. However, while it was powerful, it also meant that it was difficult to make. 300 crossbows were the limit that the various factions in the void realm could trade with the void temple. The most difficult part of the void demon-slaying crossbow was not the crossbow itself, but the crossbow bolts. The craftsmanship of every crossbow arrow was very complicated and required a lot of resources. In other words, due to the difficulty of forging, the price of the crossbow bolts was extremely high. The price to pay was also extremely high. In other words, 300 void demon-slaying crossbows could only fire 1 round. After that, they would become mere decorations. He could only hope that the 300 devil-slaying crossbows would be able to kill as many purgatory ghouls as possible. In the blink of an eye, 300 demon-slaying crossbows tore through the sky and shot towards the army of ghosts like 300 auroras. Too fast, the ghost clan's army was close to 100,000 in number, forming a huge black mass. Naturally, the ghost generals were at the forefront of the army. The upper-level ghost general's reaction was extremely fast. Facing the demon-slaying crossbow, he could sense the terrifying power contained within it and did not hesitate to dodge. Because if he didn't dodge, he might be severely injured. While the upper-level ghost general dodged, the middle and lower-level ghost generals could not dodge and were hit in an instant. The structure of the demon-slaying crossbow was unique. Not only was it extremely hard and difficult to break, but the tip of the crossbow also contained a unique power that had an unparalleled penetrating power. Once pierced, a trace of terrifying power would be left behind and wreak havoc, destroying the body. From the appearance of the rainbow cage to the suppression of the ghost clan army to the shooting of the 300 demon-slaying crossbows, it took less than a breath's time. The ghost clan knew that the humans would definitely counterattack, but they did not expect it to be such a counterattack. In the blink of an eye, the ghost generals were pierced through one after another, or had their arms and legs broken. The 2 ghost kings of the Ghost Forest tribe, Ghost Forest Jesse and Ghost Forest Jialuo, were also attacked by 2 demon-slaying crossbows. However, as experts at the peak of the demigod realm, although the demon-slaying crossbows were powerful, they were not threatened by them. Without dodging, they struck out instantly. The 2 extremely powerful demon-slaying crossbows were instantly smashed into pieces. Not only that, but the demon-slaying crossbows around them were also smashed by the 2 ghost kings, saving the rest of the ghost clan. Even so, there were still more than 200 demon-slaying crossbows. Each of the demon-slaying crossbows pierced through one ghost clan after another. As long as they were hit, regardless of whether they were pierced through or injured, they would be destroyed by the power of the demon-slaying crossbows. The demon-slaying crossbows were weapons of war developed by the mysterious Void Temple. They possessed an extremely powerful power and seemed to be very effective against the Purgatory Ghost clan. Only the upper-level ghost generals could truly resist the power of the demon-slaying crossbows. The middle ghost generals were instantly pierced through. As for the lower-level ghost generals and ghost soldiers, needless to say, they were irresistible. Piercing, 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 as the crossbows pierced through, the power contained in each of them was greatly consumed. Finally, when the crossbows were exhausted and stopped, the last trace of power detonated the crossbows. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Beams of terrifying power instantly shot out in all directions from the exploding crossbows. It was like a flash flood or an earthquake. The power of the explosion was so strong that fine cracks appeared in the void around them. The cracks spread rapidly and covered a radius of 100 meters. Once they were affected, even the strong bodies of the Purgatory Ghost clan would be destroyed and they would die. The 1,500 Ghost clan members all stared with their eyes wide open as if they were watching a magnificent fireworks show. More than 200 demon-slaying crossbows exploded within the army of the Ghost clan. The power was extremely terrifying. Each of the crossbows could cover a radius of 100 meters and destroy everything in its path. Even with the strength of the two Ghost Kings, they could only suppress a small number of Ghost clan members. As such, the army of the Ghost clan immediately suffered many casualties. Each demon-slaying crossbow pierced through at least 20 to 30 Ghost clan members and at most, up to 100 Ghost clan members. It displayed shocking power and killed thousands of Ghost clan members. After the explosion, it covered a radius of 100 meters. Although many Ghost clan members reacted quickly and dodged, some of them were still affected and their strong bodies were destroyed in an instant. More than 10,000 Ghost clan members were killed. In total, there were more than 20,000 Ghost clan members dead. It was only one round of attacks from the demon-slaying crossbows, but it had killed more than 20,000 Ghost clan members. Such a battle record was extremely shocking. If there were a few thousand more demon-slaying crossbows, they might be able to kill all the Ghost clan members. But that was just wishful thinking. The resources of the various forces in the Void Temple could not even reach 1,000 demon-slaying crossbows, let alone a few thousand. Being able to trade for 300 crossbows this time was already the limit of the Void Temple. In this way, they could already kill nearly 20,000 Purgatory Ghost clan members in one go. The power was extremely shocking. The 1,500 Ghost clan members on the city wall were all dumbfounded. The power was so strong, they could only use the word terrifying to describe it. The two Ghost Kings were also astonished. In just one exchange, more than 20,000 Ghost clan members had died. The loss was not small. It could be said to be disastrous. The human clan had such means. Why hadn't they used it before? Shock. Anger. The 20,000 Ghost clan members who were killed left behind more than 20,000 strands of origin essence. They flew out of the city and merged into the bodies of the 1,500 Ghost clan members. The charging of the 300 demon-slaying crossbows was done over and over again by the Ghost clan members. For a time, some obtained a few strands of origin essence, some obtained more than a dozen strands, and some more. Xianxia alone obtained hundreds of strands of origin essence. Unfortunately, these strands of origin essence were useless to him. He could leave them for his true body. After obtaining the strands of origin essence, the Ghost clan members did not hesitate to refine and absorb part of them to improve their cultivation and combat strength. They left a small portion for backup. The strands of origin essence could not only improve cultivation, but also heal injuries. First, it was the suppression of the 7-colored cage that limited the Ghost clan's reaction. Then, it was the demon-slaying crossbows that caused more than 20,000 Ghost clan members to die. Although the casualties were great, it was nothing to the nearly 100,000 Ghost clan members. At least, they still had more than 70,000 Ghost clan members left. Kill! The two Ghost Kings roared. Their murderous intent filled the air. The remaining Ghost clan members regrouped and pushed forward. The horrifying murderous intent wreaked havoc like a destructive tide. Load the crossbows. UNG Alliance Master ordered at once. In an instant, 300 more crossbows were loaded. These were not demon-slaying crossbows. They were just ordinary crossbows that could threaten a 6-star warrior at most. They were also exchanged from the Void Temple, so their value was much lower. However, these crossbows were superior in quantity. After careful calculation, it was the most reasonable trade. Shoot, shoot, shoot. In the first round, they had killed more than 20,000 Ghost clan members and obtained a lot of origin essence. It was a great motivation for anyone. They were full of motivation as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They kept taking out and loading the crossbows. They did not even need to aim. They just shot. In a short time, they could shoot out 3 crossbows. Each of the bolts carried great power. Even a low-rank Ghost General would be injured if he was hit head-on. Compared to the demon-slaying crossbows, these bolts were much weaker. Even if they hit the ghost soldiers, they could only kill one of them. They could not pierce through the ghost soldiers, let alone explode. The ghost clan members were densely packed. They attacked like a storm. At the same time, Chenzong followed closely behind them. A long sword at the level of a divine instrument could be easily broken. It was not as useful as the heart sword Dao intent. Kill, Chenzong moved like a puff of smoke. He was extremely light and swift. He seemed to be illusory, and he was soundless. He killed with his sword, coming from behind. One man and one sword could not be resisted at all. Every time he killed a ghost clan member, Chenzong would obtain a strand of origin essence, which he used to improve his physique cultivation. As the army advanced, Chenzong's final attack went unnoticed. The two ghost kings were furious. Their killing intent covered the sky. However, they only targeted the front. They did not notice the back. They did not think that someone would be bold enough to follow behind them and attack them. He had killed hundreds of ghosts, but they were all at the level of ghost soldiers. Their origin essence was unable to significantly improve his body refinement cultivation. In addition, ghost soldiers were ghost soldiers after all. Ghost generals were more threatening. Seamless yin and yang, indefinite void. Kill. Kill. Kill, kill. 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 One after another, the ghost generals were killed by Chenzong's sword. None of the ghost generals, no matter if they were lower, middle or upper, could withstand Chenzong's sword. Under the yin-yang seamless body technique, Chenzong moved swiftly and silently like a ghost. In a short period of time, hundreds of ghost soldiers and dozens of ghost generals died under Chenzong's sword. The origin essence also allowed Chenzong to feel that his body refining cultivation had improved further. However, Chenzong was also exposed. However, this was within his expectations. Chenzong did not panic at all. In front of him was the powerful crossbow arrows that were constantly shooting from the outside of Taiji City. Although they could not kill the ghost generals, they could more or less cause some obstruction. Xianxia held his sword in front of him and placed the Divine Fiend Origin Pearl close to his chest. The Divine Fiend Azure battle technique was constantly circulating and absorbing the power of the Divine Fiend Origin Pearl. At the same time, it was also constantly increasing his own cultivation. Xianxia was very clear about the actions of the original body, Chenzong. Immediately, Xianxia's figure disappeared from the city wall. He had already turned into a gray lightning bolt that tore through the sky and rapidly approached the ghost clan army. It looked like a moth flying into a flame. In an instant, Xianxia crossed thousands of meters and approached the ghost clan army. Even though he was only one person and one sword, he was not afraid. Ghost Sun Jess noticed Chenzong who was attacking the ghost clan army and also noticed Xianxia who was charging over alone with a sword. Anger, Ghost Sun Jess was furious. Originally, because of the heavy losses of the ghost clan army, his heart was already filled with anger and killing intent. Now that he saw these two humans who had defeated him one after another, it was like adding oil to the fire. That kind of anger was simply indescribable. Killing intent and anger, like the magma of a 1,000-year-old volcano, erupted in an instant. It was extremely dense and turned into a shocking flame that burned on the Ghost King's body. Kill, in the sky above his head, two flowers of extreme state condensed and the ghost claw attacked. This attack, directly towards Xianxia. Xianxia's eyelids twitched slightly, and his body was torn apart. It was an illusion. There were still 9 battle stars above Chenzong's head. The 9 shining golden battle stars were connected to each other, but they did not condense into a flower of extreme, nor did they condense into a blazing sun like Chenzong. In other words, Xianxia's combat strength was still at the peak of the 9-star level. However, he was still at the peak of the 9-star level and not at the peak of the demigod level. But this time, he was surpassed by his true self. Without the combat power of a demigod, it would be difficult to truly contend against a ghost king, let alone a ghost king with 2 flowers of extreme state. Fortunately, the Azure Phantom body had been perfected to the extreme. One of the illusory bodies was killed, but 8 more appeared in an instant and charged toward the army of the ghost clan. His true body, however, was erratic. Jia Luo, kill them! Ghost Sun Jess roared. Last time, he was the only one who suffered a great loss. This time, there was Jialuo. Jialuo's strength was much stronger than his. At the same time, Qin Xiu's true body charged into the army of the Ghost Clan while Chen Zong charged forward. The two sides instantly came into contact. The moment they came into contact, the essence of the Ghost Clan's origin that Qin Xiu obtained rushed into Chen Zong's body. There were hundreds, almost 1,000 strands. The essence of the Ghost Clan's origin was enough to further improve Chen Zong's body refinement and make him even stronger. His true self met up with his doppelganger and immediately went on a killing spree, killing almost 10 more ghost generals. Spoiler: Chen Zong and Qin Xiu were like two spoilers who directly disrupted the arrangement of the Ghost Clan's army. That's Jiandi. Jiandi actually killed its way into the Ghost Clan's army. For a moment, everyone on the city wall stared with their eyes wide open in shock. No wonder Lord Jiandi and Lord Sword Demon are brothers. They're really powerful. For a moment, while everyone was shocked, they were also motivated to fight. Crossbow bolts shot out continuously, killing the ghost soldiers one after another. For a moment, the Ghost Clan's army advanced. Although they had not killed a single human, they had already suffered significant losses. This made the two Ghost Kings even more furious. Immediately, the ghosts around Chen Zong and Qin Xiu dispersed, and the two Ghost Kings personally attacked. However, both Chen Zong and Qin Xiu were extremely agile. One used the yin-yang seamless body technique, while the other used the Azura apparition, and charged into the Ghost Clan's army again. While killing the ghosts, they used the ghosts as cover. Their powerful combat strength allowed Chen Zong and Qin Xiu to move like fish in water within the Ghost Clan's army. Their agile body techniques also prevented them from being heavily surrounded, allowing them to advance and retreat freely. Unless the Ghost Clan could set up a battle formation like the humans, it would not be easy to surround Chen Zong and Qin Xiu. Of course, Chen Zong and Qin Xiu could not cause significant damage to the ghosts while constantly moving around. They could only kill some ghosts along the way. Chen Zong could feel that as he continued to refine the Ghost Clan's origin essence, his body-refining cultivation had improved once again. His entire body was filled with powerful strength. Every muscle, every tendon, every meridian, every muscle was pulsating and becoming tighter. Anger, extreme anger, extreme anger. Jesse turned into a ray of black light and charged towards Qin Xiu. His ghost claw tore through the air, tearing the world apart. The ghost claw swept across the sky, and black light filled the air. Shocking murderous intent tore through the world. Jesse, who was in a rage, seemed to have lost his mind. He no longer cared about the lives of the ghosts and attacked together with Qin Xiu. The ghosts quickly retreated, but some who could not retreat in time were affected. Their bodies were instantly torn apart by the ghost claw, and they died immediately. However, the ghosts around Chen Zong made a different choice. They rushed towards Chen Zong directly. A black mass of ghosts piled up from all directions, as if they were seeking their own deaths. Jialuo of Ghost Forest also made his move. Jesse's weapon was a pair of claws, while Jesse's weapon was a pitch-black giant axe. The handle of the giant axe was slightly bent, like a naturally bent tree branch. The blade of the axe was huge, more than a meter long. The back of the axe was thick and heavy. It looked like it was extremely heavy, but in the hands of the Ghost King, it was as light as a feather. Above Jesse's head, there were two flowers of extreme state. One was blood red, and the other was brown. Both flowers of extreme state were palm-sized, but they were very solid. This meant that Jesse's combat strength was even greater than the other Ghost Kings. Slash, in just an instant, Guising Jialuo waved his giant axe and chopped down. The giant axe was so violent that it tore apart the void in an instant, creating a terrifying spatial crack as it silently chopped down. The ghost generals paid the price with their lives. They charged towards Chen Zong, surrounding him with all their might. It was all for the sake of letting Jialuo slash out with his axe, directly hitting and killing him. Their hair stood on end. Jesse's combat strength was much greater than the other Ghost Kings. When the axe fell, Chen Zong's hair stood on end. Seamless yin and yang. Indefinite illusory and corporeal. To kill the ghost generals that surrounded him, Chen Zong immediately used his movement technique to the extreme. In an instant, his body turned from corporeal to corporeal. A group of ghost generals could not truly surround Xianxia, even if they paid the price with their lives. This was the difference between their levels. How could a group of ants surround an elephant? An elephant could trample many ants to death with a single step, and it would be difficult for the ants to catch up. Of course, the difference between the ghost generals and Xianxia was not that big, but it was not small either. The moment Xianxia turned from corporeal to corporeal, his body was also slashed by the ghost king's axe. A terrifying spatial crack appeared where he was. It was a shocking sight, and it emitted a terrifying power that swallowed up the ghost generals who could not dodge in time. Xianxia couldn't help but be secretly shocked. The axe's power was too terrifying. If he was hit, he would definitely die. As for facing it head-on, Xianxia was not very confident. Xianxia was targeted by the ghost forest Jesse, while Xianxia was targeted by the ghost forest Jesse. The pressure from the two ghost kings was very obvious. As for the other ghosts, they all charged toward the outer city of Taiji City. They're here. Yuanji Alliance Leader, Xiankong Alliance Leader, Sanctuary Alliance Leader, and other 9-star experts stood in a row at the front. They could clearly feel the terrifying aura of the ghost army charging toward them. The wind and clouds surged, and the mountains and seas were overturned. Although more than 20,000 of them had been killed, and they were scattered for a while, the purgatory ghosts were indeed a fighting race. Without Xianxia and Xianxia's destruction, they quickly regrouped and charged in formation. The crossbow bolts continued to shoot out. However, the Ghost Clan army was getting closer. They only needed 2 breaths of time to reach the outer city. Then, they would destroy the outer city like a torrent of steel, along with the cultivators in the outer city. The difference between more than 1,000 people and tens of thousands of people was too great. Moreover, the cultivators did not have any advantage in terms of individual combat power. 7-colored barrier, the Sanctuary Alliance leader roared. In an instant, a 7-colored light flickered on the outer city. Strands of light gathered like flowing water. 1 breath's time, there was only 1 breath's time left before the ghost army charged toward them. Every ghost's ferocious face was ferocious. Their eyes were red, and they were filled with shocking killing intent. As the 7-colored light flickered, it quickly gathered and finally condensed into strange hexagons one after another. Each hexagon was connected to each other and spread out rapidly like a picture scroll, blocking the outer city and in front of everyone. At the same time, the ghost army charged at full speed. Every ghost raised the weapon in their hands and charged forward with all their strength. Boom! The charge of thousands of soldiers and horses was extremely terrifying, but they all crashed into the hexagonal barrier that flickered with 7-colored light. The barrier seemed to be extremely tough, and it caved in toward the cultivators. The 7-colored light flickered wildly, and it seemed like it would shatter at any time. Every cultivator stared with their eyes wide open. They were extremely nervous. Whether the 7-colored barrier could stop the ghost army's charge was extremely crucial. It would affect the battle later. If it could not stop the ghost army, they would not be able to do anything in front of the ghost army. They would be drowned by the ghost army in an instant, and they would all be killed in a short time. Even a 9-star powerhouse would not be able to survive the attack. Hang in there. Oh no, Little Rice Dumpling's sword is broken again. Give me a monthly ticket to buy a new sword. The Rainbow Barrier. This was a special combination of a seal and a formation that the Void Temple had spent a lot of resources to trade for from the mysterious Void Temple. Once it was set up and activated, it could release an amazing power to defend against strong attacks. If they did not gather the resources of the 3 alliances, they would not have been able to trade for it from the Void Temple. It could be said that the Void Demon-slaying crossbow was the first step for the Human Cultivators Alliance to deal with the Purgatory Ghost Clan, and the Rainbow Barrier was the last step. Since the Void Demon-slaying crossbow had worked, it gave everyone great confidence. They also hoped that the Rainbow Barrier would work and block the Ghost Clan army's attack. Kill. At the command, 1,500 cultivators immediately mustered all their strength and attacked. They did not show any mercy. The Rainbow Barrier unleashed its strongest power and blocked the Ghost Clan army's attack. The cultivators also took the opportunity to attack the ghosts with all their might. They killed hundreds of ghosts in an instant. Kill. Kill, kill. Kill. They continuously unleashed their powerful power and attacked while the Ghost Clan army was blocked. They killed more than 1,000 ghosts in an instant. The rainbow barrier seemed to have reached its limit and started to rebound. Boom, in an instant, the rainbow barrier became violent. It flickered continuously and suddenly bounced back. Immediately, all the ghosts in the front were bounced back and collided with the other ghosts behind them. The ghosts in the back were bounced back. For a moment, those who could not react in time crashed into each other. Their tendons and bones were broken, and blood splattered everywhere. The more serious ones even died. In an instant, the Ghost Clan army was scattered. We did it. The cultivators were overjoyed. The origin of the Void Temple was very mysterious. It seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. After it appeared, it never participated in the conflicts between the various forces. There had been forces that wanted to attack the Void Temple, but they were destroyed in the end. This made people know that the Void Temple was not to be offended. It was a very terrifying existence. Thus, the Void Temple became more and more mysterious in the eyes of the cultivators in the Tianyuan sacred territory. The Void Demon-slaying crossbow had proven its power. Now, the Rainbow Barrier had also begun to prove its power. This made everyone more confident. Relying on the defense of the seven-colored barrier, the human cultivators continued to attack and became more and more motivated. When a ghost was killed, their origin essence would appear and be absorbed by the cultivator to recover their cultivation and provide them with the power to attack again. With the help of the rainbow barrier, the human race was able to block the ghost race's assault for a while. However, due to the disparity in numbers, it was unknown how long the seven-colored barrier could last. They could only take advantage of this opportunity to kill as many ghosts as possible and weaken their military power and strength. Once the seven-colored barrier was broken, over 1,000 human cultivators would be defenseless before the Ghost Clan army. At that time, there was an 80 to 90% chance that they would be defeated and killed. However, one was enough to break even. Killing 2 was a profit, and killing 10 was a huge profit. Now, the total number of ghosts that they had killed was close to 30,000. Now that things had calmed down, everyone had profited greatly. After obtaining a large amount of Ghost Clan origin essence, everyone's battle prowess had increased by quite a bit. On the other side, Ghost Son Jesse was constantly chasing after Xianxia. Xianxia's battle prowess had not reached the level of a demigod, and it was difficult for him to fight head-on. He could only use the Azure apparition continuously. 9 apparitions and 1 real body, it was difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake. They attacked Ghost Son Jesse from all directions. The apparitions were constantly defeated, and the real body was constantly switching between the apparitions. His movement technique was extremely brilliant, and Ghost Son Jesse could not hit him for a while. Anger, Ghost Son Jesse was furious. Ever since he met this human, he had never felt good. It was the same before, and it was the same now. Ghost Son Jesse waved his claws continuously, tearing the surroundings apart, and terrifying cracks appeared on the Kong family. The astral winds roared endlessly, and the destructive aura was extremely shocking. Xianxia's apparition collapsed and disappeared in an instant. The real body was constantly switching between the apparitions, waiting for an opportunity to attack. Evil Shadow, the sword light was extremely fast, and it hit Ghost Son Jesse's body, but it was blocked by the armor. It only pierced through the armor, but it could not really pierce Ghost Son Jesse's body. Another point was that the Nirvana Evil Sword had not recovered to the level where it could really affect a Ghost King. If not, as long as he took a risk and injured Ghost Son Jesse, he could use the Nirvana Evil Sword to devour his life force, and slowly exhaust him to death. As of now, if the Nirvana Evil Sword wanted to have the power to threaten a Ghost King, it would need to devour a lot of life force. It would be best if it was the life force of the Void Demon, as that was undoubtedly the most suitable source for the Nirvana Evil Sword to recover its power. Circling, Xianxia kept circling with Ghost Son Jesse, and at the same time, he was also using the pressure brought by Ghost Son Jesse to train himself. The Divine Fiend Azure battle technique kept circulating, and the power of the Divine Fiend Origin Pearl was also constantly being absorbed and refined. At the same time, Xianxia was recovering the power that he had consumed, and at the same time, increasing the cultivation speed of the Divine Fiend Azure battle technique bit by bit. The divine fin de jour battle technique. With the name of battle technique, it explained the nature of this cultivation technique. That was battle, breakthrough in battle. Since it was a battle, of course, it had to be a battle with enough intensity and pressure. Xianxia had already made up his mind. This time, even if the ghost tribe did not attack, he planned to take the initiative to attack, find a ghost king to battle, and use the power of the ghost king to suppress himself and stimulate his potential, so that he could break through the divine fin de jour battle technique in a shorter period of time, and raise the level of the cultivation technique. Once the divine fin de jour battle technique was raised to the 5th level, his cultivation would increase greatly, and the power of his divine fiend fighting power would also increase greatly. At that time, his fighting power might even reach the level of a demigod. Xianxia kept circling with ghost son Jesse, while Qianzong fought with the stronger ghost son Jesse. Jesse's fighting power was much higher than Jesse's, at least more than 50%. The fighting power of a ghost king was more than 50%, and it was undoubtedly very scary. Every time the giant axe slashed out, it released a terrifying power. After a probing collision, Qianzong immediately understood that this ghost king's power was even more condensed than the other ghost king, making it even more difficult to deal with. The power of this ghost king was too strong. Even if Qianzong's cultivation had increased greatly, he still could not compare to it. Moreover, this ghost king's fighting power was amazing. The giant axe in his hand seemed to be very light, and he could slash out hundreds of axe shadows in an instant. Each shadow had a terrifying power, and it tore through the void. Too strong. Qianzong's face was serious. If this continued, he would not be able to do anything to the other ghost king, and Xianxia would not be able to do anything to the other ghost king. If the 7-colored barrier of the human cultivators was broken, they would not be able to withstand the attack of the ghost tribe army. Then, he would use all his strength and risk his life to see if he could kill this ghost king. At the very least, he had to severely injure it and force it to retreat. Lesser Royal Divine Weapon. In an instant, 6 rays of black light appeared around Qianzong's body. Golden light also spread out from his body. That was the unbreakable golden body. Close in, sword out. In the blink of an eye, Qianzong performed the 3 ultimate moves of the sword will sword stream. The sword radiance was as bright as the sun in the void. Then, it exploded, and turned into a shocking vacuum crack. In an instant, it blasted toward Ghost Forest Jialuo. The powerful Ghost Forest Jialuo had no intention of dodging. His face was full of ferocious laughter. He raised his giant axe high, and a terrifying power condensed on the axe. Chop, it was as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. Royal Divine Weapon. In an instant, the 6 lesser Royal Divine Weapons, under the control of Qianzong, immediately drew an arc. But their speed was faster than a straight line, and the angle was more tricky. Attack break. The 6 lesser Royal Divine Weapons instantly merged into an even larger ray of black light. It directly tore a long and ferocious crack in the void, and with great power, it mercilessly blasted toward Ghost Forest Jialuo's head from the side. Following that was the most powerful attack. Qianzong's expression was solemn. His pupils contracted to the size of needles, and all of his Taichu sword origin was mobilized. The power of the sword will of the heart was fully unleashed. This was the most powerful attack, and also the most powerful one. Vacuum. Death cut. The sword radiance shone to the extreme, like an exploding sun. The light that burst out instantly lit up the entire battlefield. Kill. Qianzong wanted to kill the Ghost King. Even if he couldn't kill him, he wanted to severely injure him. Otherwise, even if he had a good result now, the human clan would be defeated sooner or later. The result of the defeat would be that the human clan in Taiji City would be slaughtered and devoured. There was no turning back. First was the 3 ultimate moves of the sword will sword stream, followed by the Royal Divine Attack, and finally the death cut of the vacuum. Each attack was more powerful than the last. The Ghost King was suddenly faced with a powerful attack. No matter which attack it was, it had the power to injure it. As the giant axe fell, the power of the 3 moves of the will sword stream immediately trembled and dissipated. The moment the giant axe bounced up, it immediately drew an extremely stunning arc. Under the arc, there was a pitch-black darkness that made one's heart palpitate. In an instant, it was as if they had entered a silent world. The giant axe and the Royal Divine Attack collided. Chenzong only felt his consciousness tremble. In his spirit sea, a terrible storm raged. It was turbulent, and his head felt like it was about to be torn apart. But in an instant, Chenzong activated the state of freedom and ignored the turbulence in his spirit sea. He was absolutely calm, and the death cut of the vacuum mercilessly attacked the Ghost King. Hit, in an instant, the terrifying sword radiance hit Jia Luo of the Ghost Forest, immediately splitting open the armor on his chest. Like a hot knife through butter, the sword radiance cleaved open the chest covered by the armor, leaving a shocking sword scar. Severe injury. In an instant, the Ghost King was severely injured by Chenzong. However, the giant axe was raised high. The Ghost King's horn flashed red, and the axe blade was suffused with a blazing red light. Ghost King Annihilation Cut. The axe carried with it a terrifying power that could cut open a natural chasm. The surroundings were suppressed, and Chenzong could not dodge at all. He could not even use the yin-yang seamless body technique. Then, he could only defend. Yin-yang sword wheel, but in the instant of contact, an indescribably fierce force shattered the sword wheel. He did not even have time to use the reversal of heaven and earth. The longsword formed by the sword will of the heart sword swung and collided with the giant axe. Not only the sword, but also the head. Don't tell me you won't vote for the little dumpling's strength? Cracks appeared, and the cracking sound was faint, but to Chenzong, it was like thunder. The cracks on the heart sword dowel will spread all over the sword in the blink of an eye. More cracks appeared, covering every part of the sword. Shattered, the heart sword dowel shattered. The moment it shattered, Chenzong felt cracks appear on his spirit sea, as if it was about to shatter. Intense pain swept over him, as if his soul was being torn apart. It was as if his entire soul was being torn apart. Even his mind and body were being torn apart, completely torn apart. The heart sword dowel was comprehended by Chenzong. It was closely related to his soul, consciousness, and mind. Once injured, his soul, consciousness, and so on would also be affected. In serious cases, it might even shatter. This was a fatal injury, more than 10 times more serious than physical damage. The intense pain directly shattered Chenzong's realm of freedom. He could not maintain it. His head seemed to explode, and his spirit sea was filled with countless cracks. His soul seemed to be cut by invisible blades, and he could not maintain his composure. Even bewildering Light Island lost its connection. In other words, Chenzong could not use this trump card to leave. The Ghost King, who was hit by Chenzong's absolute vacuum slash, had a slash across his chest. Even his sternum was broken, and the slash went all the way to his back. The power of the absolute vacuum slash was unimaginable. If it were an ultimate human demigod, such a slash would be enough to kill him. However, the Purgatory Ghost King's body was tough, and his vitality was incomparably tenacious. He did not die immediately, and even counterattacked in an instant, slashing out a terrifying attack that contained the light of destruction. That power was even stronger than the absolute vacuum slash. Otherwise, it would not be able to shatter the heart sword dowel. Even so, this injury was very serious. If it was not treated in time, he would probably die on the spot. Without hesitation, the Purgatory Ghost King mobilized his power and opened a small Purgatory Ghost Gate. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, the miniature Purgatory Ghost Gate behind the Purgatory Ghost King continued to solidify. It looked like it would be fully solidified in a few breaths' time. At that time, the Purgatory Ghost King would be able to use the miniature Purgatory Ghost Gate to absorb the power of the Purgatory Ghost Realm and recover from his injuries. Once his injuries recovered, it would be the time of Chenzong's death. Even now, Chenzong was on the verge of death. Now that the Tao intent of the heart sword had reached 100% perfection, its connection with one's soul and consciousness had become even more intimate. When it shattered, it would affect one's consciousness and soul. In an instant, his consciousness seemed to shatter, and cracks appeared on his soul. It was a ghastly sight. Excruciating pain, out of control, Chenzong could no longer maintain his balance. His whole body swayed a few thousand meters in the air. Then, he fell headfirst and fell rapidly. Even with Chenzong's strong physique, he would not be able to resist falling from a height of thousands of meters without any protection. Coupled with the injury to his soul, he would most likely die. This scene caused everyone to fall into despair. Jiandi Qinzong, this was a symbol. If he died here, it would be an indescribable blow to everyone. Xianxia was anxious. Although Qinzong's clone would not be affected if he died, and would replace the original body could not die no matter what. Azure phantom body, the 9 phantoms rushed towards Jessie, while the original body rushed towards Qinzong at an astonishing speed. At least, he had to catch Qinzong. Stop right there. Jessie was in an incomparably good mood. The human was about to die. This feeling was very, very good. No matter what, it could not be destroyed. He unleashed all his strength. Thousands of ghost claws covered the sky, and the 9 phantoms were torn apart in an instant. Jessie's figure flashed, and his claw slashed across the sky. This attack was shockingly powerful. If he did not dodge, he would be hit. At that time, this clone would also die. Dodge, as soon as he dodged, the time was delayed again. Qinzong seemed to have lost his consciousness. His body fell upside down, and he was only 2,000 meters away from the ground. The distance of 2,000 meters was actually very short. It was estimated that he would fall completely in about 10 breaths, and there was more than a 70% chance that he would die. Jessie unleashed all his strength, and his ghost claws continued to attack. His purpose was to prevent Xianxia from helping Qinzong. Suddenly, Jessie's eyes flashed with a hint of fierceness. He realized that he seemed to have done something wrong. Why did he have to stop this person? He just needed to be faster. The claw shadows contracted, and Jessie immediately burst out with an astonishing speed, crossing the void and rushing towards the falling Qinzong. The claw shadows condensed into a cold light, silently tearing the void. Extremely fast, the distance of tens of thousands of meters could be crossed in an instant. In a situation where he was almost unconscious, Qinzong could not dodge at all. Once he was hit, his body would be torn into 2 in an instant, and he would die completely. The place where Qinzong and Jessie fought was far away from the place where Qinzong and Jessie fought. It was at least tens of thousands of meters away, so that they would not interfere with each other. Crisis, an intense and unprecedented crisis lingered in Qinzong's heart and erupted crazily. The cracks on his soul were all over, like a porcelain that had been hit. It was barely maintaining a shape. It seemed that with a little external impact, it would really break. Once the soul was really broken, it would collapse and die. There was no way to escape death. At that time, even God would not be able to save him. His consciousness was also on the verge of collapse. It was like a candle flame in the wind, being blown by a gust of wind, swaying and becoming weak, almost extinguished. But in an instant, the extremely shocking and bone-chilling murderous intent rushed over, causing the candle flame to suddenly tremble. Not only did it resist the attack of the gust of wind, but it did not extinguish. Instead, it burned more vigorously. It was like the final radiance of the setting sun. Tenacious, even if he was on the verge of despair, Qinzong did not give up. He sought a glimmer of hope in the desperate situation. No matter what, as long as he was still alive, as long as he had a breath, as long as he had a little bit of consciousness, no matter how blurry it was, he could not give up. He had to hold on. He had to live, this was Qinzong's astonishing will to live. It was erupting. However, the hard sword dowel was broken, and his soul was full of cracks. This kind of injury was extremely serious. No matter how strong Qinzong's will to live was, he could not completely react in time. Dodge, no matter what, he had to dodge this fatal blow. The black claw light was like a long knife cutting through the air. At that moment, Qinzong used the last bit of consciousness he had left to stimulate an unparalleled desperate will. His falling body paused for a moment. This pause didn't even last for a tenth of a breath's time. However, it just so happened that the claw light shot past his body. That less than 1/10 of a breath was the difference between life and death. As if he had lost all his strength, Qinzong's body fell again. Ghost son Jessie was slightly startled. He didn't expect that his fatal blow would be dodged under such circumstances. However, even if he could avoid one blow, could he avoid two? Anger, violent anger, extreme anger. On Xianxia's body, gray light and flames were burning, turning into a gray armor that seemed to grow out of his body. Raging Shura, his dignity was seriously damaged, and he was on the verge of death. This greatly stimulated the anger in Xianxia's heart. His anger soared, and in an instant, he stimulated the raging Shura form, and his battle strength soared. 9 golden stars condensed into a golden sun in an instant. The sunlight shone in all directions, and it was extremely shocking and dazzling. Boom! Xianxia's speed in the raging Shura form was more than doubled. His figure moved, and he turned into a gray light that broke through the air. Countless dark cracks appeared where he was standing. Power, extremely powerful power surged in his body, as if it contained volcanoes that kept erupting. He had to vent it, or else, he would feel like he was going to explode. The Nirvana evil sword became wider and longer, and it was filled with shocking power. Slash, as the sword slashed down, the void trembled and crumbled. It was as if Xianxia was not wielding a sword, but a giant hammer that shattered the void. Ghost Sun Jace's expression changed drastically. This sword was enough to threaten him. If he was hit, he would definitely be injured. Dodge, unexpectedly, Xianxia's sword was not only powerful, but its speed was also shocking. It continuously attacked, forcing Ghost Sun Jace to dodge continuously, unable to counterattack. At this time, Ghost Sun Jace had opened a small Purgatory Ghost Gate, and used the power of the Purgatory Ghost Gate to recover his body. The shocking sword wound on his chest that went all the way to his back was quickly recovering. Not long after, the injury was healed, and so was the armor. The energy that was consumed in the previous battle was also recovered to the extreme. Kill, Ghost Sun Jace attacked again, and he attacked Qianzong, who was still falling. A gray light flashed, and like a thunderbolt, Xianxia's sword arrived and blocked Ghost Sun Jace's attack. 1 against 2, the fierce battle continued. Xianxia, in his raging azure form, completely blocked Ghost Sun Jace and Ghost Sun Jace with a sword in his hand, preventing them from attacking Qianzong. But at the same time, Xianxia could not divert his attention to catch Qianzong. The pressure from the 2 Ghost Kings was too strong, and it almost suffocated him. Now, he could only block the 2 Ghost Kings' crazy attacks, and he could only hope that his original body could wake up and save himself. Every time Xianxia slashed out with his sword, the void would be shattered. The power was terrifying, and when the 2 Ghost Kings attacked, the power was also terrifying. Cracks appeared in the space around them, and it was pitch black. The wind roared, and the thunder shook the world. It was filled with a shocking destructive aura, as if it was going to destroy everything. The area within 1,000 meters had become a desolate area. Once someone below the peak of the demigod realm got close, even a 9-star expert would be severely injured, or even die on the spot. Time passed, and Qianzong was still falling. He was getting closer and closer to the ground. His head was facing down, and below him was an extremely hard rock with fine sand sticking out of the ground. Little rice dumpling, I'm not dead. Are you guys disappointed or happy? 1,000 meters, 900 meters, 800 meters, when Qianzong was 2,000 meters away from the ground, Jesse launched a fatal attack, but Qianzong dodged it with his strong willpower. Xianxia was furious and activated the raging azure form. Jesse recovered from his injuries and attacked again. Xianxia, who was under the raging azure, was fighting against 2 Ghost Kings at the same time. He was holding back the 2 Ghost Kings, Jesse and Jialuo, so that they couldn't kill Qianzong. However, they were also holding back Qianzong. Everything happened too fast. In less than 10 breaths of time, there were so many changes that everyone almost fainted. 700 meters, 600 meters, 500 meters, Qianzong struggled to open his eyes. He could see that the rock below him was extremely hard, and it seemed to be shining with a layer of metal. Will I die? Qianzong could not help but ask himself. Images seemed to flash through his mind. There was a small lake, rippling under the moonlight. Every day at dawn, a young man would wake up early and go out to train himself with his strong willpower. That year, a stream of light fell from the sky and fell into the young man's head. From then on, his meridians were cleansed, and he was reborn. He made up for his lack of qi and blood, and he truly started the path of cultivation. His sword skills improved. That piece of land was left with the young man's footprints. He walked from the small town to the city, and from the small town to the big city. Step by step, he was lonely, but he was extremely determined. That long sword, the sword light was as quiet as water, and it stunned the world, leaving behind countless exclamations and legends. Images unfolded like a scroll. Faces, happiness, anger, sorrow, and joy flashed before his eyes. They were his family, friends, and enemies. Was this the final radiance of the setting sun? It was said that people who were about to die would recall their past before they died. Was he going to die? No, he could not die, he could not die, he still had to go back and see his family and friends. He still had to enter the void of the universe and truly feel the vastness of the universe. He had to challenge more geniuses and reach a higher level. He absolutely could not die like this. In an instant, an even stronger will to live erupted from the deepest part of his body. It was a power that belonged to the heart. It was a power that truly belonged to the deepest part of the soul. It wasn't his mind, nor was it his will. Instead, it was a mysterious desire that came from the deepest part of his heart. Live on, no matter what, he had to survive. Not only did he have to survive, but he also had to grasp even greater power. After returning to the eastern continent of Blue Wave's world, he would take a look at his father, his little sister, his clan elder sister, the places where he had worked hard and struggled, and the people who had helped him. After that, he would have to venture into the void of the universe to see the wider world and more powerful opponents. The premise was that he had to live and live well. Bang bang bang, as this extremely strong desire grew from the depths of his heart, which had been gradually weakening, seemed to have been injected with a new force. His heartbeat became strong again. With every heartbeat, Qianzong's body seemed to be injected with a new force. Vitality seemed to be growing and spreading in his body little by little. The trace of destiny of the eternal battle fort glowed faintly. The clear light of destiny of this side of the world also swayed endlessly in an instant. Like ripples in water, it became clearer and deeper. Immediately, traces of invisible and colorless energy gathered from all directions. It seemed to be vitality, but it also seemed to be not. It continuously poured into Qianzong's body. After receiving this invisible energy, Qianzong only felt that the vitality in his body was becoming more and more vigorous. The injuries on his body were also gradually recovering. His broken bones and broken arms were also covered by a cool aura and quickly recovered. His body was recovering vitality at an astonishing speed. This energy was the energy of this side of the world. Under the astonishing will to live, some kind of mystery seemed to have been activated. It also attracted the energy of this side of the world to continuously pour into Qianzong's body. How profound and unfathomable was the power of the world. Even an eminent saint stage powerhouse would not be able to activate it directly. However, Qianzong did it. Under the astonishing will to live, under the incomparably strong desire from the deepest part of his heart, and with the help of the trace of destiny of the eternal battle fort and the energy of this side of the world, he finally activated the energy of this side of the world and poured it into his body to rapidly recover his injuries. Qianzong was surprised to find that not only were the injuries on his body recovering, but even the cracks on his soul were rapidly healed with the infusion of the energy of the world. This was not only on the surface, but also on the inside. The injuries on his body and soul were both healing. In an instant, Qianzong's body paused slightly. He was still 100 meters away from the ground, but he was still standing in the air. He stopped, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. In less than 10 breaths of time, Qianzong's injuries on his body were completely healed. The injuries on his soul were also 50% healed. At this speed, he would only need 10 more breaths of time to fully recover from the injuries on his soul. As the injuries on his soul healed, the cracks on the edge of his divine sea also disappeared. Even though the heart sword Tao intent had shattered, his injuries on his body, especially the injuries on his soul and divine sea, had recovered. It was a great fortune amidst the misfortune. Even though he had lost the heart sword Tao intent, he still had the yin-yang Tao intent and the fused wind, fire, and thunder Tao intent. He still had extraordinary potential. Although his strength would decrease in a short period of time, he would definitely recover and even surpass himself if he continued to cultivate. Qianzong was confident about this. However, it was still a pity. Sword Tao, after all, he practiced the sword. There was a big difference between having and not having sword Tao. He had used the three tribulations sharpening secret technique with great difficulty to raise the heart sword Dao intent from the middle level to the top level. After that, he had continuously sharpened it and raised it to 100% perfection. It was really a pity that it had shattered and disappeared like this. Suddenly, Chenzong's heart seemed to beat uncontrollably. An indescribable understanding suddenly grew from the deepest part of his heart. It was like a seed that sprouted, quickly breaking out of the ground and growing. His heart beat faster than usual and surpassed the limit. It was as if it was going to jump out of his chest. It was as if the violent heartbeat reverberated between heaven and earth. The three tribulations sharpening secret technique has forged the heart sword Dao intent to 100% perfection. What if there is a fourth tribulation? It was a sudden thought. It was a sudden thought, but it was so sudden and so tempting. If there is no fourth tribulation, I will create one. This fourth tribulation should be the shattering tribulation. Without shattering, there can be no construction. After shattering, there can be construction. Peak Dao intent, shattering before construction. It should be supreme. His consciousness became clearer and more condensed as if he had the help of the gods. The heart sword Dao intent is closely related to my heart. This is sword Dao intent. If there is a sword in my heart, then there is a sword. My heart is like a sword. My intent is like a sword. As long as there is a sword in my heart and my sword heart is unbroken, the sword Dao will exist. It is unbreakable and indestructible. Chenzong's eyes shone brightly as if they were condensed into an extreme sword light that could pierce through the sun, moon, and heaven and earth. Rumble, there seemed to be divine lightning that split the heavens and earth apart in the sky. The mighty momentum spread out in all directions, and the rumbling shook the heavens and the earth. The sound was deafening and seemed to contain some kind of supreme principle. Traces of faintly discernible Dao aura filled the air and drifted out. It seemed to come from the distant universe or the depths of the void. It was faintly discernible like the chanting of a god, and it interpreted the infinite profundities of the Dao of heaven and earth. It was like the sound of the ancient Dao resounding through the heavens and the earth, and it spread out in all directions. The sound was faintly discernible. It was sometimes loud and sometimes low, and it had a unique rhythm. It seemed to come from the outside world, but it also seemed to come from the depths of everyone's hearts. Then, a huge crack seemed to be silently torn open in the sky. It was 10,000 meters long, but it was not black. Instead, it was filled with a nine-colored luster. It rippled like the ripples of a lake, and there was an extreme profoundness and mystery to it. For a moment, everyone stopped fighting and looked up at the nine-colored, 10,000-meter-long lake in the sky. It was as if there were endless mysteries contained within. At the same time, everyone's hearts were filled with doubts. They did not know what it was. Then, spots of light as goose feathers, fell from the nine-colored lake and drifted down. They were nine-colored flowers. The nine-colored flowers seemed to be weightless, but they emitted an indescribable fragrance. The fragrance seemed to be very rich, so rich that it was almost intoxicating. However, when one sniffed it seriously, it was difficult to smell it. It seemed to become very light. Chenzong looked up at the falling nine-colored heavenly flowers. His heart was calm, and there was only a surge of power that kept emerging from the depths of his heart. Then, the nine-colored heavenly flowers fell. They seemed to be pulled by an inexplicable force and drifted toward Chenzong. They entered Chenzong's head from the top of his head and went straight into his divine sea. Bloom, in Chenzong's divine sea, the nine-colored heavenly flowers bloomed one after another, releasing dazzling nine-colored brilliance that illuminated all directions. As the nine-colored heavenly flowers continued to fall, the brilliance became denser and denser until it completely filled the divine sea. Unparalleled power surged within the deity ocean. Indescribable mysteries reverberated within the deity ocean. His soul, which had been damaged by 30%, recovered in an instant. It was completely healed and seemed to be even more resilient. The ancient heavenly voice of the way continued to enter Chenzong's divine sea. It was like an ancient god was chanting and praying. Chenzong was greatly moved. The enlightenment in his heart also increased by more than 10 times in an instant. Endless mysteries appeared, and his heart grew stronger. An illusory sword shadow quietly condensed in the divine sea that was filled with nine-colored brilliance. Heart Sword Dao Will. No, it was not as simple as the Heart Sword Dao Will from before. Although it had just been condensed and was not as powerful as the original Heart Sword Dao Will, an indescribable power was buried deep within, dormant. It was like a true dragon temporarily hibernating in the abyss, ready to soar into the sky. As the sword's shadow condensed, Qianzong felt that his heart seemed to become more resilient. There was a faint sharpness that unexpectedly grew. Condense. The dominator of the six paths is so lazy. He actually used the name of a scroll as the title of a chapter. Ancient Path Heavenly Melody, Nine-Colored Heavenly Lake, Nine-Colored Heavenly Flower. The strange phenomenon was earth-shattering. Everyone was stunned, regardless of whether they were from the ghost race or the human race. The human race was ecstatic, while the ghost race was furious. How could this be? Although they did not know what this strange phenomenon meant, it was definitely not a good thing for the ghost race. The human race who was supposed to be dead, was now wrapped in nine-colored brilliance. It was as if he was resonating with the nine-colored heavenly lake in the sky. Condense. The sword shadow in the deity sea continued to condense and become more and more solid. When the nine-colored brilliance in the deity sea was completely absorbed, the sword shadow had completely solidified. A long sword was in the center of the deity sea. The hilt was facing upwards, and the tip was facing downwards. It slowly rotated, and its entire body seemed to be made of mysterious nine-colored divine light. Every time it rotated, it would flash with a different kind of light. When it rotated 9 times, it would flash with 9 different kinds of light. In the beginning, every rotation would flash with a very strong light. However, when it rotated 9 times, the light became gentler. When it rotated 9 times, it became gentler and more reserved. When it rotated 9 times, the light had become so faint that it almost disappeared. The sword also became transparent, and only a trace of silvery white snaked from the tip to the tip. It looked like a long sword made of transparent crystal, and there was a silvery white thread in the middle. This long sword was so exquisite that it was like the most exquisite piece of art in the world. However, one should not think that it was a piece of art. It was a sharp weapon, a killing weapon. Qianzong could feel the astonishing power contained in this sword. The power was extremely terrifying, and it was completely condensed on the winding silvery white thread in the center. This sword is from the heart, so it's called Heart Sword Intent. In an instant, it was as if the heavens and earth were responding, as if the world was responding. The ancient path heavenly voice also changed, becoming majestic, vast, and clear. Everyone could clearly hear two words that kept repeating and echoing. Supreme. Supreme. When this voice sounded, Qianzong suddenly clenched his fists. He was secretly excited. Supreme. Supreme, it was like the singing and praising of a deity. Supreme, what does this mean? Everyone was puzzled. They did not understand the meaning of this singing because of the lack of knowledge and inheritance. However, Qianzong was very clear. Supreme, his sword intent had finally broken through the limit, transforming from top tier to supreme. Supreme was the limit, it was the ultimate. Supreme. Qianzong didn't know and couldn't be sure. Although he could feel that the power of the supreme heart sword intent was very strong, it was very restrained. It was so restrained that even he couldn't accurately judge it. Moreover, that power also had an elusive feeling, like a heart. He was. Qianxia knew Qianzong's plan. He immediately avoided the powerful Ghost King and attacked Jace in the form of Raging Azura. Qianxia's battle strength had at least doubled in the form of Raging Azura. He tried his best to delay the battle and suffered a lot of injuries. Although he could not kill the Ghost King in a one-on-one battle, he could compete with it. Jace immediately swooped down. The small purgatory ghost gate followed behind him. He raised his giant axe and slashed down. Boom, it was like a black lightning bolt tearing through the sky. Its speed was astonishing and its power was terrifying to the extreme. It emitted an unparalleled destructive aura, as if it could destroy everything. This attack used 100% of Jace's power. Under this attack, the earth would be torn apart. Qianzong was 100 meters away from the ground. He looked up. The sky seemed to have disappeared. Between heaven and earth, there was only the giant axe that slashed down, creating a black crack. It emitted a terrifying aura as it slashed towards him. If it was before, he would have dodged this attack no matter what. The Ghost King's power was too strong. It was completely superior to his. He could not take it head-on. But now, he had to try. He reached out and grasped the void. The heart sword intent immediately appeared in his hand. The sword was 1 meter long and transparent. Only a strand of silver-white thread could be seen clearly. He raised the sword, and the sword light went against the flow. In an instant, a silver-white sword light shot out. Compared to the black crack created by the giant axe, it was like a python compared to a snake. However, the moment the two sides collided, the giant axe was blocked. Chen Zong's sword soared into the air, completely blocking the descending giant axe. The difference between the sword and the giant axe was too great. But it could block it. It was shocking. Jace's face was full of shock. Chen Zong, on the other hand, was surprised and happy. Then, he felt relieved. Supreme Sword Intent, this was the power that the Supreme Sword Intent should have. The Heart Sword Intent came from the heart. It was more direct than the Heart Sword Dao Intent. When the heart was strong, the sword would be strong. He flicked his wrist lightly. In an instant, the sword vibrated at an astonishing speed and suddenly bounced the giant axe away. The sword light flashed, and like an explosion of silver light, it shot directly toward Jace. This sword was extremely fast, its power was extremely shocking. Jace did not have time to dodge at all. He could only force himself to use the giant axe. The giant axe was like a shield in front of him to block the sword. Unexpectedly, the sword light that was originally stabbing out suddenly trembled. The silver thread seemed to explode with shocking power and directly pierced the giant axe. Not only was the giant axe huge, but it was also very thick and extremely hard. When it collided with the Heart Sword Dao Intent earlier, it was not damaged at all. In terms of hardness, it was at the level of a semi-divine artifact. Chen Zong only felt the Heart Sword Intent pierce the surface of the axe. It was extremely hard. He did not know what material it was made of. The golden sun above his head suddenly expanded, and the light became more and more intense. The golden sun was originally the size of a human head, but now it had expanded several times. It was even larger than a washbasin. Its power was astonishing. Then, the sword light and sword intent carried an astonishing power that could destroy anything. It drilled into the extremely hard surface of the axe with determination as if it was determined to pierce through the axe. Determination, it was the determination and desire that came from Chen Zong's heart. It was the sharpness of the sword. In an instant, a sword light pierced through the axe and pierced toward Jace. Jace was shocked. His giant axe had actually been pierced through, it was unbelievable. If not for the fact that he had fought countless battles and experienced countless dangers, he was afraid that the sword light would have pierced through his head. Although his physique was strong and his head was extremely hard, there was still a gap between them and the giant axe in his hand. Chen Zong was a little surprised that his sword pierced through the axe. However, he felt that it was only natural. Heart Sword Intent, Supreme Sword Intent, it should have such power. He withdrew his sword and slashed. In an instant, the sword light condensed into a silk thread. Sword Refinement Thread. Chen Zong realized that the Sword Refinement Thread was much easier to perform with the Heart Sword Intent than before. It was completely under his control. The threads condensed from the sword light were imbued with unparalleled power as they shot towards ghostly god Jethro. The sword did not hit the giant axe directly. Instead, it went around the giant axe and displayed the flexibility of a silk thread. Slash, 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 in an instant, Jace swung his axe hundreds of times. The terrifying axe light was so powerful that it seemed to split the void. It was so powerful that it shattered everything around it. He used this method to block Chen Zong's sword. The situation seemed to have reversed. Previously, Chen Zong had been suppressed by Jia Luo and could only barely resist. In the end, he had erupted with all his strength to kill Jia Luo. In the end, although he had injured Jia Luo, he had suffered heavy injuries and almost died. Now, he had the upper hand. His combat power had more than doubled. However, Chen Zong felt that the Heart Sword Intent's potential was not limited to this. It was just that he had just evolved and was not familiar with it. The first style of the heartsword style, chain heartbeat, in an instant, the sword light pierced through the air. It was not hundreds of arcs of sword light. There was only one, but it was formed by hundreds of arcs. It looked like it was stabbing out in a straight line, but it also looked like it was stabbing out in an arc. It was hard to tell. Jace felt his heart tremble uncontrollably. A strong sense of fear rose from the depths of his heart and spread out. The sword light had already pierced through the air. Dodge, the strong sense of danger and the instinct that had been honed from countless life and death battles drove him to make the most accurate reaction in an instant. As he dodged, he swung his axe. The blade of the axe tore through the void and was extremely powerful. If Xianxia was hit, he would be torn apart. Jace immediately knew that he had been hit by a sword. Although he tried his best to dodge that sword, he did not manage to completely avoid it. His counterattack with his axe had missed. His shoulder was pierced. A terrifying sword aura immediately spread out from the wound, wantonly strangling him. The small ghost purgatory gate behind him immediately emitted black smoke. It continuously flowed into the wound, dispelling the sword aura that was wreaking havoc on his shoulder and healing his injury. Xianxia frowned slightly. How troublesome. In the previous battle with the Rakshasa King, the Rakshasa King had relied on this shocking ability to heal itself time and time again, which was very difficult to deal with. That time, Xiaoqian had broken through and joined hands with his clone to use all their power and methods to break the small purgatory ghost gate behind the Rakshasa King, killing him. If he had not destroyed the small ghost purgatory gate, Rakshasa King could have continuously used the power of the small ghost purgatory gate to heal his injuries and expend energy. With my current strength, can I destroy that small ghost purgatory gate? Xianxia thought to himself. He could not be sure about this. The small ghost purgatory gate was shockingly strong. Even if he had become much stronger, he was not confident. However, if he did not destroy the small ghost purgatory gate, he would not be able to kill the Ghost King even if he injured him time and time again. I need more power, Xianxia thought to himself. His current strength was enough to fight the Ghost King head-on and injure him, but it was still not enough to kill him. Thus, he could only continue to improve himself and become stronger. Thanks to Xianxia for the tip. Today's first update will be released tomorrow. Get your monthly tickets ready. By the way, my public account is 6 Paths of Oblivion. There's a pretty lady waiting for you after work. High up in the sky, Xianxia glanced over and immediately turned into a sword light that tore through the sky. He flew out at an astonishing speed toward the Ghost Clan army. The 7-colored barrier was still holding off the Ghost Clan army, but it had reached its limit. Fine cracks began to appear on it as if it would shatter at any time. The Heart Sword Dao Will had transformed into Supreme Heart Sword Dao Will, and its power had increased greatly. Under the control of the sword, Xianxia's speed was even faster than before. He was like an aurora that tore through the sky and instantly left Ghost Clan Jethro behind. The distance of tens of thousands of meters was nothing to Xianxia at this moment. He closed the gap in a short time. Slash, Xianxia slashed out with his sword, and a sword light that was as thin as a thread tore through the sky. It was over 100 meters long and was as light as a strand of silk, but its speed was extremely fast. In just an instant, the sword light that was more than 100 meters long approached the Ghost Clan army. The Ghost's strong bodies were more fragile than thin paper under the sword light. They were easily torn apart. Just one slash of the sword light had killed hundreds of ghosts. Hundreds of origin essence diffused toward Xianxia and entered Xianxia's body. In an instant, these hundreds of origin essence were all refined and absorbed by Xianxia to increase his body refining cultivation. The reason why Xianxia did not keep them to heal his wounds or recover his strength was because the several hundred strands of essence were not enough to heal his wounds or recover his strength. They were not effective at all. After all, his strength level was very high. As for his injuries, if they were ordinary injuries, they would not affect him at all. If he was heavily injured, like before, even 1,000 origin essence would not have much effect. Missions had their limits. The higher one's level was, the more obvious the limits of the mission would be. But now, it was still possible to use them to increase his body refining cultivation. Like a tiger in a flock of sheep, Qianzong was invincible. Every time he swung his sword, the sword radiance would sweep across the sky. With such a strong combat strength, Qianzong did not need to hide at all. Invincible, kill, 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 origin essence constantly surged into Qianzong's body and was refined and absorbed by Qianzong. Qianzong could feel his body constantly strengthening. The ghost race's origin essence energy was countless times better than many body-refining treasures. This was because using body-refining treasures would cause one to develop a resistance to the medicinal effects. If one used too much of it, there would be no effect. However, this was not the case for the ghost race's origin essence qi. It could be continuously refined and absorbed without any consumption. It could be completely converted. The only difference was that the original essence of the weaker ghost clan members had a weaker effect on the stronger ghost clan members. When there was a large number of them, there would still be a significant effect. Qianzong estimated that his current body-refining cultivation should have reached the 7-star level, but he wasn't sure what level he was at. As for reaching the 8-star level, it was not that easy. So, he continued to kill. When Qianzong killed several thousand ghosts, he greatly reduced the pressure on the humans and also lessened the pressure on the 7-colored barrier, so it didn't shatter. However, the 7-colored barrier had almost reached its limit. Guixing Jialuo chased after him and swung his giant axe horizontally. His target was not Qianzong, but the 7-colored barrier. Slash, the extremely powerful might of this axe tore through the void, causing a crack that constantly fluctuated. It instantly arrived, causing the expressions of all the human cultivators to change drastically, and their bodies could not help but tremble. It was too powerful. If they were hit by this attack, they would instantly be turned into ashes. Qianzong's figure flashed, and he swung his sword across the sky. The sword radiance easily shattered the shocking axe radiance. Then, with a flick of his sword qi swept across the sky and killed dozens of ghosts. Slash, slash. Slash, Guixing Jialuo's giant axe slashed violently. Hundreds of axe radiances broke through the sky and slashed out in a fan shape. Some of them went for Qianzong, while the others went for the 7-colored barrier. Qianzong could not completely break this attack. The 7-colored barrier shone brightly, and there were continuous cracking sounds. The cracks kept expanding, and it had reached its limit. When the 7-colored barrier completely blocked Guixing Jialuo's axe radiance, it had truly reached its limit. Shatter, in an instant, the 7-colored barrier was completely shattered, and it turned into countless 7-colored lights that sputtered in all directions. It was extremely dazzling and mesmerizing. However, 1,500 human cultivators appeared in front of the Ghost Clan's army without any defense. Kill! Guixing Jialuo roared. His killing intent filled the sky like a flood. He did not chase after Qianzong. Instead, he held his giant axe and killed the 1,500 human cultivators directly. Facing a ghost king who had condensed 2 supreme flowers, the 1,500 cultivators could not resist at all. In less than 10 breaths, they would all be killed. Would Qianzong let the ghost king kill them all? No. If these cultivators died, the top power of the mystery realm would be gone. Therefore, Qianzong had to stop the ghost king. A sword flashed across the sky. The seemingly tiny sword radiance blocked the ghost king's giant axe, but the other ghosts rushed toward the human cultivators. Kill! Yuanji Alliance Master roared. His aura exploded, and 9 battle stars shone above his head. First, the Taishan demon-slaying crossbows killed more than 20,000 ghosts. Then, the crossbows continuously shot at some of the ghosts. While the 7-colored barrier blocked the ghosts, they took the opportunity to kill thousands of ghosts. In addition to Qianzong and Xianxia's hunting earlier, the total number of ghosts killed was more than 30,000. But for the nearly 100,000 ghost army, the death of 30,000 ghosts was not a big deal. At least, there were still more than 60,000 ghosts left, which was far more powerful than the human alliance master. However, now that even the 7-colored barrier was broken, there was no way to resist. They could only fight. Looking at Jiandi Qianzong, who had almost died, but had regained his vitality in the desperate situation and become even stronger. Such amazing willpower was a great inspiration and worth learning from. This battle was nothing more than death. Before that, they had to kill more ghosts. Kill. The 1,500 cultivators kept absorbing the original essence of the ghosts. Their combat strength had increased a lot. They were more powerful than before, and their fighting spirit was high. They no longer cared about life and death. Those who were not afraid of death were the most terrifying. They fought to survive in the face of death and exerted all their strength. They even went beyond their limits. Although they knew that they would not be able to escape death in this battle, they did not charge forward mindlessly. Instead, they formed a battle formation and charged out. In this way, they could unleash the power of more than 1,500 people and kill even more ghost clan members. Even if they died, they had to die heroically and honorably. But even if they were in a battle formation, it was not very effective against the torrent of attacks from the ghost army. In just a short time, they were defeated. The result was that more than 300 cultivators with weaker combat strength were killed by the ghosts. But they did not die in vain. At least, they managed to kill one ghost. One life for another. Tragic, in just one encounter, more than 300 out of the 1,500 cultivators had died. This scene made Xianxia's heart skip a beat, but he became calmer. In a flash, Xianxia dodged Ghost Forest Jialuo and charged toward the ghost army to reinforce the human cultivators. Jialuo immediately chased after him. His giant axe slashed down, shattering the vacuum. In this way, the pressure on Xianxia increased greatly. On one hand, he had to defend against Jialuo. At most, he could injure him, but he could not kill him. Moreover, Jialuo's injuries would heal quickly. On the other hand, he had to help the human cultivators. He could not let them be killed by the ghost army. Then, let me try this move, Xianxia said to himself. As he continued to fight with the heartsword intent, he became more accustomed to it. He could control it better and use it more freely, unlocking more potential. This move was a sudden inspiration. As for what it was, he could not be sure. Heart Domain. In an instant, the Heart Domain was released and covered a radius of 5,000 meters. Everything within that radius became extremely clear. But in the next moment, the Heart Domain began to shrink at an astonishing speed. In an instant, it had completely shrunk into the heart sword intent in Xianxia's hand. The two merged perfectly into one. It worked, Xianxia's eyes lit up. Of course, comprehending and mastering the Heart Domain came from the heart. Now that the Heart Sword Dao intent had evolved into the Heart Sword intent, it also came from the heart. The Heart Domain and the Heart Sword intent could be said to have the same origin. A miraculous reaction spread within the Heart Sword intent. In the next moment, streaks of invisible sword chi shot out from the Heart Sword intent. With the Heart Sword intent as the center, the sword chi covered a radius of 1,000 meters. Xianxia instantly felt that everything within a radius of 1,000 meters was under his control. With a single thought, the long sword formed from his heart sword intent trembled. In an instant, sword chi appeared out of nowhere, killing a ghost that was several hundred meters away. Kill! With a low shout, countless streaks of sword chi condensed within 1,000 meters. Streaks and streaks of sword chi flickered with silver light. It was dazzling and incomparably cold. There seemed to be no end to the sword chi within 1,000 meters. In an instant, a portion of the sword chi shot toward the ghost army like thousands of swords streaking across the sky. Another portion shot toward Guixing Jialuo. Guixing Jialuo was extremely powerful. He swung his giant axe horizontally and shattered the countless streaks of sword chi. Although the sword chi was very powerful, it was too scattered. It was not enough to deal with the Ghost King. However, it was shockingly powerful against ghosts below the Ghost King level. In just an instant, thousands of ghosts were killed by the sword chi. This move was called the Heartsword Domain. Essence chi, thousands of origin essence chi gathered and surged into Xianxia's body. Xianxia quickly refined and absorbed them. Xianxia could feel his body growing stronger and stronger. A shocking power surged within his body. As the Taichu sword origin poured into the Heartsword intent, the second wave of sword chi condensed and shot toward the ghost army. As for Xianxia, he stabbed with his sword. Heart sword art, chain heartbeat, this sword pierced through Guixing Jialuo's body again and injured him. Meanwhile, the sword chi formed by the heart sword domain shot towards the ghost race, killing close to 10,000 of them. This move was extremely terrifying. It was not enough to deal with the Ghost King, but it was a killing machine against ghosts below the Ghost King level. The disadvantage was also very obvious. It consumed a lot of sword origin. At the edge of the ultimate profundity realm, in front of the Great Rift Valley, countless tyrannical attacks bombarded in all directions. The void was dyed black, and faintly, cracks began to appear. Shocking collisions sounded like mountain torrents erupting and mountains collapsing. In the darkness, there was a dazzling golden light that burned the sky. Everywhere it passed, the darkness was burned into nothingness. Fight, 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 the 9 heavens 10 earths battle technique was fully activated. This was a pure cultivation technique that lived for battle and died for battle. Once it was activated, one's heart was filled with astonishing battle intent. The stronger the battle intent, the stronger the cultivation technique. This was an inheritance that he had almost died to obtain. Coupled with the great providence of this world, the heavenly god Gong was instantly reborn. He was countless times more powerful than before. He had come alone to stop an army of ghosts. In addition to the army of ghosts, there were 40,000 ghost beasts, including a ghost king and a ghost beast king. Boom! Boom, boom! The heavenly god Gong's fists were condensed with battle intent, reaching an astonishing 5 inches long. He continuously punched out. Every punch was like a star that blasted through the void. Under the continuous barrage, it was like a violent and dazzling meteor shower. Regardless of whether it was a ghost soldier or a ghost general, whether it was a lower, middle, or upper-level ghost general, or a ghost beast with 9 golden battle stars, none of them could withstand a single punch from the heavenly god Gong. As the battle continued, one could see the basin-sized flower of air above the heavenly god palace's head slowly solidifying. This meant that the heavenly god palace's power was increasing bit by bit, and he was becoming more and more powerful. It had been some time since the heavenly god Gong had appeared, and he had killed thousands of ghost tribe cultivators. Origin essence was constantly being absorbed and refined to replenish his own energy consumption, and at the same time, it was also gradually increasing his own strength. The 9 heavens 10 earths battle technique was an extreme inheritance. The more he fought, the stronger his battle intent. The stronger his battle intent, the stronger his battle strength. Of course, this was only the case during the battle. It was an almost limitless increase. Once the battle ended, his battle intent would fade, and his strength would return to its original level. It could be said that the longer the battle went on, the more intense the battle became, and the more astonishingly powerful the heavenly god Gong became. The Ghost Beast clan's Ghost Beast King, Xianxia, discovered that at the beginning, this human was being suppressed by him and the Ghost Beast King, and was in imminent danger. However, for some unknown reason, this human was holding on with incomparable tenacity. Furthermore, the more he fought, the stronger he became. By now, this human was already able to take on 2 people by himself and the Ghost Beast King. In fact, he could even spare some energy to kill ghost generals and ghost soldiers. Anger, the demonic beast demon Ming was enraged. Its power erupted as it summoned a miniature demonic purgatory gate to replenish its energy. It did not dodge at all, even if it was injured. It wanted to use its powerful physique and the power of the miniature demonic purgatory gate to exhaust its opponent to death. Burn, the heavenly god Gong felt as if he was burning. His essence, energy, spirit, and life force were burning and boiling. His entire body was boiling, and his fighting spirit was soaring to the heavens like a volcano erupting. The origin essence of the ghost race constantly flowed into his body, replenishing what he had consumed. The 9 heavens 10 earths battle technique was indeed a very powerful battle technique. It was also very extreme. The more intense the battle, the more shocking the increase in battle strength. However, it was not without a price. The price he had to pay was to burn himself. Once he burned himself to the limit, the consequence would be death. In the past, those who cultivated the 9 heavens 10 earths battle technique were all people with astonishing battle strength. They had all made a name for themselves, but most of them ended up dying in battle. They were not killed, but burned themselves in battle. In the end, they could not bear it and died. The heavenly god Gong had not reached that step yet, but he was on the path. However, with the replenishment of the ghost race's origin essence, he would not overdraw his body. Death, the ghost race continued to die. The number of deaths had already exceeded 10,000. These 10,000 ghost race had all become origin essence to replenish the heavenly god Gong's consumption, indirectly increasing his battle strength again. Boom, with a punch, the sharpness of his fighting spirit broke through 5 inches and reached 6 inches. It struck the Ghost Beast King's head. The extremely powerful force not only knocked the Ghost Beast King back several hundred meters, but it also cracked its head. Dark red and smelly blood flowed out. However, the Ghost Beast King's body was extremely strong. A mere injury was nothing to it. It only made it even more furious. With a mad roar, it suddenly pounced. In the distance, the 300 cultivators from the ancient suppression world were all shocked. They were all dumbfounded. The battle in front of them was completely beyond their imagination. It was not that they did not want to fight, but that they had no way to fight. That power was too powerful. Even from afar, they could feel the shocking impact of the pressure. It was shocking like a landslide or a tsunami. They felt extremely oppressed and found it difficult to breathe. If they got close, they would be suppressed and unable to use much of their battle strength. The result would be death. Looking at the Ghost Race army, it was like a flood that could destroy the world. A mere 300 cultivators were so weak in front of it. They would be devoured in one blow and die completely. They would not even be able to cause a splash. The ancient suppression holy sun was trembling all over. Fear, horror, is that the heavenly god of the Taishan holy palace? What happened to this world? Why did the heavenly god Gong become so powerful? The ancient suppression holy sun admitted that in the past, the heavenly god Gong was indeed more outstanding than him. However, there was a limit. It was not like now, where he could not see the top. This difference was like the difference between a small earthworm and a true dragon. It was unknown how many times the difference was. For a moment, the ancient suppression holy sun felt as if something in his heart was shattering. That was belief, that was persistence, it was the persistence and belief that he wanted to compete with the heavenly god Gong. Now, in front of his eyes, it was completely shattered. It was like a dream. Now, he had woken up from the dream. Unknowingly, the ancient suppression holy sun's face was suddenly filled with tears. He did not know whether to cry or laugh, or whether to be mad or sad. However, the heavenly god Gong would not pay attention to the ancient suppression holy sun. To him, this was already an existence on a different level. His opponent was only that Jiandi Qinzong. Even the ghost race in front of him was just a stumbling block. Kill them all. In an instant, the power of the fist of battle intent skyrocketed again. 7 inches, every inch the power of the fist of battle intent increased greatly. Repelled, the Ghost Beast King and Ghost King were repelled again, and many more ghosts were killed. Under the power of the fist of battle intent, the ghost race's tyrannical bodies were like nothing. They were even more fragile than thin paper and were torn into pieces in an instant. The Ghost Beast King did not have the slightest intention of charging out of the Taishan realm and into other realms. This was because he was very angry. He was so angry that he forgot his original goal. He only wanted to kill this human in front of him. If he did not kill this human, how could he occupy this world? On the outer city of Taiji City, the battle became more and more intense. Thousands of ghost race origin essence surged like a tide into Qinzong's body. Most of them were converted and used to recover the Taichu sword essence. Heart sword domain, tens of thousands of sword chi appeared once again and shot out once more. Each sword chi revealed an extremely shocking sharpness. It was as if they tore through space. They were extremely fast and agile. They all avoided the human cultivators and focused on the ghosts. In just an instant, thousands of ghosts were killed. Such an ultimate move left everyone dumbstruck and extremely shocked. It could be said to be a terrifying move to kill a group of people. Thousands of ghost race origin essence entered his body again to replenish the Taichu sword essence. Under the heart sword domain, thousands of sword chi were activated again. Massacre, it was a completely one-sided massacre. Ghost Beast King Jialuo was furious to the extreme. He roared and charged, completely ignoring his injuries. He wanted to trade injury for injury, life for life. Because he had a small purgatory ghost gate, even if he was injured, as long as he did not die on the spot, he could recover in a short time. However, Zhenzong could not. If he was hit by the giant axe, he would immediately be severely injured. Zhenzong's lips curled into a smile. What I want is your anger. Heart sword style, everlasting heart illusion. In an instant, a sword slashed out. The sword light was misty and spread out in all directions like smoke, enveloping Ghost Beast King Jialuo. Ghost Beast King Jialuo waved his giant axe. The axe light surrounded him, blocking the sword chi smoke. However, it could not block the illusions in his heart. Especially when he was angry and did not have his usual calmness, it was easier for illusions to appear. Slash. Slash, as Zhenzong smiled, a faintly discernible sword chi nimbly passed through the gaps between the giant axe light. It followed the most mysterious trajectory and pierced through Ghost Beast King Jialuo's chest armor. Pierce, the sword chi pierced through Ghost Beast King Jialuo's armor and chest, piercing his heart and exploding. It was like thousands of needles piercing through Ghost Beast King Jialuo's heart. Ghost Beast King Jialuo's body suddenly trembled. He could not help but spit out blood. That was the essence of his heart. His aura instantly dropped, and he felt that his powerful strength was fading away. Heart sword style, everlasting heart destruction, sword light burst out, illuminating heaven and earth. It was as if the sun had collapsed. The shocking aura of destruction also surged like a torrent, wreaking havoc. Slash, the sword light reached its pinnacle. It was filled with killing intent that could destroy everything. This sword was unstoppable. With his heart damaged, Ghost Beast King Jialuo felt a sense of darkness enveloping him. It was filled with deathly stillness. It was as if he was about to fall into the abyss of death. The sword light cut through Ghost Beast King Jialuo's body like a hot knife through butter. With one slash, Ghost Beast King Jialuo's body was cut in half. Boom, his aura instantly soared and condensed. His black hair danced wildly, piercing through the sky like sharp swords. Zhenzong's eyes also shone brightly. The aura of destruction spread in all directions. His body lowered slightly, and his sword slanted forward. Vacuum, lifeless slash, the most powerful attack instantly slashed out. His Taichu sword essence also surged, turning into a peerless sword light that tore through heaven and earth, shattering everything. Zhenzong had been planning since he attacked the Ghost Beast King Jialuo. He wanted to kill the Ghost Beast King Jialuo and use a large amount of damage to infuriate him and make him lose his mind. Once the Ghost Beast King Jialuo lost his mind, the Heart Sword style's ability to target the mind would be strengthened to the extreme. The Everlasting Heart Illusion and Everlasting Heart Destruction hit each other consecutively. The last attack was the lifeless slash of Void. It was an attack that used all his strength. Young book friend, did you drop this bundle of golden monthly tickets or this bundle of silver monthly tickets? Oh, you don't have monthly tickets. Since you're so honest, I won't give you this bundle of monthly tickets or this bundle of monthly tickets. Hurry up and top up your monthly tickets. Since ancient times, the competition for monthly votes had never stopped. Every time, it was a war without gunpowder, a slaughter without blood. Not asking for monthly tickets was like not getting married when in love, not paying for meals, and not paying for the tickets on the train. Usually, Dominator of Six Paths would not ask for monthly tickets because there was no outbreak. But now that there was an outbreak, he could ask for monthly tickets confidently. The ranking of monthly tickets, to a certain extent, also represented the quality of the book. Especially the top 10, it was a place that military strategists would fight for. Only by entering the top 10 in the monthly votes will you be able to show your face on the front page, allowing more people to see you, increasing your popularity, and increasing your subscriptions. The Six Paths of Samsara longs for the day when our Tongshin can enter the top 10 in the monthly votes and appear on the front page. At that time, the Tongshin you like will be seen and liked by more people. I believe this is what you all hope for. Next, Dominator of Six Paths talked about the outbreak that everyone was most concerned about. Starting from today, the outbreak was estimated to last for 3 days, which was today, tomorrow, and the day after. Dominator of Six Paths also called it the basic outbreak. If it was going to be a big outbreak, it would depend on the monthly ticket ranking. Dominator of Six Paths was currently ranked 56th in the monthly ticket ranking, If it entered the top 50, including the 50th place, Dominator of Six Paths would add 2 more chapters to the basic outbreak. Today, tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow would count. Based on the top 50, top 40, top 30, top 20, and top 10 rankings, the Dominator of the Six Paths would add more chapters to the monthly ticket ranking. The number of chapters added was 2, 2, 2, 2, and 10, which corresponded to the monthly ticket ranking. For example, today was the 19th. If it entered the top 50, then the number of chapters would increase from 5 to 7, and so on. If it entered the top 40, then it would increase to 9. If it entered the top 30, then it would increase to 11. If it entered the top 20, then it would increase to 13. If it entered the top 10, then it would be awesome. 10 more chapters would increase to 23. If it entered the top 3, Dominator of Six Paths would add 20 more chapters. If it did not reach the basic ranking, then it could be extended to the second and third day. For example, if it entered the top 50 on the third day, then it would add 2 chapters on the third day. The first and second day would be the basic outbreak of 5 chapters each. Are you happy, excited, screaming, or impatient? Take out your monthly tickets and throw them at Dominator of Six Paths? Little Rice Dumpling is showing his prowess. Why aren't you waving the flag and cheering for him? Now that we have entered the top 50 in the monthly votes ranking, the Samsara will add 2 more updates on top of the basic 5 updates today, making it 7. If you can enter the top 40, 2 more updates will be added. Good luck, I have high hopes for you guys. Vacuum, lifeless slash, with a slash of the sword, Gue Senji's severed body was instantly enveloped by an extremely powerful and dazzling sword light, shattering the void. Vacuum, it meant turning space into a vacuum and completely shattering it. Lifeless, on the other hand, meant that there was only death and no life. This strike had caught Jialuo off guard, and it was extremely powerful. Chenzong had used up all his strength to completely shatter Jialuo's body, and even the space around him had been shattered. The small purgatory ghost gate summoned by the Rakshasa King's purgatory ghost divine body was not complete, so it could be easily destroyed. The small purgatory ghost gate summoned by a ghost king was truly complete. It was shockingly strong, and even the ghost kings of the ghost clan's 36 divisions could not destroy it. Chenzong couldn't take the risk. After all, his most powerful attack used up most of his strength. If he couldn't destroy the miniature ghost gate, he would be in danger for a short time. That was the best choice. First, he would enrage the ghost king. Then, he would use the opportunity to injure and kill the ghost king. This would be easier than destroying the miniature ghost gate directly. The moment Jialuo's body was torn apart, he let out a shrill howl of agony. It was like the howl of despair of a vicious beast. It was extremely vicious, and it resounded through the world. It made everyone tremble, as if fear had surged up from the depths of their hearts. The howl after the brutal howl seemed to be able to awaken the deepest fear in people's hearts and make them fall into despair. Chenzong was the first to bear the brunt of this attack. However, he remained unmoved. This kind of despairing and ferocious roar attack was completely useless against Chenzong, who had condensed the supreme heart sword intent. In the next moment, a thick strand of essence rapidly extended from the shattered space. It danced in the air like a demonic dragon and burrowed into Chenzong's body. When the essence entered his body, it was like a demonic dragon returning to the sea. His presence was vigorous and majestic, causing ripples to spread out. It caused Chenzong's body to tremble uncontrollably, and there seemed to be waves of powerful rumbles. When the devil dragon-like ghost clan's origin essence entered his body, Chenzong immediately felt his body swell, as if he had eaten too much. At the same time, the void shattered by the lifeless vacuum slash quickly recovered. Jialuo's body turned into dust and disappeared without a trace. But before Chenzong could react, a black shadow shot out like an arrow and entered the rapidly closing small ghost purgatory gate. That was the soul, it was the soul of the ghost king, who was actually still alive. It seemed that he had used this opportunity to escape back into the purgatory ghost realm. But it did not matter. His body was completely shattered, and even if his soul escaped, it would not be able to cause any trouble in the short term. Moreover, he had become stronger. Refine, absorb, the Ghost King's origin essence, which was as vigorous and precise as a demonic dragon, was quickly refined by Qianzong. It was completely converted into body-refining energy without any loss, and it continued to increase his body-refining cultivation. The tendons, bones, and muscles all over Qianzong's body twitched incessantly, constantly bursting forth with extremely shocking power, vibrating endlessly. Even without using the Taichu sword origin, just the aura from his body-refining cultivation alone was enough to create ripples in the surrounding space. This was the aura formed when one's body reached a certain level of strength. Qianzong was certain that his body-refining cultivation had broken through to the 8-star level, or at least the 8-star elite level. During this period, the remaining ghosts were all stunned. The impact of Jialuo's death on them was unimaginable. Even in the Purgatory Ghost realm, it was very difficult for a Ghost King to die. But now, he was killed by a human. In their eyes, humans were just food, delicious food. The delicious food not only killed many of the ghost race, but even the Ghost King was killed. Jialuo was the most powerful Ghost King in the Ghost Forest tribe. How could he be killed? All of a sudden, the ghost race army was stunned, and so was the human side. They had found a ray of light in a hopeless situation. That was the hope of survival, and it impacted everyone's minds. Even an expert like the UNG Alliance Master could not help but fall into a daze. Just as the Ghost Clan and the Human Clan were in a daze, Qianzong had completely refined and absorbed the Ghost King's origin essence. His body burst forth with an extremely shocking aura that rushed out in all directions like a raging storm, destroying everything as it rumbled between heaven and earth. At the same time, Jialuo was also struck by Xianxia in his raging azure form. Even though he reacted in time, his left arm and left shoulder were severed by Qianxia's sword, and he flew high into the air. The power of a small purgatory ghost gate immediately spread out and entered Jialuo's body to heal his injuries. However, it was not easy to recover from a severed limb. It would take some time. Retreat, he had to retreat. Even a powerful Ghost King like Jialuo was killed, and only a wisp of his remnant soul escaped back to the Purgatory Ghost realm. When this human attacked, he would not be able to escape death. Before that, he had to escape. Aggrieved, Jialuo felt extremely aggrieved. He recalled how he attacked with high fighting spirit, but was defeated by Qianzong and Heavenly God Gong. After that, Qianzong entered the Ghost City to fight, and the void cracks that burst out were extremely shocking. They almost swallowed him, and he had to pay the price of losing an arm to retreat. Now, another arm was severed, and he had to escape. It seemed that ever since he entered this world, he had been very aggrieved. As a Ghost King, he did not display the advantages that a Ghost King should have, or rather, the treatment that a Ghost King should have. Most of the humans in this world were very weak, but there would be one or two monsters who were even stronger and more shocking than the Purgatory Ghost race. Horrified, Jialuo felt horrified at this moment. He wanted to curse, but he did not know what to say. After all, the Purgatory Ghost race never solved problems by talking, but by fighting and killing. Therefore, no matter how angry he was, Jialuo could not curse. He only felt terrified and uneasy. Since invading this world, they had suffered more and more losses. Now, even Jialuo of the Ghost Forest tribe was killed, and his remnant soul escaped. It would take a long time for him to recover. Fast, Jialuo's speed was extremely fast. However, Qianxia would not let him go so easily. He chased after him. Heavenly Fiend Sword Art, Fiend Shadow, his sword pierced through the air at an astonishing speed, tearing through everything. It went straight for Jialuo. He could not block it at all and was hit directly. His body was cut open, and he was injured again. Damn it. Jialuo panicked. If this continued, he might die. He could not die. If he died, he would be like Jialuo, his remnant soul would escape back to the Purgatory Ghost realm. At that time, the Ghost Forest tribe would only exist in name. Then, he could only take the risk. Without hesitation, Jialuo turned into a ray of black light and entered the small Purgatory Ghost Gate. If he used his body to enter the gate, he would die if he was not careful. However, there was also a possibility of survival. It was better than being killed and only his remnant soul escaped. The Ghost Race army was in chaos. First, Jialuo was killed, then Jialuo escaped with injuries. The impact was unimaginable. When two armies were fighting, the commander was especially important. Once the commander was killed or escaped, the impact on the army's morale would be fatal. At this moment, Chenzong had completely absorbed Jialuo's origin energy and refined it into his own. 9-star, his body tempering cultivation had reached the 9-star level and was close to the elite level. Then, if he killed and absorbed all the remaining ghosts, would he be able to reach the pinnacle of the 9-star level? Chenzong was not sure, but he could give it a try. Kill, Heart Sword Realm, this was no doubt the best move for killing. 10,000 rays of sword chi pierced through the air and killed more than 10,000 ghosts. Unfortunately, there was not much Taichu sword origin left in his body. If he used the origin energy to replenish it, he would not be able to improve his body tempering cultivation. However, other than the Heart Sword Realm, he had other moves. Kill. Kill, the Heart Sword intent swept through the air, unleashing the strongest might with the smallest amount of strength. In just an instant, it killed many of the ghost race. Kill. The remaining human cultivators also unleashed their killing moves. At first, more than 20,000 ghosts were killed by the Taishan demon killing crossbows. Then, they were blocked by the rainbow barrier. More than 30,000 ghosts died. Chenzong killed more than 30,000 ghosts. Now, there were less than 30,000 ghosts left. Although there were still many of them, there was a huge difference compared to before. Most importantly, their morale was gone. Every ghost clan member became panicked and terrified. They could not even unleash half of their combat strength, which was an obvious drop. Xianxia chased after them. Although he had removed his raging azure form, he was still so powerful that these ghosts could not resist him. Kill. Kill, he continued to kill and obtain the essence chi of the ghost clan. He continued to refine and absorb the essence chi of the ghost clan to improve his body refinement realm. Compared to the ghost king's origin energy, the difference between the ghost clan's origin energy and the ghost clan's origin energy was too great. However, with a large amount of ghost origin energy, his body tempering cultivation improved again and reached the elite level of the 9-star level. Run, the rest of the ghosts began to run. Although they were a fighting race, it did not mean that they were willing to die like this, especially when they had lost their will to fight. However, Chenzong and Xianxia worked together and were extremely fast. They did not let any of the ghosts escape. Kill. Kill, kill. Kill, kill. Kill. Even the upper-rank ghost general moved and wanted to escape at full speed. A ray of sword light extended in the void like a thread and pierced through it. That was Chenzong's sword. Almost 100,000 ghosts, 2 ghost kings led an army of almost 100,000 ghosts. However, in the end, one ghost king died and the other ghost king escaped. Together with the army of 100,000 ghosts, it was the end. When the last ghost was killed, the wind and clouds surged in the sky. Countless golden lights spread out and turned into golden stars that sprinkled down. Waves of fragrance spread between heaven and earth. Sniffing it made everyone feel comfortable. It was as if their tiredness was washed away. It was very comfortable. Second update, please follow the public account, 6 Paths of Oblivion. Interact with the 6 paths. Jialuo of the Ghost Forest was dead, Jesse of the Ghost Forest escaped, and nearly 100,000 Ghost Tribe soldiers were slaughtered. There was no doubt that the Ghost Tribe's will in them was devoured by the will of the world to recover and strengthen itself. The golden light was a kind of reward from the world of oblivion. Everyone's exhaustion was gone, and their injuries were healed under the golden light. Chenzong and Xianxia absorbed the most golden light, and the light of providence turned into mountains and rivers, reaching the level of heavenly god Gong. For a moment, Chenzong and Xianxia felt that their minds were clearer than ever, and their thoughts were clearer than ever. All kinds of mysteries of the world of oblivion appeared. The others did not get as much golden light as Chenzong and Xianxia, but the benefits were obvious. The 3 alliances won the battle, but they paid a heavy price. Only about 700 of the 1,500 cultivators survived, and half of them died. If it were not for Chenzong's supreme heartsword intent, all 1,500 humans would have been killed, and all the people in the inner city would have been killed. Now, it was the other way around. Some of the humans survived, and the inner city was intact, but the ghost tribe was slaughtered. Although almost 800 cultivators had died, which was a heavy loss, it was already a very good outcome. Moreover, the 700 people who survived each killed more than one ghost tribe member and obtained their origin essence, which increased their cultivation and combat power. They became more powerful, and they were also rewarded by the will of the world of oblivion, which made them more sensitive to the mysteries of the world of oblivion. They believed that in the future, they could all break through their limits and become more powerful. It was like a big wave washing away the sand. They were the sand, and the ghost tribe was the big wave. Although it was cruel, it was the truth. The battle here was over. Xianxia felt his power surging, and then it surged like a huge wave, bursting out with an extremely powerful aura. A gray light suddenly lit up, and in the next breath, it turned into a majestic gray light that shot into the sky, as if it was going to break the sky. In the sky, endless rotating halos appeared around the gray light. The sound of the explosion shook the heavens and the earth, reverberating in all directions. Boundless pressure suddenly surged out from Xianxia's body in all directions. The astonishing pressure swept out and suppressed everything within a radius of 10,000 meters. The void within 10,000 meters seemed to have been compressed into a steel plate. An extremely ferocious and domineering aura permeated the air, causing people to feel suffocated just by coming into contact with it. Horrifying, everyone was horrified as they stared at Xianxia. Xianxia was already wrapped in the gray light. Endless gray light surged like waves. The change was actually very short, and it stopped after a short 10 breaths of time. All of the gray light and gray flames were restrained. Xianxia's aura was also restrained, and there were no visible changes. Only Xianxia and Shenzong knew that Xianxia had become stronger. The fifth stage of the Divine Fiend Azure battle technique. After this battle, Xianxia finally gained some benefits. The Divine Fiend Azure battle technique finally had a breakthrough. It was just that very sadly, the Divine Fiend origin bead was also virtually sucked dry. Only the last bit was left. It was just the size of a soybean. In other words, if he wanted to break through to the 6th level, he could only rely on his own cultivation. Or, he could find an environment full of murderous aura to absorb. However, the 5th level of the Divine Fiend Azure battle technique had increased his battle strength by a lot. It was a complete qualitative change. Xianxia couldn't help but smile. Activate. In an instant, wisps of black aura suddenly appeared from the void and entered Xianxia's body. It was the murderous aura left behind by the Death Ghost tribe. This murderous aura was very majestic. After all, it was left behind by nearly 100,000 ghost tribe members. But unfortunately, it only increased Xianxia's Divine Fiend Azure battle technique's 5th level by a little. Compared to the Divine Fiend origin bead, the difference was really too great. However, it was better than nothing. Immediately, Shenzong and Xianxia raised their heads and looked in the same direction. They could feel that there was an intense battle in that direction. It was just that that battle didn't belong to him and his clone. That battle belonged to the heavenly god Gong. That's right, that aura was extremely shocking. It was the heavenly god Gong's aura. Very strong, as expected of the heavenly god Gong, he truly was a formidable opponent in this world. Then, he wouldn't interfere in the battle there, unless the heavenly god Gong was no match for him. However, according to the aura he sensed now, the heavenly god Gong's aura didn't weaken at all. He should be able to put up a fight. As for himself, he had more important things to do. That was the Ghost Mother Tree. The Ghost Mother Tree had to be destroyed. This matter was very important. I'll leave the rest to you guys. Shenzong said to the more than 700 cultivators who were still alive. Then, he and Xianxia transformed into a stream of light and flew forward rapidly. Then, they disappeared. On Bewildering Light Island, 2 figures appeared at the same time. Shenzong only circulated his body refinement power. Immediately, 9 battle stars appeared above his head. The first 8 stars were golden and dazzling, but the 9th star wasn't. Half of it was bronze and half of it was silver. Unfortunately, if he could slay the other Phantom Emperor and obtain his primary source of qi, his body-tempering cultivation would definitely reach the peak. However, he was able to win this battle because of the essence. Without the essence, he wouldn't be able to kill all of the 100,000 ghosts even if they didn't resist and just stood there for him to kill. After all, power wasn't endless. He would probably die from exhaustion. Fortunately, the awakening of this world's consciousness changed the rules. That was why he was able to achieve such a victory. Of course, the prerequisite was that he had enough power. Otherwise, he would be killed before he could obtain the essence of the ghosts. Just like those cultivators who died. He retracted his body refinement power. The 9 battle stars also disappeared. Xianxia also circulated the 5th stage of the divine fin de jour battle technique. Instantly, 9 golden battle stars appeared and merged into one. Then, a flower bloomed. It was the illusory image of a flower the size of a wash basin. It was brown in color and seemed to sway in the wind. Flower of Qi, flower of extreme realm, the divine fin de jour battle technique was the peak that Xianxia could cultivate in this world. After all, this was an extremely powerful inheritance. The 5th stage was extremely shocking in this world. Forming the flower of extreme realm in such a short time was nothing. The illusory flower of Qi slowly solidified. Finally, it was between illusion and reality. An extremely powerful aura turned into a storm that swept out. It was extremely fierce and domineering. It was like a pressure from a powerful race in the universe that suppressed everything. Chenzong couldn't help but be shocked. This power was extremely terrifying. It was much stronger than the sword yuan of his 7th stage of the primordial sword origin technique. And this was only the 5th stage. If it was the same 7th stage, who knew how many times stronger it would be? It was unimaginable. This was also the reason why the primordial sword origin technique was inferior to the divine fin de jour battle technique. The primordial sword origin technique was created by himself and was closely related to him. As his vision and accumulation continued to increase, the primordial sword origin technique could also continue to grow and improve. As for the divine fin de jour battle technique, it was a powerful inheritance of the ancient fiend god race in the universe. Although he wasn't sure how strong the ancient fiend god race was, it was definitely not weak. The next time he came to the Eternal Battle Fort, he would read up on the records. Now, his original body's top sword intent had evolved into a supreme sword intent. Its power had increased greatly, and its battle strength had soared. His doppelganger had formed the flower of extreme realm, and its battle strength had also increased greatly. If they worked together, perhaps they could try to destroy the Ghost Mother Tree. In the next moment, Chenzong and Xianxia disappeared from Bewildering Light Island. Using it as a transit point, they appeared in the boundary of Grand Luo City and directly appeared in Ghost City. The entire Ghost City was empty. There was only a huge Ghost Mother Tree that was 1,000 meters tall standing, with thousands of branches hanging down. Balls of Ghost Mother Tree hung on the branches, beating like a heart, letting out a dull sound that reverberated in the empty Ghost City. It was extremely terrifying. Last time, his attack couldn't break through the Ghost Mother Tree's defense. What about this time? Strike. There was no need for a sword. He only needed to activate the heart sword intent and condense it into a solid form. Its strength had reached the level of a demigod artifact. It was even at the level of a top demigod artifact. It was extremely hard. This time, Chenzong directly used the 3rd move of the heart sword intent, Infinite Heart Extinguishment. This was blocked by the heart sword intent, which was second only to the lifeless vacuum strike. A black light flashed, and a black light immediately covered the Ghost Mother Tree, blocking Chenzong's attack. But in the next moment, it was torn apart and slashed on the tree trunk, leaving a shallow sword mark that was a few meters long. It was very faint, and it quickly disappeared. As if enraged, the Ghost Mother Tree suddenly trembled. The scars on the tree twisted, and it opened its black mouth, letting out a sharp and resounding cry. That cry was as sharp as a blade, tearing through the void and rushing towards Chenzong. This time, Chenzong didn't dodge. Instead, he chose to take it head-on. The transformation of the sword intent also brought about a more stable spirit sea and an improvement of his will. What's more, the surface of his soul was rippling with a layer of 9-colored brilliance, which was faintly discernible. It was a layer of protection. The previous scream couldn't even defeat him directly, let alone now. Facing the Ghost Mother Tree's shriek head-on, Chenzong's divine sea rippled as if it was about to collapse. However, his divine sea, which had been strengthened by more than 2 times, managed to withstand the attack. As for his soul, the 9-colored brilliance rippled slightly, completely resisting the impact of the scream. When his will was attacked, it felt as if it was about to collapse. It made Chenzong feel a tearing pain, but it was still within his tolerance range. Chenzong even found that his will was strengthening bit by bit as he resisted the scream. Sharpening his will, the scream of the ghost mother tree could actually sharpen his will. The 3 flowers were the 3 flowers of essence, qi, and spirit. The will was the most important part of the flower of God. Then, he would enrage the ghost mother tree and use its scream to sharpen his will. Not only Chenzong, but also Xianxia. He used the scream of the ghost mother tree to sharpen his will. You are now ranked 41st. If you get 1 more rank, the 6 paths of samsara will have to update 9 chapters today. Thousands of densely packed branches pierced through the air like sharp swords and spears. They were merciless as they attacked Chenzong and Xianxia like a swarm of snakes. In an instant, Chenzong and Xianxia were besieged by countless sharp branches. They used the ghost mother tree's shrieks to sharpen their will as they swung their swords. The swords split into hundreds and thousands of swords like the spines of a hedgehog. They were densely packed around their bodies and blocked the powerful attacks of the branches. When the tip of the sword hit the branches, the tip of the sword vibrated slightly and a powerful force burst out, shattering the branches. The branches that were hit were instantly shattered. However, in the next moment, a black light swept over and restored them. Together with the shrieks, they attacked again. Stab, whip, slash, the flexible branches were played with by the ghost mother tree. They were like spears, swords, whips, and sabers. In an instant, the ghost mother tree had transformed into a martial arts master. With the thousands of branches on its body, it displayed unparalleled martial arts skills. Every attack was packed with the ghost mother tree's shocking power. It was so powerful that it could injure, severely injure, or even kill an ordinary peak demigod. However, neither Chenzong nor Xianxia could be considered as an ordinary peak demigod. The peak demigod was a level, and there were different levels. For example, condensing 1 flower of extreme state was not as good as condensing 2 or 3 flowers. For example, a flower of extreme state was the size of a palm, the size of a human head, and the size of a wash basin. Moreover, martial arts attainment was also one of the factors. Therefore, without a real battle, it was impossible to determine who was stronger and who was weaker. Of course, when the difference in the number of flowers of extreme state was obvious, it often meant that there was an obvious difference in strength. It was difficult for the weak to defeat the strong. Chenzong and Xianxia resisted the shrieks of the ghost mother tree and sharpened their wills as they swung their swords to fend off the crazy attacks of the branches. It felt as though there were many demigod experts attacking from all directions in different trajectories. For a moment, both Chenzong and Xianxia felt the pressure increase greatly. The 2 of them had no choice but to work together to set up a mysterious god-killing array. Only then did they feel the pressure decrease a little. The ghost mother tree was indeed terrifying and difficult to deal with. This time, Chenzong didn't have much confidence in being able to cut it apart. However, this time was not like the previous time, when he was completely unable to contend against it. He had to try his best. Even if he failed, he had to know how big the gap was. Having a goal would be much clearer. Gradually, the impact of the ghost mother tree's shriek on Chenzong and Xianxia's wills became weaker and weaker. This meant that their wills had been tempered by the repeated shrieks of the ghost mother tree. At this point, the ghost mother tree's shriek had lost its effect. The shrieks of the ghost mother tree had failed to sharpen their wills. Unfortunately, they had not reached their limit. To others, this level of wills was probably the limit. But to Chenzong and Xianxia, it was not enough. Defend, counterattack, the 2 swords worked together to break the attacks of the ghost mother tree. The ghost mother tree did not have many tricks up its sleeves. It only used the shrieks and the attacks of the branches. Of course, to many people, it was very powerful and difficult to defend. The shrieks alone were enough to shatter many people's spiritual ocean. Hard intense sword art, chain heartbeat, with a slash of the sword radiance split into countless streaks. The trajectories were mysterious as they broke the attacks of the branches. The everlasting heart illusion was almost useless against the ghost mother tree. As for the everlasting heart destruction, it was not as effective as chain heartbeat in dealing with the attacks of the ghost mother tree. Xianxia continued to use the heavenly fiend sword art. Fiend shadow, sword slaughter, slaughter all lives. The power of the fifth stage of the divine fiend azure battle technique was getting stronger and stronger. Something's not right. Xianxia used the heavenly fiend sword art again and again to break the branches. But gradually, he felt that something was not right. It was not the ghost mother tree that was not right. It was him that was not right. This was because of the heavenly fiend sword art. Suddenly, Xianxia started to think as he waved his sword. The heavenly fiend sword art was his own creation. But after careful analysis, there might be traces of the original body. Or to put it another way, the original body's accumulation of swordsmanship and habits of using the sword were also mastered by the doppelganger. This was because their souls came from the same source. The accumulation of swordsmanship was no doubt a good thing. But the habit of using the sword was beneficial in the beginning. But when one became strong enough, it would become a restriction. His cultivation and comprehension were different from the original body's. Since that was the case, his swordsmanship had to be different too. The three moves of the heavenly fiend sword art, speed, power, etc. were all in line with the original body's habit of using the sword. But that was the original body's. He was Xianxia, not Qinzong. Instantly, he was enlightened. Although the original body and doppelganger were defined as the same source of souls, they were both complete individuals with their own thoughts, emotions, and so on. Tao, path, the original body had the original body's Tao, and he had his own Tao. Suddenly, as if the heavenly thunder had split open the sky, a kind of enlightenment surged, and it was so loud that even the apathetic could hear it. Xianxia was enlightened. His path was related to the divine fiend azure battle technique, or the azure bloodline. The divine fiend azure battle technique was a fierce and overbearing cultivation technique. It was very scary, and its destructive power was shocking. Then, his swordsmanship should be a Tao that fully unleashed the power of the divine fiend azure battle technique. Murderous shadow focused on speed. It did not fit. Sword butcher and slayer of all lives were suitable, but it was not enough. Stronger, he needed a stronger sword move. There was no need for any changes or techniques. There was only one thing, and that was power. Extreme power, extreme destructive power, to express the power of the divine fiend battle technique to the extreme, and to surpass the limit. Then, what should he do? The Tao of techniques was more suitable for the original body, Qinzong. He would mainly pursue extreme destructive power. At least, that was the case for now. Setting a precise target and direction, he would not be lost as he moved forward. Clear, Xianxia's thoughts became clearer. He gave up on the heavenly fiend sword skill and ignored it. Instead, he continued to swing his sword. Since he was not very clear on how to create the most suitable sword move, then, he would fight. In the battle, he would find inspiration and opportunity. Slash, 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 the Nirvana evil sword slashed out again and again. Every slash, Xianxia would condense the divine fiend battle technique on the sword tip. This was a kind of method that followed the enlightenment and the original heart. It seemed to be the right way. Condense, he continued to condense the divine fiend battle technique. Gradually, Xianxia seemed to understand something. Compress, condense, let the divine fiend battle technique gather on the sword blade. When he slashed out in an instant, it burst forth with an even stronger destructive power. Slash. With a low roar, the Nirvana evil sword suddenly slashed down. The divine fiend battle technique that was flickering with gray light condensed and compressed on the sword blade suddenly slashed down. The terrifying power directly tore the void apart and shattered the edges of the crack. The power was shocking. As the sword slashed down, it immediately broke many branches. 30%. The power of this slash is 30% more than the power of the divine fiend battle technique that I have condensed. Swordsmanship or martial arts, it was to fully unleash the power that the power should be and to surpass the limit. The more advanced the martial arts, the more powerful the power that could be unleashed beyond the limit. More than 30%, this was not strong enough. It needed to be stronger. Then, continue to compress even more thoroughly. Time after time of compression, time after time of slashing, time after time, it increased unknowingly. 40%, 50%, when the sword slashed out, the power increased by 50%, undoubtedly, it became even stronger. But Xianxia felt that it was still not enough. He could do better. 60%, 70%, for a moment, Xianxia forgot about everything and was completely immersed in the continuous slashing. There are thousands of swordsmanship, I only take one slash. The ultimate slash, belief, supremacy, and power surged and condensed on the Nirvana evil sword. With a flash of inspiration from Xianxia, he quickly compressed it toward the tip of the sword. The effect was better than directly compressing it on the sword. Of course, the difficulty would be higher, but it was still within his control. In an instant, the tip of the Nirvana evil sword was filled with a layer of gray light, as if a gray thunderbolt was spreading. An astonishing aura of annihilation also spread out. Slash, this slash was made again. In an instant, the tip of the sword stretched out and tore through the void, turning into a gray light and a crescent moon that broke through the void. It broke away from the tip of the sword and was like a hot knife through butter. The branches were all broken and slashed directly toward the trunk of the ghost mother tree. The black light on the trunk flickered and blocked the crescent moon slash. But the black light was still cut, leaving a faint mark on the trunk and disappeared in an instant. Even so, Qianzong was secretly shocked. The power of this slash was at the level of Qianzong's infinite heart extinguishment. No, it was even a little more powerful. And this was only the beginning of Qianxia's understanding of his own path. There was still a lot of room for improvement and improvement. The power of this slash also surprised Xianxia. As expected, this was the path that suited him. Then, let's continue to compress. The ghost mother tree was really a good target to test his sword on. Compared to going into seclusion and slowly comprehending, this kind of high-intensity battle training was undoubtedly more efficient, more than 10 times. Then, with the help of the ghost mother tree, he could completely perfect and create his own sword technique. Slash, there are thousands of swordsmanship, only one slash was enough. First slash, second slash, third slash, 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 Qianzong put away his sword and watched, allowing Xianxia to perform as he carefully observed Qianxia's slash. His path of swordsmanship was not only about technique, but also included strength and speed. Therefore, all the profoundness of martial arts in the world was useful to him, and would continuously increase his foundation and accumulation. His path of swordsmanship was to integrate everything, walk to a new height, gather all the profoundness of martial arts and transcend. Then, Qianxia's path now was the opposite of his, and that was the pinnacle. Throw away everything else, only one slash, and raise the derivation of the slash to the pinnacle. Currently, there are 3 chapters left. It may be increased to 5 chapters. At the center of the ghost city, outside the Purgatory Ghost Gate, a 1,000-meter-tall tree stood. The ghost mother tree seemed to have intelligence. It knew that its shrieks could not affect the two of them, so it stopped shrieking and focused on waving its branches to attack. With all its heart, the ghost mother tree's attacks changed again. At first, the branches pierced straight like spears and swords with shocking speed. Then, the branches changed their attacking style, like swords, whips, and sabers, but they were all very fast. Now, it changed again. A part of it retained the spears and swords, whips, and sabers, while the other part changed into the domineering giant axes and the forceful giant hammers. Its speed was no longer focused on speed, but a combination of speed and speed. Such an attack immediately increased the pressure on Xianxia, but under the pressure, Qianxia's potential was also constantly stimulated. Qianzong felt Qianxia's enlightenment while observing the ghost mother tree's attacks. He was secretly surprised. It seemed that the ghost mother tree had an amazing learning ability, and could improve through continuous battles. In other words, his and Qianxia's attacks seemed to have improved the ghost mother tree's fighting ability. Putting its appearance and race aside, the ghost mother tree could be considered an excellent opponent. However, it had to be destroyed and must die. Qianzong continued to analyze and comprehend. The improvement of the ghost mother tree's fighting skills brought an indescribable impact to him. He could vaguely grasp something, but there was a barrier between him and the ghost mother tree. In the end, the hard sword Dao intent had been broken and then rebuilt, transforming into the supreme sword Dao intent. This was the heart sword Dao intent, which had already surpassed the heart sword Dao intent. The heart sword Dao intent was moved by the heart and manifested in the sword. Then, the heart sword Dao intent was more efficient. Directly manifesting from the heart and manifesting in the sword, it was equivalent to saving 2 steps in the middle. Perhaps in terms of time, there was not much of a difference, the difference was so small. But for experts, a small difference in time brought about a different effect. The heart sword current seemed to be unable to fully unleash the power of the heart sword Dao intent. The heart sword Dao intent needed a more suitable sword move. What sword move should it be? Qianzong was also thinking about his own path. His sword move was totally different from Xianxia's. It was precisely because of this that it required more brain power, unlike Xianxia who pursued the extreme and directly compressed his power without thinking. No, it was a little too much to call it brainless. There might be various profound mysteries fused into it, but compared to what he wanted to comprehend, it was brainless. Xianxia slashed down with his sword again. The tip of the sword turned into a gray crescent moon that pierced through the sky. The power of this slash increased once again, exceeding 110% of the power that the compressed divine aura should have. If the power of the divine aura that Xianxia had used was 100%, then the power of the slash would be 21%. But Xianxia felt that he still had not reached his current limit. He could continue to improve. 120%, 13%, while Xianxia's slashes continued to increase, the attacks of the ghost mother tree's branches also became more mysterious. They were all improving. This was an evenly matched battle. 150%, with a slash, the gray crescent moon became more condensed and its power became more shocking. Under the slash, the ghost mother tree felt a great threat. Countless branches quickly wrapped around each other and instantly condensed into a shield to defend against the slash. It blocked the slash. With the majestic divine aura fighting power, coupled with the absorption of the surrounding divine aura, Qianxia's battle power could last for a long time. Even so, he continued to slash out many times and his power was constantly depleted. He stopped and circulated his cultivation method to recover his power. The battle was naturally left to his original body. His original body was in the midst of comprehending and the battle was the best catalyst. Heart sword intent, the long sword in his hand was as light as a feather. With a swing of the sword, he blocked the attack of the branches. Unlike Qianxia's violent power, which seemed to be able to shatter heaven and earth with every slash, Qianzong's sword seemed to be very casual. Every slash seemed to be as light as a willow tree in the wind, as if it did not contain any power. But in reality, every slash contained a shocking amount of power. The moment it came into contact with the branches, it shattered them. One must know that the branches were very tough and were much tougher than a 9th-grade sacred artifact. While slashing out, Qianzong continued to comprehend. When Qianxia's power recovered, Qianzong kept his sword and continued to comprehend while recovering his power. 140%, 150%, 160%, Qianzong and Qianxia alternated like this, using the power of the ghost mother tree to comprehend and improve themselves. 200%, when the power of the slash exceeded 200% of the divine aura fighting power, Qianxia felt that he had reached his limit. At least, that was his current limit. Since that was the case, he would destroy the ghost mother tree. His original body had also reached a bottleneck in his comprehension. If he continued to fight, it would be difficult for him to fully comprehend it. How to destroy it, of course, he would join forces with his avatar. Under the mysterious god-killing formation, the two of them resisted the attacks of thousands of branches and continued to approach the ghost mother tree. When they were 100 meters away from the tree, the attacks of the branches became more violent. Every strike was accompanied by a roar, as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. The power was extremely shocking. Qianzong and Qianxia's faces became slightly solemn. Azura. Moon slashing sword. Qianxia raised his sword. On the blade of the sword, the divine aura fighting power continuously surged and condensed into the sword until it was compressed to the limit. Slash, the sword slashed down, shattering the void. A gray crescent moon with a strange metallic luster instantly slashed through the void. On the blade of the crescent moon, the energy was extremely condensed. None of the branches could withstand it. Even if they gathered together, they could not withstand it. In the end, the crescent moon was slashed and shattered. Immediately after, the black light on the trunk of the ghost mother tree was also slashed, revealing the trunk of the ghost mother tree. Vacuum. Lifeless slash. This was the strongest sword that Xianxia had mastered. With the azure moon slashing sword opening a path, the vacuum lifeless slash gathered an extremely strong power and slashed through the void. The sword light was extremely bright, like the explosion of the true sun, destroying everything. The unguarded trunk was immediately slashed. The ghost mother tree trembled violently. The scars on the ghost mother tree all let out a shrill scream. It was sharper than before, as if an invisible sword had slashed through it. Even the void seemed to have cracked under the sound waves. Azure moon slashing sword, Xianxia's second slash followed. The blade of the crescent moon slashed on the trunk of the ghost mother tree, further increasing the damage. Royal spirit breaking strike. The 6 lesser imperial divine weapons fused into a beam of shocking black light, carrying the terrifying power of the heart sword will. Everywhere it passed, the void shattered. The 3 consecutive attacks caused indescribable damage to the ghost mother tree. Tremble, the entire ghost city trembled violently, and the city walls began to collapse. Following that, a black smoke surged out from the ghost purgatory gate and rushed towards the ghost mother tree, trying to heal the damage that the ghost mother tree had suffered. However, all of this was within Xianxia and Xianxia's expectations. Then, the next attack would be like dealing with the ghost king. They would first kill the ghost king and make the ghost purgatory gate ineffective. The primordial sword energy surged into the heart sword will. The heart sword realm expanded, and 10,000 rays of sword chi gathered within 1,000 meters. Heart sword realm, in an instant, 10,000 rays of sword chi shot out, all aimed at the damaged parts of the ghost mother tree. Xianxia also slashed with his sword. Azure moon slash, slash. Slash, slash. 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 Their goal was to destroy the ghost mother tree before the ghost purgatory gate could replenish its energy. The ghost mother tree was extremely tough. It was dozens of meters thick, but under Xianxia and Xianxia's relentless attacks, it was first heavily injured, and then its injuries worsened. Boom, the ghost mother tree was slashed in half. At the same time, the ghost purgatory gate's energy surged into the ghost mother tree. Black light filled the air, mending the cracks, as if to heal them. Slash, the 2 of them continued to squeeze out every bit of energy they had. If the ghost mother tree was fully repaired, all of their previous efforts would be in vain. This time, no matter what, they had to destroy it. Raging azure form, in an instant, Xianxia was enraged. After cultivating the divine fiend azure battle technique to the 5th level, Xianxia could freely control the anger in his heart. It was up to him to decide whether or not to activate it. Under the raging azure form, his combat power increased tremendously. Carefree state, using the carefree state to keep his mind calm, this way, he could better control his own energy. Azure moon slash, as he slashed out with his sword, the grey crescent moon doubled in size, and its power was terrifying to the extreme. Slash. Slash, slash. 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 Slash, boom, the ghost mother tree began to fall. As for the ghost purgatory gate's energy, it was not unlimited. A short interval was enough. The ghost city shook. The huge ghost mother tree slowly fell, there was a shocking sound like a mountain collapsing. Even if the ghost purgatory gate's energy surged out again, it could not save it. Because, under Xianxia and Xianxia's explosive attacks, the ghost mother tree was slashed in half. What's more, Xianxia and Xianxia would not sit idly by and let it recover. As the ghost mother tree slowly fell, the ghost hornless hanging on each of its branches began to shrink, as if they were shrinking. In the end, their vitality was extinguished. Death, the ghost mother tree was rapidly approaching death. The ghost mother tree's scars were emitting mournful wails. The wails were sharp and shrill, it seemed to be cursing, but at the same time, it became sorrowful, as if it was begging for mercy. Xianxia and Xianxia were unmoved. They circulated their cultivation technique to recover their energy while watching the ghost mother tree fall. Boom, as the ghost mother tree fell, the entire ghost city shook violently. The city walls crumbled, and countless cracks appeared on the ground as the city continued to crumble. Destroyed, the ghost city was being destroyed. The ghost mother tree that the ghost beast division had spent a lot of resources to create was truly destroyed. Chen Zong and Chen Xiu heaved a sigh of relief as the tree trunk slowly shrank, as though it was being weathered. This battle wasn't going to be easy. The mother ghost tree was even harder to deal with than the two ghost kings who had joined forces. According to our agreement, the 6 paths of reincarnation will update 9 chapters today. This is the 5th update, and there are 4 more to come. Please support the 6 paths of reincarnation and ascension. Tremor, 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 the ghost city was collapsing, and the ground was cracking and sinking. However, the ghost gate of purgatory was still there, and it was indestructible. Compared to the ghost mother tree, the ghost gate of purgatory was extremely sturdy, and Chen Zong and Chen Xiu couldn't destroy it with their current strength. The huge ghost mother tree fell to the ground, and wisps of black aura rose from the ghost mother tree, exuding a pure malice. This malice was not targeted at anyone, and it was evil in itself. That was the will of the purgatory ghost realm that was carried by the ghost mother tree. Compared to the will of the ghost king, the will of the ghost mother tree was at least 10 times stronger. The stronger the fighting power of the ghost mother tree, the stronger the will of the ghost mother tree was. This was common in almost every world. At this moment, the will of the ghost mother tree was being absorbed by the will of this world, and it was being used to replenish itself. First, almost 100,000 ghost soldiers died, and a ghost king was almost dead. The will of the ghost mother tree was being absorbed by the will of this world. The heavenly god Gong fought against 10,000 soldiers alone, and he became stronger as he fought. He also killed many ghost soldiers, and the will of the ghost mother tree was also absorbed by this world. Soon, the will of the ghost mother tree was completely absorbed, and the ghost mother tree disappeared as if it had been decaying for 10,000 years, leaving behind a ground of sand. Chen Zong and Chen Xiu were relieved that they couldn't do anything to the ghost gate of purgatory, and they killed the ghost mother tree. As for the ghost gate of purgatory, they could only leave it be for now. However, for a period of time, there must be someone guarding this place to prevent other ghost soldiers from entering this world through the ghost gate of purgatory. The best person to guard this place was naturally Chen Xiu, who had strong fighting power. As long as the enemy wasn't a ghost king, they would die. Even the weaker ghost kings would be killed as soon as they appeared. Whoosh! Whoosh! In an instant, a gale blew over. The sound of the wind whistled endlessly and swept out in all directions. It was vast and mighty, and it seemed as if the heavens and the earth were being swept up. It was as if a storm was coming from all directions. Chen Zong and Chen Xiu's expressions froze. They activated the little bit of strength they had just recovered and stared coldly at a place 100 meters ahead. In his super-sharp senses, there seemed to be an invisible force slowly condensing 100 meters in front of him. The source of the force came from all directions and seemed to be coming with the wind. Rumble, an astonishingly loud sound exploded in the sky. It was as if the heavens had been split open, rumbling in all directions. It was extremely shocking. Extremely dazzling golden lightning tore through the air, illuminating the heavens and the earth, spreading out in all directions. An incomparably shocking pressure descended with a brilliant heavenly might, as if a god had descended upon the world. This change made Chen Zong and Chen Xiu look even more serious. Around 15 minutes later, the wind became even stronger, the lightning became even more violent, and the ground shook endlessly as if it was about to collapse completely. However, as if there was an agreement, all of a sudden, everything stopped and disappeared. It was as if one breath ago, there was a violent storm and huge waves, and the next breath, there was no wind and waves. This change was too fast and too shocking. It made Chen Zong and Chen Xiu even more fearful. Their eyes focused, and their gaze became extremely sharp. They stared at a place 100 meters in front of them, where the outline of a shadow was condensing. The shadow was very strange. At first glance, it looked like the shadow of a person, but at second glance, it looked like the shadow of some kind of beast. At third glance, it looked like a tree, a blade of grass, a flower, or a stone or a grain of sand. water, fire, wind, thunder, and earth. Everything, everything, everything. It was as if its form was constantly changing in Qianzong and Qianxiu's eyes. But in fact, when the shadow condensed, it did not change at all. What changed was only Qianzong and Qianxiu's feeling, or it could be said that it was a kind of ability that belonged to the shadow itself. From it, Qianzong and Qianxiu both felt a kind of unfathomable willpower that was as deep as the abyss. That kind of willpower seemed to be able to destroy the whole world if it burst out. The strength of this willpower was so deep, so majestic, so unfathomable, and so immeasurable. Qianzong's heart skipped a beat, and he thought of the ancient records that he had read in the Eternal Battle Fort. That was, the will of the world, Qianzong could not help but whisper. An old and vigorous voice suddenly sounded, as if it came from all directions. It seemed to come from every part of the void between heaven and earth, from every wisp of wind and breath under the sky, and from every tree, blade of grass, flower, and grain of sand on the ground. It also seemed to come from the shadow 100 meters in front of them. It was just a voice, but it made Qianzong and Qianxiu feel as if they had heard the voice of heaven and earth. It was an indescribable feeling. As you said, I am the manifestation of the will of the world. The ancient and vicissitudes of life slowly sounded again, as if every word carried an incomparably heavy weight. Hearing the other party admit it personally, Qianzong and Qianxiu felt an indescribable shock in their hearts. The manifestation of the will of the world, of course, this was true. The powerful will of the world could manifest and communicate with people. Of course, in most cases, the will of the world would not do this, because the will of the world and all living things were two completely different kinds of existence. There was actually nothing to communicate between the two. To use a more extreme analogy, it was like a man and an ant. Would a man communicate with an ant? No, most of the time, he would just ignore it, or observe it with some curiosity, or just casually trample it to death. That was an attitude. A kind of superior attitude. Just like what was recorded in the ancient books, living things constantly improved their cultivation and strength through cultivation, and then transformed, causing life to leap and improve the essence of life. The world also had its own way of advancement. Most people did not know that the world they lived in actually had a will of the world, and it was not an inanimate object. However, the will of the world generally would not interfere with the rise and fall of living things, because that was a kind of natural law. Birth, old age, illness, and death had its own mystery of reincarnation. The natural rise and fall of living things in a world was also a kind of advancement method of this world. The result of recklessly interfering was like a cultivator forcibly reversing his own cultivation method. Not only would it be difficult to achieve good results, but it would also worsen and even bring about serious consequences. In short, this was the case. But now, the will of the world had manifested in front of him and Qianxiu. Why, even if it wanted to manifest, it should have manifested in front of the son of fate. Could it be that he had become the son of fate? Qianzong actually did not desire this son of fate so much. It was dispensable. I want to make a deal with you. The will of the world spoke again, and every word contained an ancient charm. The content, however, made Qianzong and Qianxiu look at each other. Making a deal with the will of the world, no matter how they heard it was inconceivable and beyond imagination. In the ancient war, I was injured. I had to fall into a deep sleep to prevent the loss of power. The will of the world continued, as if deep in thought and memory. This time, the invasion of the Purgatory Ghost clan was both a crisis and an opportunity. It allowed my will to awaken and recover with the will of the ghost realm. Qianzong and Qianxiu knew all this, but they did not interrupt and continued to listen. This time, you killed 100,000 ghosts and destroyed the ghost mother tree, so that I could recover more after absorbing the will of the ghost realm. I can barely manifest, but it is not enough. I need to absorb more of the will of the Purgatory Ghost realm, the will of the world said. Absorbing the will of the Purgatory Ghost realm would allow the will of the world to recover faster. If it relied on itself to recover slowly, it would take many years, which was measured in tens of thousands of years. If there were no shortcuts, of course, it could only recover slowly by itself. But now, if it could devour the will of the Purgatory Ghost realm, it could recover faster, at least 100 or 1,000 times faster than its own recovery speed. Naturally, it could not let go of this opportunity. If the Purgatory Ghost clan did not open the realm gate to invade, the will of the world would not awaken and recover. This was a kind of opportunity. Cultivators needed opportunities, and so did the will of the world. Although different, in essence, they both wanted to improve themselves, become stronger, and transcend. Do you plan to let more Purgatory Ghost clan enter this realm and then kill them? Chenzong could not help but ask. The will of the world had not recovered enough, so it could not directly kill the Purgatory Ghost clan. It needed to borrow the power of the world to help living beings. Chenzong and Xianxia had killed many ghosts and displayed amazing potential and combat strength. It was undoubtedly very suitable to borrow their power to deal with the Ghost clan. No. The will of the world denied, and proposed a statement that made Chenzong speechless. I need you to enter the Purgatory Ghost realm, kill the Purgatory Ghost clan, and destroy the Ghost Mother Tree. Chenzong and Xianxia were stunned by the will of the world's bold idea. What the hell? Was it planning to send them to their deaths in the Purgatory Ghost clan? Chenzong was confident, but not conceited. The ghost territory of the Purgatory was a horrifying place. If he were to step into it, it wouldn't take long for him to attract an endless amount of ghost race beings. In fact, there were even many Ghost King-level beings. Even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms, he would still be killed. It should be known that the Purgatory Ghost clan had a natural advantage in the Purgatory Ghost realm. Whether it was energy consumption or injury, they could absorb the power of the Ghost realm to recover in a relatively short time. It would not be slower than their recovery in the Tianyuan sanctuary. But what about themselves? They did not have that ability. Moreover, the Purgatory Ghost realm was not filled with the chi of heaven and earth, but the power of the Ghost realm. They could not absorb that power at all. Once the power was consumed, it could not be recovered. They could only use pills. However, there was always a limit to the recovery of pills. It was unrealistic. Asking them to enter the Purgatory Ghost realm was like asking a sheep to enter a pack of wolves. It was purely asking for their own death. They did not want to live too well. Chenzong even maliciously thought that the will of the world knew that he was an enemy of the Palace of Providence of this world, and was worried that the Palace of Providence would not be a match for him. Therefore, it wanted to help the Palace of Providence to get rid of him so that the Palace of Providence would become the strongest in this world. Logically speaking, the will of the world should not be like this. 6th update. Before the ancient times, when the Lingwu sacred world was still intact, it was not a weak world. It had given birth to many powerful people, and there were also some powerful people from the universe who traveled to this place. They would stay for a period of time if they felt like it. The places where these powerful people cultivated would often leave behind some of the secrets of their cultivation, which would be discovered by those who came later. They would be able to comprehend some of the mysteries and improve their cultivation. Furthermore, some powerful people would deliberately leave behind some inheritances for those who were fated with them. It could be considered as footprints and proof that they had come to this world. Of course, the best way to do this was to unearth people with talent and potential. It was all according to one's heart. However, after the Lingwu sacred world was destroyed in the ancient war, many relics were destroyed and disappeared. Some secret realms left behind by powerful people from the universe were also destroyed. Some were not destroyed, but they left the Lingwu sacred world and drifted in the void of the universe. Of course, there were still some left behind, but they were very few and difficult to encounter. There were also powerful people from the universe who passed through the era of the Tianyuan sacred world, but the opportunities left behind were even fewer. Now, Chenzong stepped into a vortex door that was filled with countless colors. The countless colors were ever-changing and unpredictable, and there was an unfathomable mystery to them. This was the door to a secret realm. This secret realm was an opportunity left behind by a powerful person from the void of the universe in the ancient times when he passed by. Because his strength was too terrifying, the opportunity left behind by him evolved into a secret realm. Since ancient times, this secret realm had never been discovered by anyone, and no one had obtained any opportunities from it. Until now. This secret realm was the prerequisite for a deal. It was the prerequisite for the will of this world to make a deal with Chenzong. The will of this world asked Chenzong to enter the Purgatory Ghost domain to kill the Ghost clan and destroy the Ghost Mother Tree. Of course, it was not to send Chenzong to his death, but to use its great power to disguise Qinzong as a ghost clan member. When he entered the ghost domain, it would not be easy for him to be seen through. Among them, there was still danger, but it was greatly reduced. Even so, Qinzong did not want to agree. However, since it was a deal, the will of the world naturally had to give Qinzong some benefits. The current mystic realm was the prerequisite for the transaction. This was the secret realm that the will of the world had selected from the few ancient secret realms. It was the most suitable secret realm for Qinzong to enter. With Qinzong's talent, as long as he entered the secret realm, he would definitely gain something. This was a prerequisite and also a way to express his gratitude. It had nothing to do with the deal. However, if Qinzong did gain something from the secret realm and was satisfied with it, he would consider this deal. However, if Qinzong agreed to the deal and returned from the purgatory ghost realm, the will of the world promised that it would give Qinzong a chance to enter the center of the world to comprehend the world's origin. Qinzong had no idea what was inside the secret realm. Therefore, it was hard to say whether he was tempted or not. However, entering the center of the world to comprehend the origin of the world was an unimaginable opportunity. This kind of opportunity could be said to be a great opportunity. Qinzong was completely tempted. Directly entering the center of the world to comprehend the origin of the world was equivalent to comprehending all the mysteries in the world without any barriers at the closest distance. It was completely exposed in front of his eyes and in his perception. This kind of comprehension efficiency was at least 1,000 times. Therefore, Qinzong was very tempted. However, entering the purgatory ghost realm was still very risky. 9 out of 10 chances of survival was not enough to describe it. There was no chance of survival. Even if the will of the world disguised as a ghost and it was difficult to be seen through, it did not mean that it would never be seen through. Once it was seen through, the consequence would be to be besieged by the powerhouses of the purgatory ghost race. It was hard to say whether it could leave alive. One was extreme danger. One was extreme opportunity. Choice: great opportunities were accompanied by great risks. Qinzong understood this principle very well and was not surprised. It was just a matter of whether he was willing to take the risk in order to get that opportunity. That was all. The opportunity was very tempting, very tempting. Qinzong was very tempted and almost agreed directly. However, considering that extreme danger, Qinzong could only suppress the impulse in his heart. This needed further consideration. Of course, if he agreed to the deal, the will of the world would also swear in the will of the universe that it absolutely had no malice and would definitely do its best to assist Qinzong. The will of the world swearing in the name of the will of the universe was like a cultivator swearing in the name of the heavenly Tao. It was even stricter. Then everything would start with this secret realm. After he entered this secret realm and obtained benefits from this secret realm, he would further consider the issue of whether to make a deal with the will of the world. Taking a step forward, he stepped into the gate of the secret realm that was constantly changing colors. In an instant, Qinzong disappeared. Secret realm: Qinzong really entered the secret realm. This secret realm was located in the extreme depths of this world. Without the guidance of the will of the world, it could be said that no one could come here. Although the secret realm was of no use to the will of the world, it was still kept. For example, if you had something valuable at home, but you couldn't use it, or you kept it and didn't give it to others, it might sound wasteful and not make the best use of it. However, the thing was yours. It was entirely up to you how to use it. Whether you wanted to keep it or not, it was all up to you. It didn't matter if you were selfish, or you didn't care, or you planned to keep it and leave it for future use. In short, that was the case. Now, firstly, it was to thank Qinzong. Secondly, it came in handy as a prerequisite for the deal. Qinzong appeared in a place full of many colors. The colors were constantly changing. Not only were there 9 colors, but there were many colors. It was unimaginably complicated and changeable. Grotesque and variegated. It felt like this was a psychedelic world, full of unreal feelings. Qinzong couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Where was the opportunity? He couldn't see it, nor could he feel it. At a glance, he could only see the constantly changing colors. Sometimes it was like clouds floating by, sometimes it was like a winding ribbon, sometimes it was like a gurgling stream, and sometimes it was like a breeze blowing. Not only were the colors changing, but even the forms were constantly changing. It was simply a universe. Looking and looking, Chenzong was dazzled. After a while, he felt dizzy. Where was the opportunity? Where was it? Chenzong closed his eyes and thought about it carefully, sensing it carefully. However, he still couldn't find any opportunity. Was he deceived? It couldn't be. The will of the world had no reason to deceive him. Moreover, it had made an oath that it would never do any harm to him. If he violated the oath, the price would be enough to make him fall into a deep sleep again or even die. Then, it was his problem. There was an opportunity, but he hadn't found it yet. Don't worry, calm down and search slowly. There was no way out. When the ghost mother tree was cut and destroyed, the ghost king of the ghost beast tribe also sensed it. This meant that the ghost forest tribe had failed. But, how did they fail? It was unimaginable. In the purgatory ghost territory, even the strongest ghost king couldn't gain any advantage when facing an army of ghosts led by a ghost king. After all, in battle, it was impossible to summon a small purgatory ghost gate to quickly replenish oneself like when invading other worlds. Of course, as a ghost king level powerhouse, his recovery speed was even faster. Even so, when facing an army, he could at most resist and kill a portion of them. In the end, he had no choice but to retreat. In other words, they couldn't do anything to each other. But what was going on here? A human suddenly appeared and dared to come alone. He thought that he was courting death. He didn't expect that he would be suppressed by him at first, but the more he fought, the stronger and stronger his battle strength became. Now, the basin-sized flower of extremity above his head had already solidified and reached the level of perfection. The aura it emitted was much stronger than his 2 flowers of extremity. More than 20,000 ghosts of the ghost beast tribe had been killed. Not only did this human's battle strength increase the more he fought, but he also seemed to have an endless supply of energy. He was like a battle maniac, even more terrifying than the purgatory ghost tribe. Trembling, ghost beast Daiming was trembling in his heart. He was a ghost king, but he was trembling in fear when facing a human. No one would believe it, but it was the truth. Moreover, when he thought that the 2 ghost kings and nearly 100,000 soldiers of the ghost forest tribe might be defeated, he was even more horrified. What was going on in this world? The weak were weak, but the strong were so shockingly powerful. It was unimaginable and illogical. The ghost beast king had been attacked by Gong Tianqian's fists again and again, and now he was seriously injured. This was because the ghost beast king couldn't summon a small purgatory ghost gate to recover. This was his weakness. In comparison, although ghost beast Daiming was also injured, he quickly recovered with the power of the small purgatory ghost gate. If this continued, the ghost beast king might die, and he might not be able to gain any advantages. The army of the ghost beast tribe might also be wiped out. What should he do? Ghost beast Daiming was in despair. He suddenly regretted coming to this world and meeting such a terrifying human. He was even more terrifying than the purgatory ghost tribe. The son of destiny, this was the son of destiny of this world. The ominous feeling in his heart grew stronger. Gong Tianqian's battle intent stirred up the wind and clouds, shattering the sky. He felt that the power in his body was invincible. Every punch was filled with battle intent, and it was invincible. It was as if there was nothing in the world that could block his fist. With a punch, thousands of ghosts were blasted into smithereens. Origin essence entered his body to replenish his energy. Therefore, he didn't overdraw his potential. With another punch, the ghost beast king was sent flying again, and its injuries were even more serious. However, the ghost beast king's body was even stronger than the ghost king's, and its vitality was even more tenacious. It was difficult to kill it immediately. Damn it! Ghost beast Daiming felt like he was going crazy. 7th update, in the collapsed ghost city, the dark aura enveloped all directions. It did not dissipate because the ghost mother tree was destroyed because the ghost purgatory gate still existed. Only by destroying the ghost purgatory gate would the dark aura here truly dissipate. Relatively speaking, compared to before, it was also a little thinner. In front of the ghost purgatory gate, Xianxia was cultivating. The divine fiend azure battle technique was extremely domineering and could absorb all kinds of fiendish aura. The dark aura here also contained traces of fiendish aura that could be absorbed and refined. As for the divine fiend origin pearl, it was only the size of a soybean. It was like a layer of flexible and transparent film wrapped around it, and inside it was a drop of gray liquid. Looking more closely, one would discover that the liquid was actually formed by countless gray threads intertwined and condensed. Upon contact, Xianxia's divine fiend Dao will also trembled and was guided, fluctuating like the tide. The divine fiend Dao will had already reached the third level of the extreme realm, and its power had also been developed to the level of 90%. But to reach 100% was too difficult. His original body could raise the heart sword Dao will to the 10th level previously, and it was inseparable from the three tribulations sharpening secret technique. However, the three tribulations sharpening secret technique was not suitable for Xianxia, because the three tribulations sharpening secret technique sharpened the sword intent, and it had to start from the very beginning. Now, the gray liquid in the center of the divine fiend origin pearl was actually useful to the divine fiend Dao will. This surprised Xianxia. Upon contact, he guided a trace of gray into the divine fiend Dao will. Xianxia immediately felt his divine fiend Dao will turning endlessly. The storm formed by the gray light swept endlessly and became increasingly domineering. Improvement, it was actually improving bit by bit. More, it still needed more. Guide, Xianxia continuously guided the gray energy from the center of the divine fiend origin pearl into the divine fiend Dao will, constantly tempering the divine fiend Dao will. Then, it was a natural breakthrough. In just an instant, Xianxia felt his Dao will power increase by a lot, and there was a feeling of perfection. 90% was not perfection after all, and not perfection meant that there was a flaw. 100%, perfect and flawless, represented a greater possibility. It was a kind of ambition to surpass and transcend. Supreme, having seen it with his own eyes, and even under the soul connection, feeling the mystery of advancement, Xianxia also yearned for it. One day, his heavenly baleful Dao insight should transform into a supreme Dao insight as well. However, he had no idea where to start. But now, he saw the hope of advancing and transforming. Receive, absorb, refine, a transformation was taking place in Xianxia's spirit sea. The gray storm condensed from the heavenly baleful Dao insight revolved faster and faster, and it became more and more shocking, as if it wanted to destroy the divine sea. However, this divine sea was Xianxia's divine sea, and the will of the great path was born within it. Within the secret grounds in the depths of the world, Qianzong closed his eyes and carefully sensed his surroundings. Countless colors were constantly changing, and countless shapes were also constantly changing. You would never know what color or shape would appear in the next breath. Unfathomable, it was like a myriad of phenomena in the world, and it was ever changing, as if it had reached the pinnacle of transformation. As the saying goes, seeing is believing. However, for a cultivator, especially a high-level cultivator, sometimes what they see with their eyes may not necessarily be the truth. Direct sight was deceiving. Replacing it with perception would be more accurate. However, at this moment, Qianzong was in a trance. Suddenly, the heartsword seal, which had been hidden in the divine sea and had exhausted all of its power and no longer moved, trembled slightly and let out a light tremble, awakening Qianzong from his trance. Why don't I use my heart to perceive? Suddenly awakened, Qianzong suddenly had a strange idea. With his eyes, he could only see the surface. Only by using his heart to feel and observe with his heart could he see the deeper layers. Using his heart to perceive, it sounded easy, but it was actually very difficult to do. However, that was for others. For Qianzong, it was not difficult, especially when he had mastered the supreme heart sword intent. The heart sword intent was to come from the heart. Using his heart to perceive, in an instant, Qianzong shut off his six senses. All the colors around him seemed to have disappeared, and all the changes in shape were gone. Only darkness enveloped him. It was like the darkness of the void of the universe, lonely for thousands of years. Qianzong himself did not know how much time had passed. He felt as if he had been sealed in absolute darkness for countless years, experiencing the vicissitudes of life. A dot of spiritual light suddenly appeared, burning like a star, and the light illuminated all directions. That dot of spiritual light became stronger, as if it had turned into a scorching sun, shining in all directions, and the darkness receded. Immediately, Chenzong saw countless changes in color and countless changes in shape. However, the changes he saw this time were different from the changes his eyes had seen before. What his eyes saw before was the changes on the surface. However, what he saw with his heart's eye now was the changes on the deeper layers. Looking through the appearance to see the essence. This was what Chenzong was feeling now. As far as his heart's eye could see, it spread and went deeper. The boundary and outline of the originally boundless secret realm also appeared under Chenzong's heart's eye. The countless changes in color and shape also disappeared, turning into strands of silk, intertwining in all directions. It was impossible to tell what color those silk strands were. Those threads gave Chenzong an indescribable feeling of unfathomable mystery. Subconsciously, following the guidance of his heart, Chenzong grabbed at the void with his right hand, and the heart sword essence condensed into a long sword. Immediately, he waved the sword casually. It looked simple, but the sword followed the trajectory of one of the silk strands and overlapped with it. When the sword was waved and overlapped with the trajectory of the silk strands, an incomparably mysterious feeling arose from Chenzong's heart. It was as if a new door had been opened, a new path had been seen, and a new direction had been found. It was like drinking spiritual spring water, sweet as syrup. In just an instant, Chenzong was addicted to it, unable to extricate himself. Waving the sword, waving the sword, waving the sword, it was as if he had lost his consciousness. He swung his sword again, and every sword stroke matched the trajectory of one of the threads. It was as if they had overlapped and become one. Every time he swung his sword, there would be an indescribable mystery spreading in his heart. Without knowing when, Chenzong suddenly felt a strong wave of exhaustion, almost drowning him. The sword paused, and he could no longer wave it. He couldn't even maintain his heart's eye. After a series of distortions and changes, Chenzong opened his eyes subconsciously, and again saw countless changes in color and shape. In the next moment, everything was converging in the center, in front of Chenzong's eyes. A figure, which seemed to be condensed by countless changes of color, appeared in front of Chenzong. Chenzong could feel that the other's breath had locked onto him. The sword essence originated from the mind. "Young man, you have the breath of the mind change." The figure, which seemed to be constantly changing colors, suddenly spoke. His words shocked Chenzong greatly, as if there was a storm in his heart. The mind change, that was a secret deep in his heart. Back then, when he was still very weak, he had received an inheritance. At that time, his strength had increased a lot, but because it was incomplete, although he had made up a part of it later, it was still not enough. However, the comprehension and mastery of the heart sword Tao intent was inseparable from the mind change at that time. It was even closely related. And now, the heart sword essence was derived from the transformation of the heart sword Tao intent. In the end, it was related to the mind change. However, except for himself, no one knew that he had cultivated the mind change, because he had never told anyone. There was only one explanation. This person was related to the Will Heavenly Palace, and was even an expert of the Will Heavenly Palace. Thinking of this, Chenzong's heart suddenly sped up, completely out of his control. Could this secret realm be an opportunity left behind by an expert of the Will Heavenly Palace? The Will Heavenly Palace, that was the top force in the universe, a super existence that was even stronger than the eternal battle fort. Experts who could travel the universe were at least in the imminent God realm, or even the most powerful imminent God realm. Excited, Chenzong felt like he had hit the jackpot. I am the heart-true monarch of the Will Heavenly Palace. I once passed by this world and stayed for a few years, waiting for fate to bring me here. The illusory figure spoke again. It was not his real body, but only a projection of his consciousness, so it did not have much intelligence. Since you can enter this place, it means that you are the fated one. And since you can see me, it means that you have seen through the mystery I left behind. Cultivate well, and I hope that one day, you can go to the Will Heavenly Palace. At that time I will accept you as my disciple. After that, without waiting for Chenzong's reply, the illusory figure dispersed, turning into strands of silk that spread out and intertwined, entering Chenzong's body from all directions. In the blink of an eye, Chenzong was entangled by countless strands of silk, as if they were intertwining into a large cocoon. The silk on the cocoon was as fine as silk, glowing with countless kinds of light, constantly changing, and full of incomparable mysteries. Cocoon transformation. Countless pieces of information flowed into Xianxia's mind continuously, being absorbed by him. The information was very complicated, containing the analysis of various mysteries, the knowledge of the world, the universe, and most importantly, the knowledge of the heart. The mystery of the heart. Xianxia, who was inside the cocoon, seemed to be undergoing a transformation. When he broke out of the cocoon, he would become stronger. Both were improving. Inside Ghost City, outside the Purgatory Ghost Gate, Xianxia felt that his innate ferocious Tao will was changing bit by bit, transforming to a higher level. When the transformation was successful, the innate ferocious Tao will would be upgraded to a supreme Tao will. At that time, it might not be the innate ferocious Tao will anymore. However, it could be called any Tao will, but the most important thing was the supreme Tao will. The power of the supreme Tao will was shocking to the extreme. Just look at Xianxia himself. Before grasping the supreme Tao will, the difference in strength was very obvious. Before grasping the supreme Tao will, he would be at a disadvantage against a ghost king. After grasping the supreme Tao will, he could kill a ghost king, which was a completely different level. If he also grasped the supreme Tao will, his strength would definitely become even more powerful. The innate ferocious Tao will was transforming bit by bit, and Xianxia was not idle either, comprehending the Azura moonslaying technique. Circulating the 5th level of the Divine Fiend Azura battle technique, he constantly mobilized some of the Divine Fiend's battle power and condensed it on the blade. He did not slash, but condensed, dissipated, condensed again, and dissipated again. 8th update, last update, I'll update it later. As for whether I can empty out the 6 realms, it depends on whether I can enter the top 30 monthly votes or even higher. In the territory of Taiji City, close to 100,000 Ghost Clan troops invaded, but in the end, they were all massacred by Lord Sword Emperor and Lord Sword Demon. Even the 2 Ghost King realm experts with astonishing combat strength were killed and injured. Even though the human clan had lost more than 700 cultivators, which was a huge loss, it greatly boosted the morale of the human clan. The inner city of Taiji City, which had gradually descended into chaos, began to regain its order. The darkness in everyone's heart seemed to be dispelled by the light. Cheers, ecstasy, this was the excitement and joy of surviving a calamity. On the other side, the Heavenly Palace God was becoming more and more powerful as the battle progressed, and the Ghost Beast tribe's army was also being completely annihilated. The Ghost Beast King was killed, and the Ghost Beast King of the Ghost Beast tribe, Yi Ming, took the risk to escape through a small ghost purgatory gate. A great victory. When the news spread, the profound world became even more excited. The Jiandi, the Sword Demon, the Heavenly Yuan Holy Sun, the 3 of them were mentioned in the same breath. They were the strongest existences in the profound world, except for those great saints whose whereabouts were unknown. They were unparalleled. As for who was stronger and who was weaker among the 3, many people had secretly discussed it, but no one had a definite answer. No one knew. The Ghost Tribe had suffered heavy losses, the Ghost Mother Tree had been destroyed, and Xianxia was guarding the Ghost Purgatory Gate. In addition, the will of the profound world had recovered more power, and the suppression of the other races was more obvious. For a time, the Ghost Tribe could not invade again. The human tribe began to regroup and recuperate, slowly developing. The invasion of the Ghost Tribe brought about the fall of 4 cities. Although they had already retreated, more than half of the people had died. The total population of the 4 cities was definitely more than 100 million, but more than half of them had died. It was an absolutely shocking number. People had gone through hardships, and they had regained what they had lost. It was an indescribable feeling. 4. Ordinary people, as long as they were still alive, life had to continue. They had to move forward. No matter how difficult it was, they could not give up hope of living. As a result, grief and sadness became a thing of the past with the passage of time, forgotten in an unknown corner. Under the escort of the cultivators, the people began to leave Taiji City's territory. They headed to other territories that had not been invaded by the Ghost Clan and settled down again. As for Grand Luo City and the other 3 cities, the darkness aura still existed. It was impossible to get rid of it in a short period of time. However, everything was progressing in a good direction. Xianxia was still in the deepest part of the world, receiving part of the inheritance from True Heart Monarch of the Heavenly Will Palace, one of the most powerful forces in the universe. Xianxia was still guarding the Purgatory Ghost Gate in the Ghost City while slowly increasing his battle strength. After his victory, the heavenly god Gong went into seclusion again. He had gained a lot from this battle. He would be able to further improve his 9 heavens 10 earths battle technique. Right now, the heavenly god Gong was still obsessed with defeating Qianzong, but he temporarily suppressed this obsession. This was because he was improving, and Qianzong was also improving and becoming more powerful. He was not confident. In that case, he could only make himself stronger. He could only make his move after he had become extremely powerful. At that time, he would rely on his absolute battle strength to defeat Qianzong in one fell swoop and completely shatter the shadow in his heart. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. The ordinary people had already adapted to their new lives. They had forgotten the pain from a month ago. That fear had also been buried deep within their hearts. The territories of the cities gradually became prosperous and lively. Life was restored. As for the cultivators, those who were supposed to go back went back and did what they were supposed to do. However, no matter which cultivator it was, they were more fully aware of the importance of strength. They became more and more diligent in their cultivation. In addition, the will of this world had awakened and recovered some of its power. Under the feedback, the efficiency of the cultivators' cultivation had also increased. The improvement was more obvious, and their comprehension of the mysteries of heaven and earth had become clearer. This led to the cultivators working harder. In the secret realm in the depths of the world, there was a 2-meter-tall cocoon. There were countless threads on the cocoon. They intertwined with each other and flickered with endless light and colors. In the next breath, a sword light silently slashed out from within. The sword light was condensed into threads. It seemed to contain many colors, but it also seemed to be just one color. Tear, the cocoon was torn apart, and a figure stepped out. Immediately after, the large cocoon that was cut open quickly shrank and stuck to the figure's body. It covered the figure and quickly condensed again. Finally, it stuck to the skin and seemed to have merged with the skin. It was a very strange feeling. It was as if he had grown another layer of skin. However, he did not feel the slightest difference. It was as if it did not exist. However, Qianzong was very clear that the layer of skin really existed. It was a treasure. It was a protective treasure left behind by the powerhouse of the Will Heavenly Palace, true Lord Xian. It was called the Heart Seal Treasure Garment. The Heart Seal Treasure Garment's function was to weaken external forces. In other words, if an attack approached and broke through his defense, it would hit the Heart Seal Treasure Garment and be weakened by the Heart Seal Treasure Garment. It would be harder to hurt him. However, from the outside, one could not see the existence of the Heart Seal Treasure Garment. It could not even be felt. It was undoubtedly a very shocking treasure. According to the information left behind by true Lord Xian, the Heart Seal Treasure Garment's weakening power was about 70%. In other words, when an attack of the same level as Qianzong hit Qianzong's body, it would be weakened by 70%. The remaining 30% would pass through the Heart Seal Treasure Garment and attack Qianzong's body. The difference between 100% and 30% was many times greater. Without a doubt, with the Heart Seal Treasure Garment, his life-saving ability had increased by a lot. In addition to the defensive power brought by his tyrannical physique, even if an attack from a Ghost King Realm powerhouse hit him, it would not be able to seriously injure him. At most, it would be a light injury. He had never thought that he would have such an opportunity to greatly improve his life-saving ability. Moreover, the Heart Seal Treasure Garment was still useful when he reached the Illuminating God Realm. Of course, if he was attacked by an Illuminating God Realm powerhouse now, the Heart Seal Treasure Garment could still be weakened, but it would be broken to the extreme. As for an Illuminating God Realm powerhouse, even if only 10% of their power hit him, it would be enough to turn him into ashes. Same level, the Heart Seal Treasure Garment's defense was targeted at the same level. If the level was lower than him, the Heart Seal Treasure Garment's defense would not be able to break through. However, treasures at the level of the Heartprint Treasure Robe, although very precious, were not the best. The true opportunity was an inheritance. It was an inheritance that originated from true Lord Xian. In terms of long-term value, it was better than the Heart Seal Treasure Garment. Heart Seal, In a month's time, Chenzong was not only comprehending, but also cultivating. He had already mastered the seal and broke out of the cocoon. Fortunately, the heartsword seal could make sounds. Otherwise, he would be immersed in it and would not know when he would wake up. Chenzong even guessed that the heartsword saint, who left the heartsword seal, might have also received the inheritance of the Heavenly Palace powerhouse. As soon as Chenzong appeared, the will of the world also appeared and took Chenzong away. Otherwise, Chenzong would not be able to lead by himself. I agree to your deal, Chenzong said firmly. Although the will of the world allowed him to enter the secret realm out of gratitude, it was also a prerequisite for the deal. If he was satisfied with his harvest, he would have to consider it carefully. Of course, Chenzong could also reject it. However, after receiving part of true Lord Xian's inheritance, he was less confused and more determined. Everything was clear. Moreover, there was the promise of the will of the world and the protection of the heart seal treasure garment. As long as he did not seek death and sneaked into the purgatory ghost region, he might be in danger, but he would not die. Chenzong recalled what Lord Mingjiang, the owner of the Eternal Battle Fort's Heaven and Earth Battle Pagoda, had said. Returning to the original body would bring great danger, but there would also be great opportunities. Now, he had encountered great danger and obtained great opportunities. However, it seemed that he could continue to obtain them. Danger and opportunity coexisted. The greater the opportunity, the greater the danger. There was no need to worry too much. He could enter the purgatory ghost region. Hearing Chenzong's words, the figure condensed by the will of the world fluctuated slightly. It seemed to be a little excited. Devouring the will of the purgatory ghost region would allow it to recover faster. It would not be impossible for it to recover to its peak, or even surpass it. The heavenly god Gong was the son of Providence and carried the great fortune of this world. It could be said that he was closely related to the will of the world. If he sneaked into the purgatory ghost region, the possibility of him being exposed was greater. Therefore, the best candidate was Chenzong. Of course, if he was unwilling, the will of the world could not do anything. Therefore, it took out one of the few remaining secret realms that was most suitable for Chenzong as a thank you gift and a prerequisite for the deal. Thank you for your choice. I will do my best to assist you, the will of the world said. Of course, it had to do so, and it had to do so. Otherwise, if Chenzong died in the purgatory ghost region, it would also suffer a great loss. It did not know how many years it would take to recover. At that time, if the purgatory ghost race invaded again, it was afraid that the heavenly god Gong alone would not be enough. Power, a large amount of power was mobilized and gathered from all directions. Chenzong could clearly feel that this power was filled with a gloomy, cold, blazing, and domineering aura. It was the aura of the purgatory ghost race, or rather, the aura of the will of the purgatory ghost region. This aura was very pure. It fell directly and wrapped Chenzong's body. Chenzong did not resist, because the will of the world had sworn by the will of the universe that it would never do anything to harm Chenzong. The will of the purgatory ghost region was actually condensed by the will of the world. It would not harm Chenzong in the slightest. After entering his body, Chenzong could feel that his body was undergoing some kind of wonderful change. His bones trembled, his joints seemed to be constantly opening, and his tendons, muscles, and so on were also changing. It felt like his body was being broken into pieces and reassembled, but he did not feel any pain. It was very wonderful. It allowed Chenzong to see the mysteries of his body more directly. It seemed to be a kind of rebirth. Not long after, the change ended. Chenzong disappeared. No, it should be said that he had changed. Xianxia stared at him in surprise. If he did not already know the inside story, he was afraid that he would have thought that the figure in front of him was a purgatory ghost. Whether it was the appearance or the aura emitted from his body, it was completely the same as a purgatory ghost. It was impossible to tell them apart. However, the soul was still Chenzong's human soul. Even the will of the world could not change this. But it was enough. It was enough. Currently, the monthly votes are between 30th and 40th, so there are 9 updates today. This is the 9th update. Not sure if it is the last update today. The deadline is 12. If one enters the top 30, the 6 paths will add 2 more updates as agreed. If one enters the top 30 after 12, the 2 more updates will be postponed to tomorrow. Here, the 6 paths bowed to thank everyone for their strong support and love. New chapter, Little Rice Dumpling is going to the ghost region to cause trouble. The sky was dark and gloomy. Dark clouds covered the sky and earth. There was no sunlight all year round. It was heavy and depressing. The earth was dark and boundless. It connected to the end of the earth and merged into a line with the end of the sky. In a secret place in the Ghost Forest Tribe City, a ghost gate of purgatory stood tall. It was dark and slowly rotating. Usually, there would be warriors of the Ghost Forest Tribe guarding this place. But now, it was empty. The entire Ghost Forest Tribe City, except for the 1,000 warriors left to guard the city walls to confuse others, was completely occupied with invading Tianyuan Sacred Region's Supreme Mystery World. Outside the city, there were many small ghost tribes that depended on Ghost City. Most of these tribes were below the Ghost Soldier level. A few of them were at the Ghost Soldier level. As for the Ghost General level, there were even fewer of them. The Ghost Tribe was a very cruel race. After being born, they would not enter the Ghost Tribe City directly. Instead, they would enter the small tribes and constantly fight and grow until they reached the lower Ghost Soldier level. Only then would they be qualified to enter the city. Originally, their plan was very good. They would occupy the Supreme Mystery World and turn it into a small ghost region. Then, with the Supreme Mystery World as the center, they would gradually encroach on other realms until the entire Tianyuan Sacred Region became a ghost region. Logically speaking, they also had the ability to do so. But unfortunately, they met Xianxia. The sword of the Sword Emperor was invincible and killed everything in its path. The consequences of not leaving one alive was also not leaving one alive. Only Ghost Forest Jess risked his life to enter the small ghost gate of purgatory and return to the ghost region. But it was a narrow escape. He did not know where he would appear in the ghost region. Even if he did not die, he would be seriously injured. He could not appear in a short period of time and could only hide to recover. The ghost region was not peaceful. It was more complicated than one could imagine. As a result, the inner city of the Ghost Forest Division naturally appeared to be empty. All of a sudden, ripples spread out from the pitch-black ghost gate, and a figure stepped out from it. He was about 2 meters tall and his entire body was pitch black. His body was close-fitting pitch-black armor, which made his body look even more vigorous. There was also a sense of power in his vigorous body. The horn of the spiral blade pointed straight to the sky. The red tip of the horn was extremely sharp, as if it could pierce through the sky. On the left side of his waist was a pitch-black longsword that exuded an eerie sword intent. This was the Purgatory Ghoul race. It had a suit of armor made of flesh and blood, proving that it was a ghost king. However, compared to the other members of the ghost clan, this kind of body shape was undoubtedly very thin. It was completely different from the other ghost clan members' thick and strong physique. However, the aura emanating from his body was that of a ghost clan member. This was Xianxia. After making a deal with the will of the Lingwu Holy World, Xianxia had temporarily transformed into a ghost. The body was still his own body, but it had changed into the appearance of a ghost clan member. This made Xianxia feel very strange. Moreover, he could also feel that the strength of this body was far superior to his previous one. They were on 2 completely different levels. The ghost clan's life level was originally higher than that of the human clan. Moreover, they were a fighting race and were born with a strong physique. Even the body cultivators of the human clan could not compare to them. Moreover, this was the body of a ghost king, which was much stronger than his own body of a 9-star body cultivator. Between the two, there was no comparison in terms of quality or quantity. However, it was a pity that this was not the appearance of a human clan member. Otherwise, it would be great if his body could reach this level after changing back to a human clan member's appearance. However, it was very, very difficult. After all, his body was only of an ordinary bloodline and not a special constitution. Even if his body was refined to the extreme, it would only belong to the normal range. In terms of potential, it could not be compared to those of a bloodline cultivator or a special constitution. Casting aside his thoughts, Xianxia did not think anymore. His Tao was the sword Tao. It was naturally a good thing that his body could be stronger. However, it was also acceptable if it could not be stronger. Sword was the most important thing. Now, I am called Sword Heart of Ghostblade. I am a baby of the Ghost Clan that was taken away from the Ghostblade Division by the people of the Chaos Ghost City many years ago. I wandered outside and kept growing until I became a Ghost King. Chen Zong said secretly. This was his current identity. The fragments of the Ghost General's soul memory that Qin Xiao had obtained before were not complete. He did not know much about the Ghost Realm. However, when the will of the world transformed Chen Zong's body, it also transmitted all kinds of information about the Ghost Realm to Chen Zong. This allowed Chen Zong to have a more comprehensive understanding of the Purgatory Ghost Realm. In the Purgatory Ghost Realm, there were 36 divisions of the Ghost Clan. Each division had a Ghost Mother Tree, and there could only be one Ghost Mother Tree. In fact, the 36 divisions of the Ghost Clan were built based on the 36 Ghost Mother Trees. If one wanted to build and cultivate another Ghost Mother Tree, it could not be in the Purgatory Ghost Realm. Unless one of the 36 Ghost Mother Trees was destroyed. Only then could one cultivate a new Ghost Mother Tree in another place and consume a lot of resources and secret methods. However, the protection of the Ghost Mother Trees was very strict. Moreover, each division had its own Ghost Mother Tree. Even if another Ghost Mother Tree could be cultivated, it could not be in the division. As the saying goes, a mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. A division could not accommodate two Ghost Mother Trees. On the other hand, the Ghost Mother Tree was extremely powerful. Most of the Ghost Kings were no match for it. If he tried to destroy the Ghost Mother Tree, he might just end up being killed by the Ghost Mother Tree instead. Therefore, there were still 36 Ghost Mother Trees from the past till now. In addition to the 36 divisions of the Ghost Clan, a new force was born. It was called the Chaos Ghost City. In the beginning, the Chaos Ghost City was built by the defected Ghost Kings of the Ghost King tribe, one of the 3 strongest tribes of the Ghost Clan, together with the defected Ghost Kings of the Ghost Murder tribe and the Ghost Underworld tribe. The 36 divisions of the Ghost Clan not only competed with each other, but also with each other. For a weaker division like the Ghost Forest Division, the internal competition was not so strong. After all, the Ghost Forest Division only had 2 Ghost Kings. According to the division, the 36 divisions of the Ghost Clan were divided into 4 levels. Among them, the Ghost King tribe, the Ghost Killer tribe, and the Ghost Underworld tribe were the 3 strongest tribes. They were the 3 strongest tribes among the 36 tribes of the Ghost Clan. The second level was the upper 6 divisions. The third level was the middle 9 divisions. The fourth level was the lower 18 divisions. The Ghost Forest Division belonged to the lower 18 divisions of the 4th level. It was one of the divisions that only had the most basic strength of the Ghost Clan and did not have any unique talents. The lower 18 divisions of the 4th level were mediocre compared to the other divisions. Whether it was the middle 9 divisions, upper 6 divisions, or the strong 3 divisions, they all had their own talents. For example, the Ghost Beast Division of the middle 9 divisions had the talent to control ghost beasts. Although not all of them had the talent, it was still a considerable part of them. The Ghost Clan called this talent the Ghost God's Gift, meaning that it was a gift from the Ghost God. The lower 18 divisions did not have the Ghost God's Gift. In the eyes of the other divisions, especially the upper 6 divisions and the strong 3 divisions, they were like abandoned tribes, belonging to the lowest level of the Ghost Clan. Under normal circumstances, they would not pay much attention to them. This was one of the reasons why the Ghost Forest Division could mobilize almost all of its troops to invade the profound mystery realm without attracting much attention. In the end, only the nearby Ghost Beast Xiaming of the Ghost Beast Division noticed by accident and led a quarter of the Ghost Beast Division's army to invade the profound mystery realm. However, this news was naturally blocked by the Ghost Beast Division. The middle 9 divisions were stronger than the lower 18 divisions because they had the unique talent of the Ghost God's Gift. Because of this, their Ghost Mother Trees were stronger, giving birth to more Ghost Clan members and experts. The Ghost God's Gift of the upper 6 divisions was stronger than the middle 9 divisions. As for the strong 3 divisions, the Ghost God's Gift of the Ghost God's Gift was the strongest. Of course, in addition to the strength of the Ghost God's Gift, the number of tribes, military strength, and experts of the ghost god's gift was also a very important factor. In short, the Ghastly Forest tribe was an extremely mediocre tribe among the 36 tribes of the Ghost Clan. Even among the lower 18 tribes, it was considered average. The stronger lower 18 tribes had 3 Ghost Kings, while the Ghastly Forest tribe only had 2. The Ghost Blade Division belonged to the middle 9 divisions and was at the same level as the Ghost Beast Division. However, according to the information, the Ghost Blade Division was overall stronger than the Ghost Beast Division. The Chaotic Ghost City was the 37th force of the Ghost Territory. Apart from the fact that it did not have the Ghost Mother Tree, it was equivalent to the 37th tribe. Every time the blood moon appeared in the sky, the Ghost Territory on the 36 Ghost Mother Trees would fall, and the Ghost Clan's larvae would break out of the Ghost Tree and become new Ghost Clan members, beginning to grow. This was also the time when the experts of the Chaotic Ghost City would move out. They would choose one or several Ghost Clan tribes to break in or infiltrate, or steal or rob the newly fallen Ghost Territory and bring it back to the Chaotic Ghost City to replenish the number of Ghost Clan members in the Chaotic Ghost City and increase their military strength. One side was to guard the Ghost Territory and prevent it from being taken away, while the other side was to rob the Ghost Territory and take it away. It was inevitable that both sides would fight. During the fight, it was inevitable that some Ghost Territories would wander outside and become wandering Ghost Clan members. The members of the Ghost Clan's 36 divisions all had records of their Ghost Clan members, or rather, the mark of their Ghost Clan tribe. It was a mark that was given to them when they broke out of the Ghost Territory. However, those Ghost Clan members who were taken away from the Ghost Clan tribe before they truly broke out of the Ghost Clan tribe did not have the mark of their Ghost Clan tribe on them. They were like lone wolves that had left their pack and wandered outside without a home. Generally speaking, these wandering Ghost Clan members were divided into 3 types. One type would try their best to join one of the Ghost Clan's 36 divisions, or even return to the Ghost Clan where they were born. The other type would join the Chaotic Ghost City, which was more common. The last type would truly wander. They did not belong to any force and grew up alone. This type of Ghost Clan members were called lone wanderers, which were even rarer. At the same time, lone wanderers were also synonymous with powerful and terrifying. In comparison, the Purgatory Ghost Territory was filled with dangers, especially outside the Ghost Tribes and Chaos Ghost City. There were ghost beasts everywhere, and there were many dangerous places. If one didn't have enough strength, only death awaited them. Not even their bones would remain, and their souls would scatter. Those who were able to survive as Lone Rangers were all individuals who had walked out of countless dangers and massacres. Naturally, they were extremely terrifying. Chen Zong sorted out all the information and thoughts. From now on, he would be called Ghost Blade Jianxin. He was born in the Ghost Mother Tree of the Ghost Blade Division, but was taken away when he was still in the Ghost Territory. He accidentally wandered outside and survived countless dangers to become a Ghost King level lone wanderer. Gods of Ascension currently had 203 monthly votes and was ranked 35th. This should be the second best result ever since the start of the book. With such a result, the Dominator of the 6 Paths sincerely thanked everyone for their support, especially those who were generous with their monthly votes. Because of your support and love, this was a pleasant surprise. Originally, 6 Paths thought that he would at most be in the top 40, not the top 30. Thank you very much. But it was still not enough. 6 Paths had an ambition, a goal, and that was to be in the top 10. Only by being in the top 10 would our book appear on the front page, and more people would be able to read our book. 6 Paths also knew that the competition for the monthly votes was very fierce. It would be very difficult to reach the top, but there was still hope. Even if there was only a sliver of hope, he had to grasp it. Reaching the monthly votes list required 6 Paths' hard work, as well as the support of the readers. Your support was very important. Yesterday, 6 Paths had made a promise with everyone. Every day, he would release 5 chapters. Based on the monthly votes list, he would release more chapters. Yesterday, the monthly votes list went from the top 60 to the top 40, so he released 4 more chapters, making a total of 9 chapters. According to the promise, if he entered the top 30, he would release 2 more chapters. If he entered the top 20, he would release 2 more chapters. If he entered the top 10, he would release 10 more chapters. Now, Six Paths was going all out. If he entered the top 30, he would release 3 more chapters. If he entered the top 20, he would release 3 more chapters. If he entered the top 10, he would release 10 more chapters. If he entered the top 10, he would release 20 more chapters. You're right. Six Paths is going all out this time. If he can get into the top 10, he'll get an additional 26 chapters on top of his basic explosion of power. Six Paths was going all out. What about you? Do you dare to go all out against Six Paths? It was a rare opportunity. Now was the best time. Don't pity me because I'm a delicate flower, and don't think about what will happen in the future. Now, seize the present, seize the best opportunity. My blood was boiling, and I was going to give it my all. A bicycle turned into a motorcycle turned into a car turned into a truck, and a truck turned into a train. Once he starts driving, the road will be clear. According to our agreement, the Dominator of 6 Realms will be updating 8 chapters today. Thank you to Arvin Liu, Dugavs 555, ZW2ZZ0, and all the other juniors who voted for us. Because there are a lot of people, the Dominator of 6 Realms will not list all of them. Thank you, you guys are so awesome. The Dominator of 6 Realms is so excited. Deep in the inner city of Ghost Forest Tribe, Chenzong opened his left hand. His dark and slender fingers were not as sharp as those of Ghost Forest Tribe. Instead, they were closer to that of a human. This was also the characteristic of Ghost Blade Tribe. Because of this, they could hold weapons better. Seal. With a low shout, the energy on Chenzong's body surged, and it was suffused with a ghastly and brilliant aura of the Heaven Dao. As soon as it appeared, it was terrifying to the extreme, and it seemed as if it intended to suppress this world. It was the power of the will of the Lingwu Holy World or Tianyuan Sacred Realm. This ghost gate of purgatory could not be left alone. Otherwise, it would be discovered by other ghost tribes, such as the Ghost Beast Tribe. At that time, it was inevitable that they would invade the profound world again. If the ghost kings of those powerful tribes invaded, Xianxia estimated that it would be difficult to resist. At that time, it would be another disaster, or even a catastrophe. From the information, Chenzong was more aware of the strength of the ghost tribe. If the Ghost Beast Tribe had invaded the profound world instead of the Ghost Forest Tribe, perhaps the profound world would have been conquered. Strands of world power, using Chenzong's ghost body as a bridge, mobilized the power of the ghost realm, and constantly condensed into a seal, falling on the ghost gate of purgatory. If it was difficult to break, then seal it. Seal it, and also hide the ghost gate of purgatory. As the seal fell, the ghost gate of purgatory quickly faded and then disappeared, as if it had never existed. Chenzong used all his perception, but could only vaguely perceive a little fluctuation. His perception was very amazing, but when he used all his perception, he could only perceive a little fluctuation. If other ghost kings were here, they would not be able to detect it. However, Chenzong was not so sure. However, as long as he could hide it for a day, a month, and a year, he would hide it for a year. It soared into the sky and skyrocketed. Chenzong glanced around, chose a direction, and flew quickly. It was the wall of the Ghost Forest inner city. There were 1,000 ghost tribe warriors on the wall. Chen glanced at the ghost gate, ghost of purgatory. Ghost warriors were shocked, as if their bodies were about to be torn. Extremely horrifying, purgatory of ghost realm, and even ghost mother tree to devour the will of purgatory, to devour the will of purgatories, to purgatory, to strengthen the will of purgatories, purgatory, the ghost mother tree, to devour of the purgatory. Ghost purgatory's ghost forest tribe had invaded the extreme profound world, causing a great deal of suffering. It was a heinous crime, so Chenzong naturally wouldn't show mercy to these ghost forest tribe warriors. Kill. Small tribes. Were countless, killed countless ghost tribes. Were. And. Had. Small tribes. And. Dead were. Small tribes. Killed. He drew his sword, the sword light was dark. It flashed. Silently, the sword light blended into the void. It was mysterious. Those Ghost Clan warriors did not feel any energy fluctuation at all. That sword light, which seemed to be constantly changing, had already cut through their bodies. To lose one's life without a sound. Dead, Chenzong was surprised when he put his sword back into its sheath. The sword was the condensation of heart sword essence. But it was disguised. It looked like a weapon used by the Ghost tribe. Moreover, it was the weapon of the Ghost Blade tribe. The Ghost Blade tribe's ghost god gift was the power of the Ghost Blade. It was born to increase the power of swords and sabers. Therefore, it was impossible to see the difference. However, Chenzong had performed the One-Hearted Sutra that he had inherited from the One-Hearted True Lord and combined it with the Heart Sword intention to create a sword move. One Heart Sutra, One Heart and One Mind. The One Heart Sutra was all about one's heart. It focused all one's mind. One heart and one mind. It was a kind of interpretation and mystery of the One Heart Sutra. There was no fixed move for this move because one's heart was uncertain. However, this move could bring the power of one's heart sword essence to the extreme. It could even exceed the limit. In terms of power, Chenzong's move was comparable to the infinite heart extinguishment. Of course, it was still far from the lifeless vacuum strike. However, the lifeless vacuum strike was performed with all one's strength. After one move, one would not have much strength left. If one could not kill the opponent, it would be very dangerous. However, the One Heart Sutra's One Heart was different. Not only was its might comparable to infinite heart annihilation, but it could also fully unleash the profoundness of the heart sword intent. Furthermore, the energy consumption was much lower, far inferior to infinite heart annihilation and even less than serial heartbeat. In short, the energy and spirit consumed to perform the One Heart Sutra was only slightly more than that to perform ordinary sword moves. With Chenzong's current energy reserve, he could perform many sword moves continuously. There was another important point. The performance of any powerful move required a process of mobilizing and condensing energy. Then, the energy would be released to explode with great power. After that, there would be a process of chi recovery. The more proficient and perfect the move was, the faster the speed of mobilizing and condensing energy. The speed of chi recovery would also be faster. Therefore, when experts fought, they would not perform their ultimate moves at the beginning. Because once the ultimate move was avoided, there would be a moment of gap due to the recovery of chi and chi, which often meant a flaw. Therefore, when experts fought, they would fight with ordinary moves at the beginning. The more ordinary the move, the easier it was to perform and the fewer flaws there would be. It would be best if one could finish off the opponent with an ordinary move. Now, the One Heart and One Mind sword essence performed by the One Heart Sutra combined with the Heart Sword essence was as fast as an ordinary move. The flaw was also the same as an ordinary move. There were almost no flaws. After all, the more ordinary a move was, the more fundamental it was. The more fundamental it was, the more it would be refined and almost perfect. The One Heart and One Mind sword of the One Heart and One Mind sword of the One Heart Sutra was like an ordinary move in terms of energy consumption, speed of attack, recovery of chi and chi, as well as flaws. However, its power was far more powerful than an ordinary move. It was comparable to an ultimate move. Not only that, if he wanted to, he could increase the consumption of energy and increase the power of the One Heart and One Mind sword. This was one move, but it also seemed like many moves. The power of an ultimate move could be performed in the mode of an ordinary move. This was the mystery of the One Heart Sutra. However, if Chenzong did not master a power like the Heart Sword essence, it would be very difficult for him to cultivate it successfully. Chenzong was very satisfied with this. Among the 1,000 Ghost Clan warriors, there were only 10 Ghost Generals. The rest were all Ghost Soldiers. As soon as they died, the will of the Ghost Clan that they carried flew up and gathered towards Chenzong like rivers returning to the stream. It was absorbed by the will of Tianyuan's sacred domain that Chenzong was disguised as, and it became stronger. It could be said that Chenzong carried a small part of the will of the world of Tianyuan's sacred domain and turned it into the will of the Ghost Clan. At the same time, there was also a trace of extremely pure energy that was peeled off and integrated into Chenzong's body. Chenzong's body shook slightly, and his pupils suddenly shrank. That kind of energy, it was extremely pure and brilliant. Although there was not much of it, after it integrated into his body, Qianzong felt as if his body was being cleansed. It was a feeling similar to when he obtained the Heart Sword seal, but it was not as strong. The trace of energy was not under his control. It directly entered his body, as if it had integrated into his bloodline and the deepest part of his body. Vaguely, Qianzong felt that it was beneficial to him, but he was not sure what kind of benefit it was. Originally, Qianzong thought that by disguising himself as a ghost and infiltrating the Purgatory Ghost clan, he would not obtain the same benefits as when he killed Purgatory Ghosts in the Taishan realm. He only wanted to comprehend the world's origin later. Of course, the other reason was also inseparable from his innate desire to seek battle and adventure. After the Purgatory Ghosts killed their opponents, they could devour their opponents' vitality to improve themselves. However, Qianzong was not a true Purgatory Ghost. In other words, his body had temporarily changed into the appearance of a Purgatory Ghost, but his soul was still human. His essence was still human. Naturally, he could not fully possess all the abilities of a Purgatory Ghost. A disguise was a disguise after all. However, he could still absorb the energy that pervaded the Ghost clan and use it to recover his own energy. Now, he could actually benefit from it. Although he did not know what it was definitely beneficial. The extremely brilliant and pure energy was intoxicating. Then, he would kill more Purgatory Ghosts. The Ghost clan and the human clan could not coexist. No matter how many he killed, he would not show mercy. In an instant, Qianzong turned into a stream of black light and broke through the sky. Qianzong did not kill the many small tribes around the Ghost Forest tribe. It was not because he was soft-hearted, but because he was worried that if he slaughtered them, more Ghost clan experts would notice this place and increase the risk of the Purgatory Ghost sect being exposed. As for the 1,000 Ghost clan warriors, well, Qianzong could only admit that at that time, he was indeed itching to have a try. Therefore, he drew his sword. Since he had already drawn his sword, there was no reason for him to regret. Not long after, Qianzong saw a huge figure standing on the ground of the Ghost Forest tribe. The Ghost Mother Tree, that was a Ghost Mother Tree. The Ghost Mother Tree was actually 2,000 meters tall. Its trunk was more than 100 meters in diameter. It was incomparably huge. Tens of thousands of ghost clans were hanging on it, densely packed. One look at it would make one's scalp tingle. The strength of a Ghost Mother Tree was closely related to its size. A 2,000-meter-tall Ghost Mother Tree was twice as strong as a 1,000-meter-tall Ghost Mother Tree. Qianzong silently estimated that with his current strength, he still could not do anything to this 2,000-meter-tall Ghost Mother Tree. Therefore, he could only give up for the time being. Otherwise, if he could cut down and destroy a Ghost Mother Tree, he would definitely obtain a huge amount of Ghost Clan's will. What a pity. After a glance, Qianzong withdrew his gaze and quickly flew out of the Ghost Forest tribe's territory. Below, there was a dark wilderness. He could see many strange-looking ghost beasts running and fighting on it. The evil chi was rolling, extremely shocking. Second update. The physique of a lower ghost beast general was much stronger than that of a lower ghost general. However, due to their low intelligence, they were evenly matched in battle. Qianzong killed a lower ghost beast general with one strike. He found that the ghost beast general's will was very weak. It was almost equal to the will of a lower ghost soldier. Therefore, Qianzong did not deliberately kill the ghost beasts. Instead, he killed them casually along the way. No matter if they were thousands or thousands of meters away, they could not avoid Qianzong's strike. Qianzong was single-minded and silent. There were no signs, and it was difficult to detect. Kill. 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 In front of him, dozens of flying ghost beasts roared and charged over, wanting to eat Qianzong. Qianzong swung his sword casually. There was no trace of smoke or fire. The flying ghost beasts suddenly stopped. Wisps of black aura spread out from their bodies and flew toward Qianzong. Their bodies fell rapidly. Death. Qianzong was heading toward the Ghost Beast tribe, one of the middle 9 tribes. The first purpose of disguising himself as a ghost and sneaking into the ghost realm was to let the world will of the Tianyuan sacred domain devour the will of the Purgatory Ghost realm. This kind of devouring had to be done secretly behind the Purgatory Ghost realm's will. For this reason, the world will of the Tianyuan sacred domain had to use half of its power to disguise itself as the Ghost Realm's will. Fortunately, it had already devoured a lot of Ghost Realm's will. It was not difficult to disguise itself, and it would not be seen through. Chen Zong's method was also in line with the characteristics of the Purgatory Ghost race. It would not be suspected. This was the first purpose. As for the second purpose, of course, it was for himself. The Purgatory Ghost race was powerful. Chen Zong had always wanted to fight with experts. He wanted to train himself in battle and break through. In the current Tianyuan sacred domain, there were no other opponents besides his doppelganger Xianxia and heavenly god Gong. However, there were many Ghost King-level experts in the Purgatory Ghost Realm. There were 2 in the Ghost Forest tribe alone. In each of the upper 6 tribes, there were at least 10 Ghost King-level experts. As for the strong 3 divisions, there were even more Ghost Kings. In total, there were more than 100 Ghost Kings in the entire Purgatory. Other than that, there was also the powerful Ghost Mother Tree. Fighting with them could not only temper himself, but he could also absorb a large amount of ghost hunters will after killing them. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. His current identity was one of the infamous loners of the Ghost region. Furthermore, he was a Ghost King-level loner. It was normal for him to fight everywhere. They pointed their swords at the Ghost Beast division. Chen Zong charged forward in a straight line. From afar, Chen Zong saw that on the plains, there was a group of ghosts fighting with ghost beasts. The battle was very intense, and it seemed that it was difficult to determine the victor. It could be seen that these ghosts belonged to the Ghost Beast clan. They were a group of ghost soldiers. Then, go to hell. Chen Zong's eyes were calm and his expression did not change. He casually drew his sword and made a light cut. There was no sword light or sword chi, but the ghost soldiers and ghost beasts who were fighting fiercely suddenly stopped, as if they were immobilized. Wisps of black aura escaped from their bodies and flew toward Chen Zong. They entered Chen Zong's body and disappeared. Wisps of imperceptible clear aura entered his body and disappeared into the depths of his body. They became a kind of accumulation, waiting for a qualitative change. His sword returned to the sheath, but his body did not stop at all. He continued to move forward. Kill, 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 even if it was a small tribe of the Ghost Beast clan, Chen Zong would not let it go as long as it was on his flight path. Every time he swung his sword, it seemed that there was only one sword, but in fact, there were countless swords. The advantages of the single-minded sword were very obvious. It was low consumption, fast, flawless, and powerful. However, there was also a disadvantage, which was that it was single-minded. Since it was single-minded, it could only deal with one target at a time. But it did not matter. This sword could be released and withdrawn at will, and its speed was amazing. In addition, Chen Zong's unfathomable swordsmanship attainments made it seem that he had swung his sword once, but in fact, he had swung his sword dozens or even hundreds of times. One sword for one kill, hundreds of times for one kill. As he swung his sword, Chen Zong's application and mastery of the single-minded sword became more and more profound. The consumption of energy and the power of his sword were also constantly adjusted. Then, such a powerful sword move will be called the first move. Chen Zong thought to himself. The first move of the single-minded sword move consumed about 10% more energy than the basic sword moves. Its power exceeded that of the serial heartbeat. If there was a first move, there would be a second one. It was very easy for Chen Zong, who had amazing control. In the end, it was just a standard difference between moves. The second move consumed about 50% more energy than the basic sword moves. It was close to the ordinary sword moves, but its power was stronger than the everlasting fantasy. The third move consumed about the same amount of energy as the serial heartbeat, but its power was stronger than the infinite heart extinguishment. The fourth move consumed about the same amount of energy as the infinite heart extinguishment, but its power was equal to the lifeless vacuum cut. As for the fifth move, it was a little unexpected, but he still couldn't master it. With Chen Zong's current strength, even the first move was enough to kill any ghost or ghost beast below the Ghost King level. The 2 Ghost Kings of the Ghost Forest tribe would also be hit by his sword. Of course, the bodies of the ghosts were strong. Even if they were hit, they wouldn't be seriously injured. As he moved forward, he pulled out his sword and killed. Wherever he went, all life was extinguished. He was like a killing maniac, exterminating one small tribe after another. He was approaching the city of the Ghost Beast tribe. Chenzong stood in the air outside the city of the Ghost Beast tribe. He didn't attack immediately. Instead, he asked for a fight. Where are the Ghost Kings of the Ghost Beast tribe? This was a rule among the ghosts. Small tribes, if they were killed, then they were killed. If they were destroyed, then they were destroyed. That was nothing. After all, every time the blood moon hung in the sky, the ghost forest on the ghost mother tree would fall. At least tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of baby ghosts would be born. If they were scattered, they could build dozens of small tribes. The blood moon only appeared once a year. In other words, the ghosts would give birth to a batch of baby ghosts every year. There were at least 30,000 of them. There were 18 different ghost tribes. As for the 9 middle tribes of the ghost clan, they could give birth to at least 60,000 ghost clan infants every year. As for the upper 6 tribes and the top 3 tribes, the number of babies born every year was even more shocking. Similarly, every year, a large number of ghosts would die in each ghost tribe. Most of them were ghosts who hadn't really grown up. After all, ghost beasts would also attack small ghost tribes. If they didn't stop the attack in time, they would all be killed. Therefore, the unspoken rule in the ghost forest was that the ghost cities didn't care too much about the safety of the small tribes. Survival of the fittest. If you died, it only meant that you were too weak. You could only become strong if you survived. The bloody iron rule was so cruel, but it was also very direct. It was completely different from the human race. Human cultivators couldn't become strong just by killing people. They still had to rely on their own cultivation. However, ghosts didn't need to cultivate to become strong. They only needed to keep fighting, killing, and devouring. Small tribes were not valued, but the ghost cities were different. Those who could enter the ghost cities were at least low-level ghost soldiers. They were the real fighting force of each ghost tribe. If you wanted to attack the ghost cities of others, you must first make a statement. For a war between ghost tribes, you must first make a statement to let the other party know before attacking. It was the same for a challenge. Since he had turned into a ghost, sometimes he had to act according to the rules of the ghost race. It wouldn't be easy to be exposed. Ghost Blade Xianxia of the Wandering Ghost Tribe is here to challenge you. Chen Zong's voice rang out again and spread into the ghost city. It didn't sound very imposing, but it was suffused with a trace of sharpness. It was like a formless wind of sword chi that blew past, blowing into the ears of every ghost clan warrior. Challenge? Ghost Blade Xianxia is from the Ghost Blade tribe. Didn't you hear clearly? He said the Wandering Ghost Tribe. It was rare to see a Wandering Ghost Tribe directly challenge a Ghost King. In the Ghost Beast tribe, there were a total of 3 Ghost Kings. 2 Ghost Beast Kings were equivalent to 5 Ghost Kings. However, if one challenged the Ghost King of the Ghost Beast tribe, they might have to face both Ghost Kings and Ghost Beast Kings at the same time. This kind of challenge wasn't that simple. It was either life or death. However, it wasn't easy to determine life and death between Ghost Kings. Unless there was a huge difference in fighting strength, at most one side would be injured. Soon, an extremely powerful aura surged out from the Ghost Beast city. It was like a storm, bringing with it an extremely shocking pressure. Currently, there were only 2 Ghost Kings and 1 Ghost Beast King in the Ghost Beast tribe. As for the Ghost Beast King, he was seriously injured. He escaped back to the Purgatory Ghost territory through the small Purgatory Ghost Gate. No one knew where he was now. He hadn't returned to the Ghost Beast tribe. Maybe he was only left with a remnant soul. The Ghost King that appeared now was a Ghost King who didn't have the talent to control ghost beasts. He was 3 meters tall and looked very strong. He stood like a black iron tower, emitting waves of extremely powerful aura fluctuations. It was extremely terrifying. This Ghost King's arms were drooping. They were longer than the average ghost. His 10-finger joints were protruding. They seemed to be filled with amazing power. Without the talent to control ghost beasts, if one wanted to become stronger, he had to start from himself. Therefore, in the Ghost Beast tribe, if one ignored the Ghost Beast King, in terms of combat strength, this Ghost King was the strongest. A wandering ghost born in the Ghost Blade tribe. The Ghost King of the Ghost Beast tribe focused his gaze on Qianzong. He didn't look down on his opponent just because his opponent's body didn't look as strong as his. In fact, most of the ghosts in the Ghost Blade tribe didn't have as strong bodies as other ghosts. Their strength came from their ghost blades. The ghost blades were born with them. They grew with their bodies and were connected by blood. In the middle 9 tribes, the ghost blades were famous and had amazing power. This wandering ghost from the Ghost Blade tribe was a Ghost King level expert. He was probably a lone traveler. He couldn't be underestimated. Let's fight. Qianzong's words were very direct. The ghost race had never been a secretive race. If you want to fight, let's fight. You've come to the wrong place to challenge my Ghost Beast tribe. Remember, I'm called the Ghost Beast Evil Dragon. The Ghost King of the Ghost Beast tribe grinned. His 5 fingers curled into a fist. His fist was hollow. As he spoke, he suddenly raised his arms, bent his legs, and twisted his waist, using the void as the point of strength. Boom, under his feet, countless ripples spread out in the void. They were like endless ripples. Third update, 1 punch. It was a ferocious punch with a dark fist force. It was like a dragon's roar. Under the fist, layers of void ripples rippled endlessly. Qianzong knew that the space in the Purgatory Ghost Realm was much stronger than that in the Tianyuan Sanctuary. After all, the will of the world in the Tianyuan Sanctuary had just woken up and had not recovered its strength. The space was limited. However, the will of the world in the Purgatory Ghost Realm was still intact. The space was also very strong. Therefore, even a Ghost King could not tear the void apart. He could only create ripples in the void. Those below the Ghost King level could not even create ripples in the void. The ripples in the void were endless. Layers of void ripples came down. A fist condensed with a terrifying force, with amazing power. It hit Qianzong in the face with an amazing pressure, as if it was going to crush him. Very strong, this power was not inferior to that of the Ghost King of the Ghastly Forest tribe, whose body had been destroyed by Qianzong. However, the opponent did not seem to have used his full strength. Unsheathed the sword, without any warning, without sensing anything at all, he unsheathed his sword and stabbed out. The soundless sword was fast to the extreme, arriving first even though it was launched later. Qianzong did not use his sword to meet the fist. Because his sword was faster, there was no need to meet force with force. The Ghost Hand Evil Dragon's pupils suddenly shrank. He felt an extremely condensed and terrifying sharpness piercing through the void. It did not seem to create any ripples in the void. However, that sharpness made his heart palpitate. It was as if it was enough to threaten his life. Boom, the roar of a ferocious dragon shook heaven and earth. Countless ripples in the void spread out from the Ghost Hand Evil Dragon like crazy waves. As the ripples in the void overflowed, the void underwent some wonderful changes. It seemed to be layered and filled with amazing resistance. Qianzong only felt that his stab seemed to have pierced into the waves and was constantly being battered. As the extremely strong aura burst out, 2 flowers of the Supreme State appeared above the Ghost Hand Evil Dragon's head. These 2 flowers of Extreme Realm were the Flower of Essence and the Flower of Qi. Both of them had solidified and emitted an extremely terrifying aura that shook the surroundings. The blood-red Flower of Essence was the size of a human head, while the brown Flower of Qi was the size of a palm. The manifestation of the 3 flowers could be used in any world. It was an iron law of the universe. The size and degree of condensation of the 3 flowers were directly related to one's potential and combat strength. The 3 flowers were also divided into different levels. Palm-sized beasts were low-level beasts. The size of a human head meant that it was at the middle level. The size of a wash basin meant that it was of high rank. It was even bigger than a wash basin and was clearly 1 round bigger. It was a top-grade item. The difference between each stage was double. In other words, the mid-tier was twice as powerful as the low tier. This ghostly hand evil dragon had a low-level Extreme Realm flower and a mid-level Extreme Realm flower. Its combat power was equivalent to having 3 low-level Extreme Realm flowers, and all of them had been condensed to perfection. Most demigods could only condense low-level Extreme Realm flowers, and a few could condense mid-level extreme realm flowers. As for the high-level extreme realm flowers, they were even rarer. The top-grade extreme realm flowers were comparable to legends. However, Chenzong estimated that the level of his heart sword intent should be comparable to the high-level extreme realm flowers, and even had a chance to surpass them. Breakthrough, the sword broke through layers of obstacles and instantly pierced through the ghostly hand evil dragon's body. The sword of single-minded intent was far more mysterious than the sword of will. There was no comparison at all. If the sword of will could only unleash 50% of the mystery of the heart sword intent, then the sword of single-minded intent could unleash 100% of it. It even had a chance to surpass the limit and surpass 100%. If it was the heart chain, it would be difficult to advance under layers of resistance. However, the sword of single-minded intent was different. It followed the heart and followed an extremely mysterious trajectory. It was like a fish swimming in the water and a snake swimming in the grass. Pierce, the ghostly hand evil dragon's body was penetrated in an instant. The extremely terrifying sharpness immediately wreaked havoc inside the ghostly hand evil dragon's body. It was as terrifying as the edge of a sword, as if it was going to tear its body apart. The ghostly hand evil dragon was very clear about this shocking sharpness. It was the ghostly hand evil dragon's ghostly blade force. The ghostly hand evil dragon's ghostly blade force was extremely terrifying. It was extremely sharp and could cut through everything. If it was condensed to the extreme, it could tear through everything. If it wasn't for its tyrannical physique and the mid-level essence flower that it condensed, it wouldn't have been able to resist at all. Resist, erupt with all its strength, boom, the ghostly hand evil dragon exerted all its strength and threw out another punch. Dragons devour, this punch was the ultimate killing move. When the punch was thrown out, the pitch-black fist energy instantly condensed on the fist and turned into a ferocious single-horned dragon head. It opened its mouth and burst out an extremely terrifying power as if it was going to devour everything. At the same time, the ghostly hand evil dragon's 5 fingers on its left hand slightly bent. The dragon's claw condensed and grabbed the air, tearing everything apart. The double attack came from both sides with astonishing power. Chenzong felt as if his body was about to be torn apart. He also felt as if he was being devoured. It was extremely horrifying. Single-hearted and single-minded. One move, in an instant, Chenzong swung out his sword. There was no sword light or sword energy. It seemed to merge into the void and instantly hit the 2 moves of the ghostly hand evil dragon. It seemed to be one move, but in fact, there were dozens of moves. They attacked the ghostly hand evil dragon's fist and claw from different angles. Following the most mysterious trajectory, they broke the 2 killing moves of the ghostly hand evil dragon directly. The more powerful the move, the more shocking the lethality, but at the same time, the more obvious the flaw. Relatively speaking, the single-hearted sword that Chenzong comprehended from the single-hearted formula was far superior to the evil dragon fist of the ghostly hand evil dragon. Single-hearted and single-minded. 3 moves. After breaking the fist and claw, Chenzong's wrist shook slightly. The sword trembled, and in an instant, an invisible sword light broke through the air. There were no ripples in the void, but in an instant, it arrived. The layers of void ripples around the ghostly hand evil dragon could not resist at all and were penetrated again. The power of this sword was several times stronger than the previous one. The astonishingly sharp sword energy raged in its body, wantonly strangling. Condensing power to resist the raging sword energy, the ghostly hand evil dragon's strength was also affected. It could only use 70% of its strength temporarily. This was a good opportunity. How could Chenzong let it go? The challenge was just a cover. His real purpose was to kill a ghost king and test how much ghost hunters will a ghost king realm expert had. Although he had killed it in the profound realm before, it was directly absorbed by the world will and he could not feel it. This time, part of the world will was in his body. As soon as he absorbed it, he could feel it clearly. Single-hearted and single-minded. One move, the first move was the weakest, consumed the least energy, and was the fastest to attack. It was most suitable to intercept and interrupt the opponent's attack and disrupt the opponent's rhythm. As long as the opponent's rhythm was disrupted, he could use the more powerful second move, third move, or even fourth move to cause serious damage or even kill. In just an instant, the ghostly hand evil dragon was hit by dozens of swords. Although it was only one move, and the injuries caused by each move were limited, when stacked together, it was still very shocking. Especially when dozens of first move sword energy and the third move sword energy blended and exploded in the body, aggravating the injury. Single-hearted and single-minded. 4 moves, the strongest move. Kill. Using this move, Qinzong's expression was a bit serious, and he was not playing it down. Sword move. Although Qinzong was a bit more serious, when this move was made, there was still no obvious aura fluctuation. The ghostly hand evil dragon, who was suppressing and dispersing the sword energy in its body, was horrified. A strong sense of palpitation emerged from the deepest part of its heart, as if a flood had broken through the dam. Its heartbeat reached its peak in an instant, as if it was going to jump out of its chest. Even the body of the mid-level flower of essence could not withstand it. Under the extreme heartbeat, its qi and blood were affected, as if it was going to flow in reverse, and its own strength was also affected, unable to operate as freely as before. The strong physique of the purgatory ghost was an important part of its combat strength. Once it was affected, it would also affect the performance of its combat strength. The 4 moves. The ghostly hand evil dragon was unable to resist, and it was directly hit by the sword. Cut. The ghostly hand evil dragon's body was directly cut in half at the waist. Stop. The ghostly hand evil dragon's expression changed greatly, and it immediately roared. The ghost clan's vitality was extremely tenacious, especially at the ghost king level. After condensing the flower of extreme, they would make great progress in all aspects, and it was very shocking. Their self-healing ability would also reach the peak. The higher the level of the flower of extreme, the stronger the self-healing ability. In addition to some of the ghost clan's treasures and so on, whether it was the limbs, the body, or the head that were cut off, they could be reattached within a certain period of time. In just a few days, they would be able to recover, and it would not affect their movement and combat strength at all. Of course, Qinzong also knew this, so he did not think that he could kill it by cutting it in half at the waist. He attacked again. The first move, the second move, the third move. When the sword was extremely fast and dense, one could vaguely see strands of thread-like sword light in the void. It was very thin and almost non-existent. Stop. A roar full of anger suddenly came out from the ghost city, and it was like a demonic thunder exploding in the void. Roar. Following a powerful and terrifying beast roar, 2 extremely ferocious auras instantly exploded and surged forward. Endless ripples in the void blocked layer by layer. 2 extremely powerful attacks broke through the air and blasted towards Qinzong. At the same time, the ghostly hand evil dragon was hit by hundreds of swords. It was difficult to kill a ghost king. As long as they were given some time, they could recover. Of course, being cut in half at the waist was also a serious injury, and it could not be recovered immediately. In addition, being difficult to kill did not mean that it could not be killed. Broken arms, broken legs, and even fingers and toes were cut off by Qinzong. In the next breath, its neck was also cut off. The ghostly hand evil dragon was directly dismembered. This kind of injury was so serious that even with the help of treasures, it would not be able to recover in more than a month. The more serious the injury, the faster the loss of vitality. If it was not treated in time, it would be easier for it to die. 2 powerful attacks broke through the air. Qinzong attacked with his sword. 1 move, 100 swords, immediately disintegrated the 2 attacks. The 4th move. 4th update, the sword was merciless, cutting off all life. The extremely sharp sword qi raged in all directions. The ghost beast evil dragon's body and head were all chopped into pieces. Suddenly, wisps of thick black aura spread out from the broken body of the ghost beast evil dragon like rolling smoke. They gathered into a black demonic snake with a strong aura and went straight for Qinzong. The black demonic dragon was about a meter long and had no scales. It slithered through. Qinzong did not dodge and let the black demonic snake enter his body. This was the ghost realm carried in the ghost beast evil dragon. Compared to the ghost soldiers and ghost generals, the ghost realm carried by a ghost king was more than 100 times stronger. It was more than 1,000 times stronger. The ghost realm he obtained from killing thousands of ghosts and ghost beasts could not be compared with the ghost realm carried by the ghost beast evil dragon. As the demonic snake formed from the will of the world was swallowed and absorbed by the will of the world within Qianzong's body, a clear and pure origin energy suddenly surged into Qianzong's body and lay dormant in the depths of his body. Accumulation, continuous accumulation, waiting for Qianzong to use it one day to bring great benefits. As for now, it was not clear. Lone traveler, you deserve to die. The ghost beast evil karma was furious. Under its attack, the ghost beast evil dragon was killed and caused a great loss to the ghost beast clan. He deserved to be killed 10,000 times. Fortunately, the ghost claw evil dragon wouldn't truly die. Its soul had already escaped. Qianzong couldn't do anything about it because this was one of the rules of the ghost hunter's will. Of course, it was possible to destroy the soul of the ghost beast evil dragon, but it would expose the world will of Tianyuan's sacred realm. At that time it would cause great trouble and danger. After weighing the pros and cons, he did not intend to do so. There was no need to do so. Although his soul was still alive, it was broken and incomplete. He could only enter the ghost region of the ghost mother tree and grow again. When the blood moon appeared once a year, he would turn into a young ghost with the potential of a ghost king and grow again. Generally speaking, these young ghosts would be secretly protected. Unless there was a danger that exceeded the limits of what they could endure, they would fight on their own until the ghost king's soul awakened. At that time, he would become a new ghost king. Facing the wrath of the ghost beast evil karma and the ghost beast king, Qianzong was not afraid at all. Fight, the One Heart Sutra's one heart and sword intent consumed very little energy. It could allow him to fight for a long time. With the strength of his physique, he could also fight for a long time without worrying about exhaustion. Since he had already killed a ghost king, there was no harm in killing another one. Anyway, this was the purgatory ghostly territory. The purpose of him sneaking in as a purgatory ghost was to cause damage to the purgatory ghosts and the purgatory ghostly territory. The greater the damage, the more ghostly wills the Tianyuan sacred territory's world consciousness could devour, and the faster it could recover. In that case, let's go on a killing spree. Sword intent. One heart and sword intent. With the long sword formed by the heart sword intent in his hand, Qianzong's eyes focused on the void. Lines seemed to appear in the void. The lines intertwined like silk threads, filling the void with changing colors. It was a mysterious trajectory in the void. Only those who had reached a certain level of cultivation or cultivated a special technique could see it. Qianzong could see it because of the One Heart Sutra and the heart sword intent. The one heart and sword intent followed this trajectory. It was the trajectory of the heart, the trajectory of the mysteries of heaven and earth, and the trajectory of the void. They were compatible. All the attacks of the ghost beast evil karma and the ghost beast king were blocked and weakened by Qianzong's sword. When the sword struck out, it seemed to be a straight stab, but it also seemed to be drawing arcs. It changed constantly, as if the mind was changing. It was unpredictable. He did not know where it began, nor did he know where it would end. However, the ghost beast evil karma had also condensed two flowers of extreme state. Although it was not as good as the ghost hand evil dragon, the difference was not big. Moreover, the ghost beast king had also condensed two flowers of extreme state. When the ghost beasts of the ghost beast clan and their ghost beasts worked together, it was not as simple as 1 + 1. They could exert more power. This was the talent of the ghost beast clan. For a moment, the pressure on Qianzong increased dramatically. The joint attack of the ghost beast king and the ghost beast king was like a torrential storm. Every attack was extremely powerful and terrifying. If he was hit, Qianzong would not be able to withstand it even with his stronger physique. Powerful moves usually had more flaws. However, under the cooperation of the ghost king and the ghost beast king, although the flaws of the powerful moves did not decrease, they were covered up by each other. Even if you saw the flaw, it was covered up by the powerful power of the other unique moves. There was no way to break through it. Under the intertwining of powerful forces, Qianzong was surrounded and blocked all of his escape routes. There was no way to dodge. The black light encircled Qianzong like a circle, continuously compressing inward. Not only did it make it difficult for Qianzong to dodge, but it also seemed like it wanted to suppress Xianxia within and then kill him with tyrannical power. This was the ultimate power of the joint attack of the Ghost Beast King and the Ghost Beast King. Danger, a strong sense of danger swept over like a surging tide, wanting to drown Xianxia. The One Heart Sutra strengthened Xianxia's heart's sensitivity. The Supreme Sword Will of the Heart also strengthened Xianxia's perception. Therefore, any trace of danger would be more clearly sensed by Xianxia, and it would also be more intense. Burst, in an instant, the power in Xianxia's body gushed out like a volcanic eruption. His qi and blood surged like a torrent of magma, surging endlessly in the body of the Ghost Clan, bursting out with unparalleled ferocity. At the same time, above Xianxia's head, a flower of the extreme state was condensing. It was a blood-red flower of the extreme state. It was the flower of essence. As soon as it condensed, it immediately shocked the Ghost Beast Evil Karma. High level, it was a high-level flower of the extreme state. Although it did not look solid and had not been condensed to the perfect level, high level was high level. The power it emitted was extremely shocking. Strong, tyrannical, a very powerful feeling filled his heart and body. This feeling was very strange. Although his body was very powerful before, it seemed to be sealed, or it seemed to be in a deep sleep. Now, it had been unsealed and awakened. As soon as it was unsealed, it was like an awakened dragon, bursting out with incomparably shocking power. This was also the first time Xianxia felt the power of a body that had condensed the flower of the extreme state. It was very powerful. He could also feel that his power had become very condensed. The difference between the same body and the flower of the extreme state was very obvious. Before the flower of the extreme state was activated, the power in it was like a small pool, and the degree of condensation of the power was like a hemp rope. After the flower of the extreme state was activated, it immediately changed. The power became like a pool, and the degree of condensation also became like a steel wire. Moreover, this power that had been condensed to the extreme could be integrated with his other powers, completely combining them, and the power would increase greatly. He swung his sword. There were 3 moves in this sword, but this sword was not as silent as before. Instead, it faintly carried traces of muffled sounds, as if divine thunder was wreaking havoc in the depths of the void, erupting with an incomparably shocking might. The power increased more than twofold. Slash, the surrounding black light was instantly cut apart. Xianxia's body flashed, and he followed the crack. His body was extremely agile, and he instantly rushed out. The first move, the fastest move, was also the easiest move. He immediately attacked. It looked like one sword, but there were hundreds of swords. Each sword burst forth with extremely shocking power, and there was no mercy. The Ghost Beast Evil Karma and the Ghost Beast King were immediately surrounded by countless swords, and they were instantly hit. One sword, and the sword chi raged in their bodies, wantonly strangling. The Ghost Beast Evil Karma's expression changed drastically, and it exploded in anger. It raised its hands, as if it was lifting up a part of the world, an endless dark aura spread out. The mighty power of the Ghost God. Amidst the loud roar, the entire Ghost City shook in an instant, as if the power hidden in every part of the Ghost City erupted and surged up. Dark smoke billowed like dragons and snakes. In an instant, they all rushed to the sky above the Ghost City, and gathered into a dark shadow. The shadow seemed to be infinitely high and incomparably deep. It stood between heaven and earth like a ghost god, and it filled the air with endless power that enveloped heaven and earth, suppressing all directions. Xianxia knew that this was the shadow of a ghost god. In every complete ghost city, the Ghost King could draw out the mighty power of the ghost god that had accumulated for many years to form the shadow of a ghost god. In the next breath, the shadow of a ghost god attached itself to the Ghost Beast Evil Karma's body. The Ghost Beast Evil Karma's aura skyrocketed layer by layer, and it directly increased by more than 2 times. Under normal circumstances, the Ghost King was unwilling to use the mighty power of the ghost god to summon the shadow of a ghost god. After all, the accumulation of the mighty power of the ghost god was very slow, and it was accumulated bit by bit. The speed of accumulation was closely related to the strength of the Ghost Clan tribe. For example, the speed of accumulation of the mighty power of the ghost god of the strong 3rd tribe was faster than the other tribes. However, no matter how fast it was accumulated, a part of it would be used every time it was used. Therefore, the mighty power of the ghost god was often used as a trump card. Of course, this trump card could only be activated in the ghost city. It was useless outside the ghost city. After activating the ghost god mighty force and summoning the ghost god phantom to possess his body, not only would his combat power increase by several times, but he would also have an amazing improvement in all aspects. For example, his self-healing ability. Even if he was cut off, he would be able to heal in an instant, and it would not affect his combat ability at all. Therefore, even the Ghost King-level powerhouses of the strong clans would rarely go to other ghost cities to slaughter, lest they infuriate the other party and summon the phantom of the ghost god. Qianzong had killed one of the Ghost Kings, which naturally enraged the other Ghost King. When the other Ghost King realized that he could not kill this wandering ghost of the Ghost Blade clan, he decisively stimulated the ghost god mighty force and summoned the ghost god phantom to possess him. Qianzong was also aware of this information. He looked solemn, but deep in his eyes, there was a hint of excitement and fighting spirit. He wondered what level the other party's fighting prowess would reach under the possession of the apparition. 5th update, 3rd update, will be updated later. If you enter the top 20, then there will be an extra 3rd update. Also, today is our little friend Xianxia's birthday. I wish him a happy birthday and wish him all the best. With the ghost god phantom attached to his body, the ghost beast evil karma's aura increased several times. His body seemed to be infinitely large, and when he punched out, the void rippled endlessly. Under the ripples, one could even see tiny fragments. Cracks in the void. This attack actually caused a crack in the void. It should be known that the spatial strength of the Purgatory Ghost Realm was far stronger than that of the Tianyuan Sacred Region. Even if Qianzong attacked with all his strength, he would not be able to cause cracks in the void. The Ghost King activated the Ghost God Mighty Force and summoned the Ghost God Phantom to possess his body. His battle prowess increased by several times. When he attacked, he was able to crack the void. Although it was only a small crack, it was still shocking. That punch had a terrifying pressure that could seal the sky and lock the earth. It attacked from all directions, as if it wanted to crush Qianzong's body. Even his strong physique seemed to be unable to withstand this pressure. Under the guidance of Xianxia, 100 swords appeared in an instant, but it also seemed to be just one sword. They came from all directions and pierced the punch, constantly weakening the power of the punch. Under this sword, Qianzong could clearly feel the power contained in the punch. It was extremely powerful and was not something he could withstand. If he was hit, he might be blown up in an instant. Of course, that was just a theory. It should be known that he had a heartprint treasure robe on him that could weaken external forces by 70%. However, Qianzong would not be stupid enough to take the opponent's attack head-on. With such a powerful attack, even if it was weakened to 30%, it was enough to seriously injure him. Qianzong did not plan to retreat. Fight, so what if you are several times stronger? As long as you can't defeat me in an instant, I can fight. The Ghost Beast King roared. A shadow suddenly rushed out from its body and merged with the Ghost Beast Evil Karma's punch. Boom, it was as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. Its power more than doubled. Danger, an extremely strong sense of danger, as if an alarm bell rang. Qianzong's mind was shaken. He could not avoid it. Qianzong found that with his mind's eye, he could not find the trajectory of dodging in an instant. The mind's eye was a unique perception condensed after inheriting the Heart Sutra. It replaced the eyes to perceive the surroundings with the heart, faster and more accurate. In a battle between experts, victory or defeat could be decided in the blink of an eye. The judgment of the heart's eye was faster than one's consciousness. Qianzong immediately knew that he would not be able to avoid this attack. Sword of one heart and one thought. Fourth style, the washbasin-sized high-grade flower of essence above his head also emitted a shocking blood-red light, and all of its power burst out. Boom, bloody light blossomed from this sword. It was as if wind and thunder were surging, and it was filled with a shocking destructive aura. The sword of one heart and one's will came from the heart. If the heart was strong, the sword would be strong. If the heart changed, the sword would change. Wind and clouds, wind and thunder, sword heart. The might of this sword strike was extremely tyrannical and peerless. Layers of ripples surged out from the void beneath the sword, transforming into violent waves that swept out in all directions. Boom, the tip of the sword slashed down and collided with the extremely violent punch. In just an instant, the sword light shattered, and the body of the sword shook violently. An extremely terrifying force seemed to want to shatter the body of the sword. It even passed through the body of the sword and went straight for Qianzong's arm. Layers of invisible light suddenly spread out from the arm holding the sword like ripples, spreading to the shoulders, then to the body, legs, and finally to the rest of the body. The ripple was the power of the Ghost King's punch. When it landed on the Heart Seal treasure robe, it was constantly weakened by the Heart Seal treasure robe. In an instant, Qianzong felt as if his body was being ravaged by an extremely terrifying and violent force. It was as if he was being trampled wantonly by an ancient dragon elephant, as if he was being torn apart and shattered. After being weakened, he was only left with 30% of his strength, yet he was already in so much pain. If he had used 100% of his strength, his body would probably have been blown apart. Spitting out 3 mouthfuls of blood, Qianzong quickly retreated without hesitation. The difference in combat strength was too great. Even if he was good at defeating stronger opponents, he couldn't overcome such a huge gap in combat strength. The other party had activated the demon god force and summoned the demon god phantasm to possess him, increasing his battle prowess by several times. On the other hand, Qianzong had no idea how much ghost deity force the Ghost Beast clan had accumulated. If he continued to fight, it would be disadvantageous for him. Retreat. After this battle, the next time he challenged a Ghost King, he would have to be careful not to run into the other party's ghost city. Otherwise, he would not be able to withstand the might of the ghost god. Of course, this was also because his combat strength was not strong enough. If he could condense 3 flowers of extreme realm, his combat strength would skyrocket and he would become even more powerful. Now, he had only condensed a flower of essence. Moreover, it had yet to fully condense. Traces of warmth spread throughout his body, alleviating the intense pain and then disappearing. His injuries also slowly healed. Transforming into a ghost meant that he would more or less possess some of the characteristics of the ghost race, such as a super strong self-healing ability. The waters of the ghost realm are deeper than I thought. In the void, Qianzong muttered to himself. Then, he would have to be more careful in his following actions. It was a pity that when he transformed into a ghost, he received part of the ghost race's abilities, but he did not receive the ghost race's ability to devour vitality to strengthen himself. However, other than devouring vitality to strengthen himself, there were also some precious and sacred herbs growing in the ghost realm. If he could find them and absorb them, he could also strengthen himself. The injuries in his body were gradually healing. Qianzong knew that the strength of the experts in the ghost realm was amazing. Even if he had the Heart Seal treasure coat, he could not afford to be careless. If the opponent's combat strength was stronger, even if it was weakened by 70%, that 30% would be enough to make him suffer. His injuries would definitely be more serious than before. And that Ghost King was only a Ghost King from the Ghost Beast clan of the middle 9 divisions. What if it was a Ghost King from the upper 6 divisions or the top 3 divisions? Suddenly, Qianzong thought of the disordered Ghost City. Compared to the 36 ghost cities of the 36 divisions of the Ghost Clan, the disordered Ghost City did not have the Ghost Mother Tree, nor did it have the power of ghosts and deities. It could be said that it was the easiest force to deal with. Then, he might be able to use the disordered Ghost City as a starting point. In an instant, all kinds of thoughts spread in Qianzong's mind. The forces in the disordered Ghost City were complicated, but it would be easier than going to other ghost cities. Then, let's go to the disordered Ghost City. Qianzong recalled carefully, organized the information, and compared it with his current location to find the direction to the disordered Ghost City. The disordered Ghost City was far from the 36 divisions of the Ghost Clan. The space in the Purgatory Ghost Realm was much stronger than that in the Tianyuan Sacred Region, so Qianzong's flying speed was relatively slow. Along the way, Qianzong did not just rush. If he encountered any ghost beasts, he killed them with a sword. If he encountered any ghosts, he killed them with a sword. Even the weak ghost beasts and ghosts had the will of the ghost realm in them. Although it was very little, mosquito legs were meat, and many little drops made a mickle. They were not humans. Chenzong did not feel the slightest burden when he killed them. On the contrary, as he kept killing, the killing intent became more and more condensed. Flying at high speed, Chenzong suddenly stopped, and his expression changed greatly. He felt that his spirit sea was attacked by an amazing force. Traces of aura seemed to appear out of nowhere, and turned into wisps of fierce ghosts and evil spirits. They lingered in Chenzong's spirit sea, and kept raging. They attacked Chenzong's consciousness and soul, trying to devour it. Resist, Chenzong stopped, and focused his consciousness to resist the attacks of these fierce ghosts and evil spirits. He felt waves of violent and cold killing intent growing in his heart, as if it wanted to kill and destroy everything. But Chenzong's will was strong, and he kept resisting this attack and destroying it. After a quarter of an hour, Chenzong breathed a sigh of relief, and his eyes flashed with fatigue. He finally resisted the continuous attacks of the evil spirits and evil spirits. It was more tiring than a big battle, but his will seemed to be stronger because of it. The reason why he became a demon was because he could not bear the backlash of the evil spirits and evil spirits. When the evil spirits invaded his soul, he became a demon who lost his mind and only knew how to kill. From the beginning of Chenzong's cultivation until now, the number of people and beasts he had killed could not be counted. The evil spirits and evil spirits were constantly accumulating, but before that, they were all turned into nutrients for Xianxia's cultivation and were absorbed by him. Even the fiendish aura he had accumulated after killing nearly 100,000 ghouls in the profound world had been completely absorbed by Xianxia. But when they entered the purgatory ghost realm, Xianxia was not there. Moreover, the environment of the purgatory ghost realm was gloomy and dark, and the evil spirits were invisibly magnified and strengthened. Chenzong's soul was not the soul of a ghost, but that of a human. It was naturally incompatible with such an environment, and it was easier to be attacked. Finally, after continuously killing ghosts and ghost beasts and obtaining the wills of the ghost realm, he continued to accumulate evil spirits and evil spirits. Among them, there were traces of the remnant wills of the ghosts and ghost beasts that were integrated into the evil spirits and evil spirits. After accumulating, they finally launched an attack on Chenzong. If Chenzong failed to resist, he would lose his will and become a killing demon. But Chenzong succeeded in resisting, and his will became stronger and more tenacious. Killing like a raging fire, and a will like true gold. Chenzong stared forward, and his eyes became sharper. In the purgatory ghost realm, his current battle strength was obviously not enough. He needed to be stronger to be able to stir up a storm in the ghost realm, set off greater changes, and devour more wills of the ghost realm. If he wanted to become stronger, he could not devour the vitality of other ghosts to strengthen himself like a real ghost. What's more, after reaching the Ghost King realm, the efficiency of a ghost's devouring was not as good as before. Even if he devoured, it could only strengthen his body and internal strength, and had nothing to do with his spiritual will. Since killing ghosts and ghost beasts would accumulate evil spirits and the broken souls of ghosts and beasts, the accumulation of evil spirits and ghost beasts would affect his consciousness of the spirit sea and temper his will. Finally, his will would be tempered to the extreme, and then condense the flower of the extreme, which represented the god, and his battle strength would greatly increase. Then, kill. He could kill more unscrupulously. Real-time broadcast, our monthly votes for Ascension are now 411, ranking 25th. This is really awesome. The dominator of the Sixth Tao is both excited and touched. The Purgatory Ghost Realm was a strange and extreme world. It was smaller than the Tianyuan Sacred Region in size, but it was far stronger than the Tianyuan Sacred Region. Therefore, Chenzong's speed in the Purgatory Ghost Territory was more than 100 times slower than when he was in the Tianyuan Sacred Region. To a certain extent, the Purgatory Ghost Territory was larger than the Tianyuan Sacred Region. In the Purgatory Ghost Territory, other than the territory of the 36 divisions of the Ghost Clan, ghost beasts roamed everywhere. They fought and killed each other, devouring each other to strengthen themselves. There seemed to be no end. The members of the 36 divisions of the Ghost Clan, whether they were warriors in the Ghost City or the small Ghost Clan tribes outside the Ghost City, were not idle. Chenzong realized that the Purgatory Ghost Territory was very strange. The ghost beasts that were active in the 36 divisions of the Ghost Clan were not very powerful. The highest level ghost beasts were inferior ghost beast soldiers. They were very suitable for the small ghost clan tribes to kill and devour. The ghost beasts that were superior to the inferior ghost beast soldiers were active outside the territories of the 36 divisions of the ghost clan. It felt like there was an invisible hand controlling everything behind the scenes, planning everything in an orderly manner. Why were the powerful ghost beasts only active outside the 36 divisions of the ghost clan, and why were the weaker ghost beasts active in the small ghost clans of the 36 divisions of the ghost clan? It seemed to have been arranged so that the small ghost clan tribes could fight with the ghost beasts. When they grew up, they could break through to become ghost soldiers and enter the ghost city to become tribal warriors. If one did not think about it, they would think that everything was normal. However, as Xianxia moved forward, killing and learning, he could not help but feel puzzled. It was very scary. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that there was a mastermind controlling everything. The situation in the Purgatory Ghost Territory and the Ghost Clan was different from the Tianyuan Sacred Region. How should he describe it? The Tianyuan Sacred Region was a very normal world, where people were born, grew old, got sick, and died. However, the Purgatory Ghost Territory did not have any of this. The Ghost Clan was born from the Ghost Mother Tree. Strictly speaking, there was no gender difference, but they were more male in appearance. The ghost beasts were not born from reproduction. Like the Ghost Clan, they were born in the Ghost Mother Pool. Compared to the Ghost Mother Tree, there were more Ghost Mother Pools and they were everywhere. The Ghost Clan and Ghost Beasts were born to fight, devour, and become stronger. After that, he became a true Ghost Clan warrior and continued to fight. Or leave the 36 divisions of the Ghost Clans of the 36 divisions of the Ghost Clan tribes to fight, devour, and become stronger. Warriors of the Ghost Clans of the Ghost Clan warriors of the Ghost Clan Sacred Region of the Ghost Clans. In short, fighting and devouring were the norm in the Purgatory Ghoul territory. It was the main line that ran through the lives of the Purgatory Ghouls. Ghost Clans was Ghost Clapcles. Chin of the Ghost of Clan. His train of thought seemed to have cleared up, but the more he thought about it, the more terrified he felt. Ghost. And even God Clan. God. He didn't dare to think about it. Xianxia didn't dare to continue thinking about it. Anyway, in the void of the universe, there were countless worlds. Some worlds were strange, but normal. Maybe the Purgatory Ghost Territory was one of those special worlds. Since he had already sneaked in, he would do his best to destroy it. He would devour more wills of the Ghost Territory and further strengthen himself. Flying high in the sky, Xianxia saw the ground ahead. There were two small armies fighting each other. Each side had about 1,000 ghost soldiers, led by the low-rank ghost generals. They were fighting each other. Xianxia paused for a moment. He focused his eyes. Xianxia was very interested in one of the two parties involved in the battle. The Ghost Clan of the Ghost Blade Division. The bodies of the Ghost Clan members of the Ghost Blade Division did not look as strong as those of the other Ghost Clan members. Instead, they appeared to be more agile. When they fought, they also used weapons. Moreover, they used sharp blades, which were usually sabers or swords. The sharp weapons of the Ghost Clan of the Ghost Blade Division were closely related to their bloodline. They were weapons that grew out of their bodies when they were born. To some extent, they were also part of the body. Such sharp weapons grew out of the body. They would grow as the body grew stronger. They were very helpful to the Ghost Clan of the Ghost Blade Division. They were naturally compatible with each other. They were extremely flexible and could exert their power to the extreme. But at the same time, once they were destroyed, the Ghost Clan of the Ghost Blade Division would also suffer heavy losses. Xianxia stopped and observed the fighting skills of the Ghost Clan of the Ghost Blade Division. Compared to the other Ghost Clans, the Ghost Clan of the Ghost Blade Division paid more attention to the exertion of fighting skills. Of course, this was only relative. In Xianxia's eyes, the Ghost Blade Division's sword and saber techniques were not very skillful. They were only fast and powerful. This was the sword and saber techniques that were born for fighting and killing. In fact, this was the martial arts of the Ghost Clan. Putting aside all other factors, they only focused on killing. To kill, one must have enough power and speed. This was also the ability that the Ghost Clan of the Purgatory possessed. It was just the right time to exert these abilities. Take the human race for example. After countless years of development and continuous reproduction, they had created tens of thousands of martial arts. Among them, there were martial arts that specialized in killing, martial arts that had many variations, and there were also martial arts that were only for viewing. Although the other ghost clans could also use weapons, weapons were foreign objects. They could not exert their power as thoroughly as the ghost clan of the Ghost Blade Division. After watching for a while, Qianzong lost interest. Most of the fighting methods of the Ghost Clan were simple and direct. Even the Ghost Blade Division, which involved profound skills, was not separated from this. Then, all of you should die. Above the sky. Qianzong pulled out his sword and attacked in the air. With a rumbling sound, it was like thunder on the ground. The shocking sound exploded and shocked the two sides who were fighting on the ground. They could only feel an extremely strong sense of palpitation emerging from the deepest part of their hearts. Without much time to think, their bodies trembled, and their vitality quickly drained away. The ghost clan's willpower in their bodies also flew away and was drawn into Qianzong's body by an invisible force. Together with the ghost clan's willpower, there were also the broken fierce souls of the ghost clan. In an instant, Qianzong felt that in his spirit sea, broken fierce souls and fierce ghosts appeared out of thin air. They let out mournful howls and wantonly rushed to his soul, wanting to devour his consciousness. Guarding his mind, he resisted with his willpower. A sharp light condensed at the edge of his willpower. It was as sharp as the edge of a sword. Suddenly, in the confrontation, the broken fierce souls of the ghost clan were shattered and destroyed. After another round of training, his willpower became more tenacious. If this situation continued, perhaps it would not take long for his willpower to be sharpened to the extreme and then condense the flower of extreme state. He continued to move forward. Along the way, he drew his sword and killed. Every time he killed, he would absorb the ghost clan's willpower, and a trace of it, strong or weak, would fuse into the depths of his body and hibernate. Qianzong also found that as he continued to attack, the potential of this body was stimulated little by little, and the flower of essence became more and more condensed. The broken fierce souls of the ghost clan were also accumulating, causing a qualitative change. They once again attacked his spirit sea and sharpened his willpower. Qianzong found that as his willpower continued to be sharpened and strengthened, so much so that in the future, he would need more fierce souls of the ghost clan to achieve the effect of sharpening. Then he could only keep on killing more and more ghosts. The ghost clan was a warlike clan. Once they met, there was a great possibility that a fight would break out. Once a fight broke out, it was either life or death. However, Qianzong's armor showed that he was an expert at the Ghost King realm. Ordinary ghosts did not dare to provoke him. Finally, Qianzong flew out of the boundary of the 36 divisions of the Ghost Clan. However, along the way, Qianzong did not enter the boundary of the 3 strong tribes, so he did not see any experts of the 3 strong tribes. In the wilderness, the land was dark as if there was no end. Countless ghost beasts were running and fighting on it. The momentum was shocking, and the extremely terrifying aura was endless. Qianzong knew that after crossing this wilderness, he would arrive at the Chaos Ghost City. After flying for about half a day, Qianzong saw the outline of a huge black city. It was like an ancient ferocious giant beast lying on the ground, sleeping. From afar, Qianzong could feel the aura fluctuations from the city. Evil, chaotic, the Chaos Ghost City lived up to its name. From here, I will start my journey to the Chaos Ghost City. Qianzong's lips curled into a smile, and his eyes were full of sharpness. He restrained his aura and strode toward the open city gate. At the city gate, there were a few superior ghost soldiers standing guard, staring at the ghost clan members who were coming and going. Immediately, they saw Qianzong, and their pupils shrank. Because of the armor on Qianzong's body. In the 36 ghost tribes, some ghosts would wear armor, but there was an essential difference between the armor they wore and the armor that was connected to their flesh and blood. Moreover, the armor of the ghost armor tribe also had its own characteristics. It was very obvious. The armor on the figure in front of them had an indescribable nobility, and there was a kind of innate pressure that originated from the root. This was a ghost king. Even in the 3 great divisions, a ghost king was considered to be at the top of the ghost king division. It was natural for them to have a lofty status. Therefore, Chenzong did not stop him, and directly stepped into the Chaos Ghost City. However, because he restrained his aura, he was not immediately discovered by the other ghost kings in the city. But Chenzong's super-sensitive perception allowed him to sense the ghost kings in the city. 10 ghost kings. There were a total of 10 ghost kings in the Chaos Ghost City. 10 ghost kings meant that the top fighting strength of the Chaos Ghost City was not inferior to any of the upper 6 tribes, and was second only to the 3 strong tribes. It was no wonder that the Chaos Ghost City could stand until now without being destroyed. Because of strength, then, he would become the 11th ghost king in the Chaos Ghost City. Although he restrained his aura, he believed that it would not take long for the 10 ghost kings to know of his arrival. But he did not know how they would react when the time came. Ignore, recruit, expel, no matter what, Chenzong was not afraid. The worst result would be a fight. With his current strength, even if he could not win, he could still escape. As he stepped into Chaos Ghost City, Chenzong's mind spun as he pondered how he should proceed with his plan. 7th update. It was true that a single person with only a sword could fight in all directions. Although it was flexible and could come and go freely, making it even harder for others to grasp, its advantages were obvious. However, its disadvantages were also obvious, and that was that it was weak. Chenzong understood that if he wanted to get more wills of the Purgatory Ghost Territory, he could only rely on killing ghosts to get more wills of the Purgatory Ghost Territory. In this case, he might as well set up a force with himself as the leader. He could gather the fate of the whole force and strengthen the concentration of the wills of the Ghost Territory. In this way, part of the wills of the Ghost Territory would belong to him and be devoured by the will of the Tianyuan Sacred Territory. This could increase the efficiency and speed of devouring the wills of the Ghost Territory. Chaos Ghost City lived up to its name. Chenzong saw many different ghosts along the way. Some of them were from the Ghost Clan with their ghost beasts. They were from the Ghost Clan of the Ghost Clan. Some of them were from the Ghost Clan of the Ghost Clan with their sabers and swords. The aura emitted from their sabers and swords was one with their bodies. In addition, Chenzong also saw a ghost covered in armor. These were the ghosts of the Ghost Armor Division. Their armor was innate and was present at birth, just like the sabers and swords of the Ghost Blade Division. The Ghost Armor Division's Ghost Clan's armor had amazing defensive power. However, Chenzong could tell the difference between the armor of the Ghost Armor Division and the Ghost King armor at a glance. He could sense it. There were also ghosts from the Ghost Hand Division, whose arms were much thicker and longer. All in all, Chaos Ghost City lived up to its name. Here, you could see 36 ghost tribes. Of course, most of them were taken away from the Ghost Territory, or they betrayed the headquarters for some reason. The ghosts who betrayed the headquarters and came to Chaos Ghost City were usually more powerful, but also fewer. Chenzong wanted to get some information, but he found it difficult. Or rather, he didn't have any special channels. Different from the human race, ghosts were very simple. They seemed to be born to fight and devour. They kept fighting and devouring. Chenzong had been to many places and seen many things. Among the human race, the more chaotic a place was, the more ghosts and monsters there were. The situation was more complicated. All sorts of strange industries existed. Furthermore, there were many places where people could gather information and entertain themselves. These places were very prosperous, but they did not exist in the ghost region. The only entertainment they had was the death arena, where the Ghost Clan could enter to fight. If they won, they would be rewarded. If they won to a certain extent, they could even be valued by those powerful forces and be taken in by the Ghost King. It was normal for the ghost race to rely on the strong. Although the intelligence network here was very weak, Chenzong still managed to sort out the information he gathered. There were many forces in Chaotic Ghost City. If one were to divide them carefully, there were actually 36 of them. Coincidentally, they were the 36 divisions of the Ghost Clan. The characteristics of the Ghost Clan were very clear. They were the clan they were born in. Even if they were taken away when they were born or betrayed later, they would not abandon their origins. Even if they did not return to the main clan, they would still use the name and surname of the main clan when they were outside. From this point, one could see a characteristic of the Ghost Clan. Among these 36 forces, the strongest was naturally the Ghost Clan, which came from the 3 strong tribes. After all, Chaotic Ghost City was founded by the Ghost Kings of the 3 strong tribes who had betrayed them. Among them, the Ghost King Clan, the Ghost Killing Clan, and the Ghost Underworld Clan had joined hands to form the City Lord Mansion of Chaotic Ghost City. The other 33 clans either formed alliances with each other or were hostile to each other. This formed the unique stable situation in Chaotic Ghost City. For a moment, Qianzong's mind became active. Originally, he planned to form a force by himself and compete with the other forces. He did not care about casualties. After all, his real purpose was the Ghost Clan's will. But now, it seemed that this method was not feasible. Before he succeeded in forming his force, he would immediately be attacked by the 36 forces. He would not be able to achieve anything. In addition, according to the characteristics of the Ghost Clan, it was not easy for him to form a group. However, there was a ready-made group. That was the Ghost Blade Clan. At present, there were 9 Ghost Kings in Chaotic Ghost City. Coincidentally, 2 of the 10 Ghost Kings came from the strongest Ghost King Clan. The other 8 came from the Ghost Killing Clan, the Ghost Underworld Clan, and the upper 6 clans. As for the middle 9 clans and the lower 18 clans, there were no Ghost King level experts in charge. Fortunately, although Chaotic Ghost City was chaotic, it would become very united when facing the 36 clans. Because of this, it was not attacked by the 36 clans of the Ghost Clan. Of course, if the 3 strongest clans were willing to attack with all their strength, they could break into Chaotic Ghost City. However, they would have to pay a price. Qianzong turned his feet and adjusted his direction slightly. Then, he quickly headed toward the Ghost Blade Clan. Chaotic Ghost City was very big. However, it did not have the prosperity that a human city should have. All the buildings were very crude, or rather, rough. The main roads and small roads intersected with each other. There were also many open spaces, like a wilderness. Ghost beasts could be seen. It felt like a piece of land was surrounded by walls. It was like a small town of the human clan, with mountains and rivers. Not long after, Qianzong saw a unique building standing on the ground. The building was completely black. It was like a sharp blade of various sizes, pointing to the dusky sky. It emitted a shocking sharpness. The Ghost Blade Clan, this was where the Ghost Blade Clan was located. At the entrance, there were ghost soldiers of the Ghost Blade Clan guarding. Qianzong did not hide his whereabouts. He slightly emitted a wisp of aura, which immediately attracted the attention of the 2 ghost soldiers guarding the entrance. The 2 ghost soldiers were stunned. Their eyes widened uncontrollably, as if they had seen a ghost. Their mouths were agape, but they did not know what to say. Their bodies could not help but tremble. Ghost King, this was obviously a Ghost King, moreover, it seemed to be a Ghost King of the Ghost Blade Clan. Ghost Blade Clan, come out and meet me. Qianzong stood still. His voice was like a thunderclap. It carried a shocking sharpness, like an invisible blade cutting into the Ghost Blade Clan. In an instant, all the ghosts of the Ghost Blade Clan were alarmed. King, someone who dared to call himself that was a Ghost King. And this sharpness was exactly the same as theirs. Obviously, this was a Ghost King of the Ghost Blade Clan. In an instant, the ghosts of the Ghost Blade Clan appeared one after another, standing in front of Qianzong. At first glance, it was indeed a Ghost King of the Ghost Blade Clan. Greetings, Ghost King. All the ghosts of the Ghost Blade Clan knelt down on one knee and saluted. The strong were respected. No matter where one was born or what one's current status was, as long as one was strong, one would receive the corresponding respect. The ghosts were a perfect example of this. Moreover, the person in front of them was a Ghost King of the Ghost Blade Clan, who shared the same roots as them. I am a loner, Ghost Blade Jianxin. Today, I have come to take charge of the Ghost Blade Clan. Do you have any objections? Qianzong pointed out his current status and stated his intentions. The minds of the ghosts were not as complicated as those of the humans. The strong were respected, and the weak were obeyed. It was as simple as that. Therefore, he did not need to play any tricks. In fact, that was not what he was good at. Of course, disguising as a ghost and sneaking into the ghost region was not suitable for those who were fickle and liked to scheme. The ghosts only cared about their fists. Whatever strategy he had, it was all useless. An extreme world, an extreme race. In response to Chen Zong's words, if they were from the human race, they would usually resist. Or, even if they were forced to submit under pressure, they would still be very dissatisfied. After all, no one would be happy to have something that belonged to them, taken by others. However, these ghosts readily agreed, as if they were eager to do so. Chen Zong was stunned for a moment. Humans, ghosts, people's hearts were like ghosts, but the hearts of the ghosts were straightforward and simple. For a moment, Chen Zong suddenly had a deeper understanding of the Tao of heart. Vaguely, he seemed to have grasped something, but he still lacked the opportunity. However, this bit of inspiration was temporarily stored in his heart. It was very simple. Chen Zong entered the Ghost Blade clan as a loner, Ghost Blade Jianxing Ghost King, and became the leader and controller of the Ghost Blade clan. For a moment, Chen Zong could feel strands of the Ghost Blade will falling on his body. Immediately, they were swallowed and absorbed by the Ghost Blade will in the Tianyuan sacred domain. As expected. My guess was right, and the path was right, Chen Zong could not help but think to himself. Another point made Chen Zong sigh. Originally, he had thought that he would have to put in some effort to truly enter the Ghost Blade clan, and use some methods to subdue these ghosts and make them truly submit to him. However, there was no need for that now. It was very simple and direct. They had all submitted to him. It was because of this that he was able to obtain the Ghost Blade will. Although it wasn't much, it was like a stream of water that flowed continuously. If the Ghost Blade clan grew stronger, the Ghost Blade will that was gathered would also grow stronger. To a certain extent, the Ghost Blade will also represented the Ghost Blade fate. The soul still belonged to the human race. This was the origin. Therefore, for a moment, Chen Zong could not fully understand the thoughts of these ghosts. It was very simple. The Ghost Blade clan was not weak in chaotic Ghost City, but it was not strong either. This was because they lacked a top battle force, which was a Ghost King realm expert. However, it was impossible for the Ghost Blade clan to submit to other forces. At most, they would form an alliance. Now, there was a Ghost King, who came from the Ghost Blade clan and shared the same roots as the Ghost Blade clan. Of course, it was a good thing that he was going to lead them. In this way, the Ghost Blade clan would become stronger, and be comparable to those powerful forces with Ghost Kings. The strong would be respected, this was very important. After entering the Ghost Blade clan, Chen Zong did not immediately take action. Instead, he pondered. Now that he had taken the first step, how should he proceed with the second step? Chen Zong found that he had to temporarily put aside some of the habits of the human race, and act more according to the style of the ghost race. The human heart was changeable and difficult to predict. However, the heart of the ghost race was simpler and more direct. On the other hand, he should take some time to study the enlightenment he had just gained. Perhaps he would gain something from it. My heart is beating wildly, my blood is boiling, and my little universe is about to explode. Come on, let's get excited, let's rush, the top 20, the top 10, let's all burn together. In Chaos Ghost City, other than the Ghost Blade sect, the other 35 forces that corresponded to the 36 divisions of the Ghost clan had all heard the news. A lone Ghost King had entered the Ghost Blade sect. From then on, he would control the Ghost Blade sect and become the lord of the Ghost Blade sect. The Ghost Blade sect had leaped to the top and become the 10th most powerful force, comparable to the top 3 sects and the top 6 sects. Not long after, Chen Zong received an invitation. It was an invitation from the Ghost King Alliance. The so-called Ghost King Alliance was the alliance of the 10 Ghost Kings in Chaos Ghost City. It was impossible to fight against the 36 divisions of the Ghost clan with just the Ghost soldiers and Ghost generals of the Chaos Ghost King. Only the Ghost Kings were strong enough to deter the 36 divisions of the Ghost clan. Moreover, they had to be strong enough Ghost Kings. If there were only 2 or 3 Ghost Kings in Chaos Ghost City, they would have been eliminated long ago. If the Ghost Kings in Chaos Ghost City were not united, they would have been eliminated long ago. No matter what, competition was competition, but unity was necessary. Only in this way could Chaos Ghost City continue to exist. Since a new Ghost King had entered Chaos Ghost City and became the Lord of the Ghost Blade sect, it meant that he would become a member of Chaos Ghost City. He had to be invited. Ghost King Alliance. Xianxia smiled and did not refuse. He immediately set off. Perhaps if he did it well, Chaos Ghost City would help him and make the Purgatory Ghost region more chaotic. In this way, he would be able to obtain more Ghost Realm wills. He wanted to obtain more Ghost Realm wills as soon as possible and then return to Tianyuan Sacred Region. The longer Xianxia stayed here, the more he thought about it. The more he felt that this world was strange and extreme. It was terrifying. He was afraid that if he stayed for too long, it would lead to bad results. Carrying his long sword, Xianxia strode out of the Ghost Blade sect. He rose into the air and quickly flew to the center of Chaos Ghost City. That was where the Ghost King Alliance was located. Before his arrival, there were 10 Ghost Kings in Chaos Ghost City. 2 of them were from the Ghost King clan, one was a Ghost King who had defected, and the other was a Ghost King who had left the Ghost King clan when it was born, and had grown through countless battles. The other 8 were Ghost Kings from the Ghost Killing tribe, the Ghost Underworld tribe, and the Upper 6 tribes. When Xianxia stepped into the inner tent of the Ghost King League, all eyes fell on Xianxia. The air seemed to have become heavy and murderous. There was a hint of pressure in his gaze as he locked onto Xianxia. A completely different aura permeated the air, gushing out from all directions as if wanting to suppress Xianxia back to how he was before. A show of strength, the Ghost Clan was more direct in their actions and did not pay attention to conspiracies and the like. However, when it came to putting on a show of strength, there was no distinction between races. Using power to oppress others, gained the upper hand. The pressure of the 10 Ghost Kings was indeed very strong. It made Xianxia feel dignified, and he had to use his strength to gather his spirit and willpower to resist. From the pressure of the 10 Ghost Kings, Xianxia could judge the strength of the 10 Ghost Kings. The most powerful one was the Ghost King sitting on the main seat. Every Ghost King of each tribe had a different set of armor, each with its own unique characteristics. The Ghost King in the lead was the founder of Chaos Ghost City, who had defected from the most powerful Ghost King clan. It was impossible to judge his combat strength from his aura alone, but Xianxia felt that he was much stronger than himself. The armor condensed by this Ghost King was completely black and covered with dark golden lines. It looked noble and majestic. Sitting on the main seat, his eyes were deep and dark, like an abyss, and seemed to be able to devour souls, which made people's hearts palpitate. The second one was a Ghost King, whose killing intent was so condensed that it was almost tangible. His eyes were cold and gloomy, as if he was condensing the supreme killing intent. The Ghost King armor on his body was also black and covered with blood-red lines. He was the Ghost King of the Ghost Killing tribe. Once the members of the Ghost Killing clan were born, they carried a shocking murderous aura. It was not aimed at anyone, but at everything. Their talent was to condense killing intent for their own use. The more they killed, the stronger their killing intent, and the more powerful they were. The Ghost King of the Ghost Killing tribe gave him a very dangerous feeling. When he stared at him, his eyes were like sharp blades, filled with amazing killing intent. The other Ghost King, who was not inferior to the Ghost King of the Ghost Killing tribe, seemed to be shrouded in shadows and filled with amazing cold aura. He was thin and tall, which was different from most of the strong Ghost Clan members. He gave people a feeling of ghastly coldness. The Ghost King of the Ghost Underworld tribe, the Ghost Kings of the Ghost King tribe, the Ghost King of the Ghost Killing tribe, and the Ghost King of the Ghost Underworld tribe were the 3 Ghost Kings who had joined hands to create the Chaos Ghost City. They were also the strongest among the Chaos Ghost Kings. The others were the Ghost Kings of the Upper 6 tribes. The Ghost Flame tribe, the Ghost Dragon tribe, the Ghost Moon tribe, the Ghost Shadow tribe, the Ghost Face tribe, and the Ghost Bone tribe. Every Ghost King's armor was different in some way. Compared with them, Xianxia was from the Ghost Blade tribe. The Ghost Blade tribe belonged to the middle 9 tribes, which was inferior to the upper 6 tribes. Sit. The leader of the Ghost King Alliance, the strongest Ghost King who had betrayed the Ghost King tribe, opened his mouth. His voice was vigorous and overbearing, and his tone was filled with an irresistible power. Xianxia was not dissatisfied. In the Purgatory Ghost region, the fist was the law. As long as you were strong enough, you would get the respect you deserved. But if you were not strong enough, you could only keep a low profile. Simple, direct, and violent. Welcome to the Chaos Ghost City. From now on, you are the 10th Ghost King of the Ghost King Alliance. The leading Ghost King said again. He was the leader of the Ghost King Alliance, and below him were the first and second seats. Chenzong had just arrived, so he was naturally the 10th seat. The ranking of this seat was related to the strength of one's battle strength. If Chenzong was not satisfied with the 10th seat, he could challenge for a higher seat. As long as he defeated the opponent, he could replace the opponent's seat. But now, Chenzong did not intend to do so. In fact, for Chenzong, the ranking of the seat was not important at all. Of course, sometimes, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. The leader of the Ghost King Alliance was very overbearing. From his tone, it could be seen that he meant what he said. Unless you were strong enough, you could only obey. Chenzong did not know how strong the opponent's battle strength was. But judging from the other Ghost King's obedience, he could infer that the opponent's battle strength was amazing. It was good to have strong battle strength. Then, they would have the capital to fight against the 36 divisions of the Ghost Clan and stir up trouble. Chenzong sat down in the 10th seat. In this way, he had joined the Ghost King Alliance and become a member. Leader, soon, the blood moon will appear. We should move, the 6th Ghost King said. The blood moon of the Purgatory Ghost region appeared once a year. Every time the blood moon appeared, it was the time when the ghost region on the Ghost Mother Tree matured and was about to fall and give birth to the Ghost Clan. It was also the time when the Chaos Ghost City began to take action. They fought for the Ghost region, and even the newborn Ghost Clan babies, brought them back to the Chaos Ghost City, and let them grow and strengthen the Chaos Ghost City. There were 36 divisions of the Ghost Clan, and 36 forces in the Chaos Ghost City corresponded to them. Of course, they could not just split up and attack all 36 divisions. That would be spreading their strength. Not only would they not be able to fight for the Ghost region, but they would also be killed. They had to work together, and all the Ghost Kings had to be mobilized to be safe. So, which of the 36 divisions should they attack? This was also the important content of the Alliance meeting today. Chenzong sat quietly and did not speak. Jianqing Ghost King, do you have any suggestions? Then, the leader of the Ghost King Alliance, Ghost King Xianxia, looked at Chenzong. At the same time, all eyes fell on Chenzong, making Chenzong the center of attention. Chenzong was actually thinking about this point just now. Which of the 36 divisions should they attack? Without a doubt, to make the Chaos Ghost City stronger, it was best to attack the top 3 divisions, because the Ghost Clan in the top 3 divisions were more talented, and their strength was stronger among the same level. It was easier for a Ghost King to be born. But at the same time, attacking the top 3 divisions was also the most difficult and dangerous. Once they failed, they would suffer a great loss. Next was the upper 6 divisions, and then the middle 9 divisions. As for the lower 18 divisions, they were the most worthless. Of course, if they had no other choice, the lower 18 divisions were also a good choice. They were the easiest to attack. When Chenzong said his suggestion, there was a sneer. It was the Ghost King of the Ghost Shadow Division. The Ghost King of the Ghost Shadow Division sat there like a shadow, as if it was fluctuating at any time, and would disappear into a shadow. The patterns on the Ghost King armor on his body were very strange, as if it was a shadow. You have been a loner before, you can't be so cowardly. The Ghost Shadow Body Ghost King sneered. The Ghost Forest Division was one of the lower 18 divisions, and it was one of the weaker ones. It was even more worthless. Generally speaking, the Chaos Ghost City would at least attack the middle 9 divisions. In the Ghost Clan, the weak had no status, and the cowardly would be looked down upon. The Ghost Clan army in the Ghost Forest Division has disappeared. Chenzong said slowly. In the end, he decided to reveal this information. It was only a matter of time before this information spread out. Of course, there was a risk in revealing this information here. There was a possibility that the sealed Purgatory Ghost Gate would be discovered, but the possibility was very small. But at the same time, there was a benefit. They could attack the Ghost Forest Division as the starting point of the Chaos Ghost City. Hearing Chenzong's description, the Ghost Kings were all shocked. The Ghost Forest Division army and the Ghost Kings had disappeared. How shocking! Of course, Chenzong wouldn't tell them the real reason. He only said that he found it when he was traveling alone, but couldn't find the reason. We can attack the Ghost Mother Tree directly and destroy it. Then, we can cultivate a new Ghost Mother Tree in the Chaos Ghost City. Chenzong said. This made the Ghost Kings very excited. The Ghost Mother Tree, to the 10 Ghost Kings, having a Ghost Mother Tree that belonged to the city was undoubtedly very attractive. Although they had to pay a high price for it, they were willing to do so. Because as long as they had the Ghost Mother Tree, the Chaos Ghost City would be a real force. It wouldn't be different from the 36 Ghost Clans. No, it should be said that it would replace one of the 36 Ghost Clans and become one of the 36 Ghost Clans. Six Dao has been slapped in the face, but he is very happy. He thought that he wouldn't be able to get into the top 20, but who would have thought that he would be able to get into the top 20? Excited, really excited. I'm very grateful to Lian Fengxiu for her support, allowing Realm of Gods to get into the top 20. He's currently ranked 19. Because I was too excited, I ate an extra big bowl at night, and now I'm stuffed to the brim. Thank you very much. In the sky of the Ghost region, the dark clouds were as heavy as lead, gloomy and depressing, and the atmosphere was extremely oppressive. Soon after, a wisp of bloody light appeared in the thick and dense dark clouds. It went from weak to strong, and a silhouette appeared along with it. Blood Moon, the Ghost region's Blood Moon was about to break through the clouds. When the Blood Moon completely appeared, the Ghost region on the Ghost Mother Tree would mature and fall, and the baby Ghost Clan would break through the Ghost region and start to grow. Before the Chaos Ghost City appeared, the Ghost region would fall automatically, and the Ghost Clan would be born. The other Ghost Clan experts wouldn't care about them, and they would let them grow by themselves, join small tribes, and then join the Ghost City. They would become stronger step by step, and become a real Ghost Clan warrior. However, since the Chaos Ghost City appeared, they started to rob the Ghost region and the baby Ghost Clan when the Blood Moon appeared, which violated the rules of the Ghost City. They didn't care, but it didn't mean that it wasn't important. It was the natural selection of the Ghost Clan. However, if there was an outside force, they had to pay attention to it. Otherwise, it would only weaken the Ghost City. When the Blood Moon was about to appear, the 36 tribes of the Ghost Clan started to take action. They were ready to guard the Ghost Mother Tree, and resist the people from the Chaos Ghost City who might come to rob it. Of course, their duty was only to defend against the Chaos Ghost City, and they didn't interfere with the birth and growth of the Ghost Clan. It was hard to say which tribe would the Chaos Ghost City attack, so they could only be on guard, even if it was the 3 strongest tribes. The strength of the Chaos Ghost City couldn't be underestimated. Especially the Ghost King Xianxia, who had betrayed the Ghost King tribe. He used to be one of the top 3 Ghost Kings in the Ghost King tribe, and his fighting strength was amazing. The Ghost Kings who had betrayed the Ghost Killing tribe and the Ghost Underworld tribe were also very strong. 11 figures quickly flew across the sky, and kept rising towards the Ghost Forest tribe. They were the 11 Ghost Kings of the Chaos Ghost City. Everyone was mobilized. If he wanted to snatch the Ghost Hunter and the baby of the Ghost Clan, he would definitely be intercepted by the Ghost Clan. The other side would definitely send out the Ghost King Realm warriors. Thus, only the Ghost King Realm warriors could do the job. Those who were not at the Ghost King Realm were just cannon fodder. As for mobilizing all of them, there was not a single Ghost King left in the entire Chaos Ghost City. They were not worried about being attacked by the 36 Ghost tribes. To Chaos Ghost City, the most important thing was the Ghost King. As long as the Ghost King was still alive, even if Chaos Ghost City was destroyed, it could be rebuilt. It would just take a little more time. But to the Ghost Clan, whose lifespan was almost infinite, time was actually the cheapest. If they couldn't kill the Ghost King of Chaos Ghost City, there was no need to attack Chaos Ghost City. After flying for a while, the 11 Ghost Kings of Chaotic Ghost City split up into 3 groups. This was what they had discussed before. Along the way, they naturally headed towards the Ghastly Forest tribe to directly deal with the Ghastly Mother Tree. The first group was to go to the Ghost Beast City. Because Qianzong told them that he had killed one of the ghost beast kings, the defense force of the ghost beast city was greatly reduced. They could attack now. The last group was decided by Ghost King Xianlai. In order to reward Qianzong, or in other words, for the information provided by Ghost Blade Jianxin, some of the Ghost Kings went to the Ghost Blade tribe to snatch the Ghost Hunters. The baby of the Ghost Hunters of the tribe they snatched would have the talent of the tribe. When they grew up, they would belong to the corresponding force of Chaos Ghost City. Therefore, snatching the Ghost Hunters of the Ghost Blade tribe was to make the Ghost Blade sect stronger. This was a reward. The other Ghost Kings had no objection to this. Of course, Qianzong had no objection either. Although he might not be able to wait for the baby of the Ghost clan to grow up. The 11 Ghost Kings split into 3 groups. The first group was led by Ghost King Xianlai. The members were Ghost Flame Lai Shan, Ghost Moon Wu, and Ghost Blade Jianxin. The second group was led by Ghost Kill All 2 of the Ghost Killing tribe, who led 2 Ghost Kings to attack the Ghost Beast tribe. The third group was led by Ghost Underworld tribe's Ghost Ming Yuze, who led 3 Ghost Kings to attack the Ghost Blade tribe. At this time, the Ghost Forest tribe had not been discovered by the other tribes. After all, the small tribes around the Ghost City still existed. Everything seemed normal. And the Ghost Forest tribe was a very ordinary tribe among the lower 18 tribes. Naturally, less attention was paid to it. Under the leadership of Ghost King Xianlai, 4 Ghost Kings flew across the sky at an amazing speed, heading toward the Ghost Mother Tree of the Ghost Forest tribe. Even with Ghost King Xianlai's powerful strength, he did not dare to underestimate the Ghost Mother Tree. It could be said that the strongest in the Purgatory Ghost region was never the Ghost Clan, but the Ghost Mother Tree. Especially the Ghost Mother Tree of the Ghost King tribe. It was so powerful that even the strongest of the Ghost King tribe was no match for it. However, although the Ghost Mother Tree of the Ghost Forest tribe was also very strong, compared to the Ghost Mother Tree of the Ghost King tribe, there was a huge gap. 2,000 meters tall, the Ghost Mother Tree of the Ghost King tribe was 5,000 meters tall, while the Ghost Mother Tree of the Ghost Forest tribe was only 2,000 meters tall. There was a chance to destroy it. In order to make sure that nothing would go wrong, Ghost King Xianlai took action personally, with the help of 3 Ghost Kings. The 2,000-meter-tall Ghost Mother Tree stood on the ground. Countless branches spread out in all directions, forming a huge umbrella shape. However, there were no leaves. There were only balls of black Ghost Mother Tree hanging on the tree. They kept jumping, and red light spread out from the veins. The blood moon slowly broke through the dark clouds, revealing itself. The Ghost Mother Tree jumped more and more violently, and the red light shining on the veins became more and more dazzling. Do it. Ghost King Xianlai's voice was deep and domineering. It contained an extremely terrifying power. Taking the lead, he immediately approached the Ghost Mother Tree. He extended his hand and grabbed at the air. In an instant, strands of black aura rapidly gathered from all directions. In the buzzing sound, a ball of black light condensed in Ghost King Xianlai's open palm. It quickly expanded and emitted a strong and dazzling light, like a small dark sun. It seemed to emit endless light, but it also seemed to swallow and absorb all the light around it. Boom, the dark sun the size of a human head suddenly shot out, as if it was breaking the void. Layers of ripples surged, but Qianzong was sharp enough to notice a crack. It was a crack in the void. Ghost King Xianlai's strength was indeed terrifying. He did not use all his strength in this attack, but he was able to crack the void of the Purgatory Ghost territory. Previously, the Ghost King of the Ghost Beast tribe had borrowed the power of the Ghost God and possessed the Ghost God's shadow. He had used all his strength to barely do it. Ghost King Xianlai's strength was indeed very strong. Qianzong was still not his match. When the Ghost Mother Tree was attacked, the black light on the tree trunk suddenly flickered, blocking the attack of the dark sun the size of a human head. It exploded, and the black light was instantly destroyed. It hit the tree trunk, leaving cracks. However, those cracks were disappearing at an alarming speed. Qianzong unsheathed his long sword and stabbed it in the air, stirring up wind and thunder without a sound. The moment the sword stabbed out, it was silent. However, when the sword pierced the tree trunk, it suddenly burst out with an unparalleled momentum, as if the wind and thunder were about to destroy the world. In an instant, Chenzong felt that the bark of the ghost mother tree was shockingly hard. It was not at all comparable to the ghost mother tree in the ghost city of the Great Mystery Realm. It was at least several times harder. If it were not for the characteristics of the primordial sword origin technique and the sharpness of the heart sword will, this sword would not have been able to break the bark of the ghost mother tree. Even if it did, the sword mark left behind would be very shallow. Ghost King Yan Lai Shan opened his hand and suddenly pulled out a long saber burning with dark red flames. He suddenly slashed it out. Ghost Moon Wu's weapon was a black curved saber, which looked like a crescent moon. When the saber struck out, it turned into a black crescent moon that broke through the air, creating layers of ripples. With Ghost King Xianlai as the leader, the four Ghost Kings immediately attacked the Ghost Mother Tree. The Ghost Mother Tree that was attacked also instantly counterattacked. First, the ghost-faced scars on the tree trunk trembled, as if opening their black hole-like mouths, and let out an extremely shocking scream. This scream was several times more powerful than that of the Ghost Mother Tree in the Ghost City of the Great Mystery Realm. It was as terrifying as a bone-scraping steel knife, and contained a shocking chaos. In just an instant, Chenzong felt his spirit sea tremble, and his head buzzed as if it was being hit by a thunderhammer. Fortunately, during this period of time, his will had been tempered and strengthened. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for him to bear. At the same time, Chenzong also saw that above Ghost King Xianlai, Ghost Yanlai Shan, and Gui Yuwu's heads, flowers of the extreme state appeared one after another. They seemed to be resisting the impact of the screams. Chenzong was astonished. Above Ghost Moon Wu's head, there were two flowers of extreme state. One was the flower of God, which was the size of a wash basin. It was actually a high-level flower of extreme state. The other was the flower of Qi, which was quite different. It was only a low-level flower of extreme state, but these two flowers of extreme state had materialized. Above Ghost King Yanlai Shan's head, there were also two flowers of extreme state. The flower of Qi was a high-level flower of extreme state, and the flower of essence was a low-level flower of extreme state. According to Chenzong's knowledge, the Ghost Kings of the upper six tribes would condense at least one high-level flower of extreme state. As for the other two, they would usually condense one low-level and one mid-level flower of extreme state. Of course, the Ghost Kings of different tribes would not necessarily condense the same flowers of extreme state. For example, Ghost King Yanlai Shan and Ghost Moon Wu's high-level flowers of extreme state were different. What shocked Chenzong was Ghost King Xianlai. He had condensed a total of 3 flowers of extreme state. The 3 flowers of essence, Qi, and spirit had completely manifested. Moreover, among the 3 flowers of extreme state, one of them was a top-level flower, while the other 2 were high-level flowers of extreme state. The top-level flower of extreme state had not fully materialized. As for the 2 high-level flowers of extreme state, they had fully materialized. What did this mean? It meant that Ghost King Xianlai's strength was extremely terrifying. Perhaps he alone was enough to destroy the Ghost Mother Tree. The attack just now was just a probing attack. Chenzong was horrified when he thought about it. The strength of the Ghost Clan was indeed too terrifying. His current strength was completely incomparable to that of the Ghost Clan. It should be known that a mid-level flower of extreme state was twice as powerful as a low-level one, while a high-level flower of extreme state was twice as powerful as a mid-level one. As for a top-level flower of extreme state, it was twice as powerful as a high-level one. The difference was very obvious. We're already in the top 20, turning the impossible into possible. Is the top 10 still far away? As long as we're in the top 10, the 6 paths will add another 20 updates. Burn, the shriek was like a sharp blade that cut into the bones and soul. It fiercely attacked, but was blocked by everyone. Chenzong felt that his spiritual will was constantly being sharpened, becoming more and more resilient. The tens of thousands of branches trembled in unison. Immediately, they were wrapped in a thin layer of black light. Accompanied by an extremely sharp shriek, they fiercely pierced through the air. Every branch seemed to pierce through the void, creating tiny ripples. When the tens of thousands of branches pierced through the air, the ripples overlapped and became more intense. It was as if they had turned into a violent wave that rushed forward. It was as if they were crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Its power was extremely shocking. Not only was its power strong, but its attack was also extremely brilliant. Not only could it integrate the layer of black light that was used for defense into the branches to attack, its power was even more powerful. Moreover, it looked like a simple stab, but it was layered, as if thousands of soldiers and horses were charging forward. It was as if it was a single entity. In an instant, the four ghost kings felt as if they were the targets of the ghost mother tree's tens of thousands of branches. They swung their swords, with one heart and one sword intent. The countless branches were all blocked by Xianxia. Xianxia could clearly sense a terrifying force arrive the instant the branch and the sword came into contact. It was dark, cold, domineering, and possessed an extremely shocking destructive force. It caused the long sword that was condensed from his heart sword intent to tremble continuously. Fortunately, Xianxia's battle strength had increased in the Ghost Blade sect in Chaotic Ghost City. He had made a breakthrough in the Primordial Sword Origin technique and created the 8th level. The Primordial Sword Origin technique was even more powerful, and the Ghost Blade disguised by the Primordial Sword Origin technique was also correspondingly improved. However, Xianxia still did not feel the limit of the 8th level of the Primordial Sword Origin technique. Perhaps it was the 9th level, or even higher. The higher the limit, the higher the level of the Supreme Flower that would be condensed. Perhaps he could condense a high-level Supreme Flower in an instant, and have a chance of reaching the top level. Break! The Ghost Lord Xianlai clenched his fist, and a black aura instantly condensed from all directions. It was as if the aura of a blade and a sword was slashing in all directions, instantly crushing countless branches. The black light gathered once again. This time, it was even more condensed than the previous one. The light it emitted was even more intense, and it seemed to be able to devour all light. It broke through countless branches and headed straight for the trunk of the Ghost Mother Tree. With a loud boom, the black light on the trunk of the Ghost Mother Tree was destroyed once again. The powerful force blasted a hole a few meters wide in the trunk. The Ghost King Xianlai extended both of his hands. His 5 fingers curled slightly in front of him as he continuously condensed balls of black light. Like a storm of dark meteors, he continuously shot them out. Explosion, a series of explosions continued to erupt on the trunk of the Ghost Mother Tree, spreading out in all directions, shocking the heavens. Xianxia and the other 2 Ghost Kings also attacked while defending against the attacks of the branches. The 2,000-meter-tall Ghost Mother Tree's combat strength was astonishing. Even if the Ghost King Xianlai was extremely powerful and could break through its defense and injure it, it would be difficult for him to destroy it in a short period of time. Once it was injured, the Ghost Mother Tree's screams became even more frightening. Xianxia only felt that his spirit sea was constantly being attacked by invisible sharp blades. It was as if it was being torn apart, and it was extremely painful. For a moment, Xianxia could not take the initiative to attack. He could only passively defend and concentrate his spirit will to continuously resist. His spirit will also gradually became stronger, and the sharpness of his spirit will became more obvious. It was as if it had been tempered thousands of times, like real gold being refined in a raging fire. That sharpness was as sharp as a sword. In the profound realm, Xianxia had repeatedly tempered his spirit will to the extreme. After entering the purgatory ghost realm, killing was like a raging fire. It was as if he was tempering real gold, tempering his spirit will. Every time he walked on the edge of danger, it was extremely dangerous. If he was not careful, he would be consigned to eternal damnation and become a killing maniac. Risks were often accompanied by opportunities. The greater the risk, the greater the opportunity, and the greater the harvest. Now, after going through thousands of tempering and experiencing the impact of the Ghost Mother Tree's furious screams, it was like being cut by swords and knives, and also like being burned by a raging fire. He had finally reached the true limit. I'll seize this opportunity to condense the flower of the gods. Xianxia thought to himself as his eyes emitted a wisp of extremely shocking bright light. There was no doubt that this method was somewhat dangerous, but at the same time, under such a crisis, his potential would be stimulated, and it would be easier to condense. If he suppressed it, after this period of time, if he wanted to break through to the divine flower, although it would be safer, it would undoubtedly be several times more difficult. Breakthrough, in a spurt of energy, the sharpness of his spirit sea surged forward. Condense, refine, condense. Suddenly, in his spirit sea, the sharpness of his spirit sea shone brightly. His spirit sea also trembled and emitted a strong light. The light gathered and turned into waves of turbulent waves, rushing in all directions. Rumble, waves of wind and thunder rampaged within the divine sense sea, causing Qianzong to feel as if his own divine sense sea was about to be shattered. Condense, condense, with unparalleled perseverance. This was a crucial moment. If he could not control the rampaging power in his spirit sea, he would lose control. If it was light, his spirit sea would be injured, and if it was heavy, his spirit sea would be damaged. If he was not crazy, the consequences would be very serious. However, everything was under Qianzong's control. Condense, continuously condense. The endless light was constantly compressed to the center, turning into a vortex. In the end, it condensed into a dot of light, like an aurora breaking through the sky. In an instant, Qianzong felt as if the top of his head had been penetrated, spreading a sense of emptiness. The dot of light rushed out from the top of his head and condensed above Qianzong's head, turning into a flower bud. Then, it bloomed. Once it bloomed, it was bigger than a washbasin, obviously one size bigger. Top grade, although it still looked a little illusory and was not condensed, its size was undeniable. In an instant, Ghost King Xianxia, Ghost Flame Lai Shan, and Ghost Moon Wu were all shocked. Top grade flower of Supreme Realm, the 36 divisions of the Ghost clan were divided into the strong 3 divisions, the upper 6 divisions, the middle 9 divisions, and the lower 18 divisions. To a certain extent, it was also a division of the talents of the Ghost clan. The talents of the Ghost clan of the strong 3 divisions were normally higher than the other Ghost clans. Therefore, top-grade flowers of Supreme Realm were mostly born from the Ghost Kings of the strong 3 divisions. As for the upper 6 divisions, they could also appear, but very rarely. However, the Ghost Kings of the middle 9 divisions could only condense top-grade flowers of Supreme Realm at most. They could not reach the top grade because their talents were not at that level. Now, a Ghost King from the middle 9 divisions had actually condensed a top-grade flower of Supreme Realm. It was extremely shocking. As the top-grade flower of God condensed, Qianzong only felt that his spiritual will had broken through the original limit, rising to a new height. It was as if he had become a god, high and mighty, looking down on everything. Everything was under his control. This feeling was very wonderful. It was like the feeling of releasing the heart domain and compressing it to a certain extent. However, he had not released the heart domain now. Qianzong also finally knew the improvement of condensing the flower of God. This improvement was actually not a direct increase in strength, but an improvement brought about by the sublimation of the realm. Under the miraculous effect of the flower of God, he could clearly grasp all the movements around him and control the trajectory. This made his attacks faster and more effective, and he could better hit the opponent's flaws. Moreover, he could unleash his strength even more completely beyond his limits. He could unleash 20% or even 30% of the power of one's strength. The higher the grade of the flower of God, the more power it could multiply. This was also why the higher the grade of the flower of God, the stronger the power of the flower of God. The branches carried extremely terrifying power as they pierced through the air. When Qianzong drew his sword, he immediately felt that the heart sword essence seemed to have undergone some kind of change. No, it was not a change. Instead, more of his potential had been unearthed, and he could use it more easily. With this strike, the speed of the sword increased by a few notches. The condensed power also increased by a few notches, causing the power to increase explosively. Smash! The branches that were hit by the long sword of the heart sword essence collapsed in an instant. The astonishing sword essence carried an astonishing sharpness as it pierced through the air. Qianzong was secretly shocked. This strike consumed the same amount of power, but it was at least twice as powerful as before. Moreover, it did not feel like it had reached its peak. In addition, after condensing the top-grade flower of God, Qianzong could feel that the power of his heart sword essence was also at the level of a top-grade flower of God. No, it should be said that in terms of potential, it was much better. It was just that he was limited by the realm and could not fully unleash it. Therefore, he felt that it was about the same as a top-grade flower of God. If he could fully unleash the power of his heart sword essence, it would definitely be better than a top-grade flower of God. Based on this calculation, it was as if he had condensed 2 top-level flowers of the state of extreme and 1 high-level flower of the state of extreme. Even though they weren't solid enough and were only shadows, and their power hadn't reached its peak, his combat strength should be higher than the Ghost King, who had condensed 3 mid-level flowers of the state of extreme and all of them had reached the peak. As for how much more, it was not easy to determine. However, his current combat strength was definitely more than twice as strong as before. Transforming into a ghost and sneaking into the ghost region was indeed the right thing to do. If he had stayed in Tianyuan's sacred domain, it would have taken him a long time to condense his will to the extreme and condense the Flower of God. The Flower of God had already been condensed and was at the high level. The Flower of God had also been condensed and was at the top grade. The next step was to continue condensing them. As for the Flower of Qi, Chenzong estimated that he would have to create at least the 9th level of the Taichu Sword Yuan technique to reach its peak and condense it. With one strike, Chenzong shattered all the branches that were attacking him. It was as if he had cleared out a vacuum. His body was in the middle, and the surroundings were shattered into pieces of black light. Chenzong's expression was cold and solemn. His eyes focused, and an invisible aura surrounded him. It was as if wind was blowing out of his body. He seemed to have turned into a god. He raised his sword and placed his sword finger on the blade. As his sword finger slid across the blade, a flash of light lit up like a dragon and went straight for the tip of the sword. Taking advantage of the momentum, he swung his sword. It was an extremely mysterious strike. It directly matched the strange trajectory in the void. It seemed simple, but it was extremely mysterious. Chenzong slashed out with his sword, but in that instant, an illusory shadow seemed to appear around him. The illusory shadow was vivid and lifelike, but at the same time, it didn't seem to exist. It was like an illusion that couldn't be grasped. As Chenzong slashed out with his sword, the trajectories overlapped. 11th update, once again, thank you, and wish our little friend Xuxin a speedy life. The normal meaning of one heart and one mind was to focus and ignore everything else. On the contrary, one heart and one mind meant to focus on multiple targets at the same time. However, Chenzong had a different interpretation. The sword of one heart and one mind had the meaning of focus. Focusing one's mind on only one target, which meant that one strike could only attack one target. If one wanted to attack multiple targets, one had to strike multiple times. 10 people meant 10 strikes. 100 people meant 100 strikes. However, because Chenzong's sword was too fast, he could strike multiple times in an instant. Coupled with the mystery of the heart sword will, it looked like he had only struck once in an instant. The meaning of one heart and one mind for Chenzong was that it was as if many people were swinging their swords at the same time. This meant that in an instant, Chenzong only needed to swing his sword once and he could attack multiple targets directly. It was as if there were many people swinging their swords at the same time. Moreover, many of them could also perform the sword of one heart and one mind. In other words, under the sword of one heart and one mind, one could also perform the sword of one heart and one mind. The combination of these powers was even more terrifying. Chenzong understood one heart and one mind as 5 heart and 1 mind, which meant that 5 phantoms could appear at the same time to attack with his sword. The power of each strike was astonishing and terrifying. However, only one phantom could appear at the moment. There was still a lot of room for improvement. Even so, the power of this strike was much more powerful than the sword of one heart and one mind. In addition, Chenzong had condensed the top-level Flower of God. The invisible power was even more condensed and its power surged beyond the limit. It was even more terrifying. In an instant, tens of thousands of branches were penetrated and then crushed by the terrifying power contained within. It went straight to the tree trunk that was shaking from Ghost King Xianlai's continuous bombardment. If it were the Ghost Mother Tree in the Ghost City of the Taishan realm, it would have been destroyed by such an attack. However, the Ghost Mother Tree of the Ghost Forest tribe was very amazing. It could still hold on until now and even launch a counterattack. In a split second, the dark clouds scattered, and a blood moon filled the sky. It shone with blood-red radiance, and streaks of light shot down like sharp swords. Under the illumination of the crimson light, the originally dark and gloomy ground appeared a little more demonic, as if there was a layer of blood flowing slowly on top of it like water. A shrill scream rang out, and there seemed to be a hint of joy in it. It was the cry of the ghost mother tree. "Increase your attacks," Ghost King Xianxia growled. Whenever the blood moon fully appeared, the ghost hunter on the ghost mother tree would mature and fall from the tree. At the same time, the ghost mother tree would receive an additional boost in strength and vitality, making it even harder to deal with. Of course, although the ghost mother tree had become stronger under the blood moon's illumination, there were also benefits. As long as it was destroyed, it would leave behind a seed. With this seed, one could cultivate a new ghost mother tree in a much faster time. They could even be bestowed with racial talents. For example, they could become the ghost mother tree of the Ghost Blade division or the ghost mother tree of other divisions. They would not be limited to the Ghost Forest division. At this point, Ghost King Xianxia finally unleashed his true strength. An extremely terrifying imposing aura raged through the surroundings like a storm, mincing everything into pieces and suppressing everything. It was extremely powerful and peerless, like a king that suppressed the heavens and the earth, causing the surrounding space to become completely calm, and not a single fluctuation was able to affect it in the slightest. The Ghost Clan of the Ghost King division possessed a talent called the Ghost King's Power. This was the strongest power of the Ghost Clan, and it was like a king suppressing everything. Now, Ghost King Xianxia had activated the Ghost King's power, and his aura had more than doubled, which made Qianzong extremely shocked. Under the top-tier god's flower, he could sense it more clearly. He was no match for it. If he had a slight chance of challenging Ghost King Xianxia after he had condensed the top-tier god's flower and created the 3 hearts 2 minds sword technique, then he temporarily extinguished this thought. The difference between them was too great. The battle prowess of a top-tier Ghost King was indeed extremely terrifying. If such a Ghost King had invaded the highest mystery realm, no matter if it was him, Qin Xiu, or Heavenly God Gong, even if the 3 of them joined forces, they would still be no match for it. They would only have died. The Ghost King's power was activated, and black light filled the air. It condensed in the sky and turned into a black blazing sun with a diameter of 1 meter. It seemed to shine with endless light, but it also seemed to be constantly rotating toward the center. It was like a collapsing star, turning into a black hole, and swallowing everything in all directions. In just an instant, the void beside the black light became completely dark. Even the light of the blood moon couldn't penetrate it. It was completely swallowed, and it turned into a dark region of several thousand meters. Boom! The Ghost King Xianxia suddenly pushed with both his hands, causing the ball of dark blazing sun to instantly tear through the sky and emit a rumbling that shook the heavens and the earth. Everywhere it passed, numerous cracks appeared in space, and it was extremely terrifying. Every crack was clearly visible, like lightning and thunder. It emitted a destructive aura that was extremely frightening. Qianzong and the other 2 Ghost Kings couldn't help but tremble. That kind of aura was too terrifying. Once they were affected, they would die. Even if the Heart Seal treasure robe on their bodies weakened by 70%, the remaining 30% was enough to crush their bodies. Qianzong increasingly felt that this ghost realm was more dangerous than he had imagined. Before entering, he thought that with his own strength and the protection of the Heart Seal treasure robe, even if he couldn't defeat those powerful Ghost Kings, he could still escape unscathed. Now, it seemed that he was too naive. However, Qianzong wasn't afraid at all. On the contrary, there was an indescribable excitement in his heart. It was a kind of excitement that made his whole body tremble and his pores open. His mind was roaring, and his spirit sea was constantly fluctuating. The long sword formed by the heart sword intent was also trembling. The sword hummed as if it was going to tear the void apart. Half-hearted. Kill. With the mystery of the half-hearted sword and the power of the single-hearted sword, in a flash, the sword had already broken through the void. It directly cut out 2 vacuum tracks, and countless fine cracks appeared. Ghost Flame Lai Shan exerted all his strength. His whole body was burning with dark red flames, as if it was going to burn everything into ashes. Boom! The power of Ghost Flame turned into a long saber and slashed out. After the void rippled, there seemed to be cracks, but they were very faint and almost non-existent. This showed that Ghost Flame Lai Shan's battle strength was not as good as Qianzong's. Guiyuwu also displayed the talent of the Ghost Moon tribe. In the sky, a ray of light rose and turned into a dark crescent moon hanging in the sky. the light shone. Qinzong immediately felt that the void under the light of the ghost moon seemed to become very calm. Under the light of the ghost moon, the screams of the ghost mother tree paused. The thousands of branches that were waving incessantly seemed to become weak, and their strength was greatly reduced. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Guiyuwu also attacked. The talents of the ghost tribe were different and had their own magical uses. Under the light of the blood moon, the ghost horrors on the ghost mother tree fell down one after another. However, they did not care about these ghost horrors. As long as they could destroy this ghost mother tree and get the seed, they could bring it back to the chaotic ghost city and plant it there. At that time, they would have their own ghost mother tree. Moreover, this was just the lowest level ghost horrors. They did not want to be distracted to collect them. Moreover, under the attack of the 4 ghost kings, the falling ghost horrors were also affected. They exploded or were damaged, and the baby ghost tribe inside died directly. The 4 ghost kings burst out with their full strength. The ghost mother tree's power was tyrannical, but it could not completely resist. Under the continuous siege, it finally broke and fell to the side. The rumbling sound was mighty and incomparably shocking. As the ghost mother tree fell completely, only a huge stump was left. Under the light of the blood moon, a trace of power was drawn from the fallen tree trunk and the stump, condensing into a blood-red ball. In the end, the blood-red ball solidified to the size of a meter, like a heart, full of veins. Tree seed. This was a natural tree seed, not a tree seed that was artificially made with large amounts of resources. The ghost mother tree that was artificially made had limited potential, just like the ghost mother tree in the ghost city of the Great Mystery Realm. A natural tree seed meant unlimited potential. Ghost King Xianxia, Ghost Flame Lai Shan, and Ghost Moon Wu were very excited. For many years, they had been planning to destroy a ghost mother tree and cultivate another one, even if it was artificially made. Now, their goal had finally been achieved. Moreover, under the light of the blood moon, they could obtain a natural tree seed, which had unlimited potential. While they were excited, Qinzong was also wantonly absorbing the ghost horrors that spread out after the ghost mother tree was destroyed. The ghost horrors represented the ghost mother tree's luck, but it was different. Under normal circumstances, it could not be actively absorbed. It could only be passively accepted. For example, when Qinzong became the ghost blade sex leader, there were traces of the ghost horrors that actively attached to him. That was passive. Now, it was active. The ghost horrors that was formed by the Tianyuan sacred domain took the initiative to absorb. Qinzong was very happy, even excited. This was because the ghost horrors that spread out after the ghost mother tree was destroyed was really amazing. It was at least 10 times more powerful than the ghost king of the ghost beast clan that he had killed. It was as if it had turned into a dark dragon and entered Qinzong's body, causing him to tremble. Ghost King Xianxia also noticed this. A divine light flashed in his eyes, but he did not say anything. Instead, he directly put away the tree seed that was slightly beating like a heart. Qinzong also absorbed the ghost horrors from the ghost mother tree. The world will of the Tianyuan sacred domain that was formed by the ghost horrors that was formed by the ghost mother tree grew a lot stronger. It gave back a stream of extremely pure energy and directly poured into Qinzong's body. Comfortable, extremely comfortable, indescribably comfortable. Qinzong felt that his body seemed to be undergoing some kind of change, although it was very subtle. Now that the goal was achieved, it was naturally time to leave. The 4 figures immediately moved. However, a strong aura spread out from afar, as if it had sealed the void and released an incomparably terrifying power. Ghost kings from other clans were rushing over. Although they were far away, their strong auras had already locked onto the 4 ghost kings. Those who were familiar with the 6 paths of samsara would know that he was a stable author. His strength lay in a steady stream, not in a sudden outburst. Thus, his outbursts were relatively rare. When the voting started, 6 paths was worried because he was worried that there wouldn't be enough support. But it turned out that 6 paths was wrong, and he was slapped in the face. Not only did everyone support him, but they were also very supportive. Again and again, the 6 paths of samsara was shocked. Thank you very much for your support, brothers and friends. I am so grateful that I have your support and companionship. Now, we are in the top 20 in the monthly votes ranking, ranked 19th. This is the highest ranking we've ever had, but the 6 Paths of Samsara believes that we can go even higher. Some of the juniors in the group said that the 6 Paths of Samsara had gone crazy. Yes, this time, the 6 Paths of Samsara was going all out. He was going all out. 3 days of outbursts. How many outbursts he could achieve would depend on whether or not they were strong enough. The day before yesterday, the 6 Paths of Samsara had released 20 chapters. On the first day, the 6 Paths of Samsara said that if we were in the top 10, we would release 10 more chapters. On the second day, the 6 Paths of Samsara said that if we were in the top 10, we would release 20 more chapters. Today, as the last day of outbursts, the 6 Paths of Samsara wanted to make a new promise with everyone, an even more exciting promise. Before we reach the top 10, we will release one more chapter every time we reach the next rank. We are now ranked 19th. When we reach 18th, we will add one more chapter. When we reach 17th, we will add one more chapter, and so on. When we reach 11th, the 6 Tao of Samsara will add 8 chapters. Including the basic 5 chapters, we will have 13 chapters. If we reach the 10th rank, the 6 Paths of Samsara will release 20 more chapters. In other words, if we reach the top 10, including the 10th rank, the 6 Paths of Samsara will release 33 chapters. You guys did not read wrongly. 33 chapters. 33 layers of heaven. Was it crazy enough? Was it hot enough? Was it hot enough? Was it hot enough? This was the last day of outbursts. This was the biggest outburst in the history of the book. It was the craziest outburst in the history of the 6 Paths of Samsara. After this, the 6 Paths of Samsara did not know if there would be any more outbursts. So, he had to seize the opportunity. I'm so excited that I don't even know how to type. Although 2 new league masters, Kendo V5 and Arvin Liu, have opened up the monthly ticket rankings and directly entered the top 20 and top 10, causing the ranking of gods to drop. Fortunately, it has returned to 19th place. Thank you sincerely for your support. The blood moon appeared. Once a year. Since the Chaos Ghost City was established, the 36 divisions of the Ghost Clan would respond to the appearance of the blood moon and pay attention to the movements of the Chaos Ghost City. This time was no exception. However, they did not expect that the Ghost Kings of the Chaos Ghost City would attack the Ghost Blade Division and the Ghost Beast Division to steal the Ghost Territory. More surprisingly, they attacked the Ghost Mother Tree of the Ghost Forest Division. The Ghost Kings of the Ghost Blade Division and the Ghost Beast Division would naturally intercept and defend the Ghost Kings of the 2 divisions. However, attacking the Ghost Mother Tree of the Ghost Forest Division was of great importance. If the Chaos Ghost City successfully destroyed the Ghost Mother Tree of the Ghost Forest Division, the Chaos Ghost City would have its own Ghost Mother Tree and become even stronger. They must be stopped. However, they seem to be a little late. The Ghost Mother Tree of the Ghost Forest Division had already been destroyed. Moreover, under the light of the blood moon, it was very likely that they had obtained the natural tree with amazing potential. Fortunately, they had not returned to the Chaos Ghost City and there were only 4 Ghost Kings. Hand over the tree. One of the approaching Ghost Kings, the one who emitted the strongest aura, said in a low voice. This was a Ghost King from the Ghost King Division. He was very powerful, but when he stared at Ghost King Xianxia, he had a look of fear. Xianming, are you trying to stop me? Ghost King Xianxia stared at him, his voice carrying a trace of coldness. Xianxia, hand over the tree. Ghost King Xianming was obviously very afraid of Ghost King Xianxia. There was no reason for him not to be afraid, because Ghost King Xianxia was the second strongest in the Ghost King Division, second only to the first, while he himself was ranked third. Ghost King Xianxia was a very ambitious person. He wanted to rule the Ghost King Division, but unfortunately, someone was stronger than him. Therefore, he betrayed the Ghost King Division and built the Chaos Ghost City. This also proved that nothing was absolute. The Ghost Clan was not completely one-track minded. At the very least, there were still some Ghost Clan members who were more self-aware and did not blindly submit to the strong. Instead, they were more ambitious, such as the Ghost King Xianxia. You will die here. Ghost King Xianlai's original intention was to return to chaotic Ghost City as soon as possible. However, Ghost King Xianming had jumped out to stop him, and the appearance of other Ghost Kings had angered him. His gaze was cold and filled with shocking anger as he swept his gaze across them. All of you will die here. Although the expressions of the Ghost Kings changed greatly, they had no intention of retreating. There were 4 Ghost Kings in the Chaos Ghost City, but there were 9 Ghost Kings intercepting them. There was a huge disparity in numbers. Moreover, besides the Ghost King Xianming from the Ghost King tribe, the other 8 Ghost Kings were from the Ghost Killing tribe, the Ghost Underworld tribe, and the upper 6 tribes. Ghost King Xianlai was furious, while Ghost Yanlai Shan and Ghost Moon Wu were incomparably vigilant. However, Qinzong was secretly excited. This was what he wanted to see, but now he was in the middle of it. However, only by entering it could one kill the other Ghost Kings of the Ghost Clan and obtain the Ghost Hunter's will. There was no need for more words. Ghost King Xianming took action. The Ghost Kings of the Ghost Killing tribe and the Ghost Underworld tribe knew how powerful Ghost King Xianlai was, so they chose to cooperate with him. The 3 Ghost Kings joined forces to fight against Ghost King Xianlai. Imperceptibly, Qinzong, Ghost Yanlai Shan, and Ghost Moon Wu were under much less pressure. However, they still had to face the siege of the 6 Ghost Kings. Joining forces, the 3 of them had to join forces to resist. The flower of extreme state appeared, and its strength was fully displayed. Its extremely powerful aura was also wantonly attacking. Above Qinzong's head, a top-level flower of God and a top-level flower of essence appeared, and the strong aura waves were emitted. It immediately attracted the attention of the Ghost Kings, who were extremely shocked. No matter how they looked at it, Qinzong was only from the Ghost Blade tribe. It was already amazing that he had a top-level flower of extreme state. It was simply impossible for him to have another top-level flower of extreme state. Qinzong did not care about what they thought. With a tremor of his sword, he silently tore through the void and attacked. The moment the sword struck, a Ghost King was hit. The speed of the sword was so fast that it directly attacked the mind. It was as if it could tear through everything, and nothing could stop it. The extreme sharpness contained in the sword of single-minded mind raged inside his body and pierced his heart. It was as if it was going to pierce through and mince his heart, causing the Ghost King great pain. After condensing the flower of God, not only was the power more condensed, but it could also hurt the opponent's mind and will. Fight, there seemed to be no prelude. In an instant, the battle became very fierce. The powerful enemy of Ghost Moon King, the Ghost King, suddenly retreated. A black crescent moon was released from its head and hung in the sky. The black moonlight was like water as it shone in all directions. Qinzong only felt that he had suddenly become lazy and tired. It was as if the tiredness accumulated over the past few days had reached its peak and suddenly erupted, continuously attacking him. Rest, he really wanted to have a good rest. He did not want to care about anything. He wanted to put aside all the battles and fights and have a good sleep. In an instant, the top-level flower of God trembled slightly. All the tiredness and laziness were swept away in an instant. What a terrifying talent. Qinzong could not help but think. As soon as the moonlight shone, the mind was directly affected. It became sleepy and lazy, as if it was incomparably tired and only wanted to have a good rest. Invisibly, the body was also affected by the mind. It became sluggish and powerless, waiting to be killed by the opponent. However, Qinzong's mind and will were very tough. He had condensed the top-level flower of God, and also mastered the supreme heart sword intent. No matter in which aspect, he had a strong resistance to this kind of ability that targeted the mind and will. In an instant, Qinzong not only got rid of the influence of the Ghost Moon tribe's innate talent, but the heart sword intent also naturally counterattacked. The invisible sharpness instantly broke through the air. The black crescent moon above the Ghost King of the Ghost Moon tribe trembled and was silently split into 2 halves. The crescent moon was cut and torn apart. The Ghost Moon tribe's innate talent was not unbreakable. It was just that after it was broken, it would reassemble. Generally, it would not have any effect. However, after it was cut by Qinzong, the Ghost King of the Ghost Moon tribe felt as if his head was being torn apart. It was extremely painful. It was cut by the heart sword intent. The heart sword intent was not only the supreme sword intent, but also the sword intent of the heart. Chen Zong held his sword horizontally. The power silently condensed on the sword. His body seemed to be in a trance, as if an illusion flashed past. The three hearts too intense sword, the power was extremely strong. The Ghost King of the Ghost Moon tribe was immediately hit. There were two sword holes on his body. One sword pierced through his forehead, and the other through his heart. The opponent's battle strength was indeed very high, even higher than the Ghost King of the Ghost Beast tribe he had killed before. However, under Chen Zong's increased battle strength, it was still not enough. The body of the Ghost Moon tribe was relatively ordinary, but their mind and will were more tenacious. At this time, he was hit by the sword and died directly. This kind of injury was not impossible to heal. It just needed some time. However, Chen Zong would not give him this time. His figure flashed, as if he had teleported, and appeared beside the Ghost King of the Ghost Moon tribe. His sword cut through the sky. One sword, but it seemed to be hundreds of swords. Limbs were cut off, heads were cut off, and everything was crushed. It was too fast. Chen Zong's speed was too fast. His sword was too fast. His strength was even more unexpected. The battle had just begun, and one of the Ghost Kings on the Ghost Moon tribe side had been killed. After killing a Ghost King, Chen Zong immediately absorbed the Ghost Realm's will. Although it was not as strong as the Ghost Mother Tree, it was much stronger than the Ghost King of the Ghost Beast tribe, at least twice. The feeling of absorbing the enormous Ghost Realms will made Chen Zong feel very wonderful. With the death of the Ghost King, the original 6 against 3 became 5 against 3. On the other side, the Ghost King Xianxia, with his extremely strong strength, was resisting the joint attack of 3 Ghost Kings. The fierce battle was endless. Holding his sword, Chen Zong turned around. His sword struck out silently towards another Ghost King. This was a Ghost King from the Ghost Image tribe. Its body was much stronger than the other Ghost Kings, and it looked very shocking. However, the Ghost King of the Ghost King tribe was also hit by the sword. However, Chen Zong could feel that the opponent's body was very shocking. Even though it was hit by the sword, the injury was very light. The power of the Ghost Image, in the roar, the Ghost Image tribe's Ghost King's body shook. Its extremely terrifying aura rose sharply in an instant, like a volcanic eruption. It was extremely powerful. Its originally strong body suddenly increased in size, and it kept expanding. It became more and more shocking. In an instant, this Ghost King grew from 3 meters to 5 meters tall. Its muscles bulged, and it was covered with finger-thick veins. It was like countless long snakes entrenched, containing extremely terrifying power. This power was very shocking. Once the Ghost Image tribe's Ghost Image force was used, it would make the body bigger and stronger. The power it possessed would also become more terrifying and vigorous. However, it wasn't without its drawbacks. His body had become stronger, but his reaction speed was slightly slower. Hit by the sword, however, the opponent did not care. This kind of injury was nothing. Under the power of the Ghost Image, not only did the body become stronger, but its self-healing ability also increased. As long as it was not a fatal injury, it could be healed in an extremely short period of time. It was because the body of the Ghost Image force was extremely strong that it was able to go on a rampage. For a moment, Chen Zong felt a headache coming on. This kind of opponent was really difficult to deal with. He was hit by the sword, and the injury was not serious. However, if he was hit by the opponent, looking at the extremely terrifying fists that were like meteorites, his small body would explode in an instant. Fortunately, Chen Zong's body was extremely agile. He could advance and retreat freely. Following the opponent's violent fists, he was as light as a kite in the wind. Following the wind brought by the opponent's fists, he was constantly dodging and counterattacking. Although the opponent's Ghost Image body was very strong, Chen Zong's heart sword was extremely sharp. The sharpness of the Genesis sword technique also tore through all defenses. The Ghost Image tribe's Ghost King was constantly hit by the sword. Wounds appeared on its body, but the wounds did not seem to affect the opponent. In fact, they healed very quickly. This kind of body strength and self-healing speed was a headache for Chen Zong. It was very difficult to deal with. The ghost clans of the upper 6 tribes were more or less the same. It was just that their talents were different. This was because each of them had different responses. I need to condense the sword aura, Chen Zong thought to himself. To a certain extent, this ghost king was like a body cultivator. He had a stronger body. Then, how should he deal with a body cultivator? Second update, body cultivators had extremely strong bodies. They possessed extremely powerful strength and amazing defense. Their self-healing ability was also superhuman. Not only did they have amazing strength, their survival ability was even more outstanding. If a chi cultivator and a body cultivator of the same level were to fight, the chi cultivator would be the one to die. This was because once a chi cultivator was injured, his strength would be severely reduced. However, a body cultivator would not be affected. Their strong physique and endurance were like ferocious beasts with superior intelligence. A body cultivator was not easy to deal with. The ghost clan was even more terrifying than a body cultivator. The ghost clan of the ghost clan, after activating the ghost image body, was even more difficult to deal with, just like the body cultivators of the ghost clan. If it had been any other ghost king of the ghost blade division, it would have been extremely difficult for them to break open the body of the ghost image. Chen Zong was able to do so because of the Taichu sword essence and the heart sword will. Even so, he could not cause any obvious damage to the body of the ghost image. Once it was injured, it would be able to heal itself quickly. This was the unique talent of the ghost clan after activating the ghost image body. Only the ghost king power of the ghost king clan could somewhat suppress it. Sword thread training was a small technique that Chen Zong mastered after he had upgraded the heart sword spirit to perfection. Although the technique was small, it was very practical. But after Chen Zong transformed the Dao insight in his heart into supreme heart sword intent, relying on the might of the heart sword intent to condense his sword chi and make it even sharper to the extreme, Chen Zong didn't utilize the technique of refining the sword into threads any longer. When a person was in a predicament, he would usually look for a way out. This was an instinct of an intelligent creature. It originated from the heart, from the depths of the soul. The more outstanding an intelligent creature was, the easier it was for him to find a way out when he was in a predicament. It could be a spontaneous thought or a flash of inspiration. Chen Zong had a flash of inspiration when he refined his sword into threads. In a split second, a few strands of silvery white appeared in his pitch-black eyes. They were so faint that it was difficult to notice them in the midst of a fierce battle. Self-freedom state. This was the first time Chen Zong used the self-freedom state after he had transformed into a ghost and entered the ghost region. As soon as he used it, he immediately felt a change. This change was a kind of strengthening. Chen Zong immediately knew that this was because his divine will had been condensed to the extreme and he had successfully condensed the flower of God. Moreover, it was a top-level flower of God. The state of freedom was a special state that was closely related to the divine will. The condensation of the divine flower had caused Chen Zong's divine decree to undergo a qualitative change. Even his realm of freedom had been greatly strengthened. Self-control, controlling the surroundings, everything was under his control. It was a wonderful feeling. Sword refinement into thread, all of a sudden, all of his power condensed on the sword, condensing into a thread that was even thinner than silk. Kill, as the sword slashed out, the body of the sword disappeared, as if it had transformed into a sword thread. The thread had no sound, no light, and no shape. It was as illusory as a wisp of smoke. But in the next breath, the left arm of the ghost king of the ghost aspect division suddenly separated from the shoulder and fell to the ground. The ghost king did not seem to have reacted immediately. It was only when he saw fresh blood spurting out from the broken shoulder that he was shocked. When did his arm get cut off? He did not even react immediately. Then why? It was because the speed was too fast, exceeding his reaction speed. Another question popped up. Previously, his opponent could not do anything to him. Why was he able to cut off his arm now? The bodies of the ghost clansmen of the ghost aspect tribe were extremely strong, especially after activating the ghost aspect body. It was even more astonishing. However, at the same time, their minds were not as agile. At this moment, many questions popped up, causing him to be somewhat muddled and unable to sort them out. Chen Zong did not stop because of this. he attacked again. Sword refinement into thread, the right arm was instantly cut off and fell to the ground. Conscious, the Ghost King of the Ghost Aspect Division sensed it even faster and let out an incomparable roar. Immediately afterward, an incomparably shocking scene appeared. The severed arm that had fallen off actually flew up and reattached itself. As expected, it was more difficult to deal with than the other ghost clansmen. It was no wonder that the Ghost Aspect Division was ranked first or second among the upper 6 divisions. If that's the case, I'll shatter you completely, Qianzong thought to himself. Heart Domain. In an instant, the Heart Domain expanded and covered a radius of 3,000 meters. It should be known that the space in the Purgatory Ghost Realm was much stronger than that in the Tianyuan Sanctuary. Here, the Heart Domain could still cover a radius of 3,000 meters. It seemed to be less than in the Tianyuan Sanctuary, but it was actually more than that. If he were to return to the Tianyuan Sanctuary, the Heart Domain would expand to at least 10,000 meters. Combined with the state of freedom, a feeling of being able to control everything arose spontaneously. Immediately after, the Heart Domain rapidly shrank and merged with the Heart Sword Will. This wonderful feeling made Qianzong even more impressed. It was as if he could control everything around him with the sword in his hand. It expanded again and covered a radius of 1,000 meters. Heart Sword Domain. The Taichu Sword vitality flowed into the longsword of the Heart Sword Will. Within the Heart Sword Domain that covered a radius of 1,000 meters, strands of sword aura appeared out of nowhere. Immediately after, thousands of strands of sword aura rapidly shrank and condensed. They were even finer than silk. Heart Sword Domain. Thousand Swords Greeting. As Qianzong swung his sword, thousands of strands of sword aura that had been infused with the practice sword into silk technique shot through the air and targeted the Ghost King of the Ghastly Aspect Division. The sword aura that had been infused with the practice sword into silk technique was extremely sharp and incisive. It could easily penetrate the body of the Ghastly Aspect Division. If he had not used the practice sword into silk technique, such power would at most injure the opponent. Even if the opponent was severely injured, it would not be able to cause any serious damage with the opponent's amazing self-healing ability. However, it was different now. The sword aura that had been infused with the practice sword into silk technique became more and more condensed. Regardless of whether it was the sharpness or the incisive sharpness, they had both multiplied and become more and more astonishing. Under the attack of thousands of strands of sword aura, the Ghastly Aspect Division's body was instantly pierced and torn apart. Even though the Ghastly Aspect Division's body had amazing self-healing ability, it was useless against so many sword aura attacks that continuously extinguished its life force. The Ghastly Aspect Division's body had not yet reached the stage where it could regrow limbs or even regenerate from a single drop of blood. Kill. Qianzong immediately absorbed the Ghastly Aspect Division's will that was about to dissipate. Shock. All the Ghastly Aspects Division's Ghost Kings were shocked. How could this be? It was very difficult to die in a battle between ghastly aspects unless the disparity in combat strength was too great. However, it could be seen that the Ghastly Aspect Division's Ghastly Aspect Division had only condensed 2 flowers of supreme state. Even though one of them was at the top level and the other was at the high level, they were not solid enough and had not reached the peak. His strength was limited. Even with the help of the Ghastly Aspect Division's power, he could not have easily killed 2 Ghastly Aspects Divisions Ghastly Aspect Divisions Ghastly Aspect Division. This had completely overturned their understanding. Qianzong knew that his performance at this moment must have surprised the Ghastly Aspects Division's Ghastly Aspect Division. They might even be suspicious and could not help but investigate. However, the longer Qianzong stayed here, the more uncomfortable he felt. Out of place, he had to get more of the Ghastly Aspect Division's will and leave this place as soon as possible. As for how much of the Ghastly Aspect Division's will he had, the Tianyuan Sanctuary World's will in his body would remind him when the time came. He had to show his strength as soon as possible. The Ghastly Aspect Division's belief was that the strong were respected. Perhaps he would be suspected, but as long as he was strong enough, everything could be solved. Kill. Heart Sword Domain. Myriad Swords Greeting. Once again, Qianzong used the refining sword into threads to gather thousands of sword chi, and launched them at the Ghost King of the Ghost Flame tribe. The Ghost King's entire body was burning with a layer of dark red flames. He was cooperating with the other Ghost Kings to suppress Gui Yen Lai Shan, beating him to the point that Gui Yan Lai Shan couldn't do anything. Gui Yuwu was the same. Facing the joint attack of the Ghost Shadow Tribe's Ghost King and the Ghost Dragon Tribe's Ghost King, he could only defend and dodge. The two of them were in a precarious situation. Although Ghost King Xianlai was very strong, in a 1 versus 3 situation, he could only gain a slight upper hand at most. He was simply unable to provide any reinforcements. 1,000 rays of sword chi tore through the air at an extremely fast speed. Moreover, the sound they made was so subtle that it was difficult for others to react. The Ghost King of the Ghost Flame tribe couldn't dodge in time and was immediately hit. He let out a shrill cry as the ghost flames on his body were extinguished. Kill, the third Ghost King died. Go. Without hesitation, the other Ghost Kings immediately retreated. 9 Ghost Kings had come to intercept them. 3 of them had died, and the remaining 6 had fled. Chenzong didn't chase after them. This was because the Heart Sword realm under the sword thread technique had consumed more energy. He didn't have enough energy left to perform it again. Otherwise, he would definitely strike again and kill another one. The Ghost Mother Tree's Ghost Realm Will and the Ghost Realm Wills of the 3 Ghost Kings gave Chenzong's Tianyuan Sacred Domain World Will a good meal. The pure energy that was fed back to Chenzong made him feel very comfortable. Very good. Ghost King Xianlai took a deep look at Chenzong and immediately moved. Let's go. What followed was naturally to rush back to the disordered Ghost City as quickly as possible to prepare to cultivate the Ghost Mother Tree. The Ghost Kings who went to the Ghost Beast Tribe and the Ghost Blade Tribe to snatch the Ghost Mother Tree had also successfully snatched some of the Ghost Mother Trees after fierce battles. They brought the Ghost Mother Trees back and quickly left. After that, they didn't encounter any interceptions because there wasn't enough time. The 11 Ghost Kings rushed out of the 36 Ghost Tribes and entered the Heavenly Ghost Wasteland as quickly as possible. The Heavenly Ghost Wasteland was the largest wasteland of ghost beasts in the Purgatory. Countless ghost beasts lived there, and there were even more Ghost Beast Kings. The disordered Ghost City was built in the depths of the Heavenly Ghost Wasteland. It was very dangerous. Of course, the Ghost Tribe in the disordered Ghost City had already been cleaned up by the Ghost Kings. The Ghost Tribe in the disordered Ghost City would constantly patrol and clean up the area regularly to ensure that no Ghost Beast army would attack the disordered Ghost City. Very good. Ghost King Xianlai was very excited when he returned to the disordered Ghost City. He had gained a lot from this trip. It was really big. He had gotten rid of the Ghost Mother Tree and obtained a natural tree. Its potential was limitless. He also discovered that the Ghost King from the Ghost Blade Tribe was shockingly strong. Although he couldn't compare with him, he had great potential. Ghost Blade Jianxin will be the 4th seat of the Ghost King Alliance from now on, Ghost King Xianlai said directly. Third update, in Chaos Ghost City, Ghost King Xianlai immediately took out many resources and began to cultivate the Ghost Mother Tree. He wanted it to take root and sprout. The other Ghost Kings of Chaos Ghost City were also present. They surrounded the tree, mainly to protect it and prevent it from being disturbed. Chenzong stared curiously at the tree that was beating like a heart. As Ghost King Xianlai melted the precious resources and threw them into the tree continued to absorb energy. It beat more and more violently, as if it was constantly expanding. It made a sound like a big drum, which reverberated in all directions and created layers of ripples. When the energy accumulated to the maximum, there was a cracking sound. The tree broke open from top to bottom, and the roots extended out. With the determination of a sharp sword piercing through the air, they pierced into the ground and continued to spread and take root. Chenzong released his consciousness and integrated it into the Ghost Mother Tree. He followed the roots of the Ghost Mother Tree and observed it carefully. This feeling. Chenzong seemed to have understood something. He continued to devour the will of the Ghost Mother Tree and strengthen the will of the Tianyuan Sacred Domain that he carried. It seemed that he did not directly gain any substantial benefits, but he did gain some intangible benefits. First, it was the pure energy that was similar to the origin, which merged into the depths of his body and kept accumulating. Second, it was that his comprehension was also affected and temporarily increased. Chenzong's comprehension was already amazing. With the increase, it was even more amazing. At this moment, he saw the roots of the ghost mother tree break open and grow out. The roots were as sharp as the branches of the ghost mother tree. They pierced through the air and penetrated the ground. They had the determination and sharpness of a peerless swordsman. This made Xianxia have a deeper understanding of swordsmanship. However, this deeper understanding came after the roots penetrated the ground. The roots were like peerless divine swords. They pierced through the hard ground and penetrated deeply. There was an indomitable determination. Xianxia knew very well that the ground of the ghost's territory was very hard, like fine steel. The deeper he went, the harder it became. With his current strength, he estimated that he could only stab about 10 meters into the ground if he used all of his strength. But in the blink of an eye, the roots of the ghost mother tree pierced more than 10 meters into the ground, and they were still going down. Xianxia's divine sense was also following the roots, using them as sharp swords. Everywhere, in just a short period of time, the roots of the mother ghost tree had penetrated tens of meters into the ground, covering hundreds of meters in radius. Moreover, it was still spreading. At the same time, the branches extended upwards, turning into a main trunk that continued to grow taller and taller, soaring into the sky. Xianxia's spiritual sense seemed to have completely merged with the ghost mother tree, growing along with it. A unique kind of understanding also lingered in his heart, gushing out in his mind and reverberating in his mind. Xianxia felt that his body seemed to have disappeared. It was as if he had become a tree that sprouted from a seed and slowly grew. It was an indescribable feeling of gratitude and joy. He did not know how much time had passed before he suddenly woke up. His consciousness returned to his body, bringing with it a surge of understanding. At this moment, the ghost mother tree had grown to a height of 1,000 meters, the same height as the ghost mother tree in the profound realm. However, in terms of aura, it was more vigorous and tyrannical. After all, it was a ghost mother tree that had been planted from a natural tree. The ghost mother tree had taken shape. Next, it would continue to pour in precious resources, absorb the power of the ghost realm, and continue to grow. This would take some time. Xianxia said goodbye and returned to the Ghost Blade sect to begin his closed-door training. In that moment, he seemed to have transformed into the ghost mother tree and integrated all his experiences into his own sword principle. A kind of resolute and indomitable sharpness quietly condensed in Xianxia's body, becoming more and more tyrannical. As the hard sword will trembled slightly, more potential was incessantly stimulated. Time passed slowly. Xianxia opened his eyes, but there was no radiance. Instead, it was completely locked, flowing in the depths of his eyes like ripples of water. In an instant, there seemed to be an undetectable light streaking across the void. That was the sword light. Xianxia had struck with his sword. However, the sword was too fast. It seemed to have merged into the void and was difficult to detect. But in the next moment, a series of fine sword marks spread out rapidly, like the roots of the ghost mother tree spreading in all directions. The void seemed to have turned into the earth, and the sword chi was like the roots of the ghost mother tree, deeply rooted and covering a radius of several meters. Of course, compared to the thousands of meters of the ghost mother tree's roots, a radius of several meters was like a firefly compared to the bright moon. But Xianxia was more aware of the difference. Perhaps, this kind of sword chi will cause more damage to the ghost clan, Xianxia said to himself. Previously, when he struck with his sword, the sword chi would penetrate or tear the target. However, if the target was very strong, the sword chi could only cause a small or even minor damage. But now, under his enlightenment, the sword chi could grow like the roots of the ghost mother tree, spreading in all directions and increasing the damage by many times. If he merged the sword chi into silk, even the ghost lord of the ghost aspect tribe would not be able to withstand it. Xianxia was only guessing. He needed to find a target to test it out. But before that, he still needed to cultivate for a while. With a flip of his hand, a fist-sized, pitch-black, exotic fruit appeared in Xianxia's hand. It was covered with red veins. This exotic fruit was like a heart, beating continuously. It was slow but powerful. This was the substantial reward that the ghost lord Xianlai had given to Xianxia. It was better than raising his ranking from 10th to 4th, at least for Xianxia. With the exotic fruit in his hand, Xianxia immediately felt a desire coming from his body. He wanted to swallow and absorb the fruit. This was an exotic fruit that was very useful for his physique. Swallow. As soon as the mutant fruit entered his mouth, it was immediately chewed up. The juice surged in his mouth like a torrent. It made Chenzong feel as if what he had eaten was not a fruit, but a river that had burst its banks. If he was not careful, it would rush out of his mouth and spit out. But Chenzong kept his mouth shut. The taste of this fruit was strange, pungent, and irritating. It was like a mouthful of blood. It was hard to accept, but he had to swallow it. Chenzong swallowed the fruit juice in his mouth. It flowed down his esophagus like a torrential river, like a waterfall that was tens of thousands of feet high, full of power. As the juice entered his stomach, rumbling resounded as if it had transformed into a torrent of lava that was extremely blazing, and it intended to incinerate Chenzong's limbs and bones into nothingness. Refine, absorb, the high-level flower of essence condensed on top of his head. As he continued to refine and absorb the juice of the exotic fruit, it gradually solidified. The degree of solidification of the flower of extreme could be divided into 100%. 100% was perfect, it was completely solidified, and 10% was just a shadow. Before Chenzong ate the exotic fruit, the degree of solidification of his flower of essence was 30%. Now, it had reached 40% and was still in the process of solidification. It was not until 50% that the power of the exotic fruit was depleted. A single exotic fruit directly increased the degree of solidification of the flower of essence by 20%. It was indeed amazing. Of course, the effect of such exotic fruits would be obvious for the first time. The subsequent effects would weaken or even become ineffective. However, with the 20% increase in the degree of solidification of the flower of essence, he could feel the strength of his physique growing stronger. His combat strength had also increased. Then, Chenzong took out a black flower. It was the size of a palm and looked as scary as a ghost's claw. It was covered with red veins and patterns. This was also the reward that Ghost King Xianxia gave to Chenzong. This time, Chenzong's contribution could be said to be great. He had to be rewarded. This flower, however, was used to enhance the flower of God. Chenzong's flower of God was at the top level. The degree of solidification was 10%. Take it, the taste of the flower that looked like a ghost's claw was even stranger. It was indescribable. Chenzong could only force himself to swallow it. Immediately, an extremely spicy taste spread throughout his body. It turned into a stream of air that seemed both hot and cold. It penetrated his spirit sea and rushed out along the top of his head. It merged with the flower of God. The flower of God started to solidify bit by bit. The more solidified it was, the stronger it became. When the flower that looked like a ghost's claw was consumed, Chenzong's flower of God had also solidified from 10% to 30%. It did not look as illusory as before. Not bad. The flower of essence and the flower of God have become more solidified. My combat strength has increased by at least 30%, Chenzong thought to himself. At this level, a 30% increase in combat strength was no doubt amazing. Moreover, he was very good at turning one part of his strength into 2 or even 3 parts. In this way, the 30% increase was only superficial. In reality, the increase would be much greater. After consolidating his strength, Chenzong came out of seclusion. Without the help of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, although he could still condense the flower of extreme by himself, the efficiency would undoubtedly be very low and the speed would be very slow. As soon as he came out of seclusion, Chenzong quickly left the Ghost Blade sect and the chaotic ghost city. In the heavenly ghost wasteland, Chenzong was looking for a suitable target. The Ghost Beast King, he had just done a big job. For the next period of time, he needed to keep a low profile and try his best to increase his combat strength. In the dark, Chenzong had an ominous premonition. He also felt a gust of dense malice that seemed to be gathering from all directions to target him. Strength, he needed to be more powerful. Now, it was not good to kill his way into the ghost tribe. He could only attack the Ghost Beast King. Although the Ghost Beast King's Ghost Beast will was not as strong as that of a Ghost King, it was still far stronger than that of an upper-level Ghost General. In addition, he needed a suitable target to test the power of the sword that he had comprehended. In the heavenly ghost wasteland, ghost beasts ran rampant, almost endless. There were also many ghost beast kings. Not long after, Qinzong found a ghost beast king. He drew his sword, a sword slashed through the air, and the ghost beast king was struck without even noticing. In an instant, strands of sword chi were like roots breaking through a tree. They quickly spread throughout the ghost beast king's body, as if they had taken root. Each strand of sword chi burst forth with astonishing sharpness, wantonly destroying every part of the ghost beast king's body. Under normal circumstances, the ghost beast king's body would be stronger than the ghost beast kings of the lower 18 divisions. However, it was still unable to resist Qinzong's sword. In just a breath, the ghost beast king's vitality was rapidly drained. Its body was also torn apart by the sword chi that looked like the roots of the ghost mother tree. It died a violent death. Fourth update, in Chaos Ghost City, the ghost mother tree continued to grow at a rate of 1 meter at a time. The area covered by its branches was also expanding. In the heavenly ghost wasteland, Qinzong was constantly killing ghost beasts, looking for ghost beast kings to test his sword. In the past few days, as many as 10 ghost beast kings had died under Qinzong's sword. The ghost hunters he obtained was equivalent to killing 5 normal ghost beast kings. It was very obvious. The sword aura he had comprehended by attaching his consciousness to the ghost mother tree spread like roots, destroying all life. It was also becoming more and more perfect. It was integrated into the sword moves comprehended by the One Heart Sutra, making them more and more powerful. At the same time, Qinzong also felt that the oppression was growing and spreading. The malice seemed to be getting more and more obvious and intense. The 36 divisions of the Ghost Clan, 35 divisions, were mobilized, led by the Ghost King Division. The Ghost Generals were mobilized, the Ghost Kings were mobilized, the army gathered and headed straight for Chaos Ghost City. The 35 divisions stopped fighting temporarily. Each division sent out 1 Ghost King, 1,000 Ghost Generals, and 10,000 elite Ghost Soldiers. The Black Mass quickly advanced toward the heavenly Ghost Wasteland. 35 Ghost Kings, 35,000 Ghost Generals, and 350,000 elite Ghost Soldiers. It was as if dark clouds were pressing down, toppling the mountains and overturning the seas. The momentum was so strong that it almost materialized. It was as if the ghosts covered the sky and the sun. In an instant, many Ghost Kings in the heavenly Ghost Wasteland trembled in fear. The aura of the Ghost Clan army was too strong. Even the Ghost Beast Kings did not dare to face it head-on. They could only dodge. Chaos Ghost City also received the news. Ghost King Xianxia gathered all the Ghost Kings in the Ghost King Alliance. There was a great disparity in strength in this battle. Should they fight or retreat? The difference in numbers between 11 Ghost Kings and 35 Ghost Kings was obvious. Moreover, the Ghost King in the lead was the first Ghost King of the Ghost King Division, Ghost King Xianmo. That was the powerful Ghost King who had always suppressed Ghost King Xianxia. Whenever he thought of Ghost King Xianmo, Ghost King Xianxia was filled with anger. Fight! Ghost King Xianxia roared in a low voice, "No one is allowed to retreat from this battle." Xianxia's red eyes swept across the Ghost Kings, sending chills down their spines. Ghost King Xianxia was very dangerous in this state. Since that's the case, let's fight. So what if there was a great disparity in strength? Fight to the death. With Ghost King Xianxia as the leader, he gathered all the forces in Chaos Ghost City. Unfortunately, the time was not right. If he had more time, the Ghost Mother Tree would grow to 2,000 meters tall, and it would start to gather the power of the Ghost God. At that time, he would be able to trigger the power of the Ghost God and summon the phantoms of the Ghost God to possess him, increasing his combat power by a few folds. Assemble! The forces of the 36 ghost sects were all gathered in the sky above the city walls of the Chaos Ghost City. The ghost beasts under the command of the Ghost Beast Division were also assembled into an army. Speaking of which, the chaotic Ghost City's strength was quite good. There were over 10,000 ghost generals and over 1 million ghost soldiers. The aura they gave off was quite shocking. In terms of numbers alone, they were superior to the 35 Ghost Clan armies. However, in terms of the number of powerhouses, there was a gap. This battle was extremely disadvantageous for Chaotic Ghost City. However, they had no choice but to fight. Even if he escaped, where could he escape to? If the Chaos Ghost City was gone, he could build another one. However, what about the Ghost Mother tree? It was a great stroke of luck to be able to obtain one now. Next time, there was no hope at all. One should know that they had plotted for thousands of years to obtain the Ghost Mother tree, but they had never succeeded. Moreover, the purpose of the 35 Ghost Clan armies was obvious. They were going to completely destroy the Chaos Ghost City. In that case, let's fight. We'll do our best and fight to the death. Chen Zong felt an astonishing pressure surging like waves. It was so heavy that he found it difficult to breathe. However, at the same time, there was a surge of excitement in the depths of his heart. Perhaps after this battle, he would be able to devour enough of the Ghost Clan's will to leave the Ghost Clan and return to Tianyuan Sanctuary. However, the prerequisite was that he had to ensure that he could survive this battle. Once he died, everything would be for naught. The army pressed in like a black cloud. It was as if they were rolling over and crushing everything in their path. Their aura was unparalleled like the waves of the sea. This kind of aura was crazy and violent. It was as if they were going to crush the Ghost Clan. In comparison, Chen Zong immediately noticed the difference. Although there were more Ghost Clan soldiers in the Chaos Ghost City, the Ghost Clan soldiers were all elites. If one were to make a comparison, it was as if the other party was a well-trained regular army, while the Ghost Clan army in Chaos Ghost City was like a militia. A militia against a regular army was like a flock of sheep against a pack of wolves. Perhaps among the Ghost Clan, the gap was not that big, but there was still a gap. A slight gap was enough to turn the tide of the battle. At this point, no matter what, this battle was unavoidable. They could only fight to the end. Fight, 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 the will to fight grew in their hearts. Their aura surged. The Ghost Clan kings of the 35 Ghost Clans led their ghost generals and ghost soldiers to close in. They stopped when they were 10,000 meters away. The Ghost Clan kings and Xian demons flew 100 meters away. Their dark and domineering eyes swept across the crowd, bringing about an astonishing pressure. Finally, their eyes landed on the Ghost Clan king Xianlai. Chen Zong's body involuntarily trembled as the Ghost King's dark and domineering eyes swept across him. A deep chill surged from the depths of his body as he secretly became extremely vigilant. The power in his body also seemed to unconsciously circulate. How terrifying. Xianlai, give up the Chaos Ghost City and return to the headquarters. The Ghost Clan King Xian Demon spoke. His voice was slightly low, as if it contained some kind of magic. It sounded as if it directly penetrated the eardrums and went straight into the soul. Impossible. The Ghost Clan King Xianlai's face was gloomy. Of course, the skin of the Ghost Clan was pitch black, so even if it was gloomy, it could not be seen. However, from his increasingly red eyes, Xianlai was very unhappy and refused without hesitation. What did it mean to refuse? It meant to fight. Kill. The Ghost Clan King Xian Demon was obviously not a patient person. Since you don't listen to me, I'll fight until you yield. If you still don't yield, I'll have to kill you and be done with it. There was no doubt that only the Ghost Clan King Xianlai could deal with the Ghost Clan King Xian Demon. As for the Ghost Clan kings of the Ghost Clan and the Ghost Clan, they were also dealt with by the Ghost Clan kings of the Ghost Clan. Betrayal. Now, it was time to settle accounts. One after another, the flowers of the extreme state appeared above the heads of the Ghost Clan kings. Chen Zong was also stared at by several eyes. One of them was the Ghost Clan king of the Ghost Blade clan. The fact that Chen Zong had killed 3 Ghost Clan kings in a row was not a secret. It had long been spread throughout the 35 clans. Therefore, there were a total of 5 Ghost Clan kings who had their eyes on Chen Zong. An astonishing pressure swept over in an instant, making Chen Zong's face turn solemn. At the same time, there was an indescribable excitement in the depths of his heart, as if an electric current was raging. He could not help but tremble slightly, and the long sword at his waist also trembled incessantly. When the sword was unsheathed, it would kill and drink blood. The 5 Ghost Clan kings would probably allow him to devour more wills of the Ghost Clan. Among the 5 Ghost Clan kings, some were from the middle 9 clans, and some were from the upper 6 clans. The Ghost Clan king from the middle 9 clans Ghost Blade clan was the strongest Ghost King of the Ghost Blade clan. Ghost Blade Saber Radiance, his Ghost Blade was a long black saber. Its body was curved, and the blade was covered with fine saw teeth. It was a very ferocious killing weapon. "What's your name?" Ghost Blade Radiance's eyes were as cold as the edge of a saber. It streaked across the void, as if it was tearing Qinzong's face apart. His voice was hoarse, but it was also as sharp as the edge of a saber, as if two sabers were constantly cutting each other. It was extremely ear-piercing. "Ghost Blade Sword Heart," Qinzong answered neither slowly nor quickly. "Ghost Blade Sword Heart, your strength is not bad. Now, return to the headquarters." Ghost Blade Radiance's voice became more and more obscure. Qinzong did not answer again. Instead, he drew out his long sword. The unsheathing of the long sword was his answer. "Kill." In a low voice, Ghost Blade Radiance chopped down with his long saber. The condensed dark saber light suddenly broke through the air. The saber light was strange. Its edges were like saw teeth, and it was constantly rotating. The other four Ghost Kings also attacked from all directions, joining forces to besiege Qinzong. In an instant, Qinzong blocked Ghost Blade Radiance's long saber with his sword. With a twist of his wrist, he deftly and delicately guided the long saber to the side. After that, the sword edge followed the saber body and rushed forward like lightning, cutting toward Ghost Blade Radiance's hand that was holding the saber. Ghost Blade Radiance was shocked. He suddenly broke out his strength and his long saber suddenly cut horizontally. However, Qinzong's sword slightly changed in an instant. It stopped cutting, then turned into a slash, and then into a stab. In an instant, Ghost Blade Radiance felt a cold light blossoming in front of him. He had no time to dodge, and his forehead was immediately pierced. It was too fast. Moreover, the skill was very good. All the changes were within the sword, as if he had calculated everything. Among the Ghost Clan, the Ghost Blade Division had the best fighting skills. However, the skills of the number one expert of the Ghost Blade Division could not be compared at all. It was only a face-to-face encounter, but he was hit. However, such a sword could not kill him directly. As long as he had a moment, he could quickly recover. The idea was beautiful, but the reality was cruel. With the place where he was hit as the center, countless sword auras, like the roots of the Ghost Mother tree breaking through the soil, crazily drilled into his flesh in an instant. It seemed that nothing could stop them. They spread all over his body, even the ends of his skin. It felt as if an extremely terrible tree had taken root in his body. His vitality was quickly extinguished, and his strength was constantly drained. This sword art was indeed a good sword art to deal with the Ghost Clan. It was only a face-to-face encounter, but one of the Ghost Kings was killed. The other four Ghost Kings were shocked. They were just one breath slower. One breath's difference was the difference between life and death. The Ghost Realms will began to flow into Qinzong's body, and was constantly swallowed and absorbed. The other four Ghost Kings' attacks also came from all directions. The terrible power seemed to directly smash Qinzong's body into pieces. However, Qinzong's body disappeared in an instant. What was broken was only a shadow. Kill, sword art, half-hearted. End of chapter 1853. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.